Lord of Mysteries, The Arrival of the New Black Emperor by Huo Yang. Chapter 501-525. After dinner, Hobert asked Serena to record the details of today's riot handling and their dinner conversation as a story. Then, she was to make several copies and send one to each department, to serve as guiding principles for the town government's work. Conrad, Corwin, and Ciel's reactions today made Hobert realize the importance of guiding principles. When facing problems, having a ready-made logic to apply truly makes the town government's work more efficient, and events often unfold in the direction Hobert hopes for. At the same time, Hobert also understood the importance of unifying thought. Once everyone had mostly retired, Hobert locked his door and prayed to the Fool, hoping to have a private conversation with Miss Justice. About 10 minutes later, Hobert's vision was covered by gray fog, and he arrived at the Giant's Palace, at the Emperor's seat. Opposite him sat only Justice Audrey, while the head of the bronze long table was empty, with no sign of Mr. Fool. However, Hobert knew that the Fool Klein must be somewhere in this great hall. Otherwise, he and Audrey would not have been able to appear above the gray fog. Audrey found this meeting quite novel. Hobert, you didn't attend the meeting today, and everyone was very worried about you. Hobert smiled. A riot broke out in my territory today. Audrey nearly covered her mouth in surprise. A riot? Oh my, why did such a thing happen? Hobert briefly described the previous demonic rule. Under that bloody rule, the local residents were forced to believe in demons and were inevitably subjected to mental corruption. The people I sent helped them with spring planting, helped them rebuild their homes after the disaster, and forbade them from believing in demons again, but they met with strong resistance from some, resulting in a riot. Audrey clenched her pretty fists and said indignantly, "Those hateful demons." Then she thought back and asked, why did they still need to rebuild their homes? I haven't heard of any recent disasters in Coulson County of the Feniport Kingdom. Did the demons destroy their homes when they left? Ever since she learned the exact location of Hobert's territory, Audrey had intentionally or unintentionally paid attention to all information from Coulson County. With Baron Hall's connections and network, Audrey couldn't claim to know Coulson County inside and out, but she did know about major events happening in real time. Moreover, in the Tarot Club meeting this afternoon, Magician Furs also didn't mention any natural disasters near Full Moon Lake. There's nothing to hide about this, Hobert said. That disaster was the aftermath of an angel-level battle. Not only was Audrey surprised, but Klein, sitting at the head, was also somewhat surprised. How could there have been an angel-level battle? Just as Hobert expected, Mr. Fool was in this great hall, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, only he had added a chair for himself, with his back to Audrey and Hobert. The tall chair back perfectly concealed Mr. Fool's habit of eavesdropping. Hobert briefly described the situation at the time, finally saying, "The Creator also strongly supported the action I initiated, not only sending a saint to participate in the battle, but also an angel after the opponent summoned the Blood Duke. The result of this battle was that 90% of the people in Eugene territory died in the aftermath, including Eugene Baron's family. But at the same time, it also stopped the Blood Duke in Eugene territory, at least preventing 90% of the entire South Coulson region from dying." However, Hobert didn't intend to tell all of this to Audrey, who was somewhat of a justice purist. Audrey sighed in her heart at this moment. As expected of a deity on the side of justice, the Creator not only despises the Rose School but also actively seeks to eliminate those demons. Then she felt a little proud. Furs didn't even know about the angel-level battle, but Hobert told me. Hobert added, "The riot has mostly been resolved, but I estimate that nearly 10,000 people have suffered relatively severe mental corruption, so I'd like to ask you if there's any way to treat their mental corruption." He lamented, "You might not imagine that among these people, there are many children under 10 years old." Audrey could hardly imagine what that area had gone through. She frowned deeply. "According to some knowledge I've learned, mental corruption can almost only heal on its own. I can only perform some psychological suggestion to make them temporarily appear like normal people. The key was that there were too many patients. If Audrey treated them one by one, it might take 3 or 4 months just for a first diagnosis, and with follow-up visits, it would probably take more than half a year. This was clearly unrealistic. Audrey fell into deep thought, beginning to consider if there were other methods. Hobert waited quietly, and for a moment, the great hall became unusually silent. I did think of a theoretically feasible method, Audrey said. After becoming a spectator, she had read a vast amount of psychology books, and after joining the psychological alchemists, she had read many related research materials there. Even senior members of the psychological alchemists did not have her reading volume. That's how Audrey was able to come up with the method of self-psychological suggestion in exploring her subconscious space. In terms of theoretical knowledge of the mind, she was very professional. Hobert made a gesture for her to speak, and Audrey continued, I believe that the mental corruption of those people should be somewhat like a mental imprint. Theoretically, a stronger mental imprint could be used to cover the imprint left by the demon. If the entity leaving the new imprint is sufficiently normal and does not exhibit states like evil, fallen, or bloodthirsty, then under the influence of the new imprint, those people will become much more normal. However, they will still be different from ordinary people, easily excitable and extreme, but a large portion should gradually heal on their own, though some may never escape such mental problems throughout their lives. The more Hobert thought about it, the more feasible this method seemed, and Audrey had already expressed it very clearly. He could ask the Fool or the Creator to give them new imprints. The Fool at the head of the bronze long table prayed, Goddess bless, don't come to me, go to the Creator. Hobert quickly made a decision, it's better than them spending their entire lives under the influence of demons. He took a deep breath, thank you for your suggestion. How much is the consultation fee? No consultation fee is needed, Audrey smiled. If it can be useful to you and heal so many innocent people, that is the best consultation fee. Hobert nodded, I will definitely try my best to save more people. Hobert, you are a noble person, Audrey suddenly smiled. Don't doubt everything you do, and don't care about gossip, do what you believe is right. Hobert was slightly stunned, but quickly understood that Audrey had seen the unconscious disappointment he had shown. Yes, even though he knew the people were mentally unstable due to the demon's influence, Hobert offered them help, only to be met with riots and misunderstanding. He must have felt uncomfortable inside. But just as Audrey said, he knew that his way of handling it was correct, and Teuton's way of handling it was error. That's why he hid his disappointment from his subordinates, but he didn't expect Audrey to notice it. Hobert smiled, thank you for your comfort. I feel much better. If they don't understand, then they don't understand, Hobert thought to himself. As long as I think I'm doing the right thing, why should I care if others understand or not? After the private conversation ended, Hobert began to consider methods for imprinting the mentally unstable and eventually came up with a simple plan. For the next 2 days, Hobert stayed at Felix Baron's Lord's Manor, overseeing the overall situation. The diversion of the subjects was mostly complete. Most people chose to stay in their homes, beginning to diligently care for their crops and, under the guidance of civil servants, building or renovating their residences. Around 11,000 people spontaneously came to Eugene territory, which had become a wilderness. There, they searched for stones, wood, and all other materials that could be carved, carving out one ugly demon statue after another. It was only when they saw these statues that they seemed to find a sense of security. Those in the villages and towns who were to be punished also bid farewell to their families, embarking on their journey with a somewhat tragic air. Hobert looked at these people and inexplicably wanted to laugh. He planned to give this group a holiday in 3 days and let them go home. Their expressions at that time would surely be quite something. During these 2 days, Hobert also received an envoy from the king, a court viscount. The envoy first praised Hobert, then informed him that Coulson County would soon send a town government and officials to the Full Moon Lake West Bank, and thanked Hobert for his contributions to the stability of the South Coulson region. Hobert clapped his hands. Finally, we have the king's help. Sir Envoy, the people here have suffered mental corruption from demons and have already launched one riot. Now there are still over 10,000 people with extremely high aggression. I have gathered them all together. Since you, Sir Envoy, are here, please issue the order to execute them. The court viscount was stunned. How can I issue such a cruel order? It's not you who issues it, but in the king's name. The king cannot so cruelly kill his own subjects. Hobert nodded as if he understood something. Anyway, those people are entrusted to you. I believe you can handle them properly. The court viscount did not immediately reply but suggested going to see the more than 10,000 people. Hobert then had Seal take the envoy to Eugene territory. The people's worship of the demon statues and the malice expressed in their words and actions left a lasting impression on the envoy. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, the court viscount immediately took his leave. Before leaving, Hobert also asked the court viscount to request money for disaster relief on the Full Moon Lake West Bank, a total of 20,000 gold leathers, and generously offered the viscount a 10% kickback. The court viscount merely gave a simple affirmative, without making any promises, and hastily boarded the ship. He needed to quickly stop the grassroots officials who might have already departed and report the situation here to the king. In the court viscount's view, this place was completely a very costly but worthless area. Most importantly, the king certainly could not bear the infamy of slaughtering over 10,000 people. It could wait a while, until Hobert had finished all these dirty jobs before restoring rule here. This was why Hobert had emphasized responsibility to Conrad and others in their previous conversation. Nowadays, from the royal family to the government, various countries in the North Continent have little sense of responsibility towards their people. On Thursday morning, a light rain from yesterday left a thin mist over the entire wilderness of Eugene territory. Clouds surged and rolled, the mist stirred by the breeze, tumbling through the mountains and fields, drifting over the dewy, neatly arranged withered grass. Angus, with 5 members of the first squad, followed Hobert to this wilderness again. Now a large area of colorful grass in this wilderness had been cleared. This was the result of the past 2 days' work by the more than 10,000 people who would rather die than give up their belief in demons. After these grasses were pulled out, they would be sent uniformly to the Earth Mother Church. At this time, these more than 10,000 people were called up early. They obediently followed the administrator's instructions and came to a cleared hillside. This group of people displayed an astonishing duality. On the one hand, they were hot-tempered and would often fight each other, often to the death. On the other hand, they were very submissive to administrators holding weapons, even just wooden sticks, almost doing whatever they were told. However, the premise was not to touch their statues. In the hazy light, they saw Baron Hobert, his hair damp with mist, quickly walk to the top of the hill. Hobert coldly looked at the indifferent, fierce, or distracted faces on the hillside. He smiled. As you expected, I cannot so easily forgive you, the main participants and planners of this riot. Many people hugged or clutched the statues in their arms or hands. They knew that this oppressive baron would not just have them do hard labor so simply. Prepare to receive your punishment. Hobert smiled, then suddenly lowered his head and assumed a praying posture. The people on the hillside didn't understand what the baron was going to do, and even Angus and others didn't know how Lord was going to punish these people. Suddenly, in the air above Lord Hobert's head, a violent wind abruptly struck, the thin mist was violently torn apart, and a void-like space appeared in midair. Then, a terrifying power descended. Even ordinary people could completely feel the awe-inspiring majesty in the air that dared not be looked at directly. At this moment, many people on the hillside had already knelt down in terror. Angus and the other Beyonders stared blankly at the figure in midair, who seemed to be sitting amidst a cluster of sharp swords. He radiated divine brilliance, as if he could end all chaos, and yet also as if he could bring about complete chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty that made people unconsciously lower their heads and instinctively want to submit. His majesty could be felt throughout a large surrounding area, and within the scope of that majesty, his words seemed to be an unquestionable command. When Angus came back to his senses, he realized that he had unknowingly knelt on the ground. He quickly lowered his head, prostrating himself like the people around him. At this moment, his terror was mixed with some excitement. No wonder Hobert could invite an angel to fight for him. It turns out Christine and his son had pledged allegiance to a deity. This is simply too good. As long as I faithfully serve Hobert, I too will have a chance to make a name for myself. Ordinary people on the hillside could only feel the undeniable sense of majesty from midair, and the fear of knowing someone was in front of them yet being unable to see them. This was the fear of the unknown, the fear of a powerful presence. Such fear is deeply embedded in everyone's genes. In the lives of ancient people, and in the vast universe, there were too many existences so powerful they left people helpless. They left an indelible mark in the hearts of the ancients, which is why people developed fear. This is a stress response. Either feel fear and flee, or feel fear and show one's weakness, praying that the presence will spare them. At this moment, the more than 10,000 people could no longer move their legs. How could they possibly escape? So they were left with only devoutly kneeling on the ground, or collapsing in a heap. The statues in their hands or arms also slipped to the ground. At this moment, these statues seemed so ugly and weak. Evil beliefs will eventually perish. A solemn voice from midair declared, "From today onwards, you shall believe in my name, pray on time, and offer sacrifices regularly. Since you believe in my name, you must practice my deeds. Besides me, you shall have no other gods. You shall not carve idols for yourselves. You shall not misuse my name. You shall work diligently and not be lazy. Honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in this land. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall be honest and upright, and courageous in responsibility. You shall not covet anything that belongs to others." The solemn voice vanished, followed by the disappearance of the surging oppressive feeling. The trembling crowd suddenly seemed to come to their senses, shouting, "Believe in your name. Practice your deeds." The shouts gradually converged, seemingly shaking even the withered grass. A ray of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, dispelling the gloom of this wilderness. The thin sunlight fell on the people, as if dispelling their darker sides, and many felt as if they had been reborn. Hobert saw that their emotions were still prone to fluctuation, and they still showed very obvious expressions of fanaticism, bewilderment, and confusion. However, expressions of joy and excitement also appeared on their faces. The effect of this treatment was quite good. Hobert took off his cloak, revealing a pattern inside consisting of a simplified throne and an abstract symbol representing distortion. Remember the symbol representing the Creator. From today onwards, you shall have only this one belief. The Creator. The Creator. Amidst the cheers of the people, several individuals in the front row, as if holding a sacred artifact, held Hobert's cloak with both hands, then spread it open, displaying it before everyone. Many quickly bit their fingers and drew the abstract symbol on their clothes, lest they forget it. Others took out small knives or similar tools and carved it onto their arms to deepen their memory. This made Hobert's mouth twitch involuntarily. Looking at the fervent expressions of everyone, why did this scene resemble the spread of an evil god's faith? Well, to the righteous churches, it was indeed an evil god's faith. The crowd's fervor lasted for over half an hour, until many faces showed clear signs of fatigue, before the administrators, at Hobert's signal, loudly urged them to work. They were still as docile as before, working diligently in the wilderness, but after these people left the hillside, a large number of demon statues were left behind. Hobert called over the official responsible for guarding these more than 10,000 people. She was a woman nearing 30, looking very steady and with firm eyes. Hobert smiled. "Cunna, right. The lady stood perfectly straight. Yes, Lord. Conrad mentioned you to me, saying that he felt at ease in trusting you with the most arduous task of guarding these madmen. Thank you, Officer Conrad, for the recommendation, and thank you, Lord, for the promotion." Hobert kicked away a demon statue in front of him. "I'm just telling you to do a good job and not let Conrad's recommendation down." Before Cunna could say anything more, Hobert continued, "This batch of manpower must be fully used. After these weeds are cleared, I will send professional engineers to assist your work. You are only responsible for transporting building materials from the East Bank and then constructing a batch of factories here. Once the factories are built, this group of people will be the first batch of volunteer workers here. If anyone's emotions gradually stabilize, ask them if they wish to return home. Those who wish to return home should be handed over to the local government. Those who do not wish to return home should be given some salary and allowed to stay and continue working. The initial salary should not be too high, maintaining 1/3 to 1/4 of that on the opposite bank for a period. If they fully recover, then raise their salary to normal wages. Cunha, like Conrad, had a habit of shorthand and recorded the general meaning of Hobert's words. After Hobert left on horseback with his entourage, Cunha finally came to her senses. The Lord was planning to build an industrial zone in this wilderness. Of course, an industrial zone was to be built. In Hobert's view, this wilderness would not grow anything for a long time, so wasn't it a perfect place to build an industrial zone? There was no need to worry about pollution. In Hobert's eyes, every inch of his territory should have its value. Having controlled the mental pollution problem of over 10,000 people, Hobert was in a good mood and began to plan the future of his new territory. Bridges were definitely to be built. Not only that, Hobert felt as if his inner infrastructure fanatic gene had suddenly awakened, and he also planned to build railways to connect the entire territory. Hobert spent the entire day envisioning the future. In the evening, he had an early dinner, and unusually, put on a hooded cloak, then used travel to return to Eugene territory. However, this time he arrived at the intersection of Eugene territory and Teuton Viscount's territory. The South Colson area was already warm during the day at this time, but it was still a bit cold at night, and some mist rose in the mountains and fields, looking quite magical as it was blown by the wind at night. Hobert waited with his hands behind his back for a short while, then saw a black figure quickly walking towards him. Upon reaching him, the person saluted, "Lord." This person was Dennis's father, the former Knight Grave. "You've worked hard during this time." Hobert took out a pre-prepared potion. "This is the barbarian potion I promised." When he previously gave Elliot the extraordinary characteristic, Hobert deliberately kept one barbarian and one briber extraordinary characteristic. The former was to fulfill Grave's promise, as he had perfectly completed the tasks Hobert had given him recently. Grave did not hesitate, drinking it in one gulp, but because the previous potion had not been digested very well, the process of taking the potion was somewhat dangerous. Fortunately, with Hobert watching over him, Grave pulled through. Hobert deliberately did not expose it. "In your current state, you can at most take the barbarian potion, going higher would be dangerous." Grave sighed emotionally. "Finally, I had such an opportunity, but I didn't expect that alas." Hobert smiled in the darkness. "Your youngest son, Dennis, is very talented. He has now received the opportunity to become a Beander, and his future achievements will surely surpass that of a briber." This was both encouragement and a warning. Grave was slightly stunned at first, then smiled. "The conditions you promised me before, giving them to Dennis is also fine." "That's a different matter," Hobert said. "In the future, Dennis is someone who will leave this big mountain with me." How could a briber potion catch his eye? Grave felt more at ease, meaning Dennis would indeed have a bright future. "Any new news recently?" "I only found out a few days ago that at the beginning of the year, the royal family had given Teuton a Sequence 6 potion, hoping to use him to restrain you, Lord," Grave reported. "Also, the royal family is very well informed. After you drove away the demons, the first batch of investment in Teuton's territory arrived, amounting to 100,000 gold leathers. It is said that another scenic area is to be built on the west bank." "These fools," Hobert said. "One scenic area is just right, building another will just lead to losing money." Hobert mused, "Try to get this project into our hands. Ostensibly, it's for building a scenic area, but secretly, we'll build a special ecological park." He explained the meaning of an ecological park to Grave, then added, "I have consulted the priests of the Earth Mother Church. The soil on the west bank is very suitable for growing vegetables and fruits. That 100,000 gold leathers should be used for this purpose to avoid wasting resources. If there is a need, you can consult the priests of the Earth Mother Church for techniques on growing fruits and vegetables. Yes. Grov realized that the Lord was already preparing to pick the fruit of Teuton territory. Hobert added, try to find a way to tell Teuton to become a judge as much as possible, which will allow him to better master extraordinary abilities. Additionally, I will provide you with a sequence 5 extraordinary characteristic. You find an opportunity to present it to Teuton. Grov's mouth dropped open. Say sequence 5. Yes. Hobert smiled. Let him become a punishment knight. Grov really couldn't understand what Lord Hobert's purpose was. He actually wanted his competitor to become a sequence 5. That was sequence 5, Grov didn't even dare to imagine it. After concluding his meeting with Grov, Hobert used travel to return to Baron Felix's Lord's Manor to rest. Because a riot had just occurred, he planned to stay there for 2 days before returning. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Hobert heard someone praying from Country of Disorder. He sighed and had no choice but to wrap himself in a quilt and enter Country of Disorder. A strange star appeared in the pool in front of the Iron Throne. Hobert was a bit surprised. He hadn't told those madmen the honorable name of the Creator today, so why would a new star appear? Spreading his spirituality, Hobert saw a middle-aged woman dressed as a court lady, continuously chanting his honorable name with a terrified expression. Hobert was slightly stunned. Was this hypnosis, or a psychological suggestion? Carefully observing the style of her attire, Hobert determined it was Ruin court clothing. This made Hobert involuntarily think of George III. Could it be that old man testing me? Or has he noticed my connection with the Country of Disorder? Hobert pondered for a moment and decided to ignore it, but for safety's sake, Hobert brought 1-106, also known as Fabuty's ring, into the real world. After putting on the ring, Hobert did not feel any malice directed at him. Hobert relaxed. Theoretically, even if George III became the Black Emperor, it would be impossible for him to find me so easily. So Hobert entered a state of meditation and quickly fell asleep. While sleeping soundly, Hobert felt a burning pain in his hand. He briefly thought he was dreaming and scratched his hand several times in a semi-conscious state, but it had no effect. Finally, Hobert woke up and found that 1-106 was emitting a scorching sensation. Hobert was stunned for about a second. He suddenly realized, someone is showing strong malice towards me. He then thought of the previous prayer, George III really wants to harm me. This made him immediately want to enter the Country of Disorder and unleash the 100-eyed demon monarch and the Holy Infant King into the real world. Immediately after, Hobert realized that this line of thought seemed wrong. Theoretically, when he killed George III's youngest son during his defection, George III should have been able to pinpoint him most easily. Hobert couldn't understand, how is George III pinpointing me now? Philip I would have an easier time pinpointing me, after all, he still has an order crystal. But I have no connection with George III at all. He also thought, even if George III wanted to harm me, he couldn't come personally, and the royal family's angels couldn't come either. Because this is the Fenaport kingdom. If Ruin's angels entered Fenaport, it would be tantamount to declaring war. Hobert realized, I only need to guard against beyonders of demigod level from Ruin. While thinking, he dressed, prepared all his sealed artifacts and magical items, and maintained a combat-ready state. Sitting in the chair, Hobert mused, the Grade 1 sealed artifacts in my hand can. Just as he thought of this, Hobert's spirituality sensed something, and he saw the space above his bed suddenly become illusory. This illusion was all too familiar to Hobert, it was travel. Hobert suddenly stood up in an attacking posture. Almost simultaneously, a man with large ears, dressed in Ruin-style clothing, and with his face covered, emerged from the illusory space. After the big-eared man arrived in the real world, he immediately leapt down from midair and plunged a sword into the bed. Hobert sighed. Fortunately, I wore 1-106 tonight, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to dodge that sword. He then thought, the assassin must frequently carry out assassinations, which is why this sword thrust, after using travel to appear close to the target, is so practiced. When the big-eared man thrust the sword, he saw that the target was not in the bed. By the time he found Hobert, it was already too late. Chaos. Hobert didn't use the sealed artifact's ability, but instead used his most skilled, chaos. The big-eared man immediately fell into a state of chaos. What did I just stab? Did I hit the target? But why does the target look like a pillow? Is my assassination target this time a pillow? By the time he came to his senses, Hobert had already stabbed him in the chest with a knife. Hobert currently had 2 grade 1 sealed artifacts on him, 1 to 104, and 1 to 106. He felt this was the limit of grade 1 sealed artifacts he could carry. However, neither of these grade 1 sealed artifacts had the ability to directly inflict heavy damage on an enemy. 1 to 106 could summon a magma pool over 10 meters wide, but Dennis, Conrad, and others lived next door, or the next door over. A sudden magma pool would burn them all to death. So Hobert chose the safest, physical attack. After being injured, the big-eared man retreated while raising his left hand, revealing the black glove on it. Imprisonment. At this moment, the opponent's figure seemed to become incredibly tall, exuding a majestic aura that made one dare not look directly at him. Seeing this black glove, Hobert suddenly recalled his previous experience in Backland. At that time, he had just arrived in Fenaport and suddenly thought of ambushing some Tamara family members, so he went to Backland and caused havoc. At that time, he had encountered a big-eared opponent wearing black gloves. Without time to think too much, Hobert immediately poured his spirituality into 1 to 104, amplify. He remembered that the opponent's glove was a grade 1 sealed artifact, so he amplified, imprison Hobert, into, imprison all living creatures in the room. As a result, Hobert and the enemy were simultaneously enveloped in a thin, amber-like membrane, standing still, unable to move. The big-eared man, who was Bennett, an outstanding member of the Tamara family, obviously hadn't expected that one day he would be imprisoned by his own imprisonment. He also hadn't expected Hobert to also have a grade 1 sealed artifact. So the life and death battle scene just now suddenly changed tone, with one being imprisoned on the bed and the other imprisoned in front of the bed. Hobert asked, knowing the answer, "Who are you?" In his mind, however, he was already thinking, has the Tamara family discovered the old incident of my massacre in Backland? The one who will take your life. Bennett said coldly, death. Hobert immediately countered, chaos. Theoretically, death is unavoidable, but that's only theoretically. The lawyer pathway is specifically for exploiting loopholes in rules. Moreover, the chaos Hobert used was chaos used with 1 to 104, which could cause chaos in the distance between Bennett and Hobert, while also throwing Bennett's intentions into chaos. The result was that Bennett's swinging fist grazed Hobert's nose. It clearly didn't hit, but Bennett felt like it did. So Bennett, while swinging his fist, he temporarily stripped Hobert of the right to use grade 1 sealed artifacts. But in that instant, Hobert also had a corresponding counter, use. Because Bennett had not specified the exact duration of the stripping effect, Hobert used the rules and loopholes to end the stripping effect early. So Hobert's right to use grade 1 sealed artifacts was stripped for 1 second, then the stripping state ended, and Hobert could use grade 1 sealed artifacts again. The two people in the room, one standing on the bed and one on the floor, exchanged glances. They both felt that the extraordinary abilities of the arbitrator pathway and the lawyer pathway, when used together, were like child's play. One strives to establish rules, and the other strives to find loopholes favorable to himself within those rules, causing the rules to collapse. In the end, it seemed to produce a 1 + -1 effect. Seeing that his surprise attack did not achieve the desired effect, Bennett guarded against Hobert while preparing to use travel to leave. Hobert had no intention of stopping him, only summoning the underworld gate before the other party left. Instantly, the entire room became eerie and cold. Two bronze doors with intricate patterns suddenly appeared, and from the cracks in the doors, pale hands stretched out, and unnameable eyes peered out, sending shivers down one's spine. At the same time, the cracks in the door created a huge suction, as if it could pull a person's soul into the bronze doors. The moment the underworld gate appeared, Bennett felt a chill throughout his body, especially in the wound where he had just been stabbed by the black knife. It was bone-chillingly cold. At the same time, the space in front of Bennett became illusory, and he immediately stepped into the spirit world. Watching Bennett leave, Hobert stopped the summoning of the underworld gate, but the entire room remained bone-chillingly cold. Hobert reflexively rubbed his hands, immediately entered the country of disorder to retrieve the Faceless Man necklace, grasped the necklace in his right hand and the black knife in his left, and silently recited in his mind, "The person stabbed by this knife." After reciting it 7 times, Hobert used meditation to enter a semi-conscious state. He saw a scene. Bennett, whose face was unclear, was in a ruin-style living room. A young woman, presumably his companion, was cleaning his wound. The area around the wound was the clearest, the skin was already frozen black and purple, and some black blood was oozing out. Other parts of the scene were very blurry, but Hobert could roughly make out 1 or 2 other people nearby. The state of dream divination disappeared, and Hobert was thoughtful. The image was not very clear, possibly because of the opponent's grade 1 sealed artifact. Fortunately, the sealed artifact's holder was a sequence 5. If it were a demigod, he might only get a blurry image where the person's features were completely indistinguishable. Hobert then thought, the opponent's injuries have already begun to manifest, but if his injuries become too severe, there's a good chance his elders or superiors will come to help him solve the problem. So Hobert divined again, it would be very dangerous if I pursued the assassin just now. After reciting it 7 times, Hobert received a revelation that there would be danger, but not great danger. Hobert immediately made a decision, then I'll go. Perhaps I can find more clues about the Tamara family. So he immediately set up an altar and used a bestowal ritual to bring the light priest ring and the ocean pendant into the real world. After making ample preparations, Hobert used the Faceless Man necklace for navigation and travel to enter the spirit world. The moment he entered the spirit world, Hobert thought, if he can go, I can go too. He plunged into the spirit world, and after traveling for about 10 seconds, Hobert's spirituality told him that the living room he had just seen was ahead. He drew his knife and abruptly left the spirit world, underworld gate. In the living room, Bennett, who was just about to summon his teacher's messenger, suddenly narrowed his eyes, enemy attack. As he put on his overcoat, Hobert, wearing a black crystal mask, stepped out of the spirit world. Suddenly, the entire living room became extremely cold and terrifying. The bronze door with intricate patterns reappeared. Bennett fumbled to dodge Hobert's black blade. The appearance of the bronze door made his wounds excruciatingly painful, and he didn't even have the strength to hold his sword. The suction from the bronze door reappeared, as if draining Bennett's strength and warmth. Bennett struggled to raise his hand and pointed at Hobert, exile. Hobert, in turn, aimed his ring at Bennett, trade. Even without using the ring's ability, he could feel Bennett's desire for him to leave. So, after the immense push of exile appeared, Hobert performed a flash. In this way, Hobert fulfilled Bennett's desire to exile him. As a trade, Hobert avoided the fate of being exile. A man who had just rushed into the living room was immediately pushed out by exile from the living room, out of the entire townhouse. When he regained his senses, he found that he had been pushed out of the real world. He did not possess a sealed artifact with the travel ability like Bennett. With his strength, he might be permanently exiled outside the real world until the end of his life. Back in the living room, Hobert couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, one cannot make a trade with devils. In Hobert's impression, devils always use their cunning and trickery, using people's desires to complete trades, and they always complete the trade process in an unacceptable manner. The moment the trade is completed, people realize that their souls have unknowingly been sold to demons. This ability is actually more useful in daily life, and it can play a greater role after the target agrees to the trade. At this moment, Hobert had been pushed away a certain distance by exile. He simply abandoned Bennett as a target for now and aimed at the living room door, Divine Light. 3 Tamara family members, hearing Bennett's voice, had just come in to provide support. The doorway was a bit crowded at this time, and as a result, the first 2 people were hit head-on by Divine Light. Although they also used their respective abilities to block the huge pillar of light, their clothes were still ignited. After being purified by Divine Light, they remained in a very dazed state for the next 3 or 4 seconds, only instinctively dodging enemy attacks. Hobert didn't continue to pay attention to the direction of the door. He used Flash to reappear in front of Bennett, lightning strike. Bennett, who was already breaking out in a cold sweat and growing weaker, had just stripping some of the abilities of the underworld gate. After the lightning appeared above his head, he immediately imprisonment the lightning. Because of the sealed artifact on his hand, his imprisonment effect was very good. Only a very small part of the lightning fell on him, causing only a very brief numbing effect. The space in front of Bennett became illusory again. He was preparing to travel to find his teacher. Hobert quickly distortion the opponent's thought of escape immediately now into the thought of escape immediately now with all subordinates. At this time, Bennett's condition was already very bad, and he was almost unresistingly affected by Hobert's distortion, running towards his subordinates. Thus, the illusory space became normal. Hobert pursued closely, ending the summoning of the underworld gate. Bennett's subordinates were relatively elite. The first to arrive were 2 Sequence 6 and 1 Sequence 7. After being met with Hobert's heavy blow, they did not continue to attack Hobert again, but instead jointly knocked down a wall, making it easier for those behind to provide support and for them to escape. Because their captain, Bennett, had the travel ability, they didn't consider an escape route for him at all. The second batch of subordinates who came to support were another Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7. They were also a bit surprised when they saw their captain running towards them. But they still very skillfully used whip and bribe on Hobert. Hobert, who was pursuing, felt that it was almost ready and stretched out his hand forward, explode. Just as he expected, he felt his spirituality rush towards 1 to 106, like a dam opening its gates to release a flood. Then, in front of him, a magma pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared, encompassing Bennett and his 5 subordinates. To the 6 of them's astonished faces, they missed their footing and fell downwards. The walls of the townhouse also collapsed, beginning to fall into the magma. After the bricks, stones, and wooden structures fell in, they either sank quickly or burned and sank slowly. Bennett seemed to suddenly come to his senses. The space in front of him became illusory again, preparing to escape. Hobert, who was being whipped by an illusory whip, had ample time to react. Chaos. Bennett, in his poor state, was once again affected by chaos. He felt that the warm magma below was quite nice, just enough to dispel the chill from his body. However, his survival instinct still made him imprisonment himself, allowing a layer of amber-like film to wrap around his entire body, thereby avoiding the fate of being burned by the magma. The others all fell into the magma, their feet and calves immediately catching fire and severely scalding, letting out painful wails. Only 2 Sequence 6 reacted quickly. Amber-colored film immediately appeared under the feet of 1 Sequence 6, this was clearly a judge. He imprisonment a portion of the magma, using the imprisonment film as leverage to leap out of the magma pool. Unfortunately, Hobert, who was still being whipped, had already noticed his actions. He quickly rushed over and kicked the judge back into the magma pool. The judge fell completely into the magma and was quickly swallowed by it amidst his shrill screams. Another Sequence 6 was a corrupted baron. He distortion the thoughts of a nearby Sequence 7, making that Sequence 7 punch him hard. At the same time, he pushed with both hands, using the force of his companion's punch to somewhat awkwardly roll out of the magma pit. And that sequence 7 was completely pushed down by him, his entire body quickly swallowed by the magma. At this time, the invisible whip on Hobert had ended. Even with his sequence 5 physique, he was still whipped until his skin was torn and flesh exposed. Hobert endured the pain from his back and said to the corrupted Baron who had rolled onto the ground, "Lightning strike." This corrupted Baron did not have a sealed artifact like Bennett. Although he, distortion, the lightning strike, a bit, most of the lightning strike fell on him. Lightning, as thick as a finger, sparked and jumped around him. While being injured by the lightning, he fell into a brief state of paralysis. Hobert, flash, ed over and killed this corrupted Baron with a single strike. At this moment, Bennett regained his senses again, and the space in front of him once again became illusory. Amplify. Hobert, seizing the opportunity, raised the scepter in his hand and amplified Bennett's injuries. His timing was just right. The injuries caused by the black blade were already becoming more severe at a crucial moment, and they were immediately amplified, causing Bennett to stiffen and tremble all over. The process of entering the spirit world was like slow motion. Hobert smiled slightly, just about to use chaos again, but saw a bundle of firewood flying towards Bennett, with the momentum to smash him into the spirit world. Distortion. Hobert quickly distortioned the direction of the firewood, causing it to fall into the magma. Hobert rushed into the magma pool while looking in the direction the firewood came from. It turned out to be Bennett's last two subordinates. Earlier, Bennett said he was cold, and they had just gone out to get some firewood. How did the original living room turn into a magma pit? Hobert was wearing 1:106 on his hand, and the magma merely lapped at him like warm water. Bennett felt a huge threat, but his body became increasingly stiff. His previous movements to enter the spirit world were now extremely difficult. The entrance to the spirit world was right in front of him, but he still couldn't take that step. At this point, the difference between a magical item and one's own ability became apparent. If he were a traveler, he could have actively merged into the spirit world and escaped. Beyonders of other sequences, when using a magical item with travel, must actively take a step to enter the spirit world. Hobert, having relevant experience, knew this, which is why he was able to stop Bennett's escape at crucial moments every time. At this moment, Hobert suddenly rushed over, knocking Bennett away from the spirit world entrance, once again interrupting Bennett's travel. Just as Bennett was about to fall into the magma, a dawn-like glow suddenly appeared on his body. This indicated he had entered the punishment state. That layer of dawn-like light protected him from being burned by the magma. However, the punishment state couldn't last for long, and Bennett was convulsing all over at this point, almost unable to use any active abilities. Hobert walked over as if wading through water and directly ran a blade through Bennett's head. Although the punishment state would increase Bennett's defense, it did not have the effect of dawn armor. Bennett kicked his legs straight, but he still wasn't dead. The dawn light around him quickly dimmed, as if representing his life rapidly draining away. Bennett's last two subordinates, seeing this situation, immediately stopped their rescue efforts and turned to flee. Corrosion. Hobert used his area of effect skill. The two Sequence 8 were immediately affected by corrosion. One went to the safe, wanting to take all the valuables with him when he left, and the other ran towards the corrupted Baron who had been struck by lightning, hoping to retrieve his extraordinary characteristic. Hobert turned back and stabbed Bennett in the heart. This punishment knight groaned in pain a few times and finally died in the magma pool. Hobert jumped out of the magma pool and successively dealt with the two Sequence 8. The others had either sunk into the magma or been burned to death. Bennett, who was about to sink into the magma pool, suddenly moved again, splashing through the magma like he was swimming. When he finally crawled onto the bank of the magma pool, his entire body was charred. After getting ashore, Bennett, still with flames on him, lay motionless on the ground. It was Hobert, controlling Bennett's corpse with the psychic wine glass, who had made him crawl up. Hobert first took off the black gloves from Bennett's hand, then found a necklace embedded with beautiful gems around his neck. These two items showed no deformation in the scorching magma, so they must have been the sealed artifact on Bennett's body. Then Hobert used the psychic wine glass to accelerate the process of the surrounding corpses condensing extraordinary characteristic. When the extraordinary characteristic from the corpses in the magma pool floated out, Hobert collected them one by one, and also obtained a sealed artifact. Tonight was a great harvest. 8 extraordinary characteristic, 3 sealed artifact, and one of them was a level 1 sealed artifact. Bennett's team was clearly more elite than the team killed earlier on Rose Street. Hobert guessed that they might all be direct descendants of the family, but Bennett's team was of a higher level. Coming to Bennett's corpse, Hobert began to commune. After entering the hazy spiritual space, Hobert's first question was, "Why did you try to assassinate me?" After asking 7 times, amidst the swirling gray mist, Hobert saw Bennett reading a newspaper. When he saw the bounty of £10,000 for Hobert, he smiled, cut out the report, and tucked it into a book beside him. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't aware of his true identity, he was simply trying to assassinate him for the bounty. Then Hobert thought, then my counter kill this time is tantamount to a confession, and it will be very easy for the Tamara family to link assassinating Hobert with the annihilation of this team. Or should I leave a message on the wall to divert their attention? But what should I leave? If I can't divert their attention, it will just be another instance of no silver 300 taels here, a clumsy attempt to cover up something obvious. Hobert temporarily put aside this question and asked again, did you ask your elders or superiors for help? After silently reciting 7 times, Hobert saw Bennett writing a letter to his teacher. Fortunately, it hadn't been sent yet. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't procrastinate when making his decision. If he had been a step late, he might have run into the other party's teacher. Then Hobert asked the third question, does your teacher know about your assassination attempt on me? As the gray mist swirled, Hobert again saw Bennett writing a letter to his teacher, but it was only inquiring about Hobert's recent intelligence and revealing his intention to earn the bounty. Hobert took a deep breath. In other words, he probably knew about his intention to assassinate me, but not the details. Hobert did not continue to ask about the Tamara family's hiding place. Instead, he cautiously withdrew from the communion, found the distress letter and burned it, and threw all the bodies into the magma, pondering how to deal with the aftermath. At this moment, he glanced at the courtyard that had collapsed into a magma pool and suddenly felt that he didn't need to do anything, because even if he left any clues to attract the other party's attention, they would first be taken away by the official Beyonders. Unless the Tamara family arrived before the official Beyonders, which was clearly unlikely. The people around should have already called the police, and the patrol officers would soon discover this magma pool and quickly report it to the official Beyonders. But Hobert was still a little uneasy, so he jumped onto the roof, found the location of the church, and used travel to go and see. It was a storm church. Hobert cleared his throat and took a deep breath. Punishers are a bunch of good-for-nothings, a bunch of cowards, a bunch of... Oh. Lightning strike, interrupted Hobert's insults. Hobert quickly ran towards the scene of the incident, with the cursing punishers hot on his heels, surprisingly arriving at the scene before the patrol officers. Returning to Fenaport Kingdom, on the Full Moon Lake West Bank, Hobert sacrificed the gains from this operation to the country of disorder. He eagerly went to examine the black glove first. Using the authority of the country of disorder, he discovered the glove's unique characteristic. The extraordinary characteristic forming this glove had undergone extreme distortion. Within the glove, the extraordinary characteristic of a law enforcer was not entirely complete. It was actually twisted together with an extraordinary characteristic of a chaos mentor, forming a very strange sealed artifact. Or rather, the extraordinary characteristic of the chaos mentor had continuously provided the distortion power to the extraordinary characteristic of the law enforcer, allowing this sealed artifact to reach a mysterious balance. Additionally, a portion of the spirit body and mental imprint of the law enforcer who provided the extraordinary characteristic for this sealed artifact still remained within the extraordinary characteristic. Therefore, the glove's ability is, within a specified time, the holder can command the mental residue within the sealed artifact and use all the abilities of a law enforcer. The usage time and intervals are: use for 3 minutes, rest for 2 minutes, then use for another 2 minutes, but rest for 3 minutes, then use for 1 more minute, after which a rest of at least 3 hours is required before further use. If the use process is ended prematurely, 2 hours of rest are needed to reset the timer. If used again during these 2 hours, the previous timer continues. Relatively speaking, the negative effects are not very significant. Each time this sealed artifact is used, the holder will fall into a state of chaos at least 3 times over the next day. The holder needs a strong will to constantly fight against the spirit body within the extraordinary characteristic. If there is any slack, they will be influenced by the other party, and even the holder's spirit body may suffer irreversible damage. Hobert exclaimed, "A very good grade 1 sealed artifact, 1 to 107. That will be your name from now on." As for the other 2 sealed artifacts, they were both grade 2. The necklace on Bennett was precisely the sealed artifact that gave him the ability of travel. This sealed artifact only possessed the abilities of travel and open door, but its negative effects were greater than the traveler's blade Hobert held. The holder easily gets lost when entering the spirit world and always arrives later 1 step behind at critical moments. This negative effect might not seem to cause much harm, but in fact, it can be very dangerous at times, like the cry for help from that fellow Bennett, which was only 1 step too late. The remaining sealed artifact possessed some abilities of a corrupted baron. Hobert habitually sealed them and placed them with the grade 2 sealed artifacts. Finally, it was time for the most exciting part, examining the extraordinary characteristics. This time, he obtained a total of 8 extraordinary characteristics, all from sequences that Hobert currently had a high demand for. Hobert had already thought of 2 uses for the Punishment Knight's extraordinary characteristic. Additionally, there were 4 extraordinary characteristics at sequence 6 level, 2 corrupted barons, 1 judge, and 1 recorder. There were 2 extraordinary characteristics at sequence 7 level, 1 briber and 1 inquisitor. There were 2 extraordinary characteristics at sequence 8 level, 1 barbarian and 1 magician. For Hobert, there was no limit to how many extraordinary characteristics of the lawyer pathway he could use. Each one used would strengthen the Bach family by a degree. Hobert's foundation on the South Continent would deepen by a degree. The extraordinary characteristics of the other 2 pathways were needed for the advancement of members in the first and second teams. After putting away the spoils of this battle, Hobert returned to the real world to rest. To prevent another assassination like Bennett's, and to avoid being targeted by the Tamara family, Hobert simply kept 1 to 106 with him at all times. While lying down to rest, Hobert savored the malice perception ability. Although this ability provided a good sense of security, it could easily make one paranoid. Just like before Bennett appeared, Hobert always thought George III was targeting him, to the point where he even considered fleeing under the cover of night. So, malice perception couldn't distinguish the source of the malice, only the approximate level of danger. Lost in thought, Hobert fell into a deep sleep. The previous burst had consumed a lot of his spirituality. Over the next few days, Hobert remained on the West Bank, overseeing the conversion of beliefs among the people in the wilderness and setting harvest targets for various villages and towns. Hobert felt that his potion had been digested considerably, off and on. So Hobert turned his attention to the East Bank. If he continued to change the original ruling methods like this, causing drastic changes in the lives of the people, he estimated that he wouldn't even need to unify the South Colson region to completely digest the potion. This made Hobert exclaim, "The digestion of the Black Emperor pathway potion is indeed inseparable from rule." During this period, Hobert also completed the transaction of the Atlanta flower with the hermit Catalya. After drying it according to the method Catalya provided, he would obtain the required powder. Then, the auxiliary materials for the Fallen Earl potion would only be the six-legged sprite's brain marrow, and a bottle of 10-year-old aged wine. On Sunday evening, Hobert went to Backland again and completed the transaction with Miss Sharon. When he saw the 150,000 gold pounds in cash, Hobert realized that the Temperance faction's economic power was truly strong. Through this transaction, the two established initial mutual trust, providing excellent conditions for future dealings. After receiving 150,000 gold pounds, Hobert felt an unprecedented sense of wealth, but then he thought about needing to build industrial zones, bridges, and railways, which made Hobert exclaim, operating an entire territory alone is truly expensive. But since he had the conditions, he was very willing to invest alone. Firstly, this wouldn't put him under anyone's control, and it must be said that it was a very good way to launder money. Now the territory was already starting to generate considerable income. In the future, once the territory was fully developed, it would have long-term income, and these funds would eventually be earned back many times over. After sacrificing the 150,000 gold pounds to the country of disorder, Hobert smiled even in his dreams. In a blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Hobert used the excuse of an afternoon nap to ensure no one disturbed him. Having missed the tarot club last week, he felt a tiny bit of excitement about attending again. At exactly 3 o'clock, Hobert's vision was covered by gray fog, and he arrived once again in the familiar giant court. When everyone saw the Emperor again, the fool Klein, who knew the inside story, naturally didn't pay much attention. The hanged man Alger also didn't take it too seriously, he knew the Emperor wouldn't have any accidents. Justice Audrey, who also knew the inside story, merely smiled during the greeting, "Welcome back, Mr. Emperor." The son Derek had encountered new troubles this time, and he also really wanted to ask Mr. Emperor why he hadn't attended last week, but now was not the time to discuss that question, so he could only ask when an opportunity arose. Magician Furs seemed to suddenly breathe a sigh of relief. She felt that the reason for this sigh might be that she could finally trade for high-level intelligence again. The Moon Emlyn smiled slightly. Soon, he could finally discuss Fourth Epic history with Mr. Emperor, which would surely make everyone realize the erudition of the blood race. The hermit Catalya scrutinized the Emperor. She was very curious about the Emperor's absence last week, but she felt that she wasn't very familiar with the Emperor and it would be awkward to ask too directly. After Audrey finished her greetings, this tarot club officially began. First, as usual, was the sacrifice of the diary and Mr. Fool's reading time. A few minutes later, Mr. Fool said, "You may begin." This time, the son Derek had encountered new problems. He spoke before everyone else. "Elder Lovia has been released. I met her in the library." The few members who knew who Little Son was referring to were stunned. Her exploration team had gone out of control, and she herself must have had problems. How could the six-man council of Silver City have released her? The newly joined Catalya didn't know what they were talking about, but she didn't ask, simply listening quietly. After saying this, Derek instinctively looked at the hanged man beside him. Alger thought for a moment and retorted, "During the last gathering, you said that Silver City's chief conducted an initial exploration of the giant court. Before releasing Elder Lovia, had your chief already returned to Silver City?" Audrey's expression remained unchanged, but she thought to herself, why is Mr. Hanged Man suddenly asking about this? Oh right, to release such an important figure, the other members of the six-man council wouldn't possibly do so without waiting for the chief to return. So, is Lovia's release related to the chief's exploration results? Ah, why didn't I think of that just now? Derek was quite surprised by Mr. Hanged Man's accurate guess. Yes, just a short while ago. At this moment, Furs, who had been listening quietly, combined the information she had previously learned and suddenly had an idea. "Mr. Sun, could it be this situation? Your chief took the exploration team and that little boy Jack to search for the path that leads to the outside world, but found that they had to rely on the power of the true creator." Heh, this isn't a lie I've fabricated, but a deduction based on facts. That little boy Jack's father belonged to the Aurora Order, and they pursued the true Creator's sanctuary to your location. Therefore, for the sake of the entire Silver City, after your chief returned, he decided to release Shepherd Levia. If that's truly the case, Mr. Sun will be in great danger next, Audrey said worriedly. Hobert, however, smiled and said, no, on the contrary, I think he will be safer. Even if he shows some obviously suspicious areas, the chief will turn a blind eye, and the more suspicious the Sun is, the more at ease the chief will be. Audrey was stunned and looked at the Emperor along with Furs. Derek simply asked, why? Klein had already understood. It's simple, for balance. It was the Hanged Man, Alger, who answered the Sun's question. My guess is the same as Mr. Emperor's. Any intelligent creature with eyes and a brain can sense the danger of the true Creator. Your chief would never put all his chips on him. He would inevitably seek a power that could counterbalance the true Creator. And by exposing their conspiracy, you, who have been possessed by Aemon the Blasphemer, might represent another possibility. That's why, Emperor, said that the more suspicious you appear, the more at ease your chief will feel. Furthermore, the more Levia and the others want to harm you, the more the chief and other elders will protect you. Furs was a little stunned by this. Is this actually a good thing? Audrey, on the other hand, felt a little downcast. What Mr. Hanged Man said makes a lot of sense. I still have a considerable gap compared to them when it comes to analyzing situations and circumstances. After thanking Mr. Hanged Man, the Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tone noticeably lighter as he asked, Mr. Emperor, why didn't you attend the last gathering? Did something urgent come up? Yes, I couldn't attend the gathering at that time. Hobert answered the question vaguely, then continued, if that's the case, we can proceed with a second transaction. I still have an extraordinary weapon. Actually, he had two, but he didn't plan to sell the dagger for now. The reason he intended to initiate a new transaction was that the auction house had already sold 6 extraordinary materials through daily transactions over the past half-month. Hobert's previous weapon for materials trading model had already taken shape, and the current monthly output of extraordinary weapons was 3 to 4. This output made it impossible to turn all extraordinary materials into extraordinary weapons, so if there was an opportunity to sell them, Hobert would not hesitate to monetize them. After all, an extraordinary characteristic at Sequence 8 could sell for around 400 gold leathers, and the revenue from 6 extraordinary materials was enough to pay the workers once. At the same time, the gatherings Hobert held after the auctions had also largely taken shape, attracting some extraordinary forces like April, or Wild Beyonders. They would sell some extraordinary items and also purchase some. Hobert had all the information about their buying and selling, allowing him to acquire items others needed and then sell them to those who required them, after adding a certain markup. Hobert delegated all of this information processing to Furs, while he himself only appeared at and presided over the extraordinary gatherings after the auctions. What Hobert wanted to sell Derek was the extraordinary weapon made from one of the main materials of the Beast Tamer. He introduced, this weapon has 2 abilities. The first is that it's sharper when cutting into enemy flesh, and there's a very small chance that even without directly wounding the enemy, it can still cause considerable damage. The second ability is that when facing non-human opponents like beasts or monsters, the wielder can exude a certain aura that frightens them, and there's a small chance that the beasts or monsters will give up resistance. Derek's eyes lit up. This weapon was very suitable for confronting monsters. Hobert then added, I need to explain here that the probability issue with extraordinary weapons is very difficult to control. It's not to say that the ability will definitely be obtained on the 99th swing after swinging it 98 times. It's possible that the probabilistic ability could be used on the second swing, or it could be triggered on any subsequent swing, so there's no way to make probabilistic abilities controllable through prior preparation. Additionally, these abilities are at the low sequence level and will be very effective against low sequence targets and monsters. When encountering middle sequence enemies, they also have good effects, but beyonders at the middle sequence level generally have corresponding means to evade such attacks. The son said, "Mr. Emperor, I know all this." Hobert smiled, I'm just explaining, lest there's anything you don't understand. Actually, he was speaking for the other members. The extraordinary weapons in his hands certainly couldn't only be auctioned off at auction houses, as that would affect the scarcity of the goods. So the Tarot Club was another excellent dumping ground, as members each had their own circles. After finalizing this transaction, Hobert added, "I need the brain marrow of a six-legged sprite." "Hermit," Catalia said, "I asked the previous seller for you. He sold all the brain marrow he had to one person." Hobert let out a disappointed, "Oh," not expecting this auxiliary material to be so difficult to find. No one else had found any relevant clues for Emperor. After this transaction fell through, Alger continued, "I need the Ocean Songster potion formula." He had accumulated a good amount of money and believed he should have sufficient financial resources to buy a potion formula of this level. Catalia was a little surprised. The Hanged Man is indeed a wind blessed. Isn't he a member of the Storm Church? Why is he seeking the Ocean Songster potion formula outside? The difficulty of obtaining the formula from within the church is much lower than this. Does he have a secret he wants to hide from the church? Or was he just pretending to be a member of the Storm Church before? She said, "I can help you keep an eye out." Seeing Catalia respond, Alger took the opportunity to ask, "The Hermit, what kind of compensation do you need? I can gather clues in advance." Hermit, Catalia immediately realized that this was the Hanged Man's probe. Having a demand could expose many clues about her. So she said, "I need a demigod-level magical item, one with relatively acceptable negative side effects." Alger understood that the Hermit was responding to his probe with sarcasm, but he didn't smash the table in front of him like most of his colleagues. Instead, he took a breath and said, "I will keep an eye out. But the Hermit, you should know very well that even effective clues for such items might be worth the Ocean Songster potion formula." This made Catalia question her previous judgment. He's very deep, not easily angered. This isn't quite like the style of the Storm Church. Was my first observation wrong? Hobert, at the side, smiled, not expecting that even in the third week, the two old foxes' probing was still ongoing. "Mr. Hanged Man, I will also help you keep an eye out. What I want is much simpler, gold pounds." Alger smiled slightly, showing enough goodwill. "Thank you. If you find out about the potion formula for me, name your price." "All right." Hobert then said to Catalia, "The Hermit, although I don't have a sequence 1 sealed artifact. To be precise, he didn't have too many. Currently, he only had 7, he. Hobert laughed unkindly in his heart. He continued, "But I know clues for 2 or 3 such sealed artifacts. If you need them, I can help you inquire." Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, glanced at the sea god scepter in the corner. 2 or 3. The creator is very rich. Ahem, or rather, the fool is too poor. Audrey observed the body language of the 3 and suddenly understood something. This is the first time I've seen this method used to ease the atmosphere. The other members were still a bit confused, not quite understanding the mutual probing between the Hermit and the Hanged Man just now. Catalia was slightly stunned after hearing Emperor's words before saying, "It's best to have an extremely strong offensive effect, the kind that can quickly eliminate enemies." Hobert nodded and promised again, "I can help you inquire." He thought for a moment. 1 to 101, and 1 to 105, both fit Catalia's needs quite well, but their negative effects were significant and would require resealing before they could be used. The probing ended here, and the moon, Emlyn cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Emperor, last week I learned through reading some vampire material." Hobert had already highlighted the key point in his mind, through reading some vampire material. It turns out that the Terenzost Empire was the most powerful at that time. Emlyn smiled. Not only was its national power the strongest, but the key was that the Night Emperor also had a beautiful and dignified empress. That's right, that was our vampire, goddess of beauty, Lady Aelernia. Furthermore, the royal and imperial families of the 4 countries in the North Continent are all great nobles of Trensust. It was with so many powerful helpers that the Night Emperor achieved victory in the early stages of the 4 Emperors' War, wasn't it? Emlyn indeed felt everyone's gaze. He knew that the information he was sharing must be unknown to everyone. This made him unconsciously lift his chin. You're right, Hobert smiled, but there's an even more important reason why the Night Emperor was able to achieve early victory. Audrey clenched her fist and said directly, Mr. Emperor, I want to trade information about the Terenzost Empire with you. Hobert smiled, no problem. I've already quoted a price before, and I can give you a 1,000 gold pounds discount, which counts as the consultation fee I owed you previously. Last week, Audrey provided him with a good idea that made the minds of over 10,000 lunatics controllable, which was certainly worth the price. Audrey smiled, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Emperor. Aside from Mr. Emperor's discount, I am willing to pay an additional 1,000 gold pounds for this. Who would like to join the transaction? Emlyn opened his mouth. We haven't finished discussing yet. I also know. Well, I also really want to know the other reason why the Night Emperor achieved early victory. He readily said, I'm willing to pay 500 gold pounds to join. This was not the first crowdfunding, and the other members were already very familiar with the procedures. In just a few words, everyone had completed the crowdfunding. Audrey contributed £2,000, with £1,000 offset by previous consultation fees. The other members, Alger, Furs, Emlyn, Catalia, and The World, each contributed £500, while Derek still provided 2 extraordinary characteristics. Alger and Catalia were both very curious, what did the Emperor's consultation fee refer to? But now was not the time to consider that. After the crowdfunding was completed, the Emperor immediately began to speak. I believe everyone should still remember the United Empire period I mentioned before. For the Night Emperor, that was also a very crucial period. Here, I want to first discuss the issue I just had with Mr. Moon. The great nobles of the Terenzost Empire did play a role in the 4 Emperors' War, but the support of the 6 gods was key to the Night Emperor's early victories. Of course, everyone knew which 6 gods were being referred to here. Klein, behind the grey fog, thought. Rosal also received similar information. Alger leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed. I previously wondered what role the gods played in the 4 Emperors' War. Now it's clear, they supported the Night Emperor. With the support of the 6 gods, how could the Black Emperor and Blood Emperor be opponents of the Night Emperor? Catalia pinched her chin. I had a similar guess before, that the 4 Emperors' War also involved a game between gods, but I never expected that the 6 gods would choose to stand behind one emperor. Audrey suddenly realized, when I previously traded information about the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire, I actually overlooked the choice of the 6 gods. Based on their previous experience of jointly dealing with the Black Emperor and True Creator, they would definitely realign themselves, but why would they uniformly support the Night Emperor? The other few also had similar questions, and Furs simply asked, Mr. Emperor, when you spoke about the Solomon Empire before, you also said that it's difficult for the 6 gods to form a unified front. Why did they choose to support the Night Emperor together this time? The answer to this question is purely my personal speculation. If anyone obtains other relevant information, you are welcome to discuss it with me. Hobert smiled. When I was learning about the Night Emperor's history, I noticed a problem. Before the United Empire, the 6 gods orchestrated Solomon's first downfall. So, can it be logically assumed that the sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway was in the hands of the 6 gods? But why later, did they prefer to let the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness and another sequence 1 return to Solomon, rather than letting Trensust, whom they supported, become the new Black Emperor? Instead, with their help, Trensust became a judge of an adjacent sequence. Klein, who had the most comprehensive information, was slightly stunned. That's right, if the six gods all supported Trentsust, it would seem simpler for him to become a true god of the Black Emperor pathway. I didn't notice this point before. The other members also had similar thoughts. Only Catalya recalled a key piece of information. I remember the Queen once said that after a new Black Emperor appeared, the original Black Emperor would be completely dead. If the six gods had allowed Trentsust to become the Black Emperor, they could have also caused Solomon to completely perish, but why didn't they do so? With questions in their hearts, everyone looked more attentively at the Emperor. I have two conjectures regarding this. The first conjecture is that the timing was not right, and the second conjecture is that the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway was not with the six gods at all. Hobert slowly explained his thoughts. First, regarding the first conjecture, as far as I know, becoming a Black Emperor requires a large amount of abstract interaction. Hobert deliberately did not explain this aspect too clearly. In fact, the interaction he referred to was about linking one's name with the title of emperor, making it common knowledge among the populace, and establishing a tight, complex, but abnormal set of rules, including architectural styles. Achieving these 2 points requires sufficient opportunity and planning, which can be both difficult and simple. For a transmigrator like Hobert, establishing a tight, complex, but abnormal set of rules was not too difficult. Just like the Ming-style decoration he used before, if he had his own country, by using an unscrupulous tactic similar to lose your hair, lose your head, he could change the architectural style of the entire country in 2 or 3 years. However, for Trentsust, this should have been relatively difficult, as it would be hard to establish a completely new cultural system. As for the people associating Trentsust with the emperor, that would have been relatively simpler for Trentsust. After all, he was a great noble long ago and one of the emperors of the United Empire, so there should have been little resistance to him having this common knowledge. Hobert continued. Trentsust might not have been prepared, which is why the 6 gods did not allow Trentsust to become the Black Emperor. But I don't think this reason is too difficult for the 6 gods to resolve. They could completely use their respective authorities to help Trentsust prepare. To put it bluntly, even if Trentsust wasn't prepared, if the 6 gods needed him to, Trentsust would still have to bravely risk advancing. The reason for explaining this is that this possibility cannot be ruled out. Hobert paused slightly and then continued. I think the second conjecture is more reasonable. The uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway was not with the 6 gods, but was taken away by the true creator who was driven to the god-forsaken land. This makes many things explainable. I told you before that Tudor secretly built many hidden structures to prepare for advancing to the Black Emperor. Why would he make these preparations? Was it because he connected with the true creator in the god-forsaken land? Would the true creator, in order to stir up the situation on the North Continent, agree to give the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway to Tudor? As for what conditions Tudor might have promised the true creator, that is unknown. There must have been some secret transaction between them, such as Tudor, after becoming the Black Emperor, openly or secretly supporting the true creator's return. It was precisely because of such a transaction that no god supported Tudor, and thus Tudor became the second emperor to fall. At the same time, it was also because Trentsust knew of Tudor's intention to become the Black Emperor, and in order to avoid being killed by Tudor, who would become an angel king in the future, he completely sided with the 6 gods. Perhaps some of Tudor's secrets were revealed by him to the 6 gods, which directly led to the split of the United Empire. Hobert spread his hands. I emphasize again, all of the above are my conjectures. According to historical records, both Tudor and Trentsust made their respective responses due to the pressure of Solomon's revival. And Tudor was forced to jump to a non-adjacent pathway only after Trentsust became a true god of an adjacent pathway. However, the records are full of doubts. First, the timing of Solomon's revival was too bad. If he could have waited a bit longer, it would have been a better time to revive after the Blood Emperor and Night Emperor started fighting. Of course, it's also possible that Solomon couldn't control the revival process, or he didn't know the situation outside. But after he revived, he didn't go to the god-forsaken land to continue uniting with the true creator, nor did he allow the true creator to descend again on the North Continent to share his pressure. Instead, he stayed on the North Continent and stubbornly fought against the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor, which is also quite suspicious. Furthermore, the unity of the six gods this time was too uniform. Before the Blood Emperor even seized Medici's spoils of victory, they jointly allowed Trensus to become a true god of the judge pathway. Unlike last time, when the six gods formed a united front only after Solomon's alliance with the true creator grew stronger. Does this indicate that before Tudor became the Blood Emperor, the six gods reached a consensus for some reason? Also, why was Tudor so certain in preparing to advance to the Black Emperor? As far as I know, his preparations were quite comprehensive, even to the extent of asking Mr. Door to set up the relevant teleportation array. If he wasn't quite confident, why would he make such thorough preparations? If the uniqueness of the Black Emperor was with the six gods, why didn't he actively approach the six gods? Instead, Trensus received the support of the six gods. Could Tudor have thought that with his own strength, he could defeat one or two gods and obtain the uniqueness he wanted? It is based on the above doubts that I have such a conjecture. I lay all the answers before you. You can believe the records, or you can refer to my conjectures. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, thought to himself, the Emperor's analysis has a feeling of being between official history and historical speculation. Official history often only has a few words about some events, or deliberately blurs some events. But one can still find the truth of history from some clues in other events. The Emperor's inferences feel like finding historical truth through a few words. Alger also believed, I lean more towards the Emperor's conjecture. The truth is often very simple, built on relationships of interest, and the Emperor's conjecture basically considers the interests of all parties, making it more credible than rigid historical records. Audrey also sighed in her heart. Hobert's conjecture made this history richer, always feeling like listening to a senior lecturer in the history department. They often have their own unique views on a certain historical event, different from textbooks and historical materials, and their views often have sufficient evidence. Listening to them analyze history is simply a mental pleasure. Catalia placed her hands on the bronze long table. The Emperor's logical thinking ability is very strong, and he successfully convinced me. He seems to understand the game between gods very well. Furs, on the other hand, marveled. In the Emperor's eyes, the game between gods and the four emperors doesn't seem complicated. He can always find some easily overlooked clues and come to some incredible conclusions. Derek, who wasn't too concerned with historical truth, Mr. Emperor's conjecture is too brilliant, this is more like a game between gods. Emlyn, however, just thought, why can't I gain such insights and views from those materials? It must be because the Emperor saw more detailed information. Yes, it must be so. As for Hobert's description of the six gods' attitude, everyone was already used to it and felt no surprise at all. Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to ponder before continuing. It was precisely because the six gods all stood with the Night Emperor that, after the Four Emperors' War began, the Black Night Goddess and the Lord of Storms jointly sealed Mr. Door from the opposing faction. In the subsequent battles, the Night Emperor first allied with the Blood Emperor, who also had a grudge against Solomon, to jointly eliminate the Solomon Empire. As far as I know, the Sequence 1 characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway was later acquired by Adam, a former great noble of the Tudor Empire. The two Sequence 1 characteristics in Adam's possession were very likely the spoils of the two emperors jointly eliminating Solomon. He continued, in the division of the spoils of victory from the Solomon Empire, I believe Trensus very likely obtained the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and a Sequence 1. This should be an important reason why he was later jointly eliminated by the six gods. Everyone was surprised. Why would the six gods jointly attack the Night Emperor, whom they supported? Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Even Klein didn't know the details of Night Emperor's fall, So he was very surprised after hearing the information announced by Emperor. Didn't the six gods support Night Emperor? Why did they join forces to make him fall? Was it because Night Emperor wanted to monopolize the spoils of the early victory, leading to an uneven distribution? Due to the lack of crucial information, Alger also speculated, theoretically, the Trentsust family is a Beander family of the Black Emperor pathway. Did Night Emperor, after obtaining the uniqueness and sequence 1 spoils, also want one of his family members to become a Black Emperor, and the six gods disagreed, leading to a conflict? On this matter, Catalia didn't know much more than the Hanged Man. It's truly hard to imagine what the point of conflict between the six gods and Night Emperor was. They clearly cooperated to unify before. Was it precisely because Night Emperor unified the North Continent? The six gods faction actually had tendencies towards internal division. Was it because they didn't want to see a unified North Continent that they joined forces to eliminate Night Emperor and supported the four great nobles of the Trentsust Empire in establishing four major countries? Audrey's knowledge wasn't as extensive as the three above, but through previous transactions, she suddenly realized a problem. The royal families of the Ruin Kingdom and the Fenaport Kingdom are both Beander families of the Arbitrator pathway, and according to Emperor's description, the Ruin royal family has a sequence 1 Beander. It's possible the Fenaport Kingdom also has a sequence 1. This inevitably brings to mind Tudor and Trentsust. Was the process by which these two royal families obtained their extraordinary characteristics also a betrayal? The other three members had limited knowledge and insight, only connecting to a portion of what Klein and the others had thought of. I apologize, why Night Emperor wanted to obtain the Black Emperor pathway's related characteristics, I cannot tell everyone now, Hobert said, taking a deep breath. Because the value of this information is simply too high, it has already exceeded the scope of our transaction. As I said last time, when one of you reaches a certain level, I will tell him the details of this information for free. Before that, I will only give you a general overview. Let me think, if we are trading information about the Underworld Emperor, I will first tell everyone a part of this important information. When we trade information about the ancient Sun God, it will be discussed in relatively more detail, but information about the ancient Sun God can only be traded when the time is right. Hobert smiled slightly. In the extraordinary world, some information isn't necessarily better to know sooner. Little Sun, who had intended to ask a question, lowered his raised hand. He believed Mr. Emperor on this point, and he was more patient now than before. Since Mr. Emperor says some information isn't yet time to be revealed, then I can wait a bit longer. Klein, on the other hand, realized, are there still important secrets even after becoming a god? According to Emperor's description and my own guesses, there are only 3 sequence 1s in a pathway, which is very clear. In Emperor's description, each time the spoils of a god-level victory are divided, there are 3 sequence 1s and a uniqueness. Is it possible that after becoming a true god, one can further accommodate the uniqueness and one sequence 1 of an adjacent pathway to become stronger? He resisted the urge to shake his head. Theoretically, no. After all, I haven't heard of any law enforcer being able to accommodate a portion of a fallen earl's extraordinary characteristics. There might be certain techniques involved, or a secret I don't know. Alger and Catalia both lacked this kind of top-tier information, so they merely realized there was a big secret involved, but what exactly it was, they didn't have a complete idea. Audrey slightly raised her hand and asked, Mr. Emperor, to what extent can you disclose information regarding Night Emperor's fall? Can you elaborate a bit more? Let me think. Hobert paused for a second or two before saying, although it involves some family secrets and some very high-level information, I can still explain it a bit more clearly. I'll say as much as I can. If you have any questions, keep them in mind for now and ask them when there's an opportunity in the future. Audrey quickly nodded, and the other members also had no objections, as they were already very satisfied with the information they had received. So Hobert continued, to my knowledge, the main reason the 6 gods joined forces to kill Night Emperor was that Night Emperor was corrupted. Everyone was stunned. Can gods also be corrupted? However, before they could ponder it further, they heard Hobert say again. There's an element of speculation here, but this should be the main reason, because the six gods wouldn't attack Night Emperor without cause. Of course, it's also possible that the six gods didn't want Night Emperor to gain more powerful strength, because at that time, the six gods didn't have as much pressure as they do now. Haha, I know you all have too many questions, but I can only answer up to this point. You might not be aware, but the Six Gods Church's pursuit of the Transmigration family to this day is a very high priority mission. This forces the descendants of the Transmigration family, including myself, to hide in areas where the power of the Orthodox churches is relatively weak. As for the descendants of other Solomon family or Tudor family, the Orthodox churches do not pursue them as urgently, they only pursue them if they encounter them. Of course, I am an exception, because I have some matters to handle on the North Continent, so I have always remained on the North Continent, and my identity has been well hidden. The reason I bring this up is because I believe the Orthodox churches suspect that the descendants of Transmigration have also suffered the same corruption as Night Emperor, which is why they relentlessly pursue them. Audrey felt a little worried for Hobert. Didn't you explain to the church? Hobert spread his hands and gave a wry smile. Many things are useless to explain, and I think perhaps the church also has no way to discern who among us has been corrupted, so it's better to just kill them all. This made Klein, behind the gray fog, think of that famous saying, better to kill 1,000 innocent than let one guilty escape. Then he thought, the church has no method of discernment, do the gods also not? Or, is Emperor telling us that even the gods have no effective way to discern this corruption, and only when it reaches a certain degree and shows obvious abnormalities can they distinguish it? The more Klein thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Thinking carefully, Emperor actually revealed a lot of information in his recent words. Gods can actually be corrupted. This is somewhat unbelievable. We are all Beyonders, and it's common knowledge for Beyonders to be corrupted for various strange reasons. I just overlooked this point. Those are gods. The most top-tier beings in this world. Why can they also be corrupted? Alger also grew more surprised the more he thought about it. Even at the level of gods, they are inevitably corrupted. Who corrupted them? Could it be the evil gods suppressed by the joint forces of the Orthodox churches? He resisted the urge to look at the head of the bronze long table. That's possible. But a new problem arises. How did the first evil god come about? Catalia, who also realized this problem at the same time, had similar questions to Klein. Can a god, or rather, a god in a bad state, corrupt another god? The other members hadn't fully grasped it yet. They thought that Beyonders could easily encounter corruption, and perhaps gods also had such troubles. In any case, Emperor had already stated beforehand that he would not answer these questions, so everyone had to temporarily keep these questions to themselves. Hobert then said, that's roughly the situation with the Transmigration Empire. Here, I want to give a piece of information as a gift. This question was actually mentioned before, regarding information about the Transmigration Empire ship. An exploration by me and Mr. Hanged Man almost certainly confirms that the Transmigration Empire ship truly exists. But it wasn't discussed in detail at the time. According to information I obtained during an expedition, the Empire was built for the war with the South Continent. It should be somewhere in the Raging Sea now. If anyone has news about it, you can contact me. That is the legacy of the Transmigration Empire. As a descendant of the Transmigration family, I might be able to approach it, and perhaps even have a chance to board it. Alger was slightly stunned. He hadn't thought of this issue before. Initially, Alger only noticed that Emperor was very interested in information about the Empire ship. Later, when Emperor told everyone he was a descendant of Transmigration, Alger didn't immediately make the connection. Catalia, being at sea, was also quite interested in this matter. I will help you keep an eye out for relevant information. Klein, also at sea, thought, perhaps the creator can help Emperor gain control of the Empire ship. If so, would the 4 kings of the sea become 5 kings? From today's diary, I just saw Rosel's process of using the Black Throne ship to explore the abyss. However, the diary didn't say how the Black Throne ship was obtained. I wonder how much Emperor knows about this. The transaction ended, everyone briefly savored the information they had gained, and then the trading session continued. The world asked, Emperor, do you still want those two extraordinary characteristics? He was referring to the extraordinary characteristics obtained in the Hall of Death in Kvetua earlier. Hobert readily said, yes. The experiment was quite successful. It was very successful, yielding more extraordinary characteristics than anticipated. The world nodded. There's another transaction we discussed before. I hope you can help me remove the corruption from an extraordinary characteristic, and please return that corruption to me as well. Hobert nodded. No problem, still at the price I quoted before, £3,000. In his opinion, this was indeed a considerable discount. He remembered that Klein had originally traded a magical item of the thief pathway with a poet classmate, which stole the true creator's mental corruption, and it seemed to have cost £7,000 or £8,000. The world nodded. Deal. Catalia, at the side, reminded, to my knowledge, once corruption in a characteristic is removed, it's removed, there's no way to retain it. Thank you for the reminder. Seeing that the world had no intention of explaining, Hobert smiled and said, I remember Mr. World mentioned before that the corruption in that extraordinary characteristic was somewhat special. Catalia was slightly stunned. How special? Is it demigod-level corruption? However, she just nodded and didn't continue discussing the issue. Klein then had the world ask, how much do you know about the Black Throne ship? I don't know much about it. I only know that it was once obtained by Emperor Rosal, Hobert said. There are quite a few theories, but you should have noticed that some of my theories are also very valuable. If you want to know the inside story, you'll have to initiate a trade. Audrey and the other two ladies, hearing that it was related to the famous Emperor Rosal, all developed a strong interest in it. The world asked, how much are you asking for? £3,000. The world was stunned. That much? Hobert sighed. Because talking about the Black Throne will inevitably involve some information about Emperor Rosal, so it's worth that price. As soon as he finished speaking, Catalia immediately said, I'll join the trade. I can even pay the full reward myself. Audrey also said, I'll join the trade too, and I'll contribute at least £1,000. Me too, me too. Furs also eagerly said. However, the other members weren't as gossipy, as curious as these three ladies. Little Sun wasn't familiar with Emperor Rosal at all and didn't know that he was a legend of the North Continent. Alger and Emlyn were simply not very interested, while Klein thought, I dare not say anything else, but who knows Rosal better than me? I even know that the taste of a witch is really good. However, to get information about the Black Throne, Klein also contributed £300 to join the trade, instead of freeloading like last time. The second round of crowdfunding for this gathering was quickly completed, raising a total of £3,100. Catalia contributed £1,500, Audrey £1,000, and the world and Furs each contributed £300. After the fool sealed off the senses of the others, the trade began. Let's start with the Black Throne, Hobert said. Please don't be misled by some treasure rumors at sea. For example, the Empire I just mentioned, there's a legend at sea that it was a ship used by Trensused Empire survivors to leave the North Continent with all their treasures. I've seen the dock where the Empire was built. That was a super project, not something that could be built when an empire was on its last legs, with the energy and time available. Similarly, I believe the construction of the Black Throne might also have had its purpose. You should know that when Black Emperor Solomon fell, he wouldn't have given his descendants time to board the ship and flee the North Continent. I believe the nobles of the Solomon Empire also knew this, so I don't think the Black Throne was built for escape. Hobert leaned back in his chair and suddenly asked with a smile, have you heard of the West Continent? Catalia replied, legend has it that this world not only has the North-South Continent, but also the East Continent and the West Continent. But this is just a legend. So far, no one has seen those two continents. I once suspected that the God-forsaken land was the East continent, but I haven't found very strong evidence. The world interjected, according to our previous discussions, the God-forsaken land should undoubtedly be the East continent, but there are no clues about the West continent yet. Little stars appeared in Audrey's eyes. A new continent. She was already fantasizing about adventuring at sea with Susie, where they would defeat pirates, overcome storms and giant waves, and finally find a new continent. Furs had also begun to fantasize that one day, several strangely dressed people would arrive in her territory, and after asking, she would learn that they were actually people from the West continent, and that the South Colson region was connected to the West continent by a traveler's gate. From then on, people from the North-South continent would have contact with the West continent. As for why it was people from the West continent who came knocking, it was because, for her, going out to sea was simply too arduous. Hobert continued, since the East continent exists, then the West continent should also exist. According to some information I've gathered, Emperor Rosal went to sea multiple times in his early years, and his initial goal seemed to be to find the West continent. It seems he didn't find it. After several subsequent voyages, he began sailing south, eventually opening up a safe shipping lane for the North-South continent. His memory of this period was indeed somewhat vague, which is why he spoke so vaguely. Catalia frowned slightly. The Emperor once searched for the West continent. Why didn't I know about this? I always thought his initial goal was to open new shipping lanes and colonize the South continent. The world wanted to raise his hand. I can attest to this, as I saw it in the diary. Audrey was somewhat wistful. Hobert's information channels are very broad. He even knows early intelligence about Emperor Rosal. But this is not surprising, because after the Emperor's death, many of his subordinates described his past from various angles in their personal biographies. Hobert might have read biographies or notes written by subordinates who went to sea with the Emperor. Furs thought back, this is the first time I've heard these descriptions of the Emperor, but it sounds like something the Emperor, with countless legendary stories, would do. One problem is, Hobert said, at that time, the Emperor's family was already in decline. Why would he suddenly think of searching for a new continent? Going to sea was very expensive then. Why was he so confident in spending money on sea voyages? According to normal human thinking, if one wasn't reasonably sure, one shouldn't set off into the vast ocean to search for a continent from myths, right? Catalia and the other two ladies nodded in unison, seemingly understanding what Emperor wanted to express. Klein behind the gray fog. I have to say a few words about this. Rosal's thinking, sometimes, he really wasn't quite normal. Hobert continued to deduce based on his logic, if the Emperor found the Black Throne, by chance first, and then had the idea of exploring new continents, wouldn't this logic be much more reasonable? Further reasoning, did the Emperor obtain some information about the West continent and the South continent on the Black Throne, and then decided to go to sea to find opportunities? He, of course, knew that Rosal's voyages were largely related to his mindset as a person from the age of exploration, but this, of course, could not be stated directly. He could only use seemingly rigorous logical deduction to explain his thoughts. This deduction made Klein also exclaim, "That makes sense, but I still have doubts about whether Rosal had a brain in his early years. There was a period when he was completely enamored with the luxurious and decadent aristocratic life of Intis. And, Emperor, might not know that Rosal had accumulated some wealth through inventions in his early years, so the cost of going to sea was not difficult for him to raise." The three ladies were once again impressed by the Emperor's powerful logical deduction ability, and all felt that this sequence of events should be correct. Then let's ask a further question. Why would the Black Throne have information about the West continent and the South continent? Hobert smiled. Could this indicate that during the Fourth Epoch, the Black Throne, with the support of Black Emperor Solomon, went to sea multiple times and conducted some secret exploration missions? Here, we need to refer back to the previous trade. If my conjectures are correct, was the Black Throne's voyage Solomon looking for a retreat for himself? Solomon knew that the 6 gods and the other 2 emperors would definitely unite against him. At that time, he had broken with the true creator and couldn't go to the East continent. The South continent was the domain of the underworld emperor at that time, so he organized people to search for the legendary West continent, hoping to escape there if the Solomon Empire faced a crisis. As for the Black Throne, having information about the South continent, it might have accidentally entered the South continent while searching for the West continent. For example, sailing south along a giant wall made of gray fog would eventually lead to the South continent. Or perhaps there was no giant wall made of gray fog at all, only a sea area covered in mist, and after emerging from that sea area, it would be the South continent. In short, anything is possible on the high seas of the extraordinary world. Klein sighed. This forms a logical loop. The Emperor's logical reasoning ability is really strong, isn't it? Is he really a law enforcer? Oh, right, I forgot, this guy is an abominable lawyer. Audrey, however, smiled and exclaimed, this is a journey of exploration into historical mysteries. Catalia and Furs had similar sentiments. The world asked, then what do you know about the Black Throne's abilities? I learned from a friend that there was a special method of construction or building during the 4th epoch. The friend Hobert referred to was, of course, Iceberg Vice Admiral. For example, when building a large structure, blessings would be sought from deities during construction. This would make the building extremely sturdy and prevent damage for thousands of years. Logically, a building constructed in this way would possess some characteristics of the deity who granted the blessings. For instance, if one continuously prayed to the Black Night goddess, the building might gain the ability to conceal itself. Since it was a ship of the Solomon Empire and reportedly enormous, it was very likely built using such a method, and perhaps Solomon even specially endowed the ship with some special powers. Then, theoretically, the Black Throne would at least possess some distortion, corruption, fallen, and other abilities from the lawyer pathway. Klein, behind the gray fog, nodded slightly. If it possessed abilities like corruption and fallen, and could distort its own state, the Black Throne could very well navigate through the abyss. Catalia, however, was more concerned. How did the Emperor find the Black Throne? Hobert smiled and said, perhaps this is what people call fate, because Rosal later became the Black Emperor. Except for Catalia, the other 3 were greatly alarmed. Audrey immediately asked, what Black Emperor? Hobert, it's the Black Emperor that Solomon once became, or rather, Rosal was the 2nd Black Emperor. Klein, behind the gray fog, suddenly felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Wasn't Rosal a meander of the erudite pathway? How did he later become the Black Emperor? This is too outrageous, but on second thought, given Rosal's demonstrated way of thinking, it wasn't impossible. At this time, Klein had not yet read the relevant diary entries about Rosal's determination to become the Black Emperor. Catalia stared at the Emperor. Very few people know these hidden facts, how does he know them? And why is his tone so certain? Furs covered her mouth in surprise. The great Emperor became the Black Emperor. She had read so many celebrity biographies about Rosal. How come no one ever mentioned this point? Could it be that when the great emperor suddenly ascended to the throne later, changing the republic into an empire, it was because he had become the Black Emperor? Finally, she sighed with emotion. I never expected that in the 5th epoch, just over 100 years ago, so many secret events had occurred. Audrey also briefly lost control of her emotions, but as an audience member, she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Emperor, when did Emperor Rosal become the Black Emperor? Some biographies I've read indicate that he seemed to be a member of the Church of Steam and Machinery, his pathway. Hobert smiled. As you imagine, Emperor Rosal jumped to a non-adjacent pathway. The reason he did this was because his current pathway, as well as adjacent pathways, already had true gods, or were occupied by beings suspected to be true gods. If one wants to become a god, this is the only way. Klein immediately thought, so that's how it is. No wonder historical records all say that Rosal went mad in his later years. I thought it was just like those powerful emperors in my impression who all went mad in their later years, and mad was just an adjective. Now it seems that it might have been a statement of fact. First thought of the Blood Emperor discussed at the previous gathering, so it's true that Emperor Rosal fell into madness in his later years. In that case, wouldn't his state be similar to that of the Blood Emperor? Hobert nodded. Perhaps he got the inspiration from the Blood Emperor. Klein was slightly taken aback. I do have some impression of this. Rosal seemed to have discussed the Blood Emperor with Mr. Dorr, and Rosal also claimed to have been inspired. But that diary entry was incomplete and didn't clearly explain what inspiration he received. Now it seems, it was inspiration on how to become a god. Then he thought again. No wonder Rosal complained in his diary that for a Beander, having a true god in their pathway is a huge disaster. This means that no matter how hard one tries, it's impossible to become a true god. I suddenly understand Rosal's despair a little. You wouldn't think that the Blood Emperor completely disregarded his madness after becoming a god, would you? Hobert smiled. Actually, there's still a chance to regain sanity after becoming a god by jumping to a non-adjacent pathway. Catalya immediately asked, how to recover? Have children. If anyone else had said that, Catalya would have thought they were joking, or a scoundrel who liked dirty jokes. But the Emperor said it, and his expression looked very serious, so Catalya nodded slightly and said, I understand. Seeing that Audrey and Furs still hadn't understood, Hobert explained to them, let's take the Blood Emperor as an example. Theoretically, the reason the Blood Emperor is in a semi-mad state is that the characteristic of his original Black Emperor pathway conflicted with the characteristic of the Hunter pathway he had just consumed, which is why he exhibited a semi-mad state. So, theoretically, if the Blood Emperor successfully expelled all the characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway from his body, the conflict of extraordinary characteristics would disappear, and the Blood Emperor would become normal. However, this process is uncontrollable. One can only rely on probability to expel the excess extraordinary characteristics from the body, and there is a not insignificant chance that some extraordinary characteristics of the Hunter pathway will also be expelled. Nevertheless, there is still a chance to become normal in the future. Audrey understood. So, Emperor Rosal used this opportunity to become a god, hoping to one day become a normal deity. Unfortunately, he failed. This was completely different from the image of the mysterious and brilliant Emperor Rosal she had in her mind. Hobert, however, smiled. Not necessarily. He asked, does everyone still remember the special characteristic of becoming a Black Emperor? Before anyone else could answer, he answered his own question. We said before that the Black Emperor has the characteristic of being able to resurrect. This pathway is somewhat special. Theoretically, this is equivalent to a filtering process. After the Great Emperor's resurrection, only the extraordinary characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway can return, and he will become a normal Black Emperor. Reminded by the Emperor, everyone then remembered this point. Klein immediately recalled. I remember Rosal describing the process of making blasphemy cards in his diary. Rosal said that if his plan failed, these blasphemy cards would be the greatest reliance he left for his children. Perhaps letting himself die once was Rosal's plan. Audrey was very surprised. Could it be that the great emperor did not truly fall? Yes, he must not have fallen. Furs, on the other hand, was surprised. Is this how the power of a god is used? Then both of them, at the same time, thought of the creator. Could that be the resurrected Emperor Rosal? Catalya simply asked. All of this, including the fall, was part of the great emperor's plan. So now, has the great emperor resurrected? Hobert spread his hands. That I do not know, but I think Emperor Rosal should have a plan for this. He casually explained. The reason I know this is because I am more familiar with the situation of the Black Emperor pathway, but I have no way of understanding Emperor Rosal's specific plan. So, the above answers, apart from what I can confirm, that Emperor Rosal indeed became a Black Emperor, were basically all my conjectures. This time, Hobert lied, because he guaranteed the accuracy of all the above information. Klein nodded inwardly. To be able to make so many seemingly highly logical conjectures from these clues is already very impressive. I remember only seeing one of Rosal's diary entries mentioning the creator. I wonder if Rosal later established closer contact with the creator. Before Klein had time to ponder this question, he heard the Emperor continue. Furthermore, what I can also confirm is that Emperor Rosal's extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness for becoming a Black Emperor came from the Twilight Hermit Club, provided by Adam. Catalya was again somewhat surprised. That Angel King Adam. The others also showed varying degrees of surprise, but quickly vaguely guessed Adam's purpose. Hobert directly explained Adam's purpose. Yes. I speculate that Adam invited Emperor Rosal to join the Twilight Hermit Club because he wanted to use the historical torrent created by the Great Emperor to advance. However, Emperor Rosal did not follow Adam's preset script, and because Adam was still missing a sequence one characteristic at that time, Adam failed to become a god then. Catalya never expected. The Great Emperor was once a member of the Twilight Hermit Club. Audrey, however, recalled. I remember the Emperor once mentioned this information, and Hermes too. Hermes also seemed to be a member of this organization. Klein linked this to some information the Emperor had revealed after the Backland Smog event. He manipulated the world to ask, so Adam then approached the Rune royal family. Exactly, Hobert smiled. George III seemed to be easier to control than the Great Emperor. He added, there's also a rule for the Black Emperor's resurrection. When Rosal became the Black Emperor, it meant that Solomon had completely fallen. Catalya, who had not yet joined the Tarot Club at the time, asked, half guessing, half certain, now Adam is preparing to make George III the Black Emperor again. I remember the Ruin King seems to be only a sequence 5. Hobert chuckled. Emperor Rosal wasn't even a Beyander of the Black Emperor pathway. Didn't Adam still approach him? Why did I say before that even if Trensused wasn't ready to become a Black Emperor, the 6 gods could use their authority to help him prepare? It's because, from a god's perspective, the requirements and preparations for becoming a god are not that difficult. Even the Angel King Adam can do many things using his authority. Catalya suddenly realized, oh no. Then the Great Emperor, then the Creator. Although she didn't state it too clearly, everyone understood her meaning. If George III became the Black Emperor, Rosal would completely fall. And the Creator was clearly not the resurrected Rosal, because if the Great Emperor had resurrected, then according to the information previously revealed by the Emperor, it would be impossible for there to be a second true god in the Black Emperor pathway. Audrey noticed, the Hermit seems very concerned about information regarding Emperor Rosal. Although I am also full of curiosity about the Great Emperor, I am not as excited as she is. Furs, on the other hand, was completely marveling at something else. I never expected that behind such familiar historical events, so many secrets were hidden. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that this matter is very distant from me, and also somewhat unreal. Sigh, I'm still only a sequence 8, and even though the potion is almost completely digested, I'm still just a sequence 8. But I've learned so many secrets, is this really good? Then she answered her own question. Well, this feeling seems pretty good. After a brief moment of surprise, Catalya fell into complete panic. Ever since she definitively learned in the Tarot Club that the Great Emperor could resurrect, she had held onto that hope. But this hope was also extinguished in the Tarot Club. Hobert saw Catalya's worry and teased in his mind, is this what they call intergenerational affection? With a slight smile, Hobert then said to Catalya, Lady Hermit, although I don't know why you are so worried, what I want to tell you is that the Creator will not sit idly by and let such a thing happen. That's right, because the Creator wants to become the Black Emperor, George III will not succeed. As for Emperor Rosal, that can be discussed later. Hobert believes that this problem could potentially be resolved once he becomes an Angel King and the Fool also becomes half an Old One. Hobert couldn't pass up the opportunity to become the Black Emperor, but he could try to save Rosal's life. Currently, Hobert still didn't know the extent of what the Fool could achieve after becoming a god, nor if there were any loopholes that could be exploited, so he could only take things one step at a time. The Emperor's comfort did not lessen Catalya's worries, but it made her realize her earlier lapse in composure. Immediately, she thanked the Emperor and composed herself. This transaction ended, and Audrey and Furs once again felt the same shock as in previous gatherings. Now, trading information about the forces behind the Terenzost Empire didn't move them much, they merely felt their curiosity satisfied, unlike the feeling of needing to savor each Tarot Club meeting for a long time afterward. It must be said that some information about Rosal once again subverted the understanding of the two ladies, enough for them to ponder for half a day after the Tarot Club ended. Even Klein, who prided himself on knowing Emperor Rosal better than anyone, gained a lot. Even Catalya, who thought she knew many of Emperor Rosal's secrets, inwardly marveled at the Emperor's logic and deductions. In her opinion, the information about Emperor Rosal was like the inferences about the Black Throne. The Emperor had found some subtle clues and deduced the whole picture from them. The hanged man Alger saw everyone's solemn expressions and wondered if he had missed some crucial information. He shook his head slightly, pushing the matter aside, and initiated a new transaction with the Emperor. I wish to rent that magical item of yours with the travel ability. I want to hunt some extraordinary creatures on the island we explored together. Alger recently had time and opportunity, so he planned to hunt some extraordinary materials to earn some extra money. No problem. Hobert smiled. By the way, a friend of mine just got a magical item with the travel ability. Are you interested in buying it? The negative effects are not significant. Hobert didn't plan to auction such a rare and highly sought-after magical item at an auction house, but he could sell it to members of the Tarot Club to strengthen his allies. Alger was about to nod, but he ultimately smiled and said, I'll still rent it. No need to ask, it certainly wouldn't be cheap. He would consider such magical items after he had gathered the Sequence 5 potion formula and extraordinary characteristics. Hobert nodded. No problem, £100, no more than 3 days. Alger, deal. Catalya, however, asked, Mr. Emperor, what are the abilities and negative effects of the magical item you mentioned? And how much do you plan to sell it for? Its abilities are only travel and open door. Hobert said, the negative effect is, the wielder easily gets lost when entering the spirit world, but after a maximum of 3 attempts, they will find their target. Additionally, the wielder is prone to being late. After sealing it with the country of disorder, the negative effects were significantly reduced. Hobert added, as for the price, £12,000. This was indeed a significant discount, considering that often a single traveler extraordinary characteristic would sell for that price. And the previous transaction with Alger was because the sealed artifact formed from that traveler extraordinary characteristic was completely unusable, so the transaction price was less than £10,000. Catalya, I'll consider it. More than £10,000 was not a small sum for a pirate general. I've already been adding extra chapters for 3 consecutive days. I originally wanted to take a break today and update just 1 chapter, but I felt it might not be good to only update 1, so I'm adding another chapter **. Although this Tarot Club meeting hasn't ended yet, only the conclusion remains, so it should be harmless. The transaction initiated by Hobert for a mystical item with the ability to travel ultimately failed to find a suitable buyer. Audrey initially had the idea of buying it, but she had recently traded a lot of intelligence and couldn't afford such a large sum of money at once. She could have asked her father to reimburse part of it, but then she thought that if she disappeared from her room for 20 or 30 minutes, her maids would most likely discover it, which would be very troublesome. In the end, she convinced herself, it's better to save the money to buy a mystical item that can change one's appearance. No one else had such a large sum of money, so the transaction ultimately did not go through. Then, the world applied for a private conversation with the hermit. Hobert thought of the transaction Klein had just proposed to remove extraordinary characteristic pollution, and he guessed that Klein was contacting the hermit to prepare for entering the Eastern Sonia Sea. In other words, Klein was about to advance to Sequence 5. After their private conversation ended, the Tarot Club entered the free discussion segment. Audrey was the first to speak. I received news that the Barclay Bank vault lost over 50,000 gold pounds in cash 3 days ago. This is already the fourth large-scale cash theft case in the past half-month, with a total loss of about 160,000 gold pounds. Emlyn exclaimed, "This serial theft case hasn't been solved yet. Oh my, 160,000 gold pounds. How long will it take the robbers to spend so much cash? If he had such a sum of money, he would definitely buy all his favorite dolls. No, he would definitely buy a doll-making factory. And then buy a huge display hall, filled with dolls and the clothes they would wear on different occasions." According to the information I received, Audrey, who had received the news from the Bishop of Backland, said, "This is definitely a case involving a Beander. It is said that a Beander named Wraith is a major suspect, but unfortunately, the specific suspect has not yet been identified." Hobert and Klein were both stunned. Hobert thought, "Could this be the source of the payment I received? Is this what Miss Sharon meant by raising money? No wonder she said that as long as they were given time, money wouldn't be a problem. It turns out they were given time to rob banks. I naively thought it was time for them to sell assets." Klein, on the other hand, thought, "Speaking of Wraith, I only know Miss Sharon. When Emperor asked for Miss Sharon's contact information a while ago, I guessed that besides allying with the Temperance faction, Emperor would also deal with the spoils of war from the South Continent, which should contain a large number of extraordinary characteristics. Could Miss Sharon be committing these consecutive crimes because she wants to buy those extraordinary characteristics?" Catalia said, "Wraith is a sequence 5 of the prisoner pathway. A Beander at this level can, to a certain extent, do whatever they want. However, even so, very few sequence 5 Beyonders commit such consecutive crimes, because it's very easy to be targeted by the elite teams of official Beyonders, and being caught is only a matter of time." Audrey nodded. "I hope the case can be solved as soon as possible, and the criminals brought to justice quickly." Hobert thought to himself, "I hope the case is never solved. After all, the stolen money is still with me. Or rather, whether the case is solved or not doesn't matter to me, but don't even think about recovering the stolen money." After discussing this matter, Klein announced the end of this Tarot Club meeting. Above the gray fog, after finishing the members' sacrifices and bestowals, Klein returned to the real world, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold tap water on his face, instantly feeling wide awake. After savoring the information he had gained at the Tarot Club and resting for a while, Klein decided to volunteer at a hospital for some time to find opportunities to act as a faceless man. More than half an hour later, he pushed open the door and entered the Lavi Medical Aid Foundation, a charity organization with the background of the Church of the Night Goddess, one of whose responsibilities was to provide trained volunteers to various hospitals. Arriving at the registration desk, Klein saw a female staff member looking through a newspaper, so he gently tapped on the desk. "Is there something I can help you with?" the lady asked, putting down her newspaper. "I'd like to volunteer." The lady looked up at Klein. "Name?" After clearly seeing the appearance of the person in front of her, her gaze froze, and the pen she had just picked up fell to the ground with a clatter. On the newspaper in front of her was a portrait, and that portrait was of the mad and dangerous adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. The lady, who was around 30 years old, asked with a trembling voice, You want to volunteer?" "Yes." Klein hadn't expected Gehrman Sparrow to be so famous already. But you're an adventurer." "Forget it, I'll change my face and clothes and come back later." Klein asked expressionlessly, "Who says adventurers can't volunteer?" The lady, looking as if she was about to cry, blurted out, "Not me. Sorry, I don't feel like volunteering anymore." With that, Klein quickly left. The lady at the registration desk let out a long sigh of relief. She quietly drew a crimson moon on her chest. "Goddess, why would such a dangerous fellow come to volunteer? I had just made up my mind to submit the form filled out by Gehrman Sparrow to the police station. Fenaport Kingdom, Full Moon Lake West Bank. On the altar in front of Hobert, there were 3 clearly somewhat abnormal extraordinary characteristics. Two of them glowed blue. These were two extraordinary characteristics Hobert had acquired for 7,000 gold pounds, obtained from Kvetchua's Hall of Death. Another one resembled a viscous liquid mixed with black, which was the marionettist extraordinary characteristic Klein had entrusted him to process. The fee for processing the extraordinary characteristic was 3,000 gold pounds. Hobert's earnings from selling intelligence at this gathering were 6,600 gold pounds and two extraordinary materials. With this addition and subtraction, Hobert also received 2,600 gold pounds in cash. With that 150,000 gold pounds transaction, Hobert no longer paid much attention to these few thousand gold pounds in cash. After waiting for a while, Hobert sacrificed the three extraordinary characteristics and the cash to the country of disorder. After sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first summoned the marionettist extraordinary characteristic. Following his past experience, he crushed this extraordinary characteristic. As it was crushed, a viscous power appeared within the chaos power. Hobert summoned a stone from the country of disorder, and attached this power to the stone, which he shaped into a round disc. The colorful granite suddenly became dark and translucent, eventually resembling a piece of black jade. Using the authority of the country of disorder, Hobert learned the specific use of this black jade. It contained the true creator's ravings. If one were to touch it in the real world without any protective measures, one would immediately be affected by the ravings, and beyonders below demigod level could lose control within 3 to 6 seconds. This was different from the abyssal blessing Hobert had previously extracted, that was Fabuti's blessing, specifically for Hobert, while the true creator's ravings were more like an extraordinary broadcast. Hobert reached out again and summoned a piece of granite, wrapping half of the disc-shaped black jade. By holding the granite side, one could use the black jade for active attacks. The number of active attacks was 3. After 3 times, the true creator's ravings would be transferred to 3 different targets. This was equivalent to splitting the ravings into 3, but it could still easily cause low sequence beyonders to lose control. The ravings had only split, but their overall strength had not diminished. Such ravings from an evil god would only begin to weaken much, much later. Then, Hobert followed the previous method, crushing the 2 sailor pathway extraordinary characteristics and making careful distinctions, finally obtaining 3 inches wind blessed, 4 inches navigator, 3 inches raging people, and 2 inches sailor extraordinary characteristics. During this time, the marionettist extraordinary characteristic had recondensed. To ensure Klein would not have a burden when consuming the potion, Hobert only brought the marionettist extraordinary characteristic and the black jade to the real world. As for the 4 extraordinary characteristics, including faceless man, Hobert left them in the country of disorder. Yes, all of this was for Klein's sake. Then Hobert happily thought, should I write to Leonard to discuss the transaction of selling diviner extraordinary characteristics? It wasn't until evening that Hobert re-sacrificed the extraordinary characteristics and the black jade to the fool. The next morning, Hobert again summoned his 3 students, inquired about their recent work, and then gave Serena and Dennis the opportunity to become beyonders. Serena chose to become an apprentice. Hobert no longer mentioned that the potion formula for this pathway was incomplete, because whatever sequence Furs reached later, Serena would most likely reach the same sequence. Moreover, apprentice perfectly suited Serena's current identity, and she should be able to digest the potion quickly. Dennis, on the other hand, unhesitatingly chose Hobert's pathway, so Hobert had one requirement for him: self-study rune language. Once he could communicate fluently with Serena and Freya, Hobert would send him to a law firm in Backland to digest the potion. Then Hobert told them that he was returning to Jeffrey Town and announced the method to summon his messenger, instructing them to contact him via messenger if anything happened. Hobert intended to let them gain experience here for a period before recalling them. After explaining some official matters, Hobert, along with Seal and other soldiers, left the West Bank and returned to Jeffrey Town. Upon hearing the news, Furs came to the entrance of the Lord's Manor to greet him. Today she wore a light yellow long dress, and her attire was indeed much lighter than when they last met. Hobert jumped off his horse and spread his arms. "My beautiful lady, have you missed me this past week or so?" Because there were many servants around, Furs was too shy to say anything, merely blushing slightly and smiling at Hobert. Donna, beside them, chuckled. "We all understand, that means, yes, I did miss you." Hobert smiled, hugged Furs, kissed her on the cheek, and then led her back to the Lord's manor. As the group had just exchanged a few words in the study, Alan came in to report, "Lord, Madam, Knight Donna, the king's envoy has arrived." Hobert was stunned. The king's envoy. He thought to himself, did the envoy get lost? He, Hobert, wasn't particularly close to the king. On the contrary, Teuton from the opposite shore often went to the king to secretly report things. Alan affirmed again, yes, the king's messenger. Only then did Hobert change into the baron's noble attire and come to the main hall to receive the messenger. The messenger entered the main hall with a cold face and declared, in the name of the king. As he spoke, he opened an exquisite wooden box and took out a parchment scroll with a wax seal. Hobert was slightly stunned and quickly knelt on one knee before the messenger. The messenger read, "Order, Baron Hobert Geoffrey must arrive at Alhambra Palace on the morning of March 5 to attend the Founding Day celebration banquet." Hobert was surprised. "The king is inviting me to a banquet." Then he suddenly remembered Christine's previous conversation with him, and he realized that this banquet was not simple. After reading the order, the messenger handed the parchment scroll to Hobert. "Baron, please rise. We will meet in Fenaport." With that, the messenger was about to leave. Hobert quickly stood up and smiled. "Your Excellency, please stay for lunch before you go." "No," the messenger said, "I still have to deliver orders to other nobles and officials." Watching the messenger leave, Hobert felt the parchment in his hand suddenly become heavy. Some arrangements need to be made earlier. He said to Alan, who was beside him, "Go and invite Bishop Simpson to come over." Alan said, "Lord, Bishop Simpson returned to Fenaport 2 days ago to report on his duties." Hobert was slightly stunned before saying, "I understand. Well, go prepare. Tomorrow, I will inspect the territory the king has newly bestowed upon me." Yes. Returning to the study, Hobert found that Furs and Donna had both gone about their business. He was about to ask Archibald outside the door to call Seal when he suddenly felt something and looked towards the bedroom. He thoughtfully pushed open his room door and saw a lady sitting in a chair in the room. She had waist-length chestnut hair, a very good figure, neither fat nor thin. She was wearing an Intis-style white shirt, paired with a dark jacket, an over-the-knee gray skirt, and a pair of tall leather boots. This heroic lady was casually flipping through a magazine, her legs crossed. "Bernadette." Hobert smiled. "No, it's Mysterious Queen." He thought to himself, "Everyone else comes to my study, or directly asks the butler to announce them. But you just appear in the bedroom. At least you should knock, right? Otherwise, it's easy to misunderstand." Bernadette smiled faintly. "I didn't expect you to become a baron in such a way, and I also didn't expect you to get married so quickly." "Yes, I'm married, you don't have a chance," Hobert said with a playful smile, as if retaliating. He clearly remembered that little girl calling him naive. Bernadette put down the magazine. "It seems that married life has enlightened you." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly became deeper for a fleeting moment. "I heard this place is a scenic spot. Aren't you going to invite me to tour your territory?" Hobert gestured with his hand, "Please." Archibald at the door was slightly surprised to see the two people coming out together, and then 5 male servants followed them. Bernadette glanced at these male servants casually, and finally looked precisely at Archibald's true form. This made Archibald slightly stunned, and he unconsciously slowed down by 2 steps, giving Baron Hobert and this mysterious and powerful lady enough space. Hobert, in a natural tone, introduced, "This was originally the Lord's manor of a viscount, but it was abandoned for several years. I spent a lot of effort to complete the renovation. There are a total of 8 courtyards, and that's the front yard." Just as they arrived at the front yard, Donna happened to return from outside and saw Hobert walking with a particularly dressed, yet elegant and beautiful lady from a distance. The lady's demeanor reminded Donna of Princess Ethel, whom she had seen before. She couldn't quite describe the feeling, but she looked very formidable at first glance. Hobert. Donna went up to him. Who is this beautiful guest? Hobert opened his mouth, then suddenly realized he didn't know how to introduce Bernadette. Queen. Calling her that privately was fine, but calling her that in front of others seemed a bit subservient. Princess. She hasn't been a princess for many years, she's been a big sister for a long time. Finally, Hobert said, Bernadette. Donna greeted, Hello, Miss Bernadette, your demeanor is truly wonderful. Bernadette smiled, You are also very cute. Hobert didn't really want Donna to get involved, so he waved his hand at her, Go do your work. Donna pouted, Why do you play all day? You only know how to force me to work. After they separated, Donna suddenly remembered, I've seen Miss Bernadette in Backland. In that Intis-style restaurant. Hobert even went up to chat with her, luckily my sister-in-law wasn't there at the time. Hobert took Bernadette to the train station at the dock, but the train wouldn't depart again for another 4 or 5 hours. This is where the Lord's privilege showed. With a command from Hobert, the boiler was quickly heated, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the train started. However, on this train, apart from the train driver, there were only Hobert and Bernadette. The two first sat in the noble compartment, but Bernadette felt the view wasn't good enough, so Hobert took her to the small observation deck at the very end of the train. Hobert began to point out the scenery again, but this time it wasn't furs beside him, and he didn't put his arm around her waist. This entire area used to be a reed marsh. You probably can't imagine how desolate it was back then. Now, all the functional organs of the town have been built here. That's the town government, over there are the post office and telegraph office, and further over are the police station, tax bureau, and court. The staff have all officially moved in and started working. After more than half a month of final construction and renovation, the town's functional organs had begun to operate normally, but the newly planted flowers and plants in the courtyards of these buildings had not yet grown, making them look a bit bare. Bernadette listened quietly to Hobert's brief description and watched these brand new buildings, her expression softening. Woo! The train began to climb, and gradually, the scattered Old Town area and the new Jeffrey Town district under construction became visible. The hospital and school are basically completed, Hobert continued to introduce. The hospital will be operational by next month, but the school will be a bit later, probably by April. The plaza, commercial area, and residential area are also being built as quickly as possible, but I estimate it will still take at least 2 months to complete, which should be in time for this summer's tourism boom. Bernadette suddenly asked, Where did you get so much money? Regarding construction expenses, as the leader of Dawn of Elements, she was quite clear. Hobert smiled, It's all thanks to my family's help. Bernadette looked at the bustling construction site and shook her head, saying, If it really was your father's funding, you wouldn't have that sense of pride when describing all of this. Looking at the territory, which was completely different from when he first arrived, Hobert leaned on the railing and said, Perhaps it's because I'm thick-skinned. Speaking of which, Hobert and Bernadette's relationship wasn't actually close, but in Hobert's impression, this mysterious queen was quite special. Although Hobert treated Bernadette as if she were an old friend, when it came to financial matters that were not suitable for public disclosure, Hobert naturally would not tell the truth. Upon reaching the mountain, it was a pastoral scene. Spring planting had long been completed, and the crop seedlings had already grown as high as a calf. The fields were full of people, diligently weeding. Many were talking loudly while working, their voices clearly filled with joy and hope. The farmers here are very motivated, Bernadette concluded. Yes, it might have something to do with my abolishing the agricultural tax, Hobert said, sighing at the difference between the farmlands on the east and west banks of Full Moon Lake. Although there were many people in the farmlands on the west bank, they all looked grim, like walking corpses, with no enthusiasm for the land and crops beneath their feet. Bernadette glanced at Hobert, a land noble, voluntarily canceling the agricultural tax. That's right, you don't even care about that small income from grain, you have higher aspirations. Hobert just smiled faintly. The train reached its highest point, and Hobert and Bernadette got off the train. The two walked up the highest peak. Hobert had uniformly planted knee-high grass all over the mountain. In the middle of the thick grass, there was a gravel path over a meter wide, with unpeeled wooden handrails on both sides, separating the grass from the path. As the spring breeze blew, the grass swayed like waves, and the air was filled with the scent of grass. At the very top of the mountain, there were some wooden benches. Hobert invited Bernadette to sit on a bench, and the scenery before them made even the well-traveled, mysterious queen feel refreshed and happy. Full Moon Lake was now far away, and the entire lake surface was within view. From here, one could even see a small part of the South Colson Mountains. Amidst the mountains, there was a shimmering lake, which was already pleasing to the eye. At this time, with plants growing wildly, everything in sight was a soothing green. The lake shore was dotted with towns and villages, embraced by mountains, majestic yet full of life, making one feel very close to nature. The two watched the scenery in silence for a few minutes before Hobert suddenly said, "Such beautiful scenery is perfect for a heart-to-heart talk. Tell me, why have you come to see me?" Bernadette leaned back in her chair. "I heard some news about the Creator, which reminded me of when I asked you to say hello to the Creator. Did you deliver the message?" Hobert guessed that Bernadette had come to ask about this matter, and at the same time, he also guessed that Bernadette believed that the Creator was her resurrected father. The Creator, told me some things about the Black Emperor." Hobert still decided, he would not acknowledge this daughter. The reason was simple, it could easily be exposed by Bernadette. If, in a fit of rage, she were to kill a Biandera, the Creator, to vent her anger, Hobert would be the one to suffer. Even if Bernadette considered the Creator's power and refrained from retaliation, the Creator's reputation would still be at risk of becoming notorious. So Hobert simply stated, "I just found out that mysterious queen is actually Emperor Rosel's daughter." A glimmer of hope involuntarily flickered in Bernadette's eyes. "But, the Creator told me you were wrong, he is not the resurrected Rosel," Hobert said cleanly and concisely. Only when her father was mentioned did Bernadette, the leader of the Dawn of Elements, show a clear emotional fluctuation. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but then she asked, "Does the Creator know where my father is now?" Hobert said, "The Creator didn't say. He only said that your father suffered some contamination in his later years." Bernadette suddenly turned around, radiating an extremely oppressive aura. She stared intently at Hobert. "What contamination?" The Creator, said that below the level of an angel, even just knowing about that source of contamination would lead to the same contamination. Although Hobert had sealed away the relevant memories, he still remembered the important precautions. Bernadette was clearly encountering such information for the first time. After a brief shock, she quickly recovered and leaned back in her chair. "How should I thank the Creator?" She certainly knew that such an important reminder surely came with a price tag. "When I need your thanks, I will come to you." Hobert did not borrow the djinn this time. It wouldn't seem abrupt to borrow the djinn now, as the Creator's deep understanding of the Black Emperor pathway was equivalent to telling Bernadette, "I am a god of this pathway or a neighboring pathway." His knowledge of the djinn's existence would not surprise Bernadette. But borrowing the djinn now would be useless. Hobert was just a sequence 5. Aside from appearing somewhat godlike in certain areas, such as crushing extraordinary characteristics, he was currently just a middle sequence Biander. Upon encountering an existence like the djinn, he would immediately be seen through. It would be better to wait until he was more powerful before asking Bernadette for a favor. Bernadette nodded lightly, said nothing more, and stared blankly at the beautiful scenery before her. After a long while, she said, "What a wonderful place. A wonderful place that can keep all bad moods away from me." Hobert smiled and said, "Come whenever you want in the future. Especially when you are tired, I will prepare a courtyard for you in the Lord's manor." Stay as long as you like. If you don't want that much trouble, do you see the construction site over there? In another month or two, the hotel there will be finished, and there's also the villa area over there. Several of the villas are already ready to be moved into. Bernadette took a deep breath. I will come to rest for a few days in the summer, but I won't notify you then. Hobert smiled. No problem. If anything is not up to par, you can come to me to complain. After discussing business, their conversation became more casual than before. They got up and walked down the mountain while chatting. The train was waiting on the other side of the peak. After Hobert and Bernadette boarded, the train slowly started moving again. Bernadette saw some buildings on the back of the mountain, one of which looked very grand and had its doors and windows installed, appearing to be finished with its decoration. That area will be a large entertainment center in the future. Hobert continued his tour guide duties for this trip. The building that's already completed is the auction center, specifically for auctioning extraordinary items. After the auction, there will also be Beander gatherings. If you have time, you can come and see if there's anything you need. Bernadette asked, are the auctions held regularly? Small auctions are held on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month, and a large auction is held on the 29th of each month. Hobert very much hoped that a prominent figure in the Beander world like Bernadette would participate. Bernadette nodded. At midnight on the 28th, you can place the auction item information on the wooden chair at the top of the mountain. If there's anything I need, I will participate. Good. Hobert thought to himself, as expected of the mysterious queen, her method of obtaining information is quite mysterious. He simply guessed that Bernadette had likely marked the location of the wooden chair on the mountaintop and could send her mysterious servant to retrieve the auction item information. After taking the train around the territory, Bernadette seemed to be in good spirits. Hobert then walked with Bernadette around the lake. Hobert had Archibald prepare the grill, charcoal, and other items, then boarded a modified wooden boat, hiring someone to row it to the middle of the lake for fishing. These wooden boats were originally used by the people of the territory for travel, but now that Hobert provided steam passenger ships, these wooden boats were almost useless. Decades ago, there were still fishermen around Full Moon Lake, but after monsters appeared in the lake, no one dared to fish anymore. It had been abandoned for decades, and now no one still fished. The key was that there were still some large fish and beasts in the underwater forest at this time. Although they dared not come ashore, the fish in the lake were only enough for their food, so even if one wanted to fish, they wouldn't catch much. Following the principle of not wasting, Hobert modified these wooden boats that everyone no longer used. Most of them were converted into small cargo ships, and one was converted into a small fishing boat. Hobert planned to fish on the lake in the summer to cultivate his sentiments. At this time, this boat was used to entertain Bernadette. The two leisurely discussed anecdotes of the extraordinary world, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Looking again at the beautiful landscape around them, Full Moon Lake had been fully visible just moments ago, and in the blink of an eye, the two were already boating on Full Moon Lake. Even these two beyonders on the boat felt a sense of wonder at the marvels of nature. During their conversation, Hobert realized that Bernadette's knowledge reserve was quite astonishing. She was familiar with most of the information Hobert had disclosed in the Tarot Club so far. And on the other side, just as Catalia marveled at Hobert's meticulous logical perspective, Hobert's views on certain events gave Bernadette a similar feeling. Archibald, who had boarded the boat with them, listened very intently. Only then did he realize that Hobert was actually someone who could discuss ancient and modern affairs with important figures in the Beander world. How could an ordinary Sequence 5 have such a level? He believed this was the result of being influenced by the Creator. Evening arrived in a flash. Work at the construction site finished, and the workers went home, chatting and laughing. The two cargo ships docked at the port were the first to hang large lights at their bows and sterns. Gradually, the town's lights flickered on, one by one, showcasing the town's vitality. Because several cargo ships already docked here every day, and two passenger ships full of tourists arrived 2 days ago, the town's restaurants and hotels also became lively. Some workers now gathered in restaurants in groups of 3 or 5, all indicating that the town now had a bit of nightlife. Lights were also hung on the wooden boat in the lake. Hobert had Archibald light the stove, then he skewered raw meat, brushed it with oil, sprinkled cumin and chili powder, and grilled it with a sizzling sound. Bernadette was slightly taken aback. Your method of grilling meat is quite different from Daisy barbecue. Hobert had already learned that Emperor Rosal had only improved the cooking methods of some dishes, and had not delved into skewers, hot pot, snacks, and the like. He also thought that there wasn't a single folk song circulating in this extraordinary world, which made Hobert sigh. The Emperor's life was truly boring. It was precisely because he had done some research that he dared to barbecue in front of Bernadette. Otherwise, if Bernadette suddenly started calling him father while eating, it would have wasted such good barbecue. When they boarded the boat, they also brought a bucket of beer. Drinking beer, eating skewers, and admiring the beautiful scenery of Full Moon Lake, Hobert looked utterly content, and Bernadette also enjoyed the delicious food and beautiful scenery before her. After a few drinks, their conversation became even more casual, and Bernadette, as expected of a daughter trained by the Emperor, had many values that perfectly suited Hobert's taste. Gradually, after she dropped her mysterious queen facade, Hobert even had the illusion of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Previously, in his conversations with Klein, Hobert had tried to find such a feeling, but Klein was a bit of a quiet person, and he played the role of a person from this era very convincingly. If it weren't for the fool holding the tarot club every week, Hobert would have doubted whether the Klein he met was Joe Mingrui. As the two talked, they discussed the situation on the North Continent. Hobert said, "You must have noticed that the countries on the North Continent still seem to be able to coexist peacefully for now, but they are bound to fight." Bernadette was slightly taken aback. "As far as I know, the Forsake Empire has provoked repeatedly, but the Ruined Kingdom has no intention of going to war. Nobles and wealthy individuals are busy making money. Are they willing to fight? After all, war would cause unrest, and crucially, their money or resources might depreciate as a result, or they might be subject to the military, which doesn't seem to be in their interest. It is precisely because of profit that they will fight." Hobert smiled. "You must have been to Backland. The entire city, the entire ruin, produces a large number of products every moment. Who are they going to sell them to? The poor in Backland's East Bank? Or the natives of the South Continent? The main consumers who can afford these things are actually the citizens of the North Continent. But the current problem is that the products produced by the 4 countries are clearly in surplus. Who is willing to accept products from other countries? This is a fundamental contradiction of wealth. It now seems that everyone is willing to coexist peacefully, but that's only because no one is confident enough to utterly destroy the other." Bernadette nodded slowly. She suddenly recalled how, when her father used to explain certain principles, he could often grasp the crux of the problem, just like now, and explain a seemingly ordinary but very important matter thoroughly, changing some of her perspectives. Immediately after, Bernadette realized that the high-level upheaval she had seen, which would appear in Backland, was a war. Unfortunately, she could only see some blurry shadows and couldn't distinguish whether the upheaval was a war initiated by the Ruined Kingdom. At this time, on the North Continent, the Ruined Kingdom had the strongest overall power, so Bernadette naturally assumed that the Ruined Kingdom would initiate the war. Bernadette finished her beer. "This is a good idea, but it's hard to prevent the outbreak of war." Her Sequence 2 advancement ritual required her to prevent a high-level disaster. Around 9 in the evening, Bernadette, full and well-fed, and having gained much, bid farewell to Hobert and vanished before him, transforming into a phantom. Hobert burped and had Archibald row the boat to shore. 2 puppets were rowing, and Archibald's main body asked while tidying up, "Lord, this afternoon I heard Seal at the dock say that you're planning to take the soldiers to suppress bandits." Yes. Hobert had planned to take Seal and the others to suppress bandits last week, which was essentially a training exercise. But then the riot happened, so he had to wait until now. Many of the cargo ship's crew members reported seeing bandits in the waters outside the Jeffrey territory, and some even tried to board their ships, but their wooden boats couldn't catch up to the steamships. Therefore, the bandit suppression could no longer be delayed and had to be carried out as soon as possible, to prevent actual robberies from occurring. Archibald smiled. I've commanded regular Fursak Empire troops before, why don't you give me this task? Hobert was slightly stunned and looked at Archibald. You've commanded regular troops. Archibald quickly and seriously reported to Hobert. Yes, because I really needed a warrior pathway and a hunter pathway puppet. So I went to the South Continent, found a suitable target there, and turned a reaper into a puppet. At that time, the Fursak Empire's colonies were at war, and I found it quite fun, so I impersonated that reaper and continued fighting the enemy. As a result, I got addicted to fighting. I stayed in the Fursak military camp for 8 years. I was originally a noble going to gain experience, but I actually became the Fursak Empire's military commander-in-chief in its various colonies on the South Continent. The Battle of Jarl was initiated by me and won by me. Hobert was stunned, because he had learned about this battle in his Modern Concise History course at university. It was a classic modern land battle. This course was also called Modern History, and it discussed the history of the past few decades, as well as the current situation on the North-South continent. Archibald sighed and continued, unfortunately, the War God Church discovered my true identity, and I had no choice but to abandon that identity. However, before I left, I gave the War God Church a surprise by turning their archbishop stationed on the South Continent into a puppet. Light gleamed in Archibald's eyes. That was the origin of his demigod puppet, and also the most glorious period of his life. Hobert smiled, pondered for a moment, then said, all right, but even if a soldier is on the verge of death and cannot be saved, you cannot turn him into a puppet. In fact, Hobert knew very well that while he could plan extraordinary combat, when it came to knowledge of firearms, he lacked even the most basic tactical knowledge and would only charge forward with his men. Don't worry, Lord, Archibald said. Regarding the creation of puppets, I will follow all your arrangements. Hobert nodded, and the matter was settled. Returning to the Lord's manor, Hobert pushed open the bedroom door and smiled. My beautiful lady, have you been waiting for me for a long time? I'm here. But immediately after, Hobert found that the atmosphere in the room seemed a bit off. Furs was expressionlessly flipping through a magazine, without any response. Hobert was stunned. Everything had been fine in the morning. He took a closer look at the magazine in Furz's hand. It was the same magazine Bernadette had once flipped through. He took off his cloak, sat beside Furz, and smiled. You know, sometimes strange guests appear in the territory, but there's nothing I can do, I have to entertain them well. Furz saw the weariness on Hobert's face, and her expression softened somewhat, but then she stiffened and asked, did you let another woman into our room? The moment I walked in, I smelled a faint scent of perfume. Fortunately, I didn't see any woman's hair on the bed, otherwise I would never come to this room or sleep in this bed again. Hobert cursed Bernadette inwardly. I knew it. Appearing in the bedroom easily leads to misunderstandings. Wait, how could the dignified, mysterious queen, a sequence 3, not be able to hide the scent of her perfume? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. This mischievous kid did it on purpose. Next time we meet, I'll beat her for old Huang. Forget it, I can't beat her yet. Not having time to think too much, he quickly hugged Furz and coaxed. You don't know how outrageous the guest I entertained today was. She just loves these kinds of pranks, and she always says hurtful things. Hobert tried his best to portray Bernadette as a mischievous child from next door. Furz was also stunned. Is she really an adult? Yes, I have similar feelings to yours. Hobert said with a wry smile. As soon as you mentioned the perfume smell, I knew it must be her prank, because I haven't smelled any perfume all day long. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat her, I wouldn't indulge her like this. Furz laughed. There are still people you can't beat. The atmosphere had eased considerably, and Furz gradually responded to Hobert's kisses and embraces. After a passionate interlude, the two of them, as usual, began to talk about matters of the territory. After finishing with the auction house matters, Furs suddenly said, "Hobert, promise me one thing. If you ever have another woman, don't bring her into our room." Hobert looked at Furs, who was serious in his arms. "I'm so busy all day, wouldn't it be better to have some time to drink tea and fish on the lake? Do you think I have time to find another woman? Now is now, perhaps you'll have time in the future." Furs had heard from Zio about the mistresses of those nobles. In this era, it was abnormal for a noble not to have a mistress. In the relatively conservative Ruined Kingdom, such matters were not openly discussed. However, in the Intis Republic, many nobles would compare the charm, figure, and promiscuity of their mistresses. Nobles without mistresses either had financial problems or physical problems. Furs also knew that this ambitious man before her could not possibly have only one woman in his life. She had long been mentally prepared for this, but she also had her bottom line. Hobert knew that even if he swore to the gods now, Furs would not believe him. So he simply said, "Don't worry, I will protect our family." Furs was very satisfied with this answer and, as if giving a reward, kissed Hobert. Both of them, by unspoken agreement, did not continue the topic. Hobert said, "Tomorrow, accompany me to inspect the new territory. There's a manor there that used to belong to Light Viscount. Let's go see it together." Furs agreed. Okay. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Hobert first used travel to watch a play on the West Bank. Originally, he had planned to give the young people who were undergoing punishment 2 days off after 3 days of work, but these days, the Jeffrey Territory's boats were busy transporting building materials and some essential supplies to the West Bank, so the vacation time was postponed for a few days. Hobert wasn't so idle as to visit every village. He randomly observed the reactions of 3 villages in a small town, and Hobert was satisfied to see the stunned expressions of the villagers. The villagers of one village even thought they had seen a ghost and wanted to organize people to fight it, and some were even so scared that their legs gave way and they sat on the ground. Watching them shout and scream, Hobert felt a sense of mischievous satisfaction. "Before, you caused riots and made me worry for days. Now I'll give you a scare, and we're even." At this time, the grassroots civil servants dispatched by each village began to loudly publicize some changes in the Jeffrey Territory and some new policies of Lord Hobert. At the same time, Hobert also saw the scene of young people who had received punishment embracing their families and weeping bitterly. He saw parents holding their children's faces and looking at them over and over again, and he saw young girls, unashamed, rushing out to embrace their lovers who had been lost and found again. Hobert's smile gradually faded. Being lost and found again awakened many people from their numbness. Indeed, only when you lose something do you learn to cherish it. He did not continue watching but returned to the East Bank. Around 9 o'clock, he departed from the Lord's manor, taking Furs and a dozen guards and servants, to inspect the territory. This made Hobert recall his last inspection of the territory. At that time, he only had one servant, Seal, and didn't even have a horse when they first set out. The horse Hobert was riding now was still, sponsored, by Dennis's father, Grov. Moreover, during that inspection, the residents of the territory were all on guard against Hobert as if he were a thief. Now it was different. No matter where Hobert passed, farmers in the fields respectfully greeted the Lord. Some even invited Hobert to drink tea or wine under a tree. Regarding the act of drinking wine at noon, Hobert smiled and subtly criticized, "Drinking wine at noon can easily lead to mistakes. I'll just have a couple sips of tea." So, not long after the group set out, Hobert dismounted and drank tea with the people working in the fields. Through casual conversation, Hobert learned that some families in the village had already become wealthy. Without exception, these families had many family members working on construction sites, and thus received more wages every weekend. Especially after the Lord's Manor's directly operated stores in the Jeffrey Territory's town opened, workers with money in hand naturally went to buy some modern industrial products, which led to the initial prosperity of the territory's economy. Walking and stopping along the way, Hobert felt the immense changes in his territory. The enthusiasm of the common people working in the fields and on construction sites was high, and they were creating more wealth than before. The key was that they themselves could get a considerable portion of the wealth they created. Many new, tall, beautiful houses with red bricks and red tiles appeared in the village. It wasn't that the people here found red auspicious, it was just that the brick kilns in the territory could only fire red bricks and tiles now. More often, houses were half-built or under construction with the help of neighbors, relatives, and friends. That was hope, that was the future. However, after arriving in the new territory, the situation immediately changed. The people here were indifferent and numb, there were few people in the fields, and the growth of the crops was far less impressive than what he had seen that morning. So, the inspection speed was much faster, and by evening, he reached Light Viscount's former manor. It had long been abandoned, with only tall courtyard walls and vast lawns testifying to its former glory. On the way, Hobert had heard from the Lord's Manor's original servants that the scenery here was quite good, but by the time he arrived, it was almost evening, and the surroundings looked similar to ordinary grasslands. Wild rabbits had long made their homes here. When Hobert and Furs were strolling, he casually shot a few. He handed one of them to a servant. "Roast this, I'll be entertaining guests with it later. The rest of the wild rabbits are for you all." While waiting for the roasted rabbit meat, Furs, who was already a little hungry and had started eating bread with jam, was still reflecting on what she had seen and heard that day. It was her first time feeling such a strong sense of comfort. Hobert had brought about earth-shattering changes in the lives of the common people, and in return, they welcomed Hobert with their greatest enthusiasm and supported his rule. This world has grown accustomed to establishing rule through violence, Hobert suddenly sighed. Perhaps this has something to do with the inherently mad nature of this world. Haven't the beyonders of the lawyer and arbitrator pathways ever considered that making this world a better place would garner more support for their rule? Suddenly, a voice in the darkness said, "Someone among them must have thought of it." A middle-aged man with an impeccably groomed beard and hair emerged from the darkness into the camp. The guards immediately aimed their guns at him. Hobert smiled. "That's my guest." Everyone did not relax their vigilance, but their gun barrels were no longer pointed at the other party. The newcomer was precisely the person Hobert intended to meet on this inspection, Jonathan. Several bullets suddenly appeared in Jonathan's hand. He played with the bullets in his hand as he sat opposite Hobert, but the problem is, they immediately realized another issue: what's the use of support from ordinary people? It was then that the surrounding guards discovered that the bullets in their guns were missing. Jonathan casually tossed the bullets in his hand at the guards' feet. He originally thought these guards would immediately bend down to pick them up, but instead, they reloaded their guns with another bullet and stared intently at Jonathan. Seeing Jonathan's slightly surprised expression, Hobert chuckled. "Did you not expect that ordinary people could look you in the eye with such backbone? As long as someone supports them, they are not as obsequious as you imagine." Jonathan glanced at Hobert, "But they still rely on you, and ultimately, they still rely on extraordinary." Hobert took a deep breath. "Yes, that's a problem. Actually, if ordinary people were allowed to develop, they could also create weapons capable of destroying the world, almost on par with deities, and they could use their methods to land on the moon and travel through the heavens." Jonathan smiled and shook his head. "Young people still have imagination." Hobert also smiled and did not continue the discussion. "Are you feeling better recently?" Jonathan nodded. "The negative effects have all disappeared." Hobert grunted and said straightforwardly, "I've had quite a few insights these 2 weeks on the West Bank. You simply don't know what rule is. Hand over the governance of the East Bank to me. I will make it more prosperous and attract more people here. I will still not interfere with religious matters. If you have conflicts with the Earth Mother Church and need me to mediate, I will step in." To this, Jonathan agreed readily. "Understood." However, he then added, "But I have one condition." "Speak. Tell me about your faith." Hobert paused, looking at Jonathan. "This is my first time preaching to a demigod." Furs, who was nearby, was slightly startled. She remembered that Hobert was a follower of the Black Knight goddess when he was in Backland, and after coming to the Fenaport kingdom, he became a devout follower of the Earth Mother. She couldn't help but wonder, does this demigod of the Gnostic society want to believe in the Earth Mother? In previous battles, Furs had seen Jonathan from afar, and Hobert later introduced him to her as a demigod of the Gnostic society. The Lord awoke from chaos and saw that the order in the human world was so unbearable. Morality was no longer the standard for judging a person's goodness, money was. Violence permeated every corner of this world, adorned by deities and rule. Vicious criminals lived good lives, while truly kind people who loved life toiled all day, with no time to enjoy life. As for Hobert's eloquence, such things came almost effortlessly, and like the Bibles of various churches, he would expound on core ideas from the perspective of human nature and on a grand scale. He continued, so the Lord sighed, humans in the fifth epoch are even more miserable than in the second epoch. At least in the second epoch, humans rarely killed or deceived each other. Therefore, the Lord intends to overthrow the existing order and establish a new order for the human world. As he spoke, Hobert suddenly realized that, in this way, it was connected to the honorific name he had racked his brains to come up with earlier, which had seemed rather cheap. He wondered if his honorific name determined his future endeavors, or if his inevitable future endeavors inversely determined his honorific name. Jonathan was slightly startled by these words, "Your faith easily makes enemies of all deities." Furs also realized, this isn't the doctrine of the Earth Mother Church, is it? Hobert, however, smiled, the deity I believe in has already found an ally. However, that ally is only sequence 6, no, almost promoted to sequence 5. Jonathan guessed, Earth Mother. No, Hobert said, my relationship with Bishop Simpson is purely my personal action to develop the territory. Furs wondered, what is Hobert's true faith? Why have I never heard him mention it? Perhaps it's because I'm not very concerned about matters of faith. The Fool Mister might be my most devout faith, but now that I think about it, unless I have something to trouble the Fool Mister with, I've never performed daily prayers. No, this makes me seem too impious. From now on, I must perform daily prayers to the Fool Mister every day. But it seems like a lot of trouble. Forget it, 3 days, once a week for daily prayers. Jonathan was very curious. You develop your territory in such a unique way, and it's not from a deity's command. No, as long as we develop according to its outline, it rarely interferes with the affairs of its favored ones. Hobert was being truthful about this. Jonathan fell silent, and after a while, he suddenly asked, do you know the origin of the Gnostic Society? I've heard a rough outline, Hobert replied, the Gnostic Society seems to be a branch of the Witch Church. Furs was stunned again. This was the first time she had heard such high-level intelligence in the real world. Jonathan then asked, aren't you curious why the main members of the Gnostic Society are beyonders of the apprentice pathway? According to the information I've received, after Mr. of the Fourth Epoch fell, without the protection of an angel, the Witch Church seized the opportunity to harvest some extraordinary characteristic of the Abraham family. This was actually Hobert's conjecture. Furs sighed. Hobert knows a lot. He even knows about Mr., but he doesn't know that Mr. didn't fall, but was merely sealed. Thinking of this, she felt somewhat emotional. As expected, the intelligence obtained at the Tarot Club is very high-end, and it's a secret unknown to most Beyonders. Emperor Mr. really knows a lot. Mr. did not fall, he was merely sealed, Jonathan corrected. Furs, who had torn off a rabbit leg and was eating it to herself, smiled slightly, as expected. Jonathan then continued, I don't know how much you know about the history of the Fourth Epoch, but I can tell you that when Mr. was first sealed, the forces of the Witch Church were basically all in the South Continent. They simply had no time or space to deal with the Beyonders of the Abraham family. Hobert paused slightly. That's something I hadn't thought of before. Jonathan continued, after Mr. was sealed, the Abraham family underwent a split. With the Tamara family. Do you know the Tamara family? I know, Hobert nodded. I've killed quite a few people from that family. Jonathan was slightly stunned. What kind of remark was that? Hobert smiled. You continue. Jonathan cleared his throat. At that time, the Abraham family and the Tamara family often intermarried. Some relatives of the Tamara family within the Abraham family advocated for siding with the Tamara, while many other clansmen intended to maintain the family's independence, ready to welcome the return of Mr. This was the first split of the Abraham family. However, the members who sided with the Tamara family soon experienced a second split. The reason for the split was very strange. It is said that the deity the Tamara family found to free their clansmen from the curse had problems, and for some unknown reason, the Tamara family strongly wished to cultivate a traveler. I need to explain the Abraham family's curse to you. I've heard of that curse, Hobert said. It's about hearing maddening whispers during the blood moon, right? Furs also nodded along. I am a victim of this curse. Jonathan sighed. You know many secrets. He then thought that this seemed reasonable. After all, Hobert had an organization and a deity behind him. Jonathan showed a confused expression. Logically speaking, the Tamara family helping to find a deity that could help their clansmen avoid the curse, and cultivating a traveler, are both good things. But for some unknown reason, the clansmen at that time still split. Only a few people know the inside story of this matter, and those few people do not include me. After the split, the elders of our group contacted the witch church and received the protection of the original witch. But because our ideals differed too greatly from the witch church reluctantly established the Gnostic Society. Hobert tore off a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Jonathan. I didn't expect there to be so many hidden details. Jonathan took the rabbit meat, shook his head, and said, Don't you hear the problem? The original witch is she is not a righteous deity. What I find very strange is, why would those deceased elders turn to the witch church? How is that different from the problematic deity before? Furs was slightly startled, not expecting the Abraham family to have other branches. Hobert sighed. It's just choosing the lesser of two evils. He said, Have you ever considered that perhaps the deity the Tamara family found could cause you even greater harm than the original witch? I've thought about that question, but I truly can't understand what harm could be greater than a deity in a bad state. Jonathan asked, somewhat confused. Hobert knew very clearly that there was. But he had forgotten what it was. He still remembered that some memories that couldn't be carried in the outside world were sealed by him in the country of disorder, so he didn't delve into it. Jonathan didn't continue to dwell on this issue, but instead said, some of the high-ranking members of the Gnostic Society are from the witch church, and some are saints of the Abraham family. Currently, I know that 3 saints of the Abraham family have been completely influenced by the original witch and have begun to fanatically believe in the original witch. And I, along with 2 other demigods of the Abraham family, still remember the agreement with the witch church from a long time ago. The original witch helps us avoid the curse, and we help the witch church do things that are inconvenient for them to handle directly. However, too many clansmen of the Abraham family have still been corrupted. They have been completely brainwashed by the witch church, believing that killing a person is helping him to liberate his gnosis. He sighed. I've also been somewhat affected. For example, at certain times, my subconscious will believe I am a female, or I will feel the irresistible charm of the original witch. If there's an opportunity, I don't want to continue being affected like this, and I don't want our clansmen to sink into the witch church's charm and completely become its vassals. Hobert roughly understood Jonathan's request. A group of Gnostic Society members, with Jonathan as their main leader, wished to leave the Gnostic Society. The rift between the Gnostic Society and the witch church, or rather, the rift within the Gnostic Society itself, is deeper than I imagined. Furs, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jonathan, I'm very curious. Since you want to obtain a certain degree of protection, why don't you seek refuge with the Orthodox churches? Because Mr. Dor, whom we believe in, was sealed by one or several of the 7 deities. Jonathan explained, almost every clan member, after advancing to astrologer, has a premonition that one day Mr. Door will definitely break free from the seal and return to the real world. So it's impossible for us to believe in our enemies. Furs nodded. I understand. She thought to herself, I know this, Mr. Door was sealed by Black Night Goddess and Storm of Lord. Then she thought again, the Abraham family members of the Gnostic Society, although stronger than Mr. Dorian's faction, are also more radical. Hobert, however, thought, I previously knew that the Gnostic Society's doctrine holds that the spirit is the essence of man, and the body is merely a cage that binds the spirit. One must obtain knowledge through spirituality, allowing the spirit to gradually free itself from the body, and then, after enduring layers of trials from the astral body, finally escape the material world, return to the purest and truest self, and achieve eternal salvation. But I hadn't seriously studied it before. This doctrine, at first glance, seems like the Rose School, or rather, a reference for the prisoner pathways acting. However, upon closer inspection, this doctrine really doesn't have much to do with the witch church. Jonathan's words just now reminded me. It turns out they have always believed in Mr. Door. So the Gnostic Society's doctrine can also be seen as a description of the growth process of a Beyander of the Door pathway, or simply a description of Mr. Door. Your previous statements were very misleading. Jonathan said with a smile to Hobert. They convinced a large number of Gnostic Society members, and even many witch church members deeply believed your theories. Hobert's previous statements, offering an alternative interpretation of the witch pathways potion and advocating for aligning with the Orthodox churches, were indeed very misleading. Jonathan made full use of this, which amounted to sifting out those members who were unwilling to continue living in secret. These were the like-minded members of Jonathan and his group. Finally, Jonathan said meaningfully, the only thing we lack now is a protection. Hobert, of course, understood that Jonathan meant, can the deity you believe in provide us with such protection? He said, I will report this matter. The implication was, whether to accept you or not, I cannot decide. I will report this matter to the Creator. Jonathan hummed, I'll wait for your news. He finished the rabbit meat in his hand, took out a towel to carefully wipe his hands, and then stood up to leave. Hobert sat by the bonfire in silence, considering whether to accept Jonathan's group. Accepting them would at least add 3 demigod-level combatants, but it would also mean facing the wrath of the witch church, which could very likely trigger another angel-level battle. Not accepting them would be easier, but Hobert felt it would be a pity, as they were 3 demigod-level combatants. Another question was whether the Creator could isolate Mr. Door's curse. This needed to be tested first. If Jonathan brought his team and found that the Creator couldn't help them at all, it would be awkward. After some thought, Hobert felt it was necessary to accept this force. For evil gods, associated with rulers, it was only a matter of time before they established their own kingdom. At that time, the extraordinary forces within the country could not be sustained by the Bach family alone. It was necessary to unite all forces that could be united to form the extraordinary power of his kingdom. Trying to poach from the Orthodox churches would be pure suicide. He could only unite descendants of angel family like the Abraham family, though these families all had more or less some problems. For Hobert, the risks of solving these problems were great, but these problems were also opportunities. As long as he helped them solve their problems, he could gain their loyalty. Finally, Hobert decided that helping was helping, but there was no need to rush this matter. He could wait until he became a demigod. After eating a few bites of rabbit meat, Hobert and Furs returned to the erected tent to rest. Furs really wanted to know Hobert's beliefs, but she also knew that this should be a very private matter. If there were requirements for secrecy, like in the Tarot Club, it might make Hobert uncomfortable. So she decided not to ask for now. From her understanding of Hobert, if he could tell her, he would. It wasn't until the two of them were intimate that Furs put aside the question and became focused. Being intimate in the wild gave the two of them a brand new experience, allowing them to wholeheartedly enjoy the pleasure of the moment. After a passionate session, the two of them chatted casually, embracing each other as usual. Hobert suddenly said, regarding my true belief, I didn't mention it to you before because I had made an oath. Unless it was for preaching, I couldn't reveal that great existence to anyone outside the family. Furs nodded gently. I knew it was like this. But now it's different. Hobert lowered his head and kissed Furs's forehead. You are a member of our family now, and for a while, you may need the protection of that great existence. He said, you must have heard of the Blood Emperor, right? Yes, it's the Blood Emperor who established the Tudor Empire in the Fourth Epoch. My father, Christine, is a descendant of the Tudor family. Now you know how my cousin Angus came to be, right? Yes, they are all members of the same family. Furs was somewhat surprised. She hugged Hobert's waist to feel a sufficient sense of reality. When I was trading information about the Tudor Empire in the Tarot Club before, I felt that these people and events were so far away from me, but I didn't expect them to be so close. This made her involuntarily think of the Emperor in the Tarot Club. She thought carefully again and felt that the Emperor's build seemed quite similar to Hobert's. However, the feeling they gave off was different. Hobert made people feel warm, focused, and occasionally a little mischievous, while the Emperor gave off a mysterious, knowledgeable, and lofty feeling. Then she thought again, I remember the Emperor said that he had many colleagues from the Tudor family. Hobert wouldn't believe in the Creator, would he? Furs probably couldn't imagine that the reason Hobert said that at the time was to make his words more credible at this very moment. Hobert continued, our family believes in a great deity named the Creator. Furs hugged Hobert's arm even tighter, it really is like that. But for now, don't mention this in front of other family members, because this is not something that can be discussed openly. Hobert then said, you also heard the king's envoy's command. This Saturday or Sunday, I will leave the territory to attend the National Day celebration next Monday. When Father came to Jeffrey Town before, he warned me that something big was going to happen in Feniport City. I suspect this big event might happen on National Day. Starting 2 weeks ago, I've already had Philip establish a company to divide and reorganize the industries in the territory to cope with any potential accidents. After this inspection, you will start to inquire about these company accounts. Although I won't ask you to manage them, you need to be aware of them. You must be careful during your stay in the territory. I will leave Archibald to protect you and will rearrange the Traveler's Gate for you. You must ensure you can escape back to Backland at any time. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties or dangers, pray to the Creator for his help. Furs said with some worry, you're just going to a banquet, what danger could there be? Could it be that your investments in the territory are too large, making the royal family jealous? If not, just give them these industries. It's just money, there's no need to take risks. From the royal family's perspective, my investments in the territory are probably the most insignificant problem. Hobert gently patted Furs's back to comfort her. Don't worry, with Father here, I won't be in too much danger, but I suspect my baronet title might be lost. If it's lost, then it's lost. It's just a title. Furs said anxiously, is there anything I can do to help you? Just oversee things in the territory for me. Hobert said with a smile, don't worry, you know I have a magical item. No place can trap me. Furs then felt a little relieved, I really wish I could advance quickly. Then I could help you share some of the pressure. Hobert pinched Furs's nose, didn't you participate in the battle against the demons before? You've already helped me a great deal. He continued, don't worry, after I go to Feniport City, I will first go to see Bishop Simpson. At critical moments, the Earth Mother Church will also provide necessary help and protection. You don't need to worry at all. Furs then understood that Hobert had already been preparing for this moment, which relieved her considerably. At the same time, she secretly encouraged herself to advance as quickly as possible, that way I can help Hobert. He will come to me for advice when he has such problems, instead of keeping all the pressure to himself. Amidst Hobert's comforting words, Furs fell asleep with a heavy heart, and Hobert soon followed suit. Around midnight, Hobert was woken by prayers. Who's so sick? Muttering a curse, Hobert pretended to be in a hurry to urinate, went outside the tent, and entered the country of disorder. he surprisingly saw another unfamiliar star in the pool in front of the Iron Throne. Extending his spirituality, this time it was a man dressed in ruin-style court guard attire praying to him. This time, Hobert was not as surprised as last time. He realized that someone was indeed testing him, and the other party was very likely from the ruined royal family. Was it George III? Hobert pondered for a moment and decided not to pay attention, because if the other party was only testing him like this, it would be impossible to find him, so there was no need to worry for now. Hobert, who had returned from outside the tent, meditated for a long time before falling asleep again. The next day, the inspection continued. Furs finally understood why the common people loved Hobert so much. If it weren't for his actions over the past 6 months, she believed that the area around Jeffrey Town would be as poor as these mountain villages. At noon, the group returned to the manor from which they had set out in the morning. It was then that Hobert finally appreciated the scenery of this manor. As far as his eyes could see, there were low hills and rolling terrain covered with green grass, dotted with wild flowers. Among the flowers and grass, various insects were already busy. There were no magnificent sights, nor any particularly novel landscapes, but seeing such a scene made one feel very refreshed inside. Furs had the servants set up lounge chairs on the lawn. She basked in the sun comfortably, watching the spring winds and clouds, and watching Hobert, who was in high spirits, galloping on horseback. This place was indeed very suitable for riding. On horseback, there was a sense of conquering the land before him. After riding for a while, the gloom in Hobert's heart from the past few days was swept away. He said to his guards and servants, "We'll head back at 3 in the afternoon." After speaking, he lay down on a lounge chair next to Furs. "This manor must be thoroughly renovated." Furs suddenly said, "I want this manor." Hobert smiled, "It's yours. When I visit here in the future, you must entertain me well." "I'm not joking." "I'm not joking either." Hobert smiled, "When I go back, I'll have Philip handle the procedures to separate it from the Lord's Manor's property and transfer it to your name." Furs smiled sweetly, "Hobert, you're so kind." Hobert smiled and pinched her face. Furs rarely made such requests, so he naturally wanted to fulfill them as much as possible. Furs looked at the blue sky, holding Hobert's hand. "I wish I could stay here forever and never leave. In the future, we will see even more beautiful scenery than this." "No," Furs suddenly interjected, "the scenery here is enough for me. If I were to see the more magnificent scenery you speak of, I would become greedy." Hobert was slightly taken aback, then turned to look at Furs. "We can't stay here forever." "I know you can't stay here forever," Furs said with a happy smile, "but I will stay here, constantly missing you, and waiting for you to come back." She looked at Hobert. "Hobert, not everyone has ambitions like yours. I don't. Actually, for me, living with you in the territory is already very satisfying, but I know I can't be a burden to you. So I only hope that I can live peacefully in such a beautiful place. When I miss you, you happen to miss me and can appear before me." If it weren't for that curse, if it weren't for wanting to help Hobert, she wouldn't even have much motivation to advance. Hobert hummed and smiled, "Live however you want to live." The two exchanged smiles and continued to enjoy this wonderful time. However, such time was ultimately short-lived. At 3 in the afternoon, the group began their return journey and arrived back at the Lord's Manor in the evening. After dinner, Archibald and Seal reported their first bandit suppression results to Hobert. They successfully defeated a group of over 30 bandits on the East Bank and captured a considerable amount of spoils. Just like the bandits in Jeffrey territory before, these bandits were, to a certain extent, the rulers of that area, so they possessed a lot of wealth. Hobert inquired about the details of the battle. Seal also provided a thorough report. Archibald was experienced in leading troops and had very accurate judgment of the enemy. How to lure the enemy. How to set up an ambush. Everything was meticulously arranged in advance, completely disorienting the enemy. With only 7 or 8 people injured, they killed 12 enemies and captured over 20. Those 20-odd people were all sent to the construction site, where their fate, of course, was to work as laborers for the rest of their lives. Hobert was finally relieved to entrust the bandit suppression to Archibald and had Seal call in the 2 soldiers who performed best in this battle. Besides commending them, he also promised to make them beyonders. Hobert only offered them 3 pathways: hunter, warrior, and sailor, for them to choose from. On Friday morning, April, who had an appointment with Hobert, arrived at the side hall in the front yard with 2 servants, carrying a wooden box the size of a coffin. After the door was closed, only Hobert, April, and the wooden box on the table remained in the side hall. Hobert opened the lid of the coffin-like wooden box. Inside lay a tall man with a prominent nose. He looked exactly like Dunn Smith, the only difference being that his hairline was not high, and his hair looked very thick. Hobert smiled. You even cured his old problem of hair loss. April was slightly surprised. No wonder. When this body was first refined, the hair volume was indeed not much. I thought I had made a mistake in the operation. The reason for such thick hair is that I later found a way to make them grow. Hobert stroked his chin and said, "This is good news for middle-aged men." Then he asked, "Is it enough to just merge the soul with this body?" "It requires consuming a life stone every year," April explained. "And this body will also age, probably lasting about 60 to 70 years. At that point, even using a life stone will have no effect. A new body can only be refined, provided that his spiritual body has not weakened, otherwise, he will not be able to re-merge. Additionally, the merging process must be performed by me." Hobert nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll go get his spiritual body and extraordinary characteristic." Walking quickly to the study, Hobert, somewhat excitedly, offered the psychic wine glass to the country of disorder. He went behind the iron throne and opened the stone coffin hidden behind it. Inside lay Captain Dunn's spiritual body and mental body, sometimes illusory, sometimes solid. Hobert had always sealed the stone coffin with the power of order, so there was no loss of spirituality from the spiritual body. Hobert brought the stone coffin to one side of the main hall's pool. He stood the stone coffin upright and picked up the psychic wine glass. He suddenly felt a little nervous. What if Captain Dunn didn't want to be resurrected? What if? Never mind, wake him up first. Injecting spirituality into the psychic wine glass, invisible ripples spread through the hall. Captain Dunn in the stone coffin suddenly opened his eyes. He was first a little dazed, then he saw the clear pool, the spacious hall, the giant bronze door on one side of the hall, and the high iron throne. Finally, Dunn's eyes, like a deep lake, looked at Hobert in front of him. "Hello, Captain Dunn," Hobert smiled. "It's truly good to see you again." Dunn's memory was still on the operation in Tingen City to prevent the True Creator's descent. He looked down and found no wounds on his body. "I remember, I think I died." Hobert thought to himself, "If I were to say, 'Captain, you remembered wrongly,' would I be able to bluff my way through? You indeed had no vital signs at the time." Hobert still decided to tell the truth. "I took it upon myself to preserve your extraordinary characteristic and astral body." Dunn stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds before asking, "So, our operation? You saved Tingen City?" "No, it was we saved Tingen City." Dunn scrutinized Hobert. "You seem to be more than just an unofficial member of the Night Watcher squad." "That's right," Hobert smiled, "but there's something I need to clarify. I am a favored one of the goddess." "Right." Then Hobert confidently added, "Yes, I am a favored one of the goddess. I have directly received instructions from the goddess." Hobert could feel that Dunn was highly wary of him. Dunn asked, "Then, Mr. Favored One, this is clearly not somewhere in the Church of the Night Goddess, is it?" "No," Hobert replied, "I asked a great existence to help me protect your astral body to prevent the loss of spirituality." "Why would you do that?" "Because I didn't want you to die." Hobert spread his hands. "Or rather, you shouldn't have died. You saved a city. Is that all? Klein and Leonard also didn't want you to die, and Miss Daly, she especially didn't want you to die." Hobert forced a smile. "I don't know if you can imagine Miss Daly heartbroken, drowning her sorrows in alcohol every day." Daly was indeed heartbroken, but whether she drowned her sorrows in alcohol, Hobert didn't know. Dunn fell into a long silence. He was pondering, and also weighing, and finally, as if suddenly making up his mind, he said, "But I'm already dead." He looked at Hobert, a smile on his face, having dropped most of his guard. "I've seen too many Beyonders who refuse to accept their own death. I don't want to become like them, so." Hobert was slightly stunned, but then he changed his persuasion strategy. "Captain Dunn, this world needs you. And I found an ancient alchemist who refined a body for you with a lifespan of 60 to 70 years. You won't become a wraith, and your state will be as normal as before." "Oh, right, I also specifically instructed that ancient alchemist to cure your hair loss." Dunn didn't pay much attention to the last two sentences, but smiled and asked, "I'm not some important person, why would this world need me?" "You're wrong, Captain Dunn. You are a vanguard of justice, a protector of the people, and a sharp sword to punish dark forces." Hobert said emotionally. "The forces of justice in this world are so few. Your death would be a great loss to the forces of justice and would allow more evil forces to breed. Yes, this world may not need you, but the good people cornered by dark forces need you, and the ordinary people persecuted by dark forces need you. Please stay and help them." Silence fell upon the hall once more. After a long while, Captain Dunn suddenly asked, "What do you need me to do?" Hobert took a deep breath. Neither colleagues nor friends had convinced Dunn to stay, nor had his loved one. He was staying for the justice in his heart and for those who needed his help. At this moment, Hobert briefly recounted his experiences from the recent period. "Overall, my territory has a large number of people suffering from demonic spiritual pollution, as well as some Gnostic Society believers. And the members of my newly formed official Beyonder organization, they have no problem killing someone, but they also have no experience in how to handle extraordinary incidents. I hope you can teach them how to handle extraordinary incidents." And in the South Continent, there is also a newly formed official Beyonder organization that severely lacks similar experience. They urgently need an experienced person to guide their work. Captain Dunn, with his arms crossed, smiled and said, "It sounds like your organization is not an evil secret organization." Hobert smiled and said, "It is a secret organization, but it is not evil. I never thought that after fighting secret organizations for so many years, I would become a member of one myself." Captain Dunn finally made up his mind. "All right, I'll go with you and see if I can help." He added, "But if I find that you are lying, or if my own state is abnormal, I will still end my life immediately. For the sake of us having fought together, please do not stop me." Hobert smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I'll first store you in the psychic wine glass, then return to the real world to set up the altar." "Wait a moment," Captain Dunn suddenly said, "you just said your territory is in the Feniport Kingdom, right?" "Yes, I will prepare Feniport language talismans for you, so you don't have to worry about language issues." Just as Hobert was about to pick up the psychic wine glass, Dunn spoke again. "I just forgot to ask, you said earlier that the composition of the official Beyonders in your territory is very complex. How complex is it?" Hobert was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that even as a spirit body, the captain's memory was still so excellent. He then explained the origins of Angus's first squad members and Helen's second squad members. Hobert picked up the psychic wine glass, waited a few seconds, and after confirming that the captain had no new questions, he injected his spirituality into the wine glass, attaching Captain Dunn's astral body and mental body to the wine glass, and then picked up Captain Dunn's extraordinary characteristic. Captain Dunn, in his current state, could see and hear Hobert's actions and voice, so Hobert pretended to thank the empty throne and then requested that the wine glass and the extraordinary characteristic be bestowed upon him. Immediately after, Hobert respectfully placed the two extraordinary items in his hand in front of the Iron Throne, and then his figure disappeared, returning to the real world. After setting up the bestowal ritual, Hobert re-entered the country of disorder, and bestowed the wine glass, containing Dunn's spirit body and the nightmare extraordinary characteristic upon himself. As he was sucked into the bronze door, Dunn, inside the wine glass, vaguely saw a tall and solid figure sitting on the iron throne, but before he could see clearly, after a period of dizziness, he arrived in the real world. Hobert brought the wine glass and the extraordinary characteristic to the front yard and handed them to April, who was waiting there. April first held the wine glass, checking if the spirit body inside was complete, then held the nightmare extraordinary characteristic and placed it beneath the ribs, towards the heart of the body. The skin of this body slowly parted, up and down, like a suddenly opening mouth, swallowing the extraordinary characteristic. A few seconds later, the body felt a touch more serene, but immediately after, it trembled, and one finger-sized tumor after another grew on its body, but these tumors quickly disappeared. But then they grew again, and disappeared again. Hobert was stunned. Is this a sign of losing control? April calmly explained, "Don't worry, this is normal, just like an ordinary person suddenly taking a sequence 7 potion." She said to the wine glass, "After you enter this body, the connection you established with the spirit world when you digested the potion will be re-bestowed upon this body. As long as you don't die from losing control, these symptoms of losing control will disappear immediately. All right, get ready, I'm going to integrate your spirituality into the body now." April reached out and, with her not very long fingernail, cut open the skin on the body's chest. However, there was no blood, nor any muscle color, but a gray-black slit appeared, containing something like thick gray-black liquid. It seemed as if it would flow out the next second, but it never did. Then these liquids suddenly changed color, turning white, also about to flow out, but still unable to. April casually explained, "Black represents the extraordinary characteristic from just now, and white represents this blank-like body." As she spoke, she brought the wine glass to the slit, injected spirituality, and Captain Dunn's spirit body and mental body were injected into the liquid that was sometimes black and sometimes white. April's movements suddenly quickened. She threw the wine glass to Hobert, and with her other hand, she had already taken out a piece of metal from her pocket, where yellow, blue, and red colors converged. She held the metal block with both hands, and a brilliant colorful glow appeared on the metal block, covering the entire side hall, making all the items there, including the walls and floor, appear to have an ineffable sense of sanctity. The liquid on the body's chest seemed to be sucked out by some force, then formed a vortex, and the black representing the extraordinary characteristic, the white representing the body, and the gray representing Dunn's spirit body, all mixed together. The metal block also floated up, coming directly above the body, and it gave the three liquids the power to spin, making them constantly churn. At first, the three colors could still be distinguished, but later they churned so finely that the three colors seemed to become one. And the glow on the metal block gradually dimmed, eventually turning into an alloy of iron and lead, with no color left on its surface. The thick liquid, churned into one color, fell back into the slit on the body's chest. The liquids no longer changed color, but always appeared gray. April reached out to catch the falling metal block, leaned down, and gently wiped the body's chest with her fingertip, and the gray-black slit disappeared. She smiled and said, "The spirit body has integrated very well with the body." Hobert asked, "In that case, is he completely alive now?" "Just one last step." April put away the metal block and took out a crystal clear, rainbow-colored stone, like a crystal, from her pocket. This was a life stone. April placed it on the body's forehead, and after she removed her hand, the stone slowly rotated on its own, emitting a rainbow glow, filling the entire side hall with the breath of life. A few seconds later, the colors on the life stone dulled, no longer resembling a crystal, but merely an ordinary colored stone. As the stone fell to the ground, the body also opened its eyes. He sat up abruptly, staring blankly at his hands. Hobert, who was beside him, asked, "How do you feel?" "I don't feel anything in particular." Dunn looked at Hobert with deep eyes. "Just now, was our conversation a dream?" Hobert was very satisfied with this effect. Dunn himself couldn't distinguish any difference between this body and his original one. As for him not being able to tell what was real and what was a dream, Nightmares, basically all have this problem. April, beside him, was very satisfied with her work. She then said, the first life stone is a gift. After that, each life stone will cost 3,000 gold leathers. No. Hobert smiled and said, the cost of refining the body doesn't have to be paid to you, but the money for the life stone must be given to you. He shouted outside, Alan, go to Philip and get 5,000 gold leathers. Hobert smiled at April and said, you must accept this money. I hope you can also share in my joy. April smiled slightly and no longer refused. After receiving the money, she said, I'll come to see you again in 2 days. I might be going to Feniport City in a few days. Hobert explained, but furs will be at the Lord's Manor. April nodded and quickly left. Hobert then looked at Captain Dunn, who was pacing back and forth. How do you feel now? I seriously suspect this is a dream. Dunn said with a slight frown, I remember Klein saying you were quite frugal with money. Why were you so generous just now? Hobert didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only been to Tingen City for a few days in total before. How did Klein come to that conclusion? Was it because I didn't proactively pay for the ride when I took the carriage with him back then? Please, you can get reimbursed, all right. He said solemnly, Captain, you've got it wrong. It's Klein who's stingy. Successfully resurrecting the captain was a huge encouragement for Hobert. Before, he always felt that no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to change the established reality. After Captain Dunn's resurrection, Hobert became full of confidence. If he were to encounter similar events like preventing the True Creator's descent or the Great Fog in Backland now, he would not hesitate to participate and do his best to achieve a result he was satisfied with. After having Alan settle Captain Dunn, he quickly wrote a letter to Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina, hoping to get a permanent Feniport language talisman as soon as possible. He also put 60 gold leathers in the envelope. The extra money was for expedited production. Edwina replied during lunch, so in the afternoon, Captain Dunn, dressed in Feniport-style clothing, began chatting with the guards of the Lord's Manor. After hearing that the scenery here was good, he even went to the dock to take a train to enjoy the scenery of the territory. Hobert, however, was not as leisurely as Captain Dunn. He was making the final arrangements for the territory. First, he recalled Conrad. Archibald and his men were suppressing bandits in the front, and Conrad had to establish effective rule in the rear until the entire East Bank was brought under the rule of the Jeffrey territory. Because of the experience on the West Bank, this time Hobert didn't need to personally command, he left everything to Conrad. And the situation on the West Bank was now stable, with Corwin overseeing it. Then Hobert spoke with Philip, Roy, Angus, and others separately. He also called the 10 villagers who had been selected earlier and wanted to become doctors, chose 3 of them, and gave them the pharmacist potion. Of course, they couldn't just start working like that. There was a beast tamer in the church in the territory, and Hobert paid this beast tamer to give the 3 pharmacists some lessons first. Then Hobert asked the fool to contact the moon, Emlyn, claiming that he wanted to buy some herbal formulas from him. As for this money, it would be deducted from the previous outstanding debt. Although becoming a pharmacist grants knowledge of herbs, herbal formulas are empirical. Obtaining the formulas can save a lot of trial and error. Soon, Emlyn sent Hobert over 30 bound formulas through sacrifice and bestowal. Emlyn wrote on the first page, for herbs without specified dosages, it depends on the extent of the illness, the patient's physical condition, and other factors. Pharmacists have relevant extraordinary abilities and can accurately do this. Hobert quickly flipped through them. Almost all common diseases were listed. This might not be valuable within the vampire community, but it was extremely valuable to Hobert. So, the remaining few £100 of debt owed to Emlyn, which was agreed to be repaid with potions, was now cancelled. Hobert finally called Seal and told him to pay attention to warriors who performed outstandingly during the upcoming bandit suppression. After the bandit suppression mission was over, he would reward 3 to 5 soldiers with the opportunity to become Beyonders. By the time everything in the territory was handled, it was already Saturday morning. After lunch, Hobert brought Dunn to the Special Operations Department's courtyard. More than 30 members, who had already been notified, gathered in the conference room. Unlike their first cold meeting, when Hobert entered the room, everyone immediately stood up to welcome him. Hobert smiled and greeted everyone as he and Dunn went to the head of the conference table. "I believe you've all heard." As Hobert spoke, the conference room immediately fell silent. He said, "I've brought you a teacher from the Night Watchers. This is Captain Dunn." Everyone applauded in support. Captain Dunn's highest achievement is, Hobert said, leading 2 low-sequence team members to prevent the True Creator's descent. Whoa! Many people gasped in surprise, and the applause for Captain Dunn gradually grew warmer. Hobert smiled and said, "A mature official Beyonder system can enable you to unleash greater combat power. In the near future, the entire South Colson region will be under our jurisdiction. As qualified official Beyonders, you must learn how to handle extraordinary cases, and you must have a rigorous system." Alright, that's all I have to say. Now, please welcome Captain Dunn to give us a lecture. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Hobert quietly left the conference room and stood outside, listening to Dunn lecture. "Your lord just made one mistake. At that time, I was leading 3 team members to prevent the evil god's descent. The 3rd team member was your lord, Hobert." Oh, this time, even more people gasped in surprise. "It is precisely because he understands official Beyonders well," Dunn said with a serious expression, "and he understands that behind these systems are generations of official Beyonders, written with blood and tears, that he hopes you can master these things and quickly become qualified official Beyonders. Today is our first meeting. Let's start by discussing some common misconceptions that official Beyonders often encounter when solving extraordinary cases." Hobert watched from outside the conference room as Dunn passionately explained the precautions for handling extraordinary cases. A curve appeared at the corner of Hobert's mouth, revealing a relieved and satisfied smile. Fenaport City, Wana District. Hobert searched the streets several times. "I think it's here, right?" He stepped through the door, and the footman sweeping at the entrance saw Hobert and politely asked, "Who are you looking for, sir?" "Your butler." Hobert had already forgotten the name of his butler in Fenaport City. Seeing Hobert's extraordinary demeanor, the footman politely asked again, "And you are?" "Baron Hobert." The footman was startled. The name sounded so familiar. "Please wait a moment." 2 minutes later, the butler and the footman hurried out. The butler also clearly recognized Hobert after several glances before saying, "Lord, we've been waiting for your return." The footmen and maids in the courtyard all looked over. It had been more than half a year, and this was the first time they had seen the owner of the mansion. Only then did Hobert confirm, "This is my mansion." Previously, he had only stayed here for 1 night in total, but so far, he had already spent 6,000 gold leathers on this mansion. Half of it was for daily expenses, and the other half was for renovation costs. Hobert knew that such renovations were purely a waste of money, as he wouldn't stay here for more than a few nights a year. However, this type of renovation was a gesture, demonstrating that Hobert valued the king's reward, which is why he carried out the renovations. The cost of the renovations also couldn't be too high, as that would be equivalent to expressing dissatisfaction with the king's reward. Besides showing his attitude towards the king, the act of renovation was also to inform the nobles that Baron Hobert's financial situation was healthy, to prevent any rumors unfavorable to the Geoffrey territory from spreading in aristocratic circles. Hobert knew that these nobles had nothing serious to do all year round and were best at spreading gossip. Renovating the Baron's mansion was an easy task, but it could shut their gossiping mouths, so Hobert was somewhat willing to spend this money. Most of these expenses were advanced by Dofus, and Hobert later repaid Dofus. Hobert sat in the living room for a moment and then said to the butler, "Prepare my carriage." His carriage also came from the king's reward. He had only ridden it once so far, and the coachman had been working for over half a year, yet today was his first time driving it. The coachman, who had over a decade of driving experience, felt a sense of unreality the moment he sat in the driver's seat, and he found that he was even a bit rusty at driving. About half an hour later, Hobert arrived at the Cathedral of Life. After devoutly praying to the holy symbol of life in the front row, Hobert then asked a priest to help him find Bishop Simpson. About 20 minutes later, Bishop Simpson, looking cheerful, came out from the back. "Hobert. Is it really you? I thought the priest had made a mistake. Are you here for the National Day banquet?" "Yes," Hobert smiled, "I received an invitation from His Majesty the King." He sensed a change in Bishop Simpson's temperament. If he wasn't mistaken, he was already a demigod. "Let's talk in the back." Simpson invited Hobert to a room in the church's backyard. The backyard had many reception rooms for important believers, all similarly furnished with a table and a few chairs, and a Life Bible on the table. Hobert first congratulated Simpson, then asked, "Do you feel any changes after becoming a demigod?" "I haven't felt too many changes," Simpson smiled. "However, some of my previous abilities have changed quite a bit. For example, the healing art at Sequence 5 level could only heal physical injuries. But after promotion, the healing art can also treat some mental body pollution or trauma." Hobert was stunned. Shouldn't the healing art at Sequence 5 level already have such an ability? Because his healing fork could treat damage to the mental body, though this damage was only curable if treated immediately. Mental damage accumulated over time, like that suffered by the residents of Full Moon Lake West Bank, was untreatable. Hobert was certain that the extraordinary characteristic used to create the healing fork was definitely a Sequence 5 level extraordinary characteristic. He then thought of April's current state, which made him seriously doubt whether the extraordinary characteristic of the healing fork in his hand had a problem. However, now was not the time to ponder this issue. He simply thought about it briefly and then continued to chat with Bishop Simpson. After some small talk, Hobert took out a small wooden box. "This is a gift I brought for you." Simpson opened it with a smile. "Why be so polite? Open it and see, I believe you won't refuse." Simpson recognized it with just one glance. 4-clawed white antelope blood crystal. The item in the box was precisely the Sequence 6 level extraordinary material that April had previously sold, and it was for the cultivator pathway. Hobert smiled. "This is an extraordinary material I just received. I could only identify it as a cultivator pathway material using a sealed artifact. I didn't even haggle over the price, I bought it directly." Simpson closed the lid of the wooden box. "I'll have the priest go." "This is a gift from a friend to you," Hobert smiled. "If you intend to pay, then you're being too formal." Simpson was slightly taken aback. "Just say whatever you need." They were already bound together by deep-seated interests, more reliable than ordinary friendships, so Hobert didn't beat around the bush. After the Jeffrey Territories auction house is built, it will benefit everyone. In the future, if I encounter extraordinary materials and extraordinary characteristics of the cultivator pathway, I will immediately help you acquire them. Bishop Simpson nodded. "No matter how much you spend, I can reimburse you." Hobert smiled. "It's just that I've received rather reliable news that the royal family intends to seize my property in the Jeffrey territory through strong-arm tactics. So, during this time, I've reorganized and restructured the property in my territory and established 3 companies. I hope these 3 companies can receive the protection of the church." "That's simple," Simpson said. "You can donate a sum of money to the church under the company's name, and I'll apply for the title of Devout and Friendly Believer for you. I'll handle the procedures, and it will be done by next Monday." Hobert clapped his hands. "That's truly excellent. Those £2,000 were not spent in vain. I also brought you something else," Hobert smiled. "However, I think you should present this item to His Grace the Archbishop." Simpson took the wooden box Hobert handed him. As the box opened, a ray of dawn light shone out from within. A pale yellow, goose egg-sized, porous object pulsed slowly inside, like a very vibrant heart. It was clear at a glance that this was no ordinary item, so Bishop Simpson's gaze turned to Hobert. Hobert smiled. "This is a demon hunter's extraordinary characteristic. I intend to gift it to you." Simpson suddenly thought of Utravsky, currently in Backland. Thanks to the materials Hobert provided, this favored one of the Earth Mother had already been promoted to Guardian. Hobert wasn't just giving an extraordinary characteristic, he was clearly delivering a demigod to the Earth Mother Church. Simpson closed the box and immediately said, "I'll take you to see the Archbishop." "All right." Upon arriving at the Archbishop's office, Gabriel, upon seeing the extraordinary characteristic, promptly rose and smiled. "Baron Hobert, thank you for your continued contributions to the Church. The Church will never forget all that you have done." Hobert also smiled. "This is only right, after all, I am a devout believer of the Earth Mother. Then we must reciprocate even more, to demonstrate the power of faith." Seeing that the groundwork was sufficiently laid, Hobert said, "No matter when or what happens, I will always be a devout believer of the Earth Mother." Gabriel also said, "We have many protective measures for devout believers, but the prerequisite is that you are within the kingdom of Fenaport." Hobert smiled slightly. "Thank you for your help." The Archbishop's reply greatly satisfied Hobert. He was indicating, "As long as you are in the kingdom of Fenaport, no matter what danger you encounter, we can protect you." After all, he had delivered a demigod to the Earth Mother, and the value of this was immeasurable. After a few casual remarks, Hobert bid farewell, and Simpson personally escorted him to the church entrance. After watching Hobert's carriage depart, Simpson returned to Gabriel's office. "Your Grace." Gabriel looked at the small wooden box Hobert had sent, deep in thought, and said, "What kind of danger will he encounter that requires high-level protection from the Church?" Simpson briefly summarized his conversation with Hobert, and Gabriel asked a few more questions about the Jeffrey territory, then immediately made a judgment. "I'm afraid the royal family's intentions are not as simple as just seizing Hobert's property." Gabriel said, "As far as the South Colson region is concerned, protecting Hobert is beneficial to us." He thought for a moment and then added, "You will return to the South Colson Church next Monday. Since it has begun to prosper there, let it continue to prosper." "Yes. Hobert did not return to his own mansion but went directly to Christine's Earl's mansion. Monliza was very happy to see Hobert. After a brief chat, Christine returned from work, and Tyrone came home from school, gradually making the Earl's mansion lively. After dinner, Christine called Hobert to the study, and the father and son discussed the current situation on the North Continent. As Hobert was about to leave, Christine smiled. "The National Day celebration is a big event. Get ready tomorrow and attend the banquet with full energy the day after." Hobert immediately understood. Indeed, the National Day celebration was the important event Christine had mentioned earlier. The next day, Hobert first visited his younger brother, Tyrone, at school. The Fenaport University he was currently attending was also a top-tier university in the country. Then he went to Earl Christine's mansion again and had lunch with Monliza. In the afternoon, Hobert returned to his own mansion, planning to stay home and prepare. He first readjusted the sealed artifacts he carried. He needed to carry 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, which was his limit. In the end, he chose 1 to 102, and 1 to 106. The former summoned monsters whose level was determined by the enemy's tier, capable of summoning monsters up to the saint level. The latter had an excellent area of effect skill, capable of taking out a large group of targets below the demigod level. As for Grade 2 sealed artifacts, Hobert only planned to bring the Traveler's Blade, Psychic Wine Glass, Healing Fork, and Living Corpse Spoon. Next, Hobert prayed to the Fool, asking for leave again. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow, so it wasn't a good time to attend the Tarot Club. Just as Hobert was recuperating at the Lord's Manor, he suddenly received an invitation from Princess Ethel. This greatly surprised Hobert. The butler who delivered the invitation did not immediately take his leave, which clearly implied, "Get ready, and depart quickly." Baron Hobert was about to change into his baron's formal attire, but then he remembered that the invitation he had just received was for a normal banquet, so there was no need to be so formal. Among noble invitations, different occasions had different types of invitations, and the wording also varied. The wording on the invitation from Princess Ethel was similar in nature to a private gathering of a few colleagues or friends. Of course, a royal family member issuing such an invitation merely indicated that a certain guest was highly regarded, and one should not actually treat the princess as a colleague. But this also meant that there was no need to be overly formal. So, Hobert put on a formal suit with a more casual style and followed the butler's carriage out of the city. He met Princess Ethel at a manor outside the city. She still had short hair and was dressed even more casually than Hobert, in a white cotton shirt and light-colored pants. Due to Ethel's temperament, even in such casual attire, Hobert felt a hint of a mature woman vibe from her. She looked at Hobert and said coldly, "I heard you arrived in Fenaport yesterday. Do you know anyone with a higher status than me here?" Hobert was slightly taken aback. These words were clearly a criticism for not having visited her earlier. This was actually an oversight on Hobert's part. After arriving in Fenaport, his mind was entirely focused on how to obtain the church's protection and how to face the potential dangers of tomorrow. However, both publicly and privately, and logically, Hobert should have paid his respects to Princess Ethel immediately, as she had once condescended to attend Hobert's wedding and had even read the king's blessings and rewards at the wedding. If it were any other baron, he would surely have frequently sought reasons to visit. But Hobert, on the other hand, had already arrived in Fenaport and had not taken the initiative to visit Ethel. Fortunately, Hobert was thick-skinned and immediately found an excuse. "Your Royal Highness, I had long intended to pay my respects to you, but this time I came to the capital at the king's invitation to attend the National Day celebration. If I were to visit you for private reasons first, I fear some might say I disrespect the king's command, so I plan to pay my respects to your Royal Highness immediately after the celebration ends." Ethel coldly, "HMPH Heffet, don't let it happen again." Evidently, she was quite satisfied with this reason. The layout of this manor was not luxurious, but it was filled with a martial tone. Many suits of armor stood in the corridors, and many cold weapons and firearms hung on the walls. If this were the manner of a warlike prince, Hobert would not be surprised at all, but this was a princess's manor. Ethel, walking ahead, casually introduced, "This is the manor my grandfather gave me. It is said that over 1,000 years ago, this was actually a castle. At that time, the Fenaport kingdom had not yet been established, and wars occasionally occurred here, so there are some armor and weapons." What she did not explain was that she rarely used this manor to entertain guests. Only a few of her trusted confidants were qualified to be guests here. Hobert recalled Christine's introduction of Ethel. It seems her grandfather's title also has a long history. The dining room had two windows, one facing west, offering a view of the sunset, and the other facing the garden, where one could admire the beautiful flowers and plants. Dinner was pure Fenaport-style cuisine, with every dish having a rich olive oil flavor, and a strong preference for using garlic and onions as seasonings. In noble dinners, 6 out of 10 dishes were seafood. This was because the Fenaport kingdom had an extended coastline, which meant the kingdom had an abundance of seafood as food. However, Fenaport City was located inland, and if transportation was even slightly slow, the seafood would not be fresh. Only nobles and wealthy merchants were willing to pay high prices to transport seafood by express train. Most of the middle class in the capital could only eat some pickled seafood. After the dishes began to be served, the two talked about the recent situation in Jeffrey territory, and the dining atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Ethel's tone was no longer so cold. After dinner, Hobert accompanied Ethel for a walk in the garden. In truth, Hobert detested such socializing. In his territory, he was absolute, but in front of Ethel, he had to appear very obedient and submissive. "Come to Fenaport City next year," Ethel suddenly said. Hobert was slightly stunned at first, which was a normal reaction, as they had just been discussing the Fenaport Kingdom's railway network, and he didn't understand why Ethel suddenly said something like that. Then he realized that this was the purpose of Princess Ethel's invitation. "My territory is not yet fully developed. Half a year is enough time for you to develop your territory and sort out all the issues in the entire South Colson region." Ethel looked at Hobert with an extremely authoritative gaze. "I know you have such ability." However, for Hobert, who was also a Sequence 5, Ethel's authoritative aura was not very effective. There's nothing for me to do in the capital. Ethel said grandly, you can choose any department in the capital. As soon as you arrive, you will be a deputy in an independent department. Within 3 years, I will promote you to a full position, and within 5 years, you will have the opportunity to become a member of the upper house. Hobert gave a silent thumbs up, marveling at Princess Ethel's generosity, truly a person capable of great things. So, even though Hobert knew his life might undergo major changes tomorrow, he still asked, what do you need me to do? Help me accomplish a great task. Ethel smiled, after it's done, you will at least be conferred the title of Earl. Hobert suddenly realized that this princess might have ambitions for the throne. Why choose me? Aren't you afraid I'll leak secrets? During our current conversation, I have been using the secrecy ability. Ethel said, even if you are a sequence 5, you will not have the thought of discussing this with others. Unless you encounter an angel-level opponent, even if you are hypnotized by a Beyander of the spectator pathway, or psychic, after death, you will remain silent about our conversation. Indeed, it was Princess Ethel. She certainly had this level of political acumen. Hobert smiled. That sounds rather inauspicious. Princess Ethel smiled and shook her head. What do you still care about, auspicious or inauspicious? Perhaps he wouldn't care at other times, but with a major event possibly happening tomorrow, Hobert still hoped for a good omen. Then Hobert thought, Princess Ethel hasn't been notified that something big might happen tomorrow. Princess Ethel continued with her hands behind her back. As for why I value you so much, the reason is simple, your abilities are outstanding. Most of my capable subordinates are soldiers, and they lack a bit in political literacy and are somewhat weak in governance or administrative affairs. Another reason, of course, is that I am very clear about your background. You won't be someone who opposes me. Ethel's gaze deepened, and Hobert naturally understood her meaning. Not only is your background in aristocratic circles simple, but you also represent the power of the Creator, likely a strong ally. Only then did Hobert realize how outstanding he was. If he were Princess Ethel, he would certainly try to win over someone like himself. The conditions are very generous, and I am inclined to agree. Hobert stated truthfully, however, for such a major matter, I still need to go back and consider it. I will give you my answer after tomorrow's banquet. If it weren't for the potential changes happening tomorrow, he would truly be inclined to agree. By moving up this way, he was confident he could seize the throne of the Fenaport kingdom within a few decades. But then he thought about having to live under others for a long time, and then about the apocalypse in over a decade. This idea only appeared for a short while before he dismissed it. Although this method is stable, everything I gain in the Fenaport kingdom could very likely become my shackles, hindering the development of my own power. Princess Ethel nodded with satisfaction. Good. She then said, I heard from the intelligence department that the Ruined Kingdom has sent a large number of spies recently. Although they are not targeting you and your father, you still need to be vigilant at night. Hobert was stunned again. Thank you for the reminder. Also, don't meddle in any extraneous matters during tomorrow's celebration ceremony. Ethel reminded again, kneel when you should, bow when you should, and after drinking and eating, return to your mansion obediently. Hobert thought to himself, she knows something big is happening tomorrow. I was just coming to go through the motions anyway. Hobert smiled. After bidding farewell to Ethel, Hobert, in the carriage on the way back, couldn't figure out what Christine would do tomorrow. But Hobert was very clear that following Christine would definitely lead to benefits. Because of 1 to 106, Hobert wasn't afraid of being ambushed and slept well that night. Early the next morning, Hobert took the carriage bestowed by the king to Christine's earl's mansion first, preparing to go to Alhambra Palace with his father for the banquet. When he arrived at the earl's mansion, Christine was just about to depart, but his face was pale, with clear bandaging marks under his clothes on his chest, and he walked unsteadily, leaning on Monliza as he moved towards the carriage. Hobert thought to himself, you told me to conserve my energy, what were you doing last night? He quickly went to meet him. Father, are you injured? Christine smiled. Last night, I led a team to deal with some ruined spies. I didn't expect them to have a very powerful sealed artifact among them, and I accidentally got injured as a result. Don't worry, you know my body, I'll be fine in 3 or 4 days at most. That Christine, a demigod, could be injured and unable to immediately heal using extraordinary abilities, showed the power of that sealed artifact. Monliza, standing nearby, glanced at Hobert. Be careful. Hobert nodded. It seems today's plan remains unchanged. The father and son arrived at Alhambra Palace. As soon as they entered the palace gate, a court earl said to Christine, Earl Christine has rendered meritorious service in disrupting the ruined spies' plan. The king has granted special permission. You may rest in the side hall and only come out to participate when the celebration begins. Hobert was stunned. Christine's injury might be part of his plan. As soon as Hobert, who was supporting Christine, stepped through the palace gate, he felt a discomfort all over his body, which made him realize that he must have entered the control range of a sealed artifact. Hobert saw guards at the entrance asking everyone to temporarily leave their weapons with them for safekeeping. One noble handed over his weapons, but was stopped again by the guards. The noble had no choice but to hand over the magical items on him as well. Apparently, within the range of this sealed artifact, the guards had a way to know about the extraordinary items hidden on the attendees today. However, all of Hobert's magical items were sealed by him in the Order Crystal. Unless the rank of that sealed artifact was higher than the source material, it would be impossible to detect the magical items on him. At this time, Alhambra Palace was bustling inside and out. Those who could enter the palace for the banquet were all nobles, counselors, high-ranking officials, and members of the Finapot royal family. At Founders Square, there was an even grander celebration, mainly attended by merchants and commoners. It was said that the king usually presided over the celebration there in previous years, but this year it was the crown prince. When the court earl read out the king's special permission, the surrounding nobles and counselors all heard it, and for a time, some were envious while others were jealous. Hobert thought to himself, Fernando II is quite professional as a king. He not only granted Christine favor and honor but also isolated him again, making Christine only able to rely on royal authority. The court earl led the father and son through a side door to a relatively secluded side hall. The court earl was very thoughtful and even arranged 2 male servants for Christine. After they chatted and laughed for a few moments, the court earl politely took his leave. Christine seemed to be weak all over. He sat on a chair and rested for a while, checked his pocket watch, and then took out a small incense burner from his pocket and handed it to Hobert. This is medicinal incense bestowed by the king, it has a pain-relieving effect. Go light it. The 2 palace male servants were about to come over to help Hobert light the incense, but Hobert, who had taken the incense burner, smiled and said, I'll light it myself. He opened the incense burner and, indeed, only saw a brown, egg-sized fruit inside, with no medicinal incense. Hobert confirmed Christine's intention. With his back to the 2 male servants, he took the fruit out of the incense burner and injected spirituality into it. Just as Hobert expected, the incense burner was actually an artifact sealing this fruit, and it was also something to avoid being detected by the sealed artifact currently enveloping the entire palace. As soon as he held the fruit in his hand, he felt an extraordinary power. The moment spirituality was injected, the fruit floated up, its skin peeled away, revealing a pure black flower bud inside. The flower quickly bloomed, and black light instantly covered the entire side hall. A sense of tranquility filled their hearts. It was as if the place had suddenly entered night. When the 2 male servants saw this sight, they were about to run out, but they were intimidated by the majesty emanating from Christine. With a thud, they both knelt on the ground. Before they could beg for mercy, Christine had already twisted off the armrest of the chair, breaking it in half in his hand. What seemed like a casual toss accurately hit the heads of the 2 male servants. Like being struck by a blunt object, large holes were smashed into their heads, and they fell to the ground, quickly losing their lives. Christine, changing from his previous decline, stood up from the chair and unbuttoned his top. There were indeed bandages on his chest, but there were no wounds inside the bandages. Instead, a small bottle, a pen, and a small box were hidden within them. The inner layer of the bandage was coated with a thick black liquid, which apparently could also block the ability of that sealed artifact. The small bottle contained a silver-white liquid emitting starlight. Each shake was like starlight twinkling. Christine calmly put on his clothes. It's really not easy to deceive Fernando II. Hobert glanced at the flower, which continued to emit black light. So, your actions last night. Of course, I orchestrated it myself, Christine laughed. Just a few spies, how could they injure me? He opened the small bottle, and starlight diffused out, echoing the white light of the flower. Christine dipped the pen into the liquid in the small bottle, came to the center of the side hall, and while drawing the magic array, said, "That flower is a sealed artifact that can create a small hidden space. Even angels would find it difficult to discover us. We can speak freely in here." Hobert stood by and asked, "So, what is the big event happening today?" "Castile, the angel we saw when we were ennobled before," Christine laughed. "He is preparing to try to accommodate the uniqueness of the arbitrator pathway today, on National Day, amidst the people's remembrance of him." I believe I don't need to explain what uniqueness means to you, do I?" Hobert nodded. "Is the public's remembrance the ritual he needs?" "No, this will make his state very stable, creating good conditions for accommodating the uniqueness," Christine explained. "Of course, the public's support for him is also very crucial." Hobert nodded. "The people attending the celebration will all act as anchors, and everyone's support for Castile should be related to the ritual of becoming a god, or perhaps even be a part of the ritual. In such an atmosphere, his success rate of accommodating the uniqueness might be higher." He then asked, "Then your treason?" "About a year ago, the military obtained a secret intelligence report from a high-ranking spy of the Forsake Empire." Christine recounted the whole story. "This intelligence indicated that the War God Church was going to hand over a very important item to the Finapot royal family. After our extensive investigations, we finally confirmed that the War God Church was actually preparing to give the Trensused brass book to Castile. After I learned of this intelligence, I realized that the opportunity I had been waiting for had arrived. So I risked seeing the king, George III, who hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing to my plan. Before my defection, although most of the time I was acting for the ambassador of the Finapot kingdom, some things were not acting, such as the royal family's suppression of me. I knew that because of Rex's incident, if there was no opportunity, I would never be able to use the Rune royal family to advance to a demigod in this lifetime. So I suggested that the royal family's suppression might as well be more obvious. In addition, the extraordinary materials for advancing to a demigod were indeed obtained by myself. This is enough to prove my ability, and it is also why George III was willing to cooperate with me." He changed direction and continued to draw the magic array. The royal family's suppression of me intensified, which of course attracted the attention of the Fenaport ambassador. Inciting officials or officers was also one of their important tasks. Ambassador Tim indeed quickly approached me. The subsequent events were logical. My secret contact with people from the Fenabot embassy was reported, and then I had no choice but to defect. To gain the attention of the Finapot royal family, I exposed the fact that I had already advanced to a demigod during this process. After arriving in Fenaport, I showed off my talent, then captured a group of ruined spies, demonstrating my hatred for ruined spies. Then, as you know, I was heavily relied upon by Fernando II and gradually gained his trust. All of this is for today, so that I can have enough space and time to establish this magic array within the range of that Grade 0 sealed artifact. This point is very crucial. If this magic array were outside the range of the sealed artifact, our surprise attack would be detected by the Kastcha family from the very beginning, and my plan would have almost no chance of success. At this point, the magic array was already drawn, and the starlight-filled liquid was just used up. Christine threw the pen and bottle aside and stretched lazily. Hobert asked, "So, our treason is only part of the plan?" "That's right. But we have already killed a prince. If we return to ruin, George III. Christine smiled. When I told him that I needed to kill a prince to gain the trust of the Finapot royal family, he agreed without hesitation. Afterward, we can blame the Finapot people for this. I can even capture a sequence 5 hidden in the Phenabot embassy to close the case. Only then did Hobert remember that George III didn't care much about the lives of his own children. He then pointed to the magic array and asked, "Then what is this magic array for?" Christine glanced at his pocket watch again. Perhaps it wasn't time yet, so he put the pocket watch back into his pocket. Soon, Ruins, Protector, William Augustus and Duke of South Wales Drink Augustus will arrive here using this magic array, and a few more demigods from the royal family might also come. One of the abilities of the sealed artifact currently enveloping Alhambra Palace is to prevent the entire palace from establishing normal contact with the spirit world, so abilities like teleportation, travel, and underworld gate cannot be used here at all. However, it cannot prevent arrivals from the astral world. After I establish this magic array, they can first enter the astral world and then accurately descend here. Hobert thought to himself, fortunately, it's just going to the astral world. If it were through a star-space transfer, then, that seems very dangerous. Because the relevant memories were sealed by himself, Hobert only knew that the star-space was very dangerous at this time. The astral world, however, is where the gods, kingdoms are located, and it is still within the protection range of the barrier. In Hobert's concept, the astral world is roughly the distance from the outer layer of the atmosphere to low Earth orbit, while outer space is beyond low Earth orbit. Hobert asked again, "What is the purpose of you doing this?" Christine smiled. "I said when I left Backland before, I will always take back what the Rune royal family owes me." Hobert was slightly stunned. He still remembered the next sentence, "Take it back in a way you never expected." It was indeed unexpected. If the plan succeeds, when I return to Backland, I will be a duke, with a hereditary seat in the House of Lords, and a Chaos Hunter extraordinary characteristic waiting for me, Christine smiled. The arbitrator pathway is too heavily controlled by the two royal families. It took me over a decade to get the opportunity to advance to a demigod, but from what I understand, without a fortuitous encounter, this might be the highest sequence I can reach. If I want to continue advancing, the only way I can think of is to kill a sequence 3 of the royal family, or kill the head of the Tudor family. But I'm not confident in either, so I've always stayed in the Ruin military, looking for an opportunity. Hobert vaguely saw a hint of excitement and madness in Christine's eyes. He suddenly realized, this is a descendant of the Tudor family. Normally, he appears steady, intelligent, and has excellent emotional control. But once an opportunity arises, they will be like gamblers, willing to bet everything, with the courage to burn their bridges. Such people are the type who plan to kill the person in front of them tomorrow, but can still call them brothers today. Yet, deep down, they are emotional people. Once they identify a friend, they will show their very reliable side. He felt that Christine in front of him was a replica of the Blood Emperor, and at this moment, his temperament was very similar to the impression of the Blood Emperor in Hobert's mind. Finally, Hobert could not help but admire Christine's perseverance and his bold plan. He took a deep breath. "What do you need me to do later?" "This magic array can only bring people here, they can't go back. After we start our operation to disrupt Castile's accommodation of the uniqueness, most of the attention within the palace will definitely be drawn to us. At that time, you go find the sealed artifact that protects the palace," Christine said. "I only managed to secure you the title of Viscount, but if you can hand over that sealed artifact to the royal family, you will definitely get an Earl title. Of course, that Grade 0 sealed artifact is worth far more than an Earl title. You can also choose not to hand it over, but you must leave the North Continent with the sealed artifact and be careful of the pursuit from the Rune and Finapot royal families. Regarding this, you can choose for yourself. If you successfully control the sealed artifact, don't worry about us. Immediately use travel to leave here, so everyone can quickly evacuate. If you find it too difficult, Then figure out a way to leave the palace yourself, and don't worry about us either. Hobert nodded. I understand. Today, he also had to go crazy with Christine to have a chance to get the title of Earl. Christine pointed to the black flower and said, remember to take it with you when you leave. The incantation to put it away is secrecy. It can make it easier for you to escape the pursuit of demigods. Hobert nodded. Christine, as always, had thought of a way out for him. Although today's operation carried considerable risks, there were still means of escape. Christine looked at his pocket watch again. Get ready, it's almost time. He picked up the small wooden box he had hidden in his bandage earlier. Inside was a dazzling small crystal ball, where countless insects seemed to be crawling. Christine smiled. This is a mystic's extraordinary characteristic. The royal family is really going all out this time. If none of the adults pick it up later, remember to take it with you. Hobert nodded vigorously. If he could earn a demigod-level extraordinary characteristic, that would be absolutely wonderful. Christine placed the extraordinary characteristic in the center of the magic array, then touched the ground with both hands to inject spirituality into the array. The magic array immediately emitted a brilliant light like starlight, and the entire side hall became magical. The brilliant light on the magic array solidified into starlight floating in the air, mixing with the black light emitted by the black flower, making it as clear as the night sky. Seeing that the magic array was operating normally, Christine knelt on one knee before it and devoutly chanted. Order Sword, incarnation of rules, master of all laws, protector of the ruined kingdom. Your loyal follower begs for your gaze and descent. After the incantation, points of starlight burst forth from the magic array, and amidst the shimmering colors, the colorful light had a misty, ethereal feel. Then, a vortex appeared within the colors, rapidly expanding until it formed an illusory door. Suddenly, a somewhat illusory figure appeared within the door. This figure quickly solidified, and a middle-aged man with a large cloak, black hair, blue eyes, a squarish face, and a dignified demeanor walked out. The entire process was as if a person had arrived in the real world from the distant void. Then, 4 more people walked out of the illusory door. The second person was a slightly arrogant old man with a lot of silver strands in his black hair and no beard on his face. This was Duke Decline of South Wales. The third person, Hobert, was quite familiar with. He had a rectangular face and wore a white wig. Most importantly, he was dressed in a suit, wore a large cloak, and had extremely long pointed shoes, making his attire out of sync with the current era. Hobert was certain that this was the person who presided over the Beander gatherings at the Mercenary Club, likely at Sequence 3. The remaining 2 people were a lady in a black dress and a handsome, mature, and elegant gentleman with black hair and golden eyes, wearing a well-tailored suit. The Sequence 3 inches Chaos Hunter, who presided over the Beander gathering and whose attire was out of sync with the times, was Grave Augustus. The other 2 were Georgina and Celt, both top-tier royal saints. The first to emerge was, of course, Protector, William Augustus. He scrutinized Christine and his son, who were kneeling on one knee before the magic array. Christine. Christine lowered his head. Your subordinate is here. You have done very well. William said in a very dignified tone. According to your agreement with George, a ducal title in Backland and an extraordinary characteristic of a Chaos Hunter were waiting for you. Then he said to Hobert, Child, you must be Hobert, right? In Backland, a Viscount title is also waiting for you. This was to reiterate the benefits they could receive before the war. The people behind William were all members of the Augustus family, and they certainly did not want an angel king to appear in the Fenaport royal family, so they would naturally fight with all their might. Therefore, before the upcoming battle, William had to make a final effort to win over Christine and his son. Christine and Hobert respectfully said in unison, Thank you, Protector. Rise, William said. Christine stood up and said, I will lead the way for everyone. My son will stay behind and seize the opportunity to control the sealed artifact in Alhambra Palace. You don't need to lead the way. William looked outside the door. I can sense where Castile is. Try to keep up with me. With that, he walked at the forefront and left this hidden space. For a moment, the nobles and high-ranking officials attending the celebration all involuntarily trembled, a fear and shiver originating from the depths of their souls. But they looked around and found nothing amiss. William, with an angel and 4 demigods, swaggered through the front hall, which was the most crowded area at the time. It wasn't that no one noticed them, but rather that everyone dared not meet William's gaze, or even look in his direction. Only after William and his group had passed did everyone realize something was off and began discussing who the important figures who had just passed were. William and the others also noticed that there wasn't a single demigod-level figure in the front hall, which indicated that Castile was also prepared. Of course, they would be prepared. For such a big event, it would be strange if the Castile family wasn't prepared. Christine, following behind William and the others, found that although his steps were normal, each step seemed to cover more than 20 meters. This was because William had decreed, for allied members, the distance ahead was shortened by a 20th, so one step was equivalent to 20 previous steps. They only took a dozen or so steps before arriving at a secluded area of the palace. In front of a seemingly ordinary hall, William stopped, his majestic aura surging. Philip Castile was Philip I, the founder of the Fenaport kingdom. A middle-aged man in his 40s slowly walked out of the main hall. He had black hair and a black beard, a full beard, and wore a black felt hat, looking very amiable. It was Philip I, whom Christine and Hobert had met before. He still held the Trentost bronze book in his hand, and standing in front of the hall, he also exuded a majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. "William, you really did come, but you are faster than I imagined." William sneered. "Philip, your tricks are still so childish. So easy to see through." The two of them were not only old rivals but also former colleagues, so they called each other by their first names. Philip I glanced at Christine. "So a little mouse has entered Alhambra Palace." Christine noticed that about 1/5 of the brass book had already merged into Philip I's chest. William, or rather William I, suddenly drew a silver rapier from the air. Without needing to charge forward, the distance between him and Philip I rapidly shortened. The battle thus began abruptly after the two old rivals' simple reunion. Duke Decline of South Wales stepped forward, preparing to flank Philip I, when a young man in Fenaport-style leather armor entered from the side door of the courtyard. "Decline, we meet again." He was Chester, an angel of the Castile family. He became an angel at a very young age during a war, so he still looked young now. The last time they fought was during the War of the Oathbreakers, more than 600 years ago. They were also old rivals. Chester loudly proclaimed his law. "This is the royal palace of the Fenaport kingdom, and the power of the Fenaport people should be enhanced." Decline also proclaimed his law. "For fairness, the power of the outnumbered side should be enhanced." The reason Decline had such a law was that the saints of the Castile family, who had been waiting nearby, now flocked to the courtyard, and a battle at the saint level immediately erupted. After Chester proclaimed his law, a silver-white sword appeared in his hand. This was the Order Sword, an ability only possessed after becoming a balancer. At the balancer level, they themselves already represented order, and the Order Sword was a materialized weapon formed by the power of order controlled by the balancer. In a flash, Chester appeared before Decline. "Old man, I bet you're too old to move now." Decline's Order Sword also appeared instantly, blocking Chester's attack. "Little fellow, you're still so impolite." Then he loudly declared, "Chester Castile disrespects elders and should be punished." A solid black leather whip, with sharp barbs, appeared from the void and lashed towards Chester's back. Silver-white light flashed on Chester's body, resisting the whip's attack. He retaliated. "Decline Augustus, invading Alhambra Palace, should be punished." A thick club appeared from the void, with a sharp axe at its tip. This specially shaped club smashed towards Decline, but it was also blocked by the silver-white light emanating from Decline's body. These two old rivals knew each other too well. Their battle could not be decided in a short time. The 4 demigods on Ruin's side were only responsible for blocking the demigods of the Kastcha family who held powerful sealed artifacts. Decline's peripheral vision looked towards William I. The key to this battle still lay with the 2 firsts. Fortunately, Philip I's process of merging with the uniqueness had already begun. His current state was very unstable. If they were lucky, they could not only thwart the enemy's intentions but also seize the Trenencist brass book. After William I and the others left, Hobert couldn't help but smile. These adults indeed did not take away the extraordinary characteristic of mystic. It wasn't that they didn't value this demigod-level extraordinary characteristic, but rather that they all carried sealed artifacts with strong negative effects at the moment. Carrying another extraordinary characteristic with divinity would not be a wise move. Now they had more important matters, and this extraordinary characteristic was not as important as that. Hobert deformed the wax seal on his waist, wrapped it around this extraordinary characteristic of mystic, and then put it into his pocket. Afterward, if no one asked him for it, he would naturally pretend not to know. It was public property, so why not take it if it was free? After waiting for a minute or two, Hobert estimated that the fighting had already started, so he went to the black flower and said in ancient Hermes language, "Secrecy." The flower retracted, once again turning into an egg-sized fruit. The black light disappeared, and the state of secrecy no longer existed. Hobert cautiously changed the shape of the pocket watch key on his waist, wrapping it around the fruit. In this way, from the perspective of the sealed artifact in Alhambra Palace, Hobert would not have any magical items on him, and it would not pay attention to him. Taking a deep breath, Hobert ran out of the side hall and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Outside, chaos had already erupted. Although the battle between Chester and Decline was quite high level, it didn't seem to cause much commotion. However, the saint-level battles felt like they were getting out of control. Just now, a door flew over from the battlefield, crushing several nobles into a pulp. They didn't need Hobert to shout, they already knew there was an enemy attack. Hobert dared to run out and shout and jump so openly because he guessed that his and his father's identities couldn't be exposed so quickly, at least not everyone knew they had betrayed the country a second time. The last time they betrayed the country, Hobert just went through the motions. This time, he had a substantial task, which made Hobert somewhat excited. Only after joining the chaotic crowd did Hobert breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that no guards would notice him now. The battle grew louder and louder, and everyone basically felt the pressure from the extraordinary side, so people began to run out the door. Just then, Hobert suddenly shouted, "Fools! Go protect the king. Now is when the Fenaport kingdom needs us most." He judged that the sealed artifact was likely near the king's current location, because such an arrangement would create an effective response. Fernando II and the sealed artifact both needed protection now, and if they were not far apart, the personnel protecting them could support each other. But it was definitely not under Fernando II's control, that would be too dangerous. Many nobles were already scared out of their wits and didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. Ignoring Hobert's calls, they continued to run outside. However, some nobles and officials realized that this was indeed an opportunity to prove themselves. They wouldn't remind those fools who only knew how to run for their lives, but instead, they spontaneously headed towards the king's bedchamber. After shouting a few times, Hobert followed the crowd forward. He didn't know where Fernando II's bedchamber was and needed these opportunists to lead the way. The battle over there grew more intense. Occasionally, walls, wood, and corpses flew through the air, either knocking down several walls or killing and injuring several people. Hobert exclaimed, "This is as exciting as charging into cannon fire." Some people clearly wanted to retreat, but most still had firm gazes. For opportunists, such chances rarely came in a lifetime. The sky suddenly became overcast, as if it was about to rain, and then lightning bolts fell one after another. Hobert guessed that it must be a sealed artifact used in the battle over there. Upon arriving at the Alhambra Palace bedchamber area, it was already in chaos. Aside from the guards who remained at their posts, the maids and eunuchs were following their masters to safe havens. Hobert followed the crowd's footsteps and arrived outside Cassia Hall, where Fernando II was, but was stopped by heavily armed guards. The nobles shouted that they had come to protect Fernando II. After a while, a eunuch came out and shouted, "The king has ordered, you are to protect the bedchamber from the outside. After this battle, everyone will be rewarded." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Fernando II allowed them to stay, their adventurous act of protecting the king would not be in vain. Hobert had already retreated to the back of the crowd. He noticed that a palace not far from Fernando II's bedchamber was also heavily guarded by many soldiers. That should be his target. He reached into his clothes, preparing to take out those 2 Sequence 1 sealed artifacts. It would be impossible to hide his movements by blending in with the crowd for the next action. He would be exposed the moment he made a move, so the next attack had to be swift, accurate, and ruthless. Rumble. Just as Hobert was about to act, a silver object crashed through half of Cassia Hall. The silver-white object did not slow down at all, passing through the crowd and smashing into a palace behind everyone. Everyone's eyes widened, stunned by the scene before them. It turned out that wherever the silver-white object passed, whether beyonders or ordinary people, they were smashed to pieces, forming a passage of blood, severed limbs, and internal organs. People on both sides of the passage were splattered with a lot of blood. "Ah!" Someone screamed first, and the nobles scattered in terror. Most of them had never been on a battlefield, and even if they had joined the army, it was only for a gilded experience. How could they have seen such a scene? Even the palace guards were somewhat shaken. Only after the captain of the guards shouted loudly did they rush to Cassia Hall to check the situation. Even Hobert, who had committed so many murders, felt a little sick at the sight of this. However, this created an opportunity for him. He also pretended to be startled and, distortion, the escape paths of several nobles, running towards his target. As he ran, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the palace where a wall had been knocked down by the silver object. If he wasn't mistaken, that silver object was a person. Indeed, Hobert saw the ruins formed by the collapsed wall being pushed aside, and a figure glowing with silver-white light appeared. It was Celt, who looked mature and elegant, but at this moment his originally straight formal attire was already torn. At this moment, a dawn light appeared from the collapsed Cassia Hall, and a majestic, tall figure covered in a layer of golden illusory armor emerged there. Just looking at the silver-white rapier in his hand gave one a painful sensation, as if being stabbed. After a brief period of charging, this warrior holding the silver-white rapier charged towards Celt, and behind the warrior, a demigod from the Cassia family, dressed in Fenaport-style clothing, followed. Imprisonment. This imprisonment was directed at Celt. Celt stretched out a hand, and the ring on his hand emitted a brilliant light. In that instant, the dawn armor and silver-white rapier on the warrior appeared on him. A high-level sealed artifact of the thief pathway. Hobert thought to himself. He speculated that this sealed artifact might have been a trophy from the Four Emperors' War, because at that time, both the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire had great nobles from the thief pathway. Hobert did not continue to watch the battle. If any of these 3 demigods became desperate and revealed their mythical creature states, then even gouging out his own eyes would be useless. Finally, upon arriving at the target palace, Hobert suddenly thought, why would a demigod of the warrior pathway participate in the battle? Decline glanced at William I from the corner of his eye, his gaze sharpening. It was completely different from what he had imagined, with William I pressing Philip I to fight. A somewhat thin middle-aged man was using a crimson sword in his hand to block William I's attack. Alexei Einhorn. Decline, of course, recognized this middle-aged man. He was the first emperor of the Forsake Empire, a conqueror. At the end of the 4th epoch, Decline and the others called him Little Einhorn. With the support of the gods, he became the emperor of the Forsake Empire and gave himself a local-style name. Everyone had forgotten his original name. Philip I, at the edge of the battlefield, smiled. "William, since I knew you would come, did you think I wouldn't have made any preparations? Just wait a little longer. Once I assimilate the Trenencist brass book, you won't be leaving today." William I sneered. "Of course I guessed you had some arrangements. Hee hee. Little Einhorn, when did you become Philip's lackey?" Alexei had an additional deep red fireball in his hand. "William, I still remember, you once confessed your love to the Empress." William I, who had always exuded an air of majesty, maintained a calm expression, but at this moment, the Hand of Order's expression was distorted. "Nonsense." In a fit of rage, he crushed the talisman he had been holding, and a spherical lightning bolt exploded in William I's hand. Then he shouted at Alexei, "Death!" The silver light of the Order sword in his hand grew more intense, as if it could kill Alexei with a single blow. Even Alexei, who was also a Sequence 1, had to deal with it carefully, throwing the fireball in his hand towards William I. However, the silver light surrounding William I caused the fireball to split apart. This small fireball drifted all the way to the Saint battlefield before exploding, catching the Saints off guard and sending them flying. The seemingly ordinary fireball possessed the power of a missile. At this moment, the angel Ahomatova Einhorn from the Forsake Empire also slowly walked out, preparing to team up with Cheers to attack Decline. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. It had been clear just now, but now the sky was overcast with dark clouds. Ahomatova was a little strange, he hadn't used any weather-related abilities. Crack! A thick lightning bolt struck the center of the battlefield. As the lightning dissipated, a middle-aged man in a storm church robe appeared there. This person was none other than Pope Guard II of the Storm Church. During that time, William I had quietly altered the rules here. A temporary loophole appeared in the barrier formed by the Sequence 0 sealed artifact, allowing the helpers he had invited to directly reach the battlefield within the next half-minute. But once half a minute passed, the power of the Sequence 0 sealed artifact would repair this loophole. After Guard 2 arrived on the battlefield, he quickly assessed the situation and charged towards Ahomatova. The air around him churned, forming a wide range of wind blades. The surrounding trees, walls, and several fleeing guards were all cut down by the wind blades, which were then blown into the sky by the strong winds and crashed into the distance. The Saints, even more so, quickly fled, seeking a place that would not be affected by the battle between the angels to serve as a new battlefield. Ahomatova stomped his left foot forcefully, and within hundreds of meters around him, raging flames instantly ignited. The flames grew larger and larger with the wind, forming a solid wall that blocked Guard II's angel-level wind blades. Crack! Thick lightning bolts continuously fell, and Clyde Wells, the Dean of St. Wind Abbey, subsequently arrived on the battlefield. The following lightning bolts were several saints from the Storm Church coming to support. Amidst the raging flames, a small, unignited sapling suddenly began to grow wildly, transforming into a towering tree in the blink of an eye. Crack! The great tree split open, and Pope Rowan of the Earth Mother Church, who had long since buried a seed in this tree, emerged from it. Several saints followed him, rushing to provide support. After they all emerged, the towering tree quickly withered and was instantly ignited by the raging flames. Rowan's goal was very clear: Clyde Wells, the Dean of St. Wind Abbey. Whoosh! A violent roar suddenly appeared in the sky. At some unknown point, a meteorite ablaze with fire broke through the dark clouds and crashed into Alhambra Palace. A few coughs came from the intense flames where the meteorite landed, and an old man leaning on a cane walked out. He was Dempsey Theron from Intis. On the other side, a twilight-like light obscured the courtyard's flames, and Archbishop Larian of the War God Church joined the battle. So many angels gathered in Alhambra Palace all at once, yet the people in the palace, or in the city of Fenaport, did not turn into madmen and monsters, because none of them revealed their mythical creature states. Most of the angels were just there to help. Whether William I and Decline could prevent Philip I from accommodating the Trenencist brass book was the key. At this moment, Philip I had already assimilated 1/3 of the uniqueness, and his condition remained good. The celebration activities in Fenaport continued, with people listening to the crown prince and officials recount the achievements of the founder in establishing the kingdom of Fenaport, remembering this hero from over 1,000 years ago. At this moment, the emotional resonance of hundreds of thousands of people converged on Alhambra Palace, and on Philip I, who was in the angel battlefield but sat motionless on the ground. This gave him enormous assistance. At the same time, because Alhambra Palace was currently enveloped by a Grade 0 sealed artifact, most people outside the palace were unaware that an angel-level battle was taking place inside. However, if one could see through the barrier formed by that sealed artifact, they would see that half of the palace had already become a ruin. On the angel-level battlefield, Alexei and Ahomatova from the Forsake Empire, Guard 2 and Clyde from the Storm Church, and Dempsey, who seemed to be in poor condition, these 5 angels made outstanding contributions to the destruction of Alhambra Palace. Angels of the Hunter pathway often stomped their feet, and several palaces would burn down. The flames they summoned at this time were no longer simple flames. These flames could even burn angels, and stones would immediately turn into lime upon contact with such flames. Flames at this level had also become abstract, equivalent to skipping the burning process. As soon as they touched something, the next second it would be in a completely burned state. Guard 2 and Clyde's main abilities were lightning and storms. The hurricanes they casually conjured could tear down a building and then sweep it into the sky. The hurricanes would also carry sharp wind blades, and often, after a gust of wind, even a layer of topsoil would be scraped away. The destroyed palace was basically the work of angels from these 2 pathways. Most of the guards and attendants who didn't manage to escape also died from flames and hurricanes. Meanwhile, amidst the raging flames, many red trees quickly grew. The trunks and leaves of these trees were red, and they could withstand the scorching flames for a short period. These large trees swayed in the hurricane, blocking most of the wind blade attacks. Silver-white light and twilight-colored light on the other side echoed each other from a distance. The silver-white light came from the battlefield of decline and cheers. The twilight-colored light came from Archbishop Larian, the honored one, who joined the battle last. At sequence 2, he began to master the power of twilight, and everything illuminated by the twilight light became dilapidated and aged. The most crucial battle between William I and Alexei was also difficult to decide in a short time. At the sequence 1 level, William I no longer needed to speak to use most of the arbitrator pathway's abilities, but abilities like stripping and execution could be blocked or avoided by Alexei's own abilities. What could cause immense damage to the opponent was actually the Order Sword in William I's hand and the Crimson Sword in Alexei's hand. William I quickly calmed down. While fighting his opponent, he took out a crystal scale and threw it towards Philip I. The scale shattered, and a crystal figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly like Philip I, except it did not have the translucent brass book in its hand. The Mercury figure reached out to Philip I, and Philip I's power rapidly drained into the Mercury figure. This one-time marvelous item could balance half of the enemy's power onto itself until the power within the enemy was as much as in the crystal figure. Philip I covered the translucent brass book with one hand and took out a crimson dagger from his bosom with the other. He seemingly threw it casually, but it struck the crystal figure's head directly. Crack! The crystal figure cracked and shattered all over the floor. This dagger was only a Grade 1 sealed artifact, but with the convenience of rules bestowed upon it by Philip I, it happened to counter the crystal figure, thus shattering it with a single strike. He looked at William I and smiled slightly. The translucent brass book was once again integrated into him, with nearly half of it entering his chest. After seeing the demigods from the warrior and arbitrator pathways besieging Celt, Hobert realized that today's battle might not just be between the Augustus family and the Cascia family. He immediately decided to act and complete his mission as quickly as possible. Hobert was slightly startled. Ethel, dressed in a military uniform and looking valiant, opened the window of the target building Hobert was about to attack and called out to him. "Princess." Hobert rushed over, seizing the opportunity. "Princess, save me." Ethel waved her hand, and the guards did not stop Hobert. How did you end up here? A crack opened in the palace gate, and Hobert quickly slipped inside. I came to protect the princess and the king, but I didn't expect a saint-level battle to break out. Didn't I tell you not to meddle in other people's business? Ethel smiled and shook her head. Let's see if you dare to have such opportunistic thoughts again. Never again, Hobert said, his peripheral vision scanning the interior of the palace. The first floor was a large hall, and there were no guards at the stairs to the second floor, nor was there any movement from above. In the center of the hall, there were several chairs, but only two people, one standing and one sitting, a man and a woman, displayed full majesty in their every gesture. In the distant corners and by the windows, there were a dozen or so men and women, either in military uniforms or formal attire, all looking intently outside. Seeing their stances and the direction of their defense, Hobert immediately realized that the sealed artifact was not here. Among the people in the palace, the two in the middle were demigods, and the rest were all sequence 5. Even if the sealed artifact were here, Hobert would decisively flee, as there would certainly be no chance. Ethel looked out the window and said, "You hide here and go back after the battle outside ends." "Thank you, princess." As the two conversed, Hobert pondered, were all these people protecting Princess Ethel? Although Ethel fully deserved this level of protection, the timing was off. Outside, the two families were fighting a life or death battle. Wouldn't it be better for these two demigods to join the battle if Ethel escaped the palace? Hobert then realized, Ethel was here for a purpose. At this moment, Ethel seemed to suddenly remember, where is your father? He first went to protect the king. Hobert thought to himself, that was close, I almost said the wrong thing. Ethel was not at all like a princess, she was simply a cunning and seasoned politician. Theoretically, Christine, being injured, should leave immediately in such a dangerous situation. So Hobert initially wanted to say, he went back first. But if he had said that, it would have immediately exposed him, because this was a good opportunity to show loyalty to the king. How could Christine miss it? Protect the king. Ethel frowned, scrutinizing Hobert. Hobert nodded. Yes. Ethel took a step back, and a clear look of vigilance suddenly appeared in her eyes. The king is not in the palace at all. Hobert was initially surprised, but then he thought, isn't this normal? How could the king be left in the palace for such a dangerous operation? Then why were there so many guards at Kasha Hall? Hobert suddenly realized, the sealed artifact is in Kasha Hall. Ethel's location is just a trap. If one followed normal thinking, it was known that the Augustus family would definitely come to prevent Philip I from accommodating the uniqueness. To break through the barrier covering Alhambra Palace, they would need to first find the sealed artifact and disable it so that members of the Augustus family could quickly appear before Philip I. In this kind of surprise attack, not giving the opponent time to react is key, so whether the first wave of attacking forces appears inside or outside the barrier is very important. Therefore, guarding the sealed artifact became a very important task, and Ethel was likely the overall commander guarding the sealed artifact. Moreover, the enemy's forces searching for the sealed artifact must be a small elite group. Too many people would make the target too large, giving the Kascha family enough time to react. Ethel set up a very clever trap, because according to normal thinking, the attackers of the sealed artifact, upon seeing the strict defenses at both Kasha Hall and this palace, would assume that the king would never personally wield the sealed artifact or stay with it. Therefore, they would definitely choose to attack Ethel's location. As soon as the attackers appeared, Ethel could concentrate her forces to annihilate them, buying more time for Philip I, while the sealed artifact would remain completely safe. However, what they didn't expect was that Christine didn't play by the rules at all, directly using a magic array to have William I and the others descend inside the barrier, rendering Ethel's trap useless. To protect the sealed artifact, the forces here were also not withdrawn. Having figured this out, Hobert understood where he had gone wrong. If Christine knew that Fernando II was not in the palace at this time, then Christine should roughly know Ethel's plan. This was clearly impossible. For secrecy, this plan might only be known to members of the Kascha family, and members below demigod level would only know their own tasks, with only demigod level members knowing the general outline of the plan. Since Christine didn't know where Fernando II was now, he should be with Hobert. Why was only Hobert seen, and not Christine? Ethel didn't pay attention to this question at first, but upon careful thought, she would definitely feel something was amiss. Hobert smiled. My father went to the restroom. Having thought through the above questions, Hobert knew it was too late to say anything now. Ethel was not someone easily fooled. Ethel took another step back, and her eyes suddenly showed clear vigilance. The king is not in the palace at all. One of her hands was already on the gun holster at her waist, or rather, you betrayed the royal family just for today's operation. It must have been you and your father who let those ruined people in, right? Heh, what a trick. You spent hundreds of thousands of gold leathers in your territory to make me lower my guard. The other people in the palace also noticed that something was amiss here, and they began to subtly move closer. Hobert spread his hands. All right, I don't want to lie to you. With things outside being so chaotic, what was there left to lie about? We did indeed let them in, Hobert said. Traitor. As she spoke, Ethel was about to draw her gun, but the professionalism of an excellent politician prevented her from acting immediately. Instead, she suddenly asked in a low voice, is this also the intention of the Creator? If you tell the truth, I can let you go. No, this is just our personal action. Hobert smiled. It's just that the Creator also doesn't want anyone to accommodate the Transmigration brass book. But the Creator still doesn't intend to intervene in this matter, because he knows that the Augustus family will certainly not let such a thing happen. This was true. Hobert had been worried for a while when he first learned that Philip I had obtained the Transmigration brass book. But later he thought, a sequence 6, at that time still a sequence 6, no matter how worried I am, cannot solve the problem. Moreover, it's still early before the judge's uniqueness is needed, so let the people of the Augustus family worry about it. Ethel used her ability to conclude that Hobert was not lying. I understand. Then she said to her subordinate who came closer, kill him. Hobert was stunned. Didn't you just say you'd let me go? Yes, I will let you go, but my subordinates want to kill you. What does that have to do with me? Hobert took a step back towards the wall, then suddenly smiled. You are even more cunning than a lawyer. Then he said to the several sequence 5s around him, the princess is just joking with me. I just didn't agree to her request for my service last night, but now I've thought it through. I agree. Hobert said this with a relaxed expression and a hint of a fawning smile, which stunned everyone around him, and they all stopped in their tracks. Everyone knew that Princess Ethel had exceptionally attended a baron's wedding, and many had long been wondering if there was some hidden secret behind it. So, everyone's first reaction was, let's wait and see. Ethel saw that everyone was misled by Hobert and said coldly again, kill him. Hobert took another step back towards the wall, still grinning. Princess, stop messing around. Have you forgotten how comfortably I served you at your country estate last night? You also told me that the estate was a castle more than 1,000 years ago, which is why it had so many armors and weapons. These words again made everyone stop. They all knew that Princess Ethel had a very large country estate, and only those deeply trusted by Ethel were qualified to enter it. According to those who had entered, the corridors and rooms of the estate were adorned with many armors and weapons. So everyone had the same thought. What if the princess is just angry for a moment, and I kill her male companion? If she remembers him later, she'll definitely hate me to death. I can't make the first move, let someone else kill him. Everyone held this thought, so no one stepped forward. Of course, there was another reason they didn't step forward. Hobert was retreating towards a wall, not a window, which also made everyone psychologically feel that Hobert couldn't escape. A baron, who rose to power through such underhanded means, should naturally not be very strong. As for the two demigods, they could sense Hobert's approximate strength, but they both tacitly did not come over. On one hand, family members at the Sequence 5 level were enough to kill a Hobert, and on the other hand, they were unwilling to do such dirty work. But Ethel knew that this shameless fellow in front of her was also a Sequence 5. How could a wall stop him, kill him? Quickly. Even at this moment, Ethel was still unwilling to break her word. Keeping her word accounted for only a very small part of the reason. The main reason was that she intended to leave some leeway between herself and Hobert. She had a premonition that the outside was already in chaos, and Hobert had a possibility of escaping. She knew that even if she acted in time, it would be difficult to stop Hobert, so it was better to simply put on a show of never breaking her word. Only then did the people around realize that the princess was truly planning to kill someone at this moment. But Hobert had already created enough space between himself and everyone. Knight Hant, whose eyeballs had been pressed back into his sockets but still looked a bit awkward, appeared before everyone. Almost at the same time as he shouted the summoning incantation, Hobert violently slammed his shoulder into a wall, breaking it open. Amidst the flying dust, he ran out, shouting, "Hant, hold them back for a while." Upon hearing Hobert's command, silver-white light burst forth from Hant's body and sword, and he actually took the initiative to attack the rushing Sequence 5s. Ethel watched as Sequence 5 level, confinement, and imprisonment were directly parried by Hant's sword, surprised at how powerful the helper Hobert had summoned was. Fortunately, the two demigods noticed something was wrong in time. Exile. The female demigods, Exile, banished Hant from the palace. As several Sequence 5s were about to give chase, Ethel said, "Don't chase. Immediately go support Kasha Hall. Their main task was to protect the sealed artifact, not to kill traitors." Although Hobert's last words infuriated Ethel, she remained calm. Considering that Hobert might have already guessed where the sealed artifact was, ensuring its safety was still the most important thing. The escaped Hobert sprinted through the palace. At this point, the outside was already very empty. Those who could run had already run, and those who hadn't were dead. Hobert didn't even think, immediately running towards the outside of the palace. He wouldn't be so naive as to think that Ethel would only deploy a few Sequence 5 forces around the sealed artifact. With Ethel's personality, there would be at least 3 demigods there. Going there would be courting death. It was better to escape quickly while no one was chasing. Whoosh! A hurricane swept through, making Hobert tumble several times in midair before he crashed heavily against a wall. Hobert first felt pain all over his body, and he discovered that he was covered in slender cuts. As he fell to the ground, Hobert quickly used a healing art on himself. Lying on the ground, Hobert saw several people in storm church robes flying towards him. He inadvertently glanced at the 2 leading figures and immediately felt his spirit body attacked as if by a heavy hammer. Even if an angel didn't display its mythical creature form, the mere aura it exuded could strike at spirit bodies below the demigod level. Hobert quickly turned his face away. He saw Christine. At this moment, Christine was somewhat disheveled, his chest truly severely wounded this time. He reached out and pulled Hobert up. "Run. Castile is about to merge with the uniqueness. Rewind to 1 minute ago, at the Angel battlefield. William I's attack was neutralized by Philip I, which put William I in a dilemma. He and Alexei were old rivals and knew it would be difficult to win in a short time. And his side was missing just 1 angel. If someone could help him slightly delay Alexei, he could launch a series of attacks on Philip I, which would prevent the latter's attention from being as focused as it was now. Just then, Decline suddenly rushed over and, without a word, attacked Alexei. William I glanced at the battlefield, only to see Christine blocking cheers. However, a demigod, even with the help of a sealed artifact, was definitely no match for an angel. Christine was sent flying by Cheers' sword, a long wound appearing on his chest, revealing even his heart and lungs. But he immediately got up and attacked Cheers. If he didn't rush forward, he would struggle to entangle the angel. William I, who was attacking Philip I, had already understood that Christine had voluntarily gone to block Cheers, which allowed Decline the opportunity to come and block Alexei. At this point, William I had already made a decision in his heart. Regardless of whether this operation succeeded or not, as long as Christine returned alive, he would be given the promised Duke title, an extraordinary characteristic. Philip I quickly rolled to evade William I's attack. Stripping. William I stripped Philip I of the authority to possess the Trenencist brass book. Order. Philip I quickly used the power of order to counteract the power of stripping, but the Trenencist brass book, that had merged into his chest, still retreated a little. Philip I quickly drew a silver-white longsword from the void and slashed it in front of him, creating a thin, membrane-like barrier between him and William I. This separated his space from William I's. The longsword in William I's hand shimmered with silver-white light. He slashed at the membrane, piercing it and merging the two spaces again. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Philip I pressed the Trenencist brass book into his chest again, and the Trenencist brass book entered a little further. William I seized this opportunity to stab Philip I with a sword. Before he could even show a triumphant smile, he found that his order sword had disappeared. Philip I smiled. Actually, I've been waiting for this opportunity. Then William I found himself involuntarily being sucked towards the Trenencist brass book. More precisely, the extraordinary characteristic of his hand of order was detaching from him and flying towards the Trenencist brass book. Philip I no longer looked as disheveled as before, but said calmly, "After more than half a year of thought and exploration, I have discovered many uses for the uniqueness. For example, right now, for beyonders of other pathways, the Trenencist brass book is only considered a high-level grade 0 sealed artifact. But for me, a judge of the judge pathway, even if I haven't completely merged with the uniqueness, it can still greatly strengthen my own power. You are no longer my opponent." Philip I smiled. "The reason I didn't immediately display my power was because I discovered that while I hold the Trenencist brass book, as long as you are close enough to me, I can use the Trenencist brass book to attract the extraordinary characteristic within you. This is an enhancement of the extraordinary characteristic aggregation law. Haha, the Trenencist brass book in my hand allows me to make minor adjustments to the basic laws of this world within a specific area. Don't worry, you won't die. I can most likely only absorb the characteristic of your hand of order. You might still be an angel, but I will be just one step away from being a judge." William I struggled hard, but found his struggles were completely useless. He gritted his teeth, and the ring on his hand shattered. In his two pupils, two mercury snakes appeared, biting each other's tails. William I returned to his position a few seconds ago, his fate and time briefly reset. At this moment, he was about to stab Philip I, but because of his memory of what just happened, William I immediately retreated a distance backward. Feeling the extraordinary characteristic within him stabilize, he breathed a sigh of relief. Philip I secretly sighed in regret, but it would have been abnormal for William not to have a life-saving sealed artifact on him. Actually, he hadn't told the complete truth just now. His current power was stronger than William I's, but using his ability now would affect the process of merging with the uniqueness. So he wouldn't easily make a move. Even so, William I was unwilling to stay there for another second. No chance. Go. The angels and saints on Ruin's side were all stunned, and they all retreated in different directions while fighting. For these angels, they also needed to leave the barrier before they could use their respective abilities to leave Fenaport City. The angels and saints on Fenaport's side did not pursue relentlessly, only symbolically chasing behind. After all, they were there to help, and helping to this extent was already enough. Only Cheers sneered at Christine's corpse, overestimating yourself. Then he led the members of the Kastcha family in hot pursuit of the fleeing Augustus family members. Immediately after he left with his people, Christine's left ring finger quickly shriveled and eventually fell off his palm. Christine gasped, sat up from the ruins, quickly looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to a dead demigod, he got up and ran. His left ring finger was a gift from his friend Rex, a one-time magical item that even deities could barely detect, capable of miraculously resurrecting someone once. What Christine couldn't understand was that Rex clearly also had such a magical item, yet he still died. But now was not the time to think about that. He ran with all his might, while the surrounding angels and saints were already preparing to leave, and no one paid attention to this severely wounded law enforcer. As he was about to leave the palace, Christine met Hobert. Hobert was slightly stunned after hearing Christine's words, failed. Christine nodded, a mouthful of bloody foam spilling from his lips. Since the Kastja family was not chasing in this direction, he still had time to explain to Hobert. Philip I also had his own plans, these were almost openly displayed schemes. Just as William I would inevitably come to stop Philip I, and Philip I also knew William I would definitely come, these were all open matters. The only uncertainty was which helpers both sides could find. Hobert ran, looking back over his shoulder. From afar, he seemed to see Philip I sitting on the ruins, with most of the Trensused brass book already integrated into his chest. No. Hobert suddenly realized that he couldn't just leave like this, otherwise, it would be a huge hidden danger in the future. If he was forced to jump to an adjacent sequence later, he would be completely suppressed by Philip I. It wouldn't just be as simple as losing a retreat path. It might also cut off his path to godhood. "Buy me 20 seconds, Hobert said to Christine. Christine looked at Hobert, who had run into a relatively intact palace. "Buy 20 seconds. Then he shouted, "Buy 20 seconds. There's still hope, everyone, help buy 20 seconds. Although the Storm Church members retreating in the same direction heard Christine's shouts, they had no intention of heeding them, flying one by one over Christine's head. Christine watched Ahomatova and Rowan, who were chasing unhurriedly, along with several saints from the Earth Mother Church. They would catch up in at most 10 seconds. He had to do something. In his urgency, Christine suddenly had an idea. Are you afraid of the Forsake Empire's angels? Afraid of the Earth Mother Church's people? If it were anyone else, they would definitely ignore Christine's incitement. But how could the Storm Church people stand for this? Guard 2 led his people and charged back. As he passed Christine, the Pope even snorted, "It's not certain who's afraid of whom." Ahomatova and Rowan were stunned. What were these hot-headed guys doing? The angels retreating from other directions were also taken aback. Why were they launching a counter-charge? Did the Storm Church people have some hidden move? So, on the edge of the palace, everyone stopped their retreat and pursuit. Except for Decline and Cheers, who immediately started fighting again, everyone else was observing the situation. William I noticed that Christine was waving his hands, shouting towards this side. He waved his hand, allowing Christine's voice to carry further. It turned out he was shouting, "Wait a little longer, my son has a way, he hasn't given up yet." William I frowned. Nonsense. What good was it if a Sequence 5 hadn't given up? Just then, all the angels seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky together. Even Philip I looked at the sky, and an ominous premonition immediately arose in his spirituality. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were parted by a ray of sunlight. This beam of light shone down into the ruins, not far from Philip I. The entire palace suddenly fell into an indescribable silence for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Rumble. A surging power, thundering, poured down from midair. A giant bird appeared on the ground where the sunlight shone. Its body was covered with constantly burning black flames and feathers made of illusory, mysterious patterns. Its eyes were deep black, but within them, layers of phantom gate seemed to overlap in the deep black. All the light around it seemed to be covered with a thin black veil, turning grayish-white. Sorrow. Everyone, including the angels, felt the sorrow represented by death. They all remembered their deceased comrades, friends, and relatives. This giant bird, 7 or 8 meters tall, looked down at the people and angels present. It was precisely the ancient death god's corpse, released by Hobert and charged with the power of the country of disorder. All the saints who accidentally met its gaze immediately suffered irreversible heavy damage to their spirit bodies. The angels all averted their gaze, not daring to look directly at it. All the corpses in the palace uniformly sat up from the ruins. After piously kneeling before the ancient death god's corpse, they stood up and went to find living creatures to tear apart. Ooh-gah! The ancient death god's corpse let out a strange shriek. In its all-black eyes, phantom gates appeared one after another. Alexei and several saints not far from it instantly vanished without a trace. Only then did everyone realize, this was an existence at the level of a true god. At this moment, in the country of disorder, Hobert, sitting on the iron throne, leaned weakly against the chair back. Just now, he had injected the power of the country of disorder into the ancient death god's corpse. He swore he had only injected a tiny bit. But the entire power of the country of disorder suddenly surged, like a torrent from an ocean eye, rushing into the ancient death god's corpse. At that moment, Hobert was a little panicked. For the first time, he lost control of the country of disorder's power. Almost instantly, the ancient death god's corpse in front of him rapidly expanded, and black flames ignited on its surface. It tilted its head and glanced at Hobert, who was sitting on the throne. In that instant, Hobert quickly cast it into his own star. Although he was only looked at for half a glance by the other party, Hobert felt that his spirit body had suffered a lot of damage. Fortunately, he was the master of the country of disorder and protected by its power, otherwise, his spirit body might have been instantly sent to the underworld, or instantly dispersed by the other party's gaze. Immediately after, Hobert realized that the other party possessed intelligence. Perhaps, intelligence wasn't quite accurate, it was more like madness and chaos, mixed with a hint of wisdom. This feeling was very similar to Hobert's impression of an ancient god. He suddenly thought, he hadn't just awakened the ancient death god, had he? Then he smiled and shook his head, how could it be that easy? Immediately, Hobert had a bold idea, could a part of the ancient death god's consciousness be preserved within its corpse? At the level of a god, it was no longer possible to imagine them with human concepts. Perhaps its consciousness was strong enough that even after its fall, it could linger in its corpse for a long time. Or perhaps its corpse was a materialization of its consciousness. Then Hobert thought, isn't this just a mental residue? But now was not the time to ponder this question. Hobert took a deep breath and extended his spirituality into the star representing himself. He saw the ancient death god's corpse wreaking havoc. The angels present could collectively block it, but these angels belonged to two factions, and most of them were just there to help. Apart from the two angels from the Kastcha family, the other angels didn't really care whether the ancient death god's corpse rampaged across this land. So, for a time, no effective blockade was formed. Through true sight, Hobert found Philip I, who was holding the transused brass book and dodging the ancient death god's corpse's attacks. Under the gaze of true sight, Hobert discovered a tiny black dot on this uniqueness. That black dot seemed to resonate with the power of the country of disorder and was slowly growing larger. The transused brass book was indeed marked by the country of disorder. So Hobert, through true sight, pointed at the transused brass book. Bang! In the illusion, something seemed to explode, and the transused brass book was immediately covered by a layer of black, illusory light. In the real world, Philip I first felt someone watching him, then the transused brass book was no longer under his control and quickly retreated from his chest. Philip I tried hard to grasp the transused brass book, but it was useless. The surface of the transused brass book was covered with a layer of black light. These lights caused Philip I great pain, making him unable to even stand, and he knelt on the ground. The transused brass book slipped from Philip I's hand and fell to the ground, floating towards the ancient death god's corpse like a small iron bead attracted by a magnet. Philip I reached out weakly for the transused brass book, but ultimately caught nothing. His chest now had a rectangular hole, revealing his thump, beating heart, and his two lungs, severely deformed from making space for the transused brass book, were now visible. Originally, the transused brass book had become a part of his body, but now that it suddenly left, such a large void appeared in his chest. At this moment, the flesh and blood in this void seemed to be covered with a layer of black frost, looking very ferocious. On the other side, that layer of black light receded into the translucent brass book, making it look a bit older. As it flew towards the ancient death god's corpse, it was caught by a hand. The owner of this hand was Archbishop Larian of the War God Church. Clearly, Philip I's process of integrating the uniqueness had failed, and he intended to take the translucent brass book back to the church. But after only a few steps, Larian threw the translucent brass book to the ground as if it were a scorching hot, red-hot piece of iron. The translucent brass book opened by itself, and a line of text appeared on the first page. The translucent brass book belongs to the master of the country of disorder. No one else may possess it. Larian was somewhat surprised. The translucent brass book actually had a living characteristic. A dense, twilight-colored light immediately appeared around him. The light enveloped the translucent brass book, and it slowly closed. Larian quickly picked up the translucent brass book and left. He didn't know how long his seal would last. Hobert on the Iron Throne saw all of this, but even if the 100-eyed demon monarch and the holy infant king were dispatched, it would be difficult to seize the translucent brass book in a short time. The key was that 2 angel-level combatants could easily get into a fight with the ancient death god's corpse. So Hobert did not stop them, because he knew the subsequent trajectory of the translucent brass book. The War God Church resealed the translucent brass book. After the God War ended, Larian fled with the translucent brass book and encountered Klein. There would be many opportunities to obtain the translucent brass book in the future. Of course, that was something to consider later. Hobert tried, and seeing that he couldn't retrieve the ancient death god's corpse at this moment, he knew that the ancient death god's corpse wouldn't last much longer, and the power of the country of disorder would completely dissipate. Moreover, with the protection provided by the sealed artifact from Alhambra Palace, he simply decided to let it be. He returned to the real world somewhat tired. Now, escaping was the most important thing. Ooh-gah! The ancient death god's corpse let out another strange cry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black flames. These flames scattered across the ground like spilled water, and the surrounding fires that hadn't yet been extinguished immediately took on an ink-like color. The twilight colors on Larian, who hadn't had time to run far, were instantly covered by the black flames. Larian's body aged rapidly, his skin quickly covered in wrinkles, age spots appearing, and putrid liquid dripping. In just the blink of an eye, he had aged to the point where he seemed on the verge of vanishing. Then, he truly transformed completely into putrid liquid and evaporated entirely. At the same time, Larian's blurry figure, cloaked in twilight hues, appeared outside the palace, an area no longer covered by the sealed artifact. Immediately after, that blurry figure also completely vanished, appearing instantly in the spirit world. The blurry figure rapidly solidified and finally returned to normal. He held the brass book in his hand, took large strides, and quickly traversed the spirit world, soon escaping the Fenaport kingdom. Larian had fled, but in the vicinity of where he had just escaped, several saints and some beyonders who were unfortunately affected by the black flames suffered. Amidst their painful screams, they either directly lost control and turned into monsters, or they were ordered, their extraordinary characteristics forcibly separated from them. They first became ordinary people, then suffered severe pollution, and died in painful struggles. Or they directly turned into undead creatures. Even saints were not spared. At the edge of the battlefield, Hobert emerged from the country of disorder. Hant had already caught up and was waiting by Hobert's side. Hobert said, "There should be some extraordinary characteristics outside. You can take 1 or 2 as payment for this summoning." "No," Hant suddenly said, "I still don't want payment this time. I only hope you'll promise me one thing." "What is it?" "Help me get my extraordinary characteristic back." Hant suddenly looked outside and said without preamble, "I just saw Larian, and he's an angel now." There was no time for detailed questions, so Hobert immediately agreed. "No problem, we'll discuss it in detail when we have time." Hant nodded, ending the summoning. Hobert kicked away the altar on the ground and immediately ran out of the palace. As he was about to exit, his spirituality warned him to walk with his head down, looking only at his feet, and absolutely not to raise his gaze. After a few steps, Hobert saw Christine, who was also looking at the ground. He asked excitedly, "Where did he come from?" Hobert truthfully replied, "This is the sealed artifact from the ruins in the Backland suburbs." "Good, good, good." Christine, in his excitement, coughed up another mouthful of bloody foam. Hobert quickly supported him. "Let's go." Even at the edge of the battlefield, even without being attacked by the ancient death god's corpse, Hobert felt his spirit body being crushed by immense pressure. The two supported each other, struggling to take steps and run out. At this moment, the irritable old brothers in midair also reacted. "Scared, scared, run quickly." William I hesitated for a moment, then rationally gave up the idea of attacking the weakened Philip I, and continued to run with his family members. He could feel a strong power of order within the giant bird's body, which seemed like an insurmountable mountain blocking his path. Other angels also began to retreat. Angel-level helpers like Ahomatova also started to withdraw. Especially Ahomatova, although she knew Alexei would be fine, she still had to quickly find a way to guide Alexei back. The ancient death god's corpse began to chase these angels. At this moment, a dense layer of vines suddenly grew around him. This layer of vines clung to his corpse, rapidly covering him and forming a small green mountain. Pope Rowan of the Earth Mother Church made his move. Unlike Larian, the people of the Fenaport Kingdom were basically all believers of the Earth Mother, so he certainly couldn't allow the ancient death god's corpse to rampage across this land. However, the green vines quickly took on a black hue. Immediately after, a layer of yellow liquid rapidly covered the now black vines. Some of the vines grew eyeballs and feathers with yellow, viscous liquid. An aura of extreme terror rapidly spread, even shocking the angels. At this moment, the ancient death god was the underworld. The imprint of the underworld rapidly covered this land. The bricks and stones in the ruins turned into pale white glowing stones. All living creatures in this vicinity began to grow feathers with mysterious patterns similar to those on the ancient death god's body. Large trees shot up from the ground, blocking the spreading pale white light, but these dense forest-like trees swayed precariously, on the verge of being toppled. At this moment, cheers, radiating a silvery white light, appeared between the forest and the ancient death god's corpse. The pale white light on the ground was neutralized by the silvery white light, and many white stones turned back into the bricks and stones of the ruins. That circle of trees barely managed to block the spread of the pale white light. Rowan seized the opportunity and fiercely grabbed towards the ancient death god's corpse. Both mutated and unmutated vines rapidly withered. The spirituality, power, vitality, and nutrients in that domain quickly disappeared. Soon, that area was filled with a sense of desolation. Rowan could feel that this godlike existence was sustained by a certain power. As long as that power was completely absorbed, he might return to the spirit world on his own. Ooh-gah! But the ancient death god's corpse showed no signs of weakening. He broke through Rowan's seal. He was about to gaze at Rowan and send this troublesome fellow away, but Cheers stood in front. Exile. Cheers had not expected his exile to feel like it had hit an iron wall. Not only did the angel-level exile fail to push the ancient death god's corpse away, but Cheers himself retreated several steps. The ancient death god's corpse, having broken through the seal, suddenly spread its wings. The mysterious patterns on its wings suddenly flowed, forming an abstract giant bird pattern. This pattern was not particularly beautiful, but it simply made people unable to look away. Cheers stared blankly at the pattern for a few seconds. An unprecedented chill swept through his entire body. He had long forgotten how many years it had been since he felt cold. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. His and Rowan's astral bodies had actually detached from their physical bodies and were uncontrollably walking step by step towards the pattern beneath the ancient death god's corpse's wing. Cheers began to struggle, but he despairingly realized that he couldn't control his spirit body at all. How could he possibly stop his spirit body from advancing towards the ultimate destination of all living souls? How could he stop the process of death? Fortunately, in front of the two angels, a membrane-like structure suddenly appeared, isolating the space between them and the ancient death god's corpse. The two angels seemed to come back to life, but they still felt stiff, trembling, and unable to exert any strength. They looked to the side. It was Philip I, who was not in very good condition, covering his chest with one hand and using the silvery white longsword in his other hand to separate them from the enemy. Just then, the ancient death god's corpse suddenly charged forward, directly breaking through Philip I's separation. He flapped his wings, and the three angels in front of him were successively sent flying. One of these three angels was not in very good condition, and the other two still felt as if they were in an ice cave, their bodies stiff, so they were all unable to dodge the wing's strike. Even an angel-level body was torn open by this blow. Drops of blood fell to the ground, causing different reactions in the surrounding ground. Rowan's blood caused the surrounding ground to rapidly sprout clusters of plants. These plants included flowers and grasses, as if a flower bed had suddenly grown. Immediately after, these plants rapidly withered, then decomposed into soil, and then began the process of growth again. This process of growth, blooming, and withering would repeat endlessly until the spirituality in this drop of blood was exhausted. Philip I's blood, on the other hand, caused the bricks, vegetation, limbs, etc., on a small patch of ground to seem to come alive, spontaneously gathering together into several piles. Each pile then spontaneously began more detailed classification. This was visible order. The temperature, humidity, oxygen content, and so on in that small area were all changing. The effect caused by Cheers' blood was similar to Philip I's blood, but the range was slightly smaller than Philip I's blood. They struggled to get up, preparing to continue blocking the ancient death god's corpse. But they suddenly realized that the ancient death god's corpse was flapping its wings. He was going to fly out of the palace, out of the sealed artifacts range. The three angels felt a sense of despair. Fenaport City would disappear from the map today. Hobert felt this was the most difficult trek of his life. The immense pressure from behind made every step he took extremely arduous. The storm church saints in midair were also forced to land on the ground. Guard 2 waved his hand, conjuring a strong wind that blew several saints and Hobert's father and son out of the palace. The hurricane threw Hobert as if his body had fallen apart. He struggled several times before sitting up from the ground, supporting Christine, who was on the verge of fainting, and was about to leave using travel. Suddenly, Hobert felt something. He looked at the sky, where the dark clouds had completely dispersed, as if infinite vitality was descending from above. But Hobert had no time to think deeply at this moment and took Christine into the spirit world. In the palace, just as the three angels despaired, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. They looked at the ground, where some enormous power seemed to be drilling out. Whoosh! A giant sprout emerged from the ground. The sprout initially appeared light green, with two bean-pod-like leaves at the top. The three angels present were all stunned. Is this a bean plant? But it was simply too big, several times thicker than a towering tree, and several times taller. The bean sprout grew rapidly, sending out layers of leaves upwards. The branches that grew out were like ropes, wrapping around one of the ancient death god's corpse's legs. The three angels finally recognized it. It was a string bean. It grew at an astonishing speed, quickly binding the entire ancient death god's corpse. Then, the earth seemed to imbue this string bean with immense power, pulling it downwards, and the ancient death god's corpse was dragged back to the ground. Ooh-gah! The ancient death god's corpse spat a mouthful of black flames at the string bean. The string bean was burned through and rapidly withered. But immediately after, 3 more string beans grew from the earth, firmly entangling the ancient death god's corpse. At this moment, the 3 angels nearby noticed that the volume of the giant bird in front of them was shrinking, which immediately made them realize the power supporting this existence was about to run out, or that power had been largely consumed by the Earth Mother using the string beans. Indeed, they could clearly feel that just now, the Earth Mother had completed the process of God descent. For whatever reason, the ancient death god's corpse continued to shrink, eventually being pinned to the ground by 3 enormous, string beans. Whoosh! The earth cracked open, and the still struggling ancient death god's corpse was dragged underground. Crack! The earth merged, and the giant figure that had rampaged through Alhambra Palace completely disappeared. The 3 angels looked at each other, then together at the palace, which had almost completely turned into ruins. Only Ethel and a few other survivors were fighting the undead creatures. Philip I sat on the ruins and suddenly smiled. It failed. Not only had it failed, but although his chest had healed, an indelible black mark appeared on it. Theoretically, an angel could block the pollution from the country of disorder, but if they actively opened their arms and welcomed the pollution, they would still be contaminated by the country of disorder. At the same time, in an uninhabited valley in the western suburbs of Fenaport, 3 giant bean pods suddenly grew out of the ground. These 3 bean pods tightly bound something like a giant bird. The greater the power within the ancient death god's corpse, the faster it dissipated. Although it was still struggling at this time, its size was only 2/3 of its original. The 3 bean pods grew larger and larger, as if they were about to rush into the sky. No matter how the giant bird struggled, the palm-shaped leaves completely covered the ancient death god's corpse, followed by layers of soybeans, and then layers of golden wheat. Finally, a layer of vines with beautiful flowers filled the entire valley. Besides being a bit overgrown, there was nothing to distinguish it from other places. In the wilderness of the backland suburbs, the figures of Hobert and his son tumbled out of the spirit world. Hobert lay on the weeds, looked at the sky, and suddenly laughed, his voice growing louder and louder until it became a hearty roar. Just now, he had successfully thwarted Philip I's intention. The uniqueness of the judge pathway was completely contaminated by the country of disorder. Except for him, no one else could accommodate that uniqueness unless supported by an old one. After a few laughs, Hobert felt that from his spirit to his body, there was no comfortable spot. Originally, only his spiritual body was injured, but, angry old brother's final blow almost caused Hobert internal bleeding. However, Hobert was still very grateful for that blow because at that time, his legs already felt cramped, and he couldn't take another step. Even if it was just the ancient death god's corpse, the pressure it exuded was incomparable to a true deity, but it was still a divine-level pressure. As a sequence 5, it was already very good that he didn't directly kneel on the ground. Hobert rested for a while before sitting up to look at Christine. Christine's mental state was also much better than before, but his wound was still as ghastly and continued to bleed. Just as Hobert was about to use healing art, Christine reached out to stop him. This is a wound caused by an angel, the order at the wound has collapsed, and ordinary healing art is useless. Although he had revived, some of the injuries Cheers inflicted on him still remained. Only then did Hobert realize that Christine's injuries this time were very serious. What should we do then? Christine didn't answer, as if the question had stumped him. In fact, this question wasn't that difficult, he just didn't want to reveal the answer yet. The Earth Mother Church definitely had a solution. However, having just fought with the Earth Mother Church, he naturally had to wait and see the situation before attempting to contact them. Fortunately, Christine was already a demigod. Although his wounds were difficult to heal, he wouldn't die for a while. Christine took off his tattered coat and pulled out some bandages from his pocket. As Hobert helped bandage him, Christine smiled helplessly. This morning, I was still pretending to be injured, but I didn't expect to actually get hurt so soon. After covering the gruesome wound, Christine changed into a new set of clothes. From his appearance, apart from his slightly pale complexion and the absence of a finger, he didn't seem to have been injured. Hobert took out the fruit that could create a hidden space and the mystic's extraordinary characteristic. They are all yours, Christine smiled. Consider it a reward for your performance in this battle. If anyone asks about this mystic extraordinary characteristic, just say you lost it in battle. I think with your merits today, no one will press the matter. Additionally, you will certainly receive the title of Count. I will discuss it with the royal family to see if I can secure a fief for you. But even if there is a fief, don't expect it to be on the North Continent. A smile also appeared on Hobert's face. In that case, the harvest this time was indeed considerable. Next, I'll lead the way, Christine said. We'll go meet up with Dophus and the others. The father and son entered the spirit world again and soon appeared in a ruined royal family manor. Monliza, who had arrived earlier, saw that although the father and son looked very tired and not in good spirits, they didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, which relieved her. Fenaport Kingdom, Source of Life. Pope Rowan personally held a ceremony, praying to the Earth Mother for power to heal the pollution suffered by several demigods at the altar during the recent battle. As the Pope, Rowan's related ceremonies allowed him to directly communicate with the Mother Goddess. Oracles obtained in this manner did not require further confirmation from a god blessed. Unfortunately, this method could only be used by the three angels in the church. After this benevolent pope recited the honorific name and the prayer incantation, a strong aura of life suddenly appeared on the altar. The area around the altar immediately became covered with golden wheat, plump soybeans, and sweet potatoes with long green vines. In the center of the altar, a phantom sphere of light appeared, radiating sacred light, and within the rich glow, there seemed to be a holy figure. Several demigods prostrated themselves completely, and Rowan had already knelt on one knee, bowing his head and saying, "Merciful Mother Goddess, you saved the entire city of Fenaport today. Your followers will forever remember your benevolence. But I still cannot understand what kind of enemy we faced today." A sacred female voice appeared on the altar. That was the corpse of the ancient death god, but it was used by someone with ulterior motives. It has now been sealed by me. Rowan thought to himself. As expected, it was a deity-level opponent. He respectfully said again, "Praise your great power." In this battle, the 5 participating bishops of the church suffered varying degrees of pollution. I pray that the Mother Goddess will once again display your great power to help them overcome this crisis. The sacred voice, however, said, "Go find Hobert." Everyone was stunned. Except for Gabriel, everyone was trying to recall who Hobert was. Rowan thought for a moment and realized that among Beyonders, throughout the North Continent, there was indeed no prominent figure with that name. "Great Mother, may I ask who Hobert is?" The trouble he caused, let him solve it himself. Immediately, the sphere of light in the center of the altar disappeared, and the surrounding wheat, soybeans, and other crops also vanished. Rowan immediately understood that the Mother Goddess's oracle must have a clear direction. He stood up and said to the several demigods behind him, "Go inquire about Hobert." "Your Grace," Archbishop Gabriel said, "I know this Hobert." He then briefly described Hobert's friendship with the god-blessed Utravsky, Hobert's recent actions with Simpson against the demonic forces, and, of course, Hobert's delivery of the demon hunter's extraordinary characteristic the day before yesterday. In other churches, the Pope and the Pontiff refer to the same person, but the Earth Mother Church is a bit different. The Pope is the Pope, basically stationed at the source of life. The Pontiff is more like an external affairs Pope. Rowan usually handles any external actions. Of the 3 things Gabriel mentioned, Rowan only knew 2. After all, the battle in the South Colson region had alarmed the Pope, and the Pope had uncharacteristically intervened to help clean up the aftermath. Afterward, Rowan, who had other matters to attend to at the time, had heard a brief report from his subordinates. And the church receiving a useful demigod-level extraordinary characteristic would also be routinely reported to Rowan. However, such reports were very brief, even omitting Hobert's name. Rowan nodded and said to Gabriel, "Then this matter is entrusted to you. Go contact Hobert and help our colleagues resolve the pollution they suffered." "Yes. Fenaport Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory." For safety, Furs simply hid in Baron Felix's mansion on the West Bank. Baron Felix, being sensible, went to stay at his estate temporarily. But Furs found it difficult to sit still in the Baron's mansion. Several times, she went up the mountain to gaze at Jeffrey Town on the opposite bank. This mountain was behind the Baron's mansion. Climbing halfway up, one could see the Tadigea River and most of Jeffrey Town. Being able to see Jeffrey Town at this time was a great comfort to Furs. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Hobert's messenger delivered a letter. Furs quickly opened and read it. When she read, "I have reached a safe place," she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The subsequent content first had Hobert remind Furs not to continue living in the Lord's Manor and to immediately move to the Earth Mother Church's cathedral or to the West Bank. Furs smiled slightly. "I already thought of that." Although she was now the lady of the territory, the vigilance she had developed in Backland remained. Then Hobert briefly described his experiences in Fenaport, emphasizing that their previous treason was to complete a mission for the Rune royal family. Now that the mission was accomplished, he had returned to Backland. Furs was a little worried. What about Jeffrey territory? What about the people who followed us here? Fortunately, in the later part of the letter, Hobert explained that the three companies were now under the protection of the Earth Mother Church. The royal family would at most send people to try and reclaim governance, but there was no need to worry about this, as Hobert had already given relevant orders to Conrad and the others, so Furs didn't need to trouble herself. Furs knew about Hobert establishing those three companies. In fact, Furs remaining in the territory now served to stabilize the people. As long as she was there, everyone could work with peace of mind. At the end of the letter, Hobert said he would only return to the territory in a few days and told Furs to seek out Bishop Simpson if she encountered any difficulties, as this bishop was now a demigod. The stone in Furs's heart finally dropped, but Hobert did not elaborate on what he had experienced that day in the letter, which made Furs worry if Hobert was injured. She wrote a reply, asked the messenger to deliver it, and after paying for a donut, it was time for the Tarot Club. Arriving above the gray fog, in the giant-like palace. When Miss Justice Audrey began to greet everyone, they noticed that the Emperor was absent from this gathering again. Audrey, who started the greetings, was not as calm as last time. Could Hobert have been involved in that incident in Fenaport? She quickly looked at Furs, and through her body language and vague expression, Audrey judged that Furs was somewhat worried but not anxious. Audrey finally concluded, Hobert was indeed involved in that matter, but he had already escaped danger. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued to greet everyone. The hanged man Alger stroked his chin, pondering, the Emperor has been frequently absent from the Tarot Club recently, could he be busy with something important? Alas, when will Mr. Fool assign me an important task? Haha, I should still focus on improving myself first. Furs, meanwhile, looked at the empty seat and fell into thought. The Emperor is absent from the gathering again, and he hasn't. Although the others had some thoughts, they didn't pay too much attention, as Emperor had already been absent once the week before last, so it wasn't new. After exchanging greetings, Audrey tried to calm herself, patiently waiting for the Fool's reading time to end. After 2 more rounds of transactions, they finally reached the free discussion segment. She appeared very composed on the surface. At noon today, I received news that a major event occurred in the capital of the Fenaport Kingdom. Catalia thought for a moment. Today seems to be the founding day of the Fenaport Kingdom. Was there a stampede? Furs sat up straight, listening intently to Miss Justice's account, as she realized that Hobert must have been involved in this matter. No, Audrey said. It is said that a fierce extraordinary battle took place in the palace, and the entire Alhambra palace was basically reduced to ruins. Everyone was a little surprised, especially Furs. Hobert wrote so lightly in his letter, I thought it was just an assassination attempt. Did they blow up the palace while assassinating Fernando II? Emlyn asked curiously. Miss Justice, do you have more detailed information? It sounds like a very high-level Beander battle occurred. Audrey smiled. I don't have too much detailed information, I only know that the Kastcha family suffered heavy losses. Now the Ruin meeting is discussing whether to send troops to take advantage of the situation. However, Earl Hall believed that the civil service examination was about to begin, and some reforms in the past 2 years had reached a critical juncture, making it unsuitable to start a war at this time. But Audrey did not intend to disclose this information about the Ruin royal family's council unless someone asked. Audrey added, The details of this matter will be published in major newspapers tomorrow, and everyone will know what happened then. Klein, behind the gray fog above, thought to himself, regarding such an extraordinary incident, especially such a high-end extraordinary incident, one would certainly not see the truth in the newspapers but rather a story written by reporters. Because there was no emperor to exchange information, this tarot club meeting was very brief. After Furs returned to the real world, she paced back and forth anxiously. Fortunately, around 3:30 p.m., Hobert's letter arrived again. She didn't have time to get scissors, so she simply tore open the envelope herself and pulled out the letter with 2 fingers. This time, Hobert explained in more detail in the letter, but Hobert only said that his mission was to find the sealed artifact, but his mission failed, and he only managed to escape by summoning a helper. Hobert did not mention what happened afterward, only saying that he ran frantically and met Christine, and the two escaped together. Furs, holding the letter, thought it made sense. If a palace could be reduced to ruins, it must have been a demigod-level battle. Hobert must have been on the periphery of the battlefield to escape successfully, which also proved that he did not participate in the most intense fighting at all. At this moment, Furs suddenly felt something. She quickly went up the mountain, looking towards the Jeffrey territory again. Just halfway up the mountain, Furs saw a person suddenly appear above Jeffrey town. Archibald and his puppets, who had been following far behind, immediately took 2 quick steps. "Madam, please come back with me. Continuing to watch will easily alert the other party." Furs picked up her binoculars and, seeing Bishop Simpson appear in time, she felt relieved and followed Archibald back to the Lord's manor. Many people saw Buck Cask's sudden appearance above Jeffrey town. He shouted loudly in mid-air, "In the name of the king, Hobert's titles and rewards are all revoked. From today onwards, I am the administrative officer of the entire South Colson region. Now I order you to arrest Hobert's family and confidants." Before he could finish speaking, Bishop Simpson, who had rushed from the church, said from afar, "Counselor Buck, I didn't expect to see you here." Buck felt the aura emanating from Simpson and suddenly realized that Simpson was also a demigod. Buck descended from midair and politely said, "Bishop Simpson, it's great to have you here. This will bring much convenience to my future work." As he spoke, he thought, when did Simpson become a demigod? Why didn't I get any news? I hope he doesn't interfere with my upcoming purge. The king was furious when he learned that Christine and Hobert were traitors. Christine's family had already fled, and in a fit of rage, the king killed several colleagues who were close to Christine to vent his anger. At the same time, in his busy schedule, he sent Buck to the South Colson region. If Hobert's family could be found, that would be best. If not, all of Hobert's confidants were to be killed, and the governance of the South Colson region was to be taken over. "This place is a bit different from other places," Simpson said with a smile. Buck was stunned. "How is it different?" Simpson did not answer directly, but said, "I'll take you to the Lord's manor first." To get to the Lord's manor, one had to pass through the relatively bustling street of Jeffrey town. It was rush hour, and the street was crowded. Buck's sudden appearance from mid-air earlier had a huge impact on everyone, so the people on the street involuntarily paid attention to his every move. This was exactly the result Buck wanted. Only by intimidating these farmers and workers, keeping the people of South Colson in a state of fear, would they obey him. He had inquired about the situation here before coming, knowing that a demigod here was enough to scare all the Beyonders in the territory, which was why he rushed here without his staff and subordinates, to see if there was a chance to capture Hobert's family. Buck estimated that with his shout just now, the news would spread throughout the Jeffrey territory tonight. Everyone knew that after Hobert's title was revoked, many people would come to inform on him, and Hobert's confidants would also be spontaneously brought to him. Of course, Buck misunderstood the Jeffrey territory. He did not know that Hobert had already encompassed the East Bank and most of the West Bank of South Colson into his territory. In addition, encountering Simpson as soon as he arrived in Jeffrey town made Buck somewhat doubt the accuracy of his intelligence. At this moment, a young man on the street bravely asked, Excuse me, why was Lord's title revoked? He is no longer a baron, Buck said, emanating an aura of authority. He attempted to assassinate the king. He is a heinous criminal. The authority emanating from Buck made the young man who had just asked the question lower his head, not daring to say anything more. Buck smiled, pursing his lips, and was about to move forward when he distinctly heard someone behind him say, "Damn king, he only attempted an assassination, he didn't actually assassinate him, why should Lord's title be revoked?" Bishop Simpson quickly laughed. "They're just joking, don't take it seriously. Can such words be said as a joke?" Buck turned around, ready to kill to establish his authority. Bishop Simpson, however, pulled him and said, let's go, look, that's the Lord's manor." Buck struggled twice but couldn't break free, so he had to follow along, otherwise, if everyone saw him being dragged by Simpson, it would greatly affect his prestige. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the Lord's manor. Buck stepped forward and kicked the door open. "Everyone inside, come out with me." It was already dark, and there was no light in the entire Lord's manor, giving it an inexplicably desolate feeling. Only 2 yellow dogs whimpered, scared, and ran away with their tails between their legs. Buck was stunned. "Where are the people here?" "They all fled with Hobert," Simpson said. People can escape, but the property here can't." Buck sneered. "All of Hobert's assets have been confiscated." "Okay, this Lord's manor is yours." Buck seemed to realize something was wrong. "What do you mean?" "Those under construction at the construction site. Those are all assets of a real estate company," Simpson said. "That real estate company must be." Simpson interrupted him again. "That was founded by devout and friendly believers of the Earth Mother Church." Coincidentally, I brought relevant documents signed by the Pope." As he spoke, he took out a document and waved it in front of Buck. Buck sneered. "Do you know what this means?" "This means that the king will not have a conflict with the Earth Mother Church over such a small matter," Simpson said indifferently. Buck wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a bit uncertain, because the failure at the Alhambra Palace today meant that the royal family would have to rely on the Earth Mother Church for a long time to come. He took a deep breath. "Then I still have to symbolically confiscate some property and kill a few of Hobert's confidants to appease the king. You have to give me an explanation." Simpson pointed to the Lord's manor. "Isn't this your explanation?" "Indeed, the Lord only owns this Lord's manor. And Hobert's only subordinates were those 2 yellow dogs just now, but unfortunately, you scared them away." Buck clenched his fists. "Are there people who take yellow dogs as subordinates?" "Yes." "Who?" "Hobert." "I." Buck raised his fist but immediately lowered it. "Because he saw many people approaching the Lord's manor with lanterns." Buck sneered. "The people reporting Hobert's confidants are here. I don't need Bishop Simpson's help, I'll find them myself." Simpson smiled slightly, saying nothing. Buck stood at the entrance of the Lord's manor, waiting for the people with lanterns to arrive at the door. But he quickly realized something was wrong, because too many people were coming. So Buck said, "I know how you feel right now. Don't worry, as long as you name some of Hobert's confidants, subordinates, or subjects who have received Hobert's favor, the king will pardon your crimes. Come one by one. Don't rush, you all have a chance." But everyone just stood there with their lanterns, silently looking at Buck, which made Buck take a small step back. "One by one, who wants to speak first?" A middle-aged man stepped forward. "Excuse me, where is Lord now?" Buck was stunned for a moment before he understood that Lord referred to Hobert. He defected. Then Buck again used his extraordinary power to make himself appear full of authority, tolerating no provocation. Hobert is no longer a baron. Everyone, intimidated by Buck's authority, lowered their heads and retreated a few steps, but as they retreated, someone still asked, "Why would Lord, who is doing so well, assassinate the king?" Yes, it must be the king's problem. Buck had already decided to kill. "I see all of you as Hobert's confidants." "Perhaps," Simpson said with a smile from the side, "but they are also believers of the Earth Mother. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to be harmed in any way." He paused and said, I told you long ago, this place is different from other places. Thanks to No. For the reward. The second part of this text has concluded, and the plot for the third part will now begin. Actually, there were some planned contents for the second part that I didn't get to present, such as Raft having been in Byam for over a month without me getting to him, or South Coulson still having the power of the Aurora Order, and Twilight Admiral and Blood Admiral. Because the author found that the protagonist sequence 5 period was too long, so long that it made everyone a bit fatigued, these contents could only be moved to the third part. That's right, next Hobert will return to Backland as a count, and the author will also set Audrey as the female lead. Yes, the promised dual female leads are finally coming. Here, I want to thank Open Black Lens Bracket Close Black Lens Bracket for a survey they conducted. Most friends hoped for a harem, shouldn't Audrey have 3,000 beauties? Furs also has to top 3, well, she is Furs. Many friends also hoped for a single female lead. The author also considered this, because this book is planned to be quite long, and to be honest, a single female lead would be a bit monotonous. But please rest assured, there will absolutely be no brainless harem situations. Moreover, the author's plot is actually quite rich, and most of the time, it looks pretty similar to a single female lead. As for how long this book will specifically be, the author will briefly share the outline with everyone. The plan is to divide it into 5 parts in total, with the first 2 parts already completed. The third part is about Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 in Backland. The fourth part is from Sequence 2 to Angel King, which is the war part in the original work, and also the protagonist's nation-building part. Of course, nation-building starts from the third part. The fifth part is becoming a god and becoming an old one. Here, the author also has a secondary setting concept, where the protagonist becomes one of the pillars through this. If the plan proceeds, the third and fourth parts are planned to be between 500,000 and 600,000 words respectively, and the fifth part is planned for about 300,000 words, so there's still a lot of content left. Everyone might have also noticed that the author has been updating 10,000 words daily more and more recently. Regardless of whether the extra update standard is met, there are 10,000 words daily, so from now on, the author will simply not give a heads up. If more is written, more will be updated. Thank you all for your continuous support, and also for your continuous patience. Everyone should have noticed that the author is actually a very careless person and easily makes a basic error. Thank you all for your constant reminders, corrections, and suggestions. The author's way of showing gratitude is to write more and update more, anything else is nonsense. The author looked through the update records. 180,000 words were updated in the first month after going on sale. July and August were around 260,000 words, and this month's update word count should reach 270,000. If the author did nothing else but write, I could also meet the standard of 10,000 words daily. However, as the author mentioned before, I don't know why, but every month there are always a few days when there are things I have to do that distract the author. So the author can only guarantee to write an update as much as possible. Finally, I still want to thank everyone for making this book, for 3 consecutive months, one of the more excellent works among strange fanfictions during the same period. Well, it's the book that received the most monthly votes among those released at the same time. So, the third part will start tomorrow. Bach was somewhat exasperated, didn't you hear? They disregard the law and the king. Simpson, however, smiled and said, of course they disregard the king. This place was abandoned by the royal family for over 50 years, yet it rapidly prospered under Hobert's management. Tell me, what's wrong with them doing that? Bach retreated another step. It was the first time he had encountered such a challenging question. Finally, Bach closed the door to the Lord's manor and looked at the empty residence alone. He hadn't expected to ultimately compromise with these commoners. Bach seriously suspected that these people had been hypnotized or given psychological suggestion by Hobert using extraordinary powers, or perhaps their spirit bodies had been completely destroyed, turning them into mere automatons loyal only to Hobert. Yes, it must be so. Bach had seen people whose spirit bodies had been corrupted by evil organizations, and they were just as crazy and fearless of death as the people outside. Outside the door, Bishop Simpson loudly told everyone, "Don't worry, Hobert will be fine. Everyone go home, you still have work tomorrow." If Hobert had died in Fenaport City, he would have received the news by now. After appeasing the crowd and sending them back, Simpson returned to the church. Just as he was about to pray by the holy symbol of life, he suddenly felt something and saw a black horse pass through the church window. However, the glass in the window didn't shatter, because the black horse was a spirit world creature. Simpson stroked the black horse's mane while taking down the message tube from its back. Immediately, the black horse vanished from the church. This was a messenger from his superior, Gabriel. Opening the letter inside the message tube, Simpson was slightly stunned after reading the content. Contact Hobert. On Tuesday morning, Zio, as usual, got on her newly bought bicycle, ready to go on a mission. Just as she wiped the seat, she heard the newsboy shouting, "Extra, extra! Ruined spy father and son raid Fenaport City. Hobert secretly plants explosives, detonating the Alhambra Palace." Zio was slightly taken aback and quickly told the newsboy, "One copy." Overly excited, she pulled out 2 extra pence when paying, "Keep the change." As she spoke, she was already eager to read the newspaper's content. The newsboy thanked her and continued to loudly sell newspapers. Zio saw the headline on the front page: Christine and son were actually feigning surrender. The subheading was, "They almost assassinated Fernando II." She stood in front of her bicycle, quickly reading on. The general content of the report was, Christine and Hobert received a secret mission from the king to assassinate Fernando II. So the royal family and Christine put on a show, making it seem as if Christine was being ostracized, which ultimately led to the defection incident that shocked the North Continent half a year ago. And in that incident, Prince Kane was actually killed by a Fenaport spy's assassination. In order for Christine and his team to better complete their assassination mission, this charge was placed on them. After more than half a year of planning, Christine and Hobert made their move on Fenaport's National Day, but unfortunately, the assassination attempt was unsuccessful. However, the bombs planted by Hobert destroyed a large number of palaces in the Alhambra Palace, killing and injuring many nobles and officials, achieving astonishing results. Zio looked up. "Am I still dreaming?" She clutched the newspaper, stunned for a few minutes, then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly ran back to her rented room. Arriving at Firz's bedroom door, Zio injected her spirituality into the doorknob as she turned it. Opening the door, it revealed the Jeffrey territory with its exotic architectural features, Baron Felix's mansion. At this moment, Firz on the bed was already awake, but she lay there staring blankly at the ceiling, showing no intention of getting up. "Firz, where's Hobert?" Zio rushed in, holding the newspaper, and asked. Firz lazily glanced at Zio, tightening the collar of her pajamas. "He said in his letter that he's returned to Backland." Zio looked at the newspaper again. "So, this is true. Hobert's previous betrayal was to assassinate Fernando II. Firz took the newspaper and looked at it. This report, well, of course, the newspaper couldn't report that a saint-level battle took place in the Alhambra Palace yesterday. Zio was surprised again, but she immediately realized that the newspaper report was just a cover. Then what's the truth? Firz stretched lazily, still contemplating whether to get up now or later. Hobert said in his letter. She briefly recounted Hobert's letter from yesterday to her friend, and only then did Zio realize that such an intense battle had taken place in the Alhambra Palace yesterday. Zio then realized, "So you and Hobert are going back to Backland." "He is going back to Backland. You're not going back." "Zio, I'll take you somewhere." Firz finally made up her mind. "There's no other way, I have to get up now." She took Zio by boat, bypassing Jeffrey Town. Along the way, Firz introduced the surrounding scenery to Zio. The previous few times Zio came to Jeffrey territory, she didn't have time to appreciate the beautiful scenery here. Only now did she realize that the scenery on both sides of Full Moon Lake was quite beautiful, and both banks were under construction, looking full of vitality. The two landed at a small port on the other side of the mountain. After arriving here, the scene was different from the West Bank. People working in the fields put down their work and greeted Furs, lady of the manor. Lady Lord. Madam, is Lord doing well? Many people came to inquire about Hobert's situation, and Furs patiently explained to them that Hobert was safe. Upon hearing the news of their lord's safety, everyone finally relaxed and returned to their fields to continue working. Zio exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be so beloved by the people." "It's not me who is beloved." Furs smiled. "They love Hobert, and I'm just basking in his glory. If you keep walking straight through this valley, you'll know why they love Hobert." Continuing forward, they arrived at the new territory that the king had recently bestowed upon Hobert. Zio immediately felt the poverty and apathy here. Zio finally understood that it was under Hobert's leadership that the people in those villages had become prosperous, which was why they loved Hobert so much. They arrived at a manor with beautiful grasslands. At this time, the manor's buildings were being repaired and would not be ready for occupancy for some time. But this still did not detract from the beauty of this vibrant grassland. Zio took a deep breath. "I've only seen such beautiful scenery in oil painting." Furs sat on the grass, her face full of longing. "The moment I saw this scenery, I felt this was the territory I had envisioned." She smiled slightly. "But, Zio, to Hobert, this is merely a place to rest his feet." Zio also sat beside Furs, seeming to understand her friend's meaning. "I love life here." Furs smiled. "So let me guard Hobert's first territory. In Backland, in ruin, a broader stage awaits him. But that place must be full of intrigue and deception. Whenever he gets tired, he can come back to rest. The door here will always be open for him." For the first time, Zio realized, Furs was a wife. Outside Fenaport City, in a luxurious royal manor. Philip I, sitting in the shadows of the main hall, breathed with a whooshing sound, as if suffering from severe bronchitis. Ethel stood under the lights in the main hall, her head bowed, quietly awaiting Philip I's contemplation. Philip I said, "So, the one who summoned that giant bird was in existence called, the Creator." "That's my guess," Ethel said. "Last year, we received intelligence about the Creator. His forces defeated the Rose School in the South Continent. It is said that a fierce angel-level battle occurred at that time, and the Creator even personally intervened to prevent the Rose School leader's descent. And I inadvertently learned that Christine's son, Hobert, is a favored one of the Creator. Could it be that Hobert implored the Creator for help, and the Creator then cast that giant bird into the battlefield? Because she was in front of a hand of order, Ethel was not worried that her betrayal would be known by the Creator. Moreover, she had not disclosed her connection with the Creator to Philip I. Perhaps, the actions of Hobert and his father also received the instruction of the Creator. Philip I said after a brief silence, "At that time, I felt a power that was lofty, like a black emperor, and also like a judge. He had once served Solomon, and later Trensused, so he was very familiar with the true gods of these two pathways." Philip I said, "The Creator probably also doesn't want me to accommodate the uniqueness, but the state of this, the Creator, was very strange. He could clearly contaminate the Trensused brass book and possessed an extremely high sequence. But what was strange was that the uniqueness of both the Black Emperor and Judge pathways should not be with the Creator." This made Philip I think of some fragments of information he had heard from Trensused more than 1,000 years ago, about the outer god named the Uncertain Mist. Could the Creator be an identity designed by the Uncertain Mist to more conveniently descend its power? Of course, this information could not yet be told to Ethel, so Philip I, halfway through his explanation, simply changed the subject. "Closely monitor all intelligence related to the Creator." "Yes," Ethel said. "Then what about the plan I just mentioned?" Philip I coughed twice before smiling and saying, "You are indeed a clever child, and your analysis is very reasonable, but I need to consider it further." At the same time, he was also considering whether to let Ethel lead the Kastja family. He found that the family members were either righteously indignant, wanting to retaliate against the ruined kingdom, or contaminated and completely demoralized. The princes, in order to achieve their respective goals, also had very disappointing ideas. Only Ethel was still thinking about how to solve the problem. Ruined Kingdom, Eastchester County, in the manor of Earl Hall. Because it was far from the city, the newspaper only arrived at noon. Audrey eagerly opened the newspaper and shook her head after a glance. The palace wasn't bombed by Hobert. This is covering up the truth. She noticed that at the end of the report there was also news. Hobert and Christine were honored by the king and would be ennobled this Saturday. The father and son would also receive heroic treatment, riding in the king's carriage into the city to receive the welcome and cheers of the people. Audrey suddenly realized, Hobert would return to Backland as a noble. Since there was no one else in the room, Susie stuck out her tongue and asked, "Audrey, what makes you so happy?" "A friend of mine is coming back." Audrey smiled, returning like a hero. At this point, she suddenly thought, tomorrow, father is going back to Backland again. I want to go back with him and witness the moment Hobert is ennobled. After saying that, she put down the newspaper and, as usual, left the room with a solemn expression to discuss the matter with her father. Susie, in the room, sighed, "What a pity, I haven't had enough fun on the lawn here." Backland, Wood District. Jessica stood at the entrance of the law firm, having finished reading the front page headline of the newspaper. Then she smiled, "Hobert is back. Street. George District." Melissa had already begun her studies at Backland Technical University. When she went downstairs for breakfast, she saw Benson staring intently at the newspaper. "What's the news today?" "Big news." Benson lifted the newspaper. Hobert's previous defection was actually a secret mission for the king. Now Hobert has returned to Backland, and it's said that the king will even confer a peerage upon him. Melissa was slightly stunned and leaned over to read a few lines of the report. This really is big news. She planned to write to Elizabeth as soon as she got to school to tell her the news. However, she believed Elizabeth should have already seen the report. Ahawa County. Ulysses laughed, pounding the table. "I told you, Commander Christine must have his plan. With such a back and forth, he's definitely going to be made a duke." He happily paced 2 steps back and forth in front of his desk before returning to continue reading. Hobert must have played a significant role in this incident, otherwise, this report wouldn't have dedicated so much space to him. Ulysses suddenly thought, "Isn't Elizabeth planning to apply to Backland University? I can send her to Hobert to help look after her. Young people need to communicate and interact more." That day, people in the streets and alleys were shocked by the news in the newspapers. Some couldn't believe that the betrayer, who everyone reviled half a year ago, was actually a national hero. Some were surprised that the royal family had orchestrated such an astonishing conspiracy. Others envied the king's rewards for Hobert and his son, guessing what noble titles they would receive. In short, today's report once again brought Hobert to the attention of the ruined populace, and this time the level of attention was even higher than before, because the entire incident had an intriguing story and even a certain legendary quality. Such figures are often the easiest for the public to remember. Meanwhile, Hobert, recuperating at the royal family's manor outside the city, was unaware of all this. This morning, he received a letter from Bishop Simpson, stating that several demigods from the Earth Mother Church had suffered varying degrees of contamination in yesterday's battle, and he hoped Hobert could help resolve the issue. This made Hobert slightly puzzled. Why didn't they seek help from the Earth Mother? What Hobert didn't know was that the saints of the Earth Mother Church had immediately sought help from the Mother Goddess, but her answer was unexpected. Rowan had entrusted this matter to Gabriel, who then had Simpson, who was most familiar with Hobert, convey it. These demigods were not interested in politics. For them, yesterday's battle was about Philip I accommodating the uniqueness. Or rather, it was a war between 2 extraordinary families, but it was not a war between 2 nations. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to matters like Christine and Hobert's betrayal. Besides, even for a patriot, in such a life-and-death situation, compromise is necessary. Moreover, with the Mother Goddess's endorsement, they cared even less about Hobert's political stance. Simpson understood Hobert's temperament, so in the letter, he only asked Hobert for help, without mentioning his assistance in protecting the people of Jeffrey territory. He knew that if he were to say what he did last night at this moment, Hobert would instead feel that he was being threatened with the situation of the territory. He would help, but at least not until next week. Hobert pondered for a moment, concluding that this was not Simpson's plan to entrap him. Simpson knew Furs was in the territory. If the Earth Mother Church decided to help the royal family and not protect Hobert's property, Simpson would surely try to capture Furs first. In that case, Archibald, who had an apostle of desire as his bizarro sorcerer, would receive a warning in advance and would immediately take Furs away from the territory. Since none of these things had happened, it indicated that the cooperation between Jeffrey territory and the Earth Mother Church was still very solid. Additionally, Hobert was willing to help for another reason, to treat Christine's injuries. Hobert believed that the Earth Mother Church should have a way to treat Christine. After deciding to help, Hobert immediately wrote back to Simpson, then briefly mentioned the issue of treating Christine and invited those saints to Rouen for treatment. After replying to the letter, Hobert went to tell Christine about this. Christine heard that Hobert had contacted the Earth Mother Church, which meant he could suffer a few days less. I'll take you somewhere. Although they were in the royal family's manor, their surveillance was not very strict. The father and son used travel to arrive at a small wooden cabin, surrounded by dense woods. At this time, the trees in the north had already sprouted tender leaves, perfectly concealing the cabin's whereabouts. This is a safe house that Rex and I set up back then, in the northern Tacville Plain, within the Hornassus Mountains. It's very hidden and very safe, Christine said. Please ask your friends from the Earth Mother Church to come here and treat me. They had already left Fenaport, so of course, they couldn't let others know they were still in contact with people from the Earth Mother Church. Hobert marked the spot with his traveler's blade, no problem. Then the father and son returned to the manor and finally received a reply in the afternoon. Simpson said that all the saints agreed to come to Rouen to resolve the contamination issue on their bodies, but the prerequisite was a secret location. Hobert wrote another letter, asking Simpson and the others to find him. After the letter was sent, Hobert went to the safe house that Christine had just shown him. As for how Simpson would find him, Hobert believed they would definitely have a way. Indeed, Hobert had only been in the safe house for a little over 10 minutes when Simpson opened the door and walked in, as if visiting a friend's house. He smiled. I didn't expect you to have done such a big thing yesterday. Hobert gave a wry smile. I'm just a small fry, I didn't play much of a role in it. Simpson was not clear on the details of yesterday's battle, and even if he were, he wouldn't have guessed that the giant bird at the end was summoned by Hobert. For Simpson, on a battlefield like yesterday's, a sequence 5 was indeed a marginal figure. Simpson briefly explained the situation in Jeffrey territory, and finally he said, now Bach doesn't even hide in the Lord's manor anymore. He knows the mission definitely can't be completed, and it's useless even if he comes out. Hobert also smiled. The royal family probably doesn't have much energy to manage Jeffrey territory's affairs right now. Once the royal family of Fenaport emerged from the shadow of yesterday's defeat, the territory should still face another crisis. That would be the real time to contend with the royal family. However, with the support of the Earth Mother Church, Hobert was confident in winning this contest with the royal family and preserving his assets in Jeffrey territory. After that crisis passed, Jeffrey territory would truly be safe. However, now was certainly not the time to discuss this. Hobert then asked Simpson why he sought his help with the contamination issue. Simpson stated directly, I heard this was guidance from the Mother Goddess. Hobert's mouth hung open. When was I noticed by the Earth Mother? He then recalled the encounter at Backlung Manor at the beginning of the year, which made him wonder, is it difficult for the Black Knight Goddess and the Earth Mother, or rather, existences at the true God level, to eliminate the contamination from the country of disorder. Hobert gently shook his head. It shouldn't be. However, even if they have a way, it should be quite troublesome. It's simpler and more convenient to just issue an oracle, quickly go and invite the Tathagata, cough cough, go find Hobert. Then Hobert thought, I wonder what reward the Earth Mother will give me. Didn't the Mother Goddess mention a reward in her oracle? The Black Knight Goddess did mention it once. However, Hobert thought that a deity shouldn't renege on a debt and would definitely give him some reward. It's just that there's no telling when these rewards will arrive. Perhaps he had already received them, like the bracelet he got before entering Baklung Manor. No, Hobert thought again, the Earth Mother might know that these people's contamination comes from the country of disorder. So, by having them come to me, is the Mother Goddess implying, you handle it yourself? Thinking this, Hobert gave a somewhat guilty smile. Never mind, I already promised Simpson. I'll help even if there's no reward. Hobert pondered his thoughts while chatting with Bishop Simpson for a while, before Gabriel and several other saints arrived one after another. Simpson was responsible for scouting the way. If Hobert had any problems, Simpson would use the charm in his pocket to send a message. If Hobert had no problems, they would arrive about 10 minutes after Simpson. Although there was guidance from the Mother Goddess, the necessary caution still had to be exercised. Hobert politely stepped forward to shake Gabriel's hand and converse, also nodding to the other saints. These saints didn't look contaminated at the moment, their faces were just a little pale. This was only because the contamination time was short and had not yet spread throughout their bodies. After a few polite exchanges with Gabriel, Hobert said, I received my baptism from Bishop Utravsky. No matter which country I am in, I am a devout believer of the Mother Goddess. The baptism of each church is equivalent to a screening. As long as one can pass the baptism, even if not extremely devout to the Mother Goddess, at least there is no malice. Hobert said this to introduce himself and to inform everyone that he had passed the baptismal screening, and that the baptism was performed by a favored one of the Mother Goddess. Indeed, after Hobert said this, their guard noticeably lessened. Next, I will pray for the power of a mysterious existence to clear the contamination from everyone present, Hobert said with a smile. That existence is indeed very skilled at clearing certain specific contaminations. The benevolent Mother Goddess and the Black Knight Goddess both know this. Bringing out these two deities, of course, served to indirectly highlight the status of the Creator. And the so-called certain specific contaminations referred to the contamination from the country of disorder. Other contaminations could not be guaranteed to be effectively dealt with by the Creator. Upon hearing that both the Earth Mother and the Black Knight Goddess approved, everyone felt even more relieved. They all smiled, offered a few compliments, and asked Hobert for help. Hobert then began to set up the altar. After lighting the candles, he began to chant, the Creator's honorable name, the Creator of human order. Quote. Then came the prayer part. Your devout favored one, I pray for your power, I pray for you to eliminate the contamination on the people before the altar. After Hobert chanted it loudly once, he repeated it, his voice growing softer and softer, until it finally became a silent reed. The demigods behind him lined up, their expressions gradually becoming solemn. This was the most basic respect for a deity. After Hobert began to chant silently, he retreated slightly and then stood there completely still. His spirit body had actually gone to the country of disorder. Hobert sat on the iron throne, and then extended his spirituality to the star representing him. Through true sight, Hobert saw that, apart from Simpson, Gabriel and 5 other saints were indeed entangled with thin wisps of black mist. Unlike the pollution from the uncertain mist, these black mists immediately resonated with the country of disorder. Of course, there would be resonance, after all, they all came from the country of disorder. It was just that Hobert could, like with the Trenencist brass book, either let this pollution detonate and quickly and completely contaminate the opponent, or completely eliminate the pollution. Hobert smiled. It's just an extra option that I won't choose. To make the Jeffrey territory's cooperation with the Earth Mother Church closer, Hobert projected a large amount of power into his star. In the real world, Simpson and others' spirituality stirred, and they saw a figure appear in midair, seemingly sitting among a cluster of swords. He radiated divine light, as if he could end all chaos, or as if he could bring about complete chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty, causing people to involuntarily lower their heads and instinctively want to submit. Simpson and the others knelt on one knee and bowed their heads, realizing that this was a genuine deity. Then, Gabriel and the others felt their bodies lighten. The cold sensation mixed in their spiritual and physical bodies was rapidly being drawn away. Soon, they all felt their bodies begin to warm, and their spirituality also sensed that the high-level pollution within their bodies had been eliminated. It wasn't until Hobert at the altar said, "Praise the Creator," that everyone awoke as if from a dream, rising one after another to thank Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, "I will convey your gratitude to the Creator." He added, "I will bring my father over now." Gabriel said to his colleagues, "You all go back first. I'll stay to treat Hobert's father." The other 4 demigods thanked Hobert again before leaving one after another. Finally, only Simpson and Gabriel remained in the small wooden house. "Please wait a moment." Hobert used travel to return to the royal manor and brought Commander Christine to the small wooden house. After a few polite exchanges, Gabriel began to examine the wound. It was then that Hobert realized Commander Christine's sternum was directly broken, and several ribs were also fractured. With a little force, the bones and muscles of his entire right chest could be lifted directly. His right lung inside was also traumatized. If he were an ordinary person, such injuries would have already been fatal. Gabriel examined it and said, "Don't expect the wound to heal on its own. The order in this part of your body has been directly destroyed. Even if you are a demigod, it won't be long before ulceration and necrosis occur, and eventually, the order throughout your body will lose its balance." Hobert, standing by, asked somewhat nervously, "Archbishop, is there any solution?" "We can only excise the damaged tissue around the wound," Gabriel said. "Then, allow the cut-off muscle, bone, and internal organs to regrow." Before Hobert could ask anything else, Commander Christine already smiled and said, "Then let's begin." Gabriel put on a mask and took out his portable cloth bag, which contained more than a dozen surgical tools such as scalpels, hemostats, and scissors. The surgery was performed on the dusty floor of the small wooden house. Even though it was an extraordinary surgery, it took over an hour. Gabriel first excised the parts that could no longer heal on their own, creating a huge wound. Commander Christine's entire right lung and right chest were basically cut off. Hobert could clearly see Commander Christine's posterior ribs and spine. Then, Gabriel used the life stone and the potions he carried to quickly stimulate the growth of the missing body parts. The right lung grew first. As Commander Christine breathed in and out, the newly grown lung looked healthy and vigorous compared to his previous, less functional lung. Next were the sternum, ribs, and muscles, and finally the skin. After the wound healed, there was no difference except that the muscles there looked a bit more tender. Even Commander Christine's missing ring finger had regrown. Hobert sighed inwardly. "This extraordinary surgery truly opened my eyes, but unfortunately, it's difficult to popularize." After the surgery, Commander Christine got up and moved around, feeling no discomfort. After thanking each other, both parties left the small wooden house one after another. Backland, Sodalak Palace. In a secluded palace, William I, seated on the Iron Throne, listened to the report from Mitchell, the Military Intelligence Section 9 demigod kneeling below. He asked, "Before that, there was no intelligence about the Creator." "There was one suspicious piece of intelligence," Mitchell said, keeping his head low. He, of course, knew who was on the Iron Throne, so he spoke without reservation. "Last October, in response to the Forsake Empire's provocations, we dispatched several mercenary groups to strike at the Forsake Extraordinary Forces in the South Continent. This battle was very smooth and achieved considerable results. However, when clearing the battlefield, a Beander characteristic and a magical item were snatched away. When the mercenaries pursued the opponent, a mysterious existence covered the robber's escape and erased his tracks using very mysterious methods. Later, through divination, the person who stole the sealed artifact was a member of the Bach family, but the existence that helped the Bach family member escape could never be divined for any information about him. At the end of last year, that extraordinary battle occurred in the South Continent, and one of the parties was the Bach family. It was then that I and several colleagues connected this to the previous incident and believed that the creator had been protecting the Bach family for a long time. William I nodded. "Very good, your work is very thorough." He thought to himself, "So, that young man named Hobert is also a dependent of the creator." After returning from the Fenaport battlefield, William I realized that there was an existence similar to a deity from an adjacent sequence, constantly observing the battlefield. But this puzzled him greatly, because he knew very clearly where the uniqueness and sequence 1 Beander characteristic of the Black Emperor sequence were. So, he first secretly summoned Commander Christine and asked about the giant bird, but did not get the answer he wanted. He then recalled the power of order he had felt from the giant bird at the time, almost certain that it must have come from the Judge sequence or the Black Emperor sequence. William I thought for a moment and couldn't recall any old guy with a similar feeling, so he judged that this existence must have appeared recently. He summoned the Military Intelligence Section 9 intelligence personnel, and as expected, the target was immediately identified. After rewarding Mitchell, William I fell into contemplation. This reminded him of the fragmented words he had heard in Trendsust and brought to mind the country of disorder. Having seen the second blasphemy slate, he naturally knew what the country of disorder represented, which made him wonder. I suspected then that Night Emperor had made arrangements in the country of disorder. Has he now resurrected in the country of disorder? Ultimately, William I believed that the creator had not yet shown malice towards the Augustus family, and that by winning over Hobert, more intelligence might be obtained. Thursday, Backland, Lord Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey returned with her father. Because a large number of servants had gone to the fief, the villa looked relatively empty. But that didn't mean there were no servants here. Even if Lord Hall and his family were not present, at least 50 servants were maintaining the villa. Every day, they cleaned, mowed the lawn, and tended to the flowers, plants, and trees. That evening, Lord Hall invited his good friend, Lord Wolfe, to dinner at his home. Because it was a private invitation between good friends, there was no band, no ball, only a sumptuous dinner. Audrey sat at the lower end of the dining table, listening to the conversation between the two lords. Only 3 people dined in the luxurious and spacious dining room, but because there were many servants, it did not feel empty. "I just saw Countess Georgina yesterday," Lord Wolfe said, taking a sip of wine. "The Countess said that Hobert made an outstanding contribution in this operation, and the king will give him an exceptional reward. I speculate that this young man might be directly ennobled as a lord." Audrey's dining fork paused slightly. She had originally thought Hobert would only be ennobled as a viscount, but she didn't expect him to be directly ennobled as a lord. In that case, Brulint would have to bow or kneel on one knee when he saw Hobert. Lord Hall laughed happily. "Then Duke Reagan will have to take action again." Duke Reagan was an old aristocrat, but due to the rise of new capital and the reform that abolished the Corn Laws, his wealth had shrunk significantly, and he was on the verge of bankruptcy last year, barely surviving by marrying into wealthy merchant and lower aristocratic families. Because his marriage choices repeatedly pushed the boundaries of what aristocrats considered acceptable, the aristocrats often joked about him in private. It's not just Duke Reagan. Lord Wolfe, who had been in Backland for some time, smiled and said, "Lord Quint and Lord Sylvester have both expressed strong interest in this. After hearing that I once helped Hobert, they both asked me to introduce their daughters to Hobert." These 2 lords were millionaires in Backland and were now influential members of Parliament in the House of Commons. However, most of the power in the ruined kingdom was still concentrated in the hands of the high-ranking aristocrats, so they would certainly gravitate towards the aristocracy, allowing their daughters to become countesses, which would enable them to successfully integrate into the high-ranking aristocracy. At this point, Audrey couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Wolf, I heard that Hobert is already married. Don't Duke Reagan and the others know?" "Of course they know," Lord Wolf smiled. "But that was a marriage in the Fenaport Kingdom. What does that have to do with the Ruin Kingdom? Even if Hobert marries again in Ruin, it won't have any impact." He even believed that Hobert marrying again was inevitable, as both father and son, despite their high titles, did not have very firm connections among the high-ranking aristocrats. If a marriage alliance could be formed, they would then be able to integrate into aristocratic circles. Commander Christine did have another son, but in Wolf's view, that son currently did not meet the sincerity required for a marriage alliance. Audrey, on the other hand, was a little surprised. It can be like this. Forsake Empire, Twilight Temple. Archbishop Larian looked at the translucent brass book in front of him, lost in thought. Just now, the god of war had resealed the brass book, making it look even more ancient. It could now be used again as a Grade 0 sealed artifact, though its negative effects were considerable. At the same time, during the sealing process, the god of war told Larian that the brass book's corruption came from the source material, country of disorder, and this source material seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence. Larian's thoughts were, "I only ever heard that uniqueness could acquire a certain level of intelligence under specific conditions. I never imagined that a source material would also have such a characteristic. However, it's fortunate that the other party isn't entirely an enemy, because besides being interested in the brass book, it should also be very interested in the extraordinary characteristics within Philip I and William I." Putting away the brass book, Larian stepped towards the entrance of the temple. The Einhorn family's angel, Ahomatos, was still waiting there, hoping to learn who their opponent was this time. Raging Sea, Storm Abyss. Guard 2 received a hint from the Lord of Storms, not an enemy. The existence that deployed the ancient death god's corpse onto the battlefield was not an enemy. For Guard 2, since it wasn't an enemy, a routine investigation would suffice. Friday morning, the royal estate on the outskirts of Backland. Celt, who had once fought alongside Hobert and his son, arrived at the estate, bringing the king's condolences. Christine had already secretly met with the king. This visit was actually an excuse to discuss tomorrow's investiture ceremony. During dinner, Celt briefly explained the general flow of tomorrow's ceremony, then casually asked Hobert, "I've always been curious, how did you summon that giant bird?" Christine had already explained it once after her meeting with George III. However, Hobert knew that the royal family would eventually ask him directly, but he hadn't expected them to be so patient, waiting until now to ask. That giant bird actually came from a ruin in the suburbs of Backland. Hobert had long prepared his response. "During the exploration of that ruin, I befriended a demigod from the death god pathway. Of course, I didn't know at the time that the giant bird possessed such immense power. It was that demigod who explained the origin of the giant bird, and later I figured out a way to summon it. When I was at Alhambra Palace, I also tried it out of curiosity, and I never expected the giant bird's power to be so immense." Hobert's words were essentially his real experience, just rephrased. So Celt ultimately concluded, "It seems he's hiding some things, but most of it is true." Beyonders of the arbitrator pathway have the ability to discern whether a conversational partner is lying, as well as the ability to compel them to tell the truth. However, the latter is quite aggressive and not suitable for use on Hobert. The royal family's demigod smiled. "What a marvelous experience." Christine laughed. "In the extraordinary world, there's no shortage of marvelous experiences." "Ha ha ha, indeed." Celt laughed heartily, making the atmosphere of the banquet even more harmonious. The banquet ended in this seemingly harmonious atmosphere. Hobert and Christine chatted for a few more moments before retiring early to rest. The next morning, Hobert, reminded by a servant, went to the dressing room and put on the traditional Ruin-style attire. As Christine had said earlier, it was fortunate that Ruin-style traditional attire had been simplified considerably, otherwise, Hobert would have to put on more than a dozen layers of clothes, making walking difficult. But even the simplified traditional attire made Hobert frown, as it required wearing a tunic and tight-fitting trousers. Of course, in the concept of nobles, these weren't called tight-fitting trousers, but rather, slim-fit trousers, designed to accentuate the figure. It was said that the trousers now widely popular on the North Continent evolved from these tight-fitting trousers. As for the tunic, Hobert could understand that. After all, the concept of trousers only appeared in the 5th epoch. Before trousers, both men and women wore tunics, though men's tunics were more form-fitting and lacked exaggerated designs. After putting on the tight-fitting trousers and tunic, Hobert looked in the mirror. The clothes looked a bit awkward, but the effect when worn was quite good. The tunic looked very neat and did not hinder Hobert from displaying his masculinity at all. Over it was a red interspersed jacket and a long cloak. Hobert had always lived in Backland before, but he had never worn a cloak because ruin-style cloaks were purely for show. The cloak had a thick shoulder and collar, with an honor sash made of golden patterns. The cloak was very long, dragging all the way to his heels. To look good, one had to walk quickly, allowing the cloak to flutter naturally. However, one could only walk forward, walking backward would easily trip oneself. He then put on a black wide-brimmed fedora with a white feather tucked into it and wore a pair of high-top leather shoes. Hobert looked at himself in the full-length mirror again. It was quite good, he looked very classical at this moment. Coming out of the dressing room, Hobert and Christine, also in traditional attire, had a quick meal and prepared to board the carriage. Today, they would enjoy the honor of riding in the king's carriage. Monliza saw the father and son off to the carriage, straightening her husband's collar and adjusting Hobert's cufflink. "Today is your big day, so be careful." Hobert smiled. "Mother, starting today, you are a duchess and the mother of an earl." "That reminds me," Monliza smiled, "I can now hire a few royal chefs to cook for our family." Generally, only dukes and earls were qualified to hire royal chefs. Hobert smiled. He, of course, understood that his mother meant she didn't care what their titles were. Christine held Monliza's hand, gazing deeply into his wife's eyes for a few seconds before being the first to board the carriage. For him, this was his long-awaited moment of honor, the moment he would reclaim what he should have received 20 years ago. The father and son traveled by carriage, entering Backland around 8 o'clock. As expected, many people were on the streets to watch the spectacle. At first, Hobert merely maintained a smile, but as more and more people came to watch, cheers and applause gradually erupted. Hobert raised his hand and began to greet them. Gradually, he saw many familiar faces in the crowd. Harvey Hayden with a smile, Austin and others clapping, Jessica and others cheering loudly, and Baron and others, Hobert's clients when he was a lawyer, throwing their hats in celebration. By the time they arrived at Sodalak Palace, Hobert's entire face was stiff from smiling. After the father and son alighted from the carriage, the guards began to announce their arrival at the palace. Guided by servants and saluted by guards, Hobert and Christine walked slowly and solemnly towards the grand hall of the palace. The hall where the ceremony was to be held was already filled with nobles, bishops, and lords. George III, wearing a crown, holding a scepter, and dressed in the king's regalia, sat on the high throne. Hobert dared not bring any wood or order crystal today, fearing that George III would notice something amiss. He looked up at George III, who appeared to be an expressionless middle-aged man in the king's regalia, showing no signs of anything unusual. After just one glance, Hobert lowered his head to avoid appearing abnormal. The ruined kingdom had not ennobled a duke for over 100 years, so today's ceremony seemed exceptionally grand. Except for a few who truly couldn't make it, all the other nobles gathered to witness this investiture ceremony. Hobert was invited to one side by a servant, and Christine stepped forward first to receive his investiture. Christine, with a solemn expression, approached the throne, knelt on one knee before George III, and kissed the king's hand and scepter. This symbolized his love for the king and his submission to the king's authority. Then came the oath-taking. Only after this set of procedures was completed did the king begin the investiture. George III not only granted him a title but also bestowed a residence on Queen's Avenue, 2 ducal-sized estates, a hunting ground, and a seat in the House of Lords. According to Rowan's constitution, the king could grant someone a seat in the House of Lords after both the king and Parliament agreed to add a seat. This was a rare occurrence. Since the establishment of Parliament, only 3 seats had been added to the House of Lords. Everyone knew that the most valuable reward among these was the seat in the House of Lords. This was equivalent to giving Christine supreme decision-making power, a power Christine had always dreamed of. After the Duke's investiture concluded, Hobert stepped forward with a solemn gait. Because the servants and guards of the ruined court had prayed to the Creator, Hobert subtly focused on George III. George III sat there like a wooden sculpture, waiting for Hobert to approach. At the servant's signal, Hobert also performed the procedure of kissing the king's hand and taking the oath. "Gods and ancestors have brought you before me," George III said gravely. "You have performed extraordinary deeds, and therefore, you shall receive the following rewards. First, the title of Earl. To respect nobles, to respect titles, is to respect me. You must possess noble virtues, a gentle smile, and a sword ever ready to fight for me. As your king, I wish for you to live a life of high quality, so I bestow upon you an earl's mansion, hoping you will honor your parents and treat your servants well. I also grant you an estate, so you may have a place to escape the summer heat and your own hunting grounds in winter. Finally, I grant you a fief. Longtail Island is yours from today onwards. Help me guard the kingdom's borders, and I will give you supreme honor." Oh! The final reward drew gasps from the hall, as the last time fiefs were granted to nobles was over 100 years ago, during the colonial wars. At that time, only 3 nobles received fiefs, all of which were islands at sea. Before the colonial wars, noble fiefs were granted during the War of the Oathbreakers, over 600 years ago. Hobert was the 4th noble in several centuries to receive a fief. And the previous 3 nobles had all achieved great military merits, which made everyone wonder what kind of achievements Hobert had made in Feniport City. Another point that surprised everyone was that in the past 300 years, the administrative power of noble fiefs had gradually been centralized, later handed over to the government led by the Prime Minister. Thus, nobles only possessed large amounts of land and estates, and had long lost the right to conscript soldiers, legislate, collect taxes, and so on. However, Hobert's investiture was clearly a substantive enfeoffment. As an earl, he would have the right to conscript soldiers and collect taxes within his own territory. This greatly surprised everyone. This award, like the seat in the House of Lords, was the highest honor. Audrey stood behind the nobles, witnessing Hobert's investiture from afar. At this moment, she still felt a bit surreal. She hadn't expected Hobert to become an earl like this, and even own an island, a dream for so many people. Unfortunately, according to etiquette, Audrey could not go to the front row, otherwise she would have been the first to congratulate Hobert. At the king's instruction, a servant stepped forward and presented Hobert with a map of Longtail Island, as well as an earl's medal and sash. As the music began to play again, the investiture ceremony officially concluded. After bowing to the king once more, Hobert returned to the main hall, where the father and son received everyone's congratulations. During this time, Hobert received congratulations from Brulint, but the two merely exchanged smiles and did not reminisce in such a setting. "Congratulations, Hobert." Audrey maintained her composure and only offered her congratulations after Hobert approached her. Hobert looked at the exceptionally beautiful, pure, and elegant noble lady, and offered a sincere smile. "Thank you, Miss Audrey." He sighed inwardly. "When I used to see Audrey often in Backland, my horizons were too narrow. After everything I've seen and heard over the past 6 months, I realize that witches are nothing." However, there was no time for reminiscing now. Hobert had to greet everyone present. In such a setting, saying too much or too little could easily offend people. Afterward, there would be a palace banquet and a ball. This type of ceremonial event separated the banquet from the ball, with the banquet taking place first, followed by the ball. Regular palace balls, on the other hand, did not have a banquet process, or rather, the banquet venue would be directly arranged as a ballroom. Before attending the banquet, Hobert and his father could finally change into more practical tailcoats. Guests were seated at the banquet according to their noble rank. The king, of course, sat at the head of the table, followed by the dukes. The earls had a long table to themselves, positioned closest to the dukes and the king. The viscounts had 2 tables, and then the barons, including the lords, occupied several tables. Barons, in the noble circles, usually inherited their titles from their elders. Many of them, after losing sufficient land, had fallen from earl or viscount to baron, becoming what is known as hereditary barons. Lords, on the other hand, were granted their titles by the king through donations to the royal family, but these titles were not hereditary, making them what is known as baronets. Hobert had heard that a donation of around £300,000 typically secured a baronetcy, while a hereditary barony required an additional donation of £1 million. Currently, there are only a few dukes in the Rune Kingdom. It's not that Rune has ennobled few dukes, but rather that those royal family dukes rarely appear now, so there are fewer active dukes. Among those still active, for example, is the old Duke Nigan, who wields immense influence in politics and is the leader of the Old Party, also known as the Conservatives. The core figures of Rune politics are mainly composed of earls who hold legitimate seats in the House of Lords, such as Earl Hall and Earl Wolf. Generally speaking, the influence and financial resources of viscounts are significantly less than those of earls, and they usually attach themselves to earls. Today, the composition of barons in the Rune royal family is the most complex. Some of them live off inherited estates and industries, while others are on the verge of bankruptcy. After a baron goes bankrupt, he will fall to the rank of baronet, meaning his descendants will no longer be nobles, but merely descendants of nobles. There is also a new capital force. For them, a title is their pass to enter politics. They spontaneously gravitate towards the great nobles, forming the new party and the old party, or rather, the reformists and the conservatives. Hobert suddenly became an earl, but he had not yet expressed his political views, so he merely greeted Earl Hall and Earl Wolf, whom he knew, and then took his seat. Unlike other earls who conversed for a long time before taking their seats. The other earls were all observing, not immediately trying to win Hobert over, but engaging in polite conversation with him. Hobert also showed sufficient composure, patiently eating throughout the meal and responding to the other earls' rather uninformative small talk. After dinner, it was the relatively more free ball. At this time, the ladies and young women who had finished lunch in another dining room also reunited with their husbands and fathers. After George III gave a brief speech, he and the Queen departed, and the ball was hosted by Crown Prince Gowinton. At the ball, people's positions were no longer divided by rank. When the music started, the prince and princess opened the dance, and after the first dance, theoretically everyone could freely invite ladies to dance, or chat casually outside the dance floor. However, since everyone was here today to attend Christine's ennoblement celebration, Christine and Monliza danced the second dance. If Hobert had brought his wife, they could have danced the third dance, but Furs was still holding down the fort in Geoffrey territory, and Hobert knew that she didn't like such occasions, so he simply didn't ask her to attend the ball. Thus, after the second dance ended, everyone was truly free to find dance partners. Hobert was still in the corner, drinking champagne. In fact, he also disliked such occasions as balls, and he had been thinking about returning to Backland these past few days. After returning, he would naturally have to build a career. Before his career had even begun, he did not want to get involved in the struggles of political factions. However, whether he wanted to get involved in political struggles was not up to Hobert. If he were a viscount, like Grelint, he could choose not to align with a specific political faction. But as an earl, even an earl without official duties or industries, he would be a target for both sides to win over. A middle-aged gentleman with neatly combed hair, a broad forehead, and a slightly receding hairline approached, holding a champagne glass. "Every time I hold champagne, I want to thank Emperor Rosal. Hobert understood what the other party meant and smiled politely. I heard that champagne was Emperor Rosel's favorite drink. More than 100 years ago, champagne was rarely drunk at palace banquets. It only became popular at North Continent palace banquets after the emperor began to open champagne at celebratory feasts. Hobert sighed inwardly. Rosel, everywhere. You are a learned gentleman. The other party complimented. Yes, if one could only drink wine at a ball, it would be too dull. Then he extended his hand, Syndra's. Hobert, out of politeness, had no choice but to shake hands with the other party. I trust I don't need to introduce myself. Syndra's complimented again. You are a humorous earl. Please allow me to once again thank you for your contributions to the country and to express my deep respect. Hobert smiled and said, this is what a runist should do. He thought to himself, what the hell do you want? Spit it out. I heard that you were a well-known lawyer in Backland before. The other party finally got to the point. Hobert took a sip of champagne. Just an ordinary lawyer. Then, now that you've returned to Backland, do you have any plans? Syndra's was more specific. I hear the governor's mansion on Longtail Island has an annual income of about £50,000. That's a considerable fortune. Do you have any investment ideas? Although Hobert already had some initial ideas, he still asked, do you have any suggestions? If it were a few years ago, I would definitely recommend you invest in banking. Syndra's said, but in the past year or two, the banking industry has passed its nascent stage, requiring a large amount of investment to acquire a small number of shares. However, you could try investing in industry. The demand for ships and machinery has been quite high in recent years. You are an earl. As long as you are willing to maintain the existing institutional system, support the principles of free trade, and respect market choices, you will quickly acquire a great deal of wealth. Hobert nodded slightly. Thank you for your suggestion. It has clarified many issues for me. He thought to himself, this is the conservative faction trying to win me over. Syndra's last sentence was indicative of his political leanings. The so-called conservatives did not advocate merely living off their own land. They advocated respecting systems and rules, and prioritizing stability in all matters. Among them were also big bankers and entrepreneurs, who invested in emerging industries no less than the reformists. The other party then sincerely said, if you have any needs in this regard, I can always visit as your consultant. Baron Syndra's, is it? Hobert put away his smile and said with a serious expression, if I encounter such problems, I will consult you. After politely concluding his conversation with Baron Syndra's, Hobert welcomed another Baron Quint. Their conversation was largely similar, except that Baron Quint's political inclination was to promote development through reform, making the pie bigger so that everyone could get more benefits. At the same time, they sympathized with laborers, believing that the current society had huge flaws, which was why reform was needed. Hobert also responded ambiguously, but Baron Quint did not leave immediately. Instead, he started talking about family with Hobert, and subtly mentioned his beautiful and generous daughter. Hobert saw that there were still people preparing to come over and chat with him, so he smiled at Quint and said, our conversation has given me a deeper understanding of this city, but I think I should go dance. After all, this is a ball. Of course. The not very tall Baron Quint smiled. I've also long hoped to admire your dancing. Hobert went directly to invite Audrey, who had already refused two gentlemen. Audrey readily agreed. She extended a hand to Hobert and smiled. I thought you weren't planning to dance. Hobert took her fair, soft hand. The moment the music started, I intended to come and invite you, but that would have been extremely disrespectful to the prince and princess. He said, without a flush or a pant. Audrey smiled slightly. Although I know he's lying, it still makes me happy. Hobert placed one hand on Audrey's waist, and Audrey's hand rested on Hobert's shoulder. As the music began, the two danced gracefully on the dance floor. Hobert was right in front of her, smiling and looking at her. After dancing so many times, Audrey felt a slight nervousness for the first time. She took a deep breath. Audrey, what's wrong with you? It's just a dance. What's there to be so captivated by? To ease her emotions, Audrey whispered, I just saw Cinders and Quint approach you for a chat, one after another. That's right, but I don't know them at all, and I don't know what to talk about with them. Hobert showed a helpless smile. This expression was not feigned, he truly didn't know what to talk about with them. Baron Cinders is deeply trusted by Duke Nigan. Audrey said, he is a big banker. My father told me he is the largest shareholder of South Wales Bank and the third largest shareholder of Backland Bank. And Baron Quint mainly operates ships and railways. As everyone knows, the domestic railway network is operated by 3 railway companies, and Baron Quint's company is one of them. Hobert nodded. One is in finance, the other in transportation. Both industries are quite profitable in any era. Audrey finally concluded, based on my observations, even if earls and viscounts hold different political views, their relationships remain very harmonious. Therefore, they need barons, members of the House of Commons, and those lobbyists to uphold their political stances to solve practical problems. Some conflicts will arise among these people, leading to some disagreements. Hobert nodded slightly, thank you for your reminder. I currently do not intend to choose my political leaning. At this moment, the music ended, Hobert bowed with his hand on his chest, and Audrey lightly held her skirt, performing a standard court curtsy. The two naturally walked off the stage together, each took a glass of champagne from a servant, and continued their conversation at their seats. I thought you would support the reformists. Audrey said, after all, it was thanks to your previous efforts that the reform-minded labor law was promulgated. Hobert smiled. Actually, I have no prejudice against either the reformists or the conservatives. Audrey didn't quite understand. You support both factions. Believe me, that's not a good idea. I mean, I don't oppose either of these factions. Audrey was slightly taken aback, seemingly understanding Hobert's meaning, but you don't support it either, do you? No, you still don't understand what I mean. Hobert smiled. In my opinion, some problems need to be solved conservatively, while others need to be solved aggressively. The reason I don't plan to make a choice right away is because I'm afraid I'll encounter political correctness. Audrey repeated, political correctness. This was the first time she had heard this phrase. Hobert further explained, why is it only conservative or aggressive or conservative? Aren't these the two methods a politician needs to employ? Why can only one be used? If I choose the reformist faction, then my future political views can only be aggressive. Is not being aggressive a betrayal? Audrey suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. She had realized this problem before, but hadn't thought about it in detail. Now, with Hobert explaining it this way, it was indeed a contradictory issue. The ball ended, and Earl Hall's carriage. Inside the spacious carriage, the Earl asked with some surprise, did he really say that? Audrey nodded. Father, is Hobert's view correct? Earl Hall suddenly smiled. Do you still remember the old Duke Nigan who passed away last year? Although he was the leader of the conservative faction, he would often seek cooperation with the reformist faction. His influence sometimes even surpassed that of the Prime Minister in certain areas. But now his son, the current Duke Nigan, has a clear hostility towards the reformist faction. Even if some problems are inefficient for the conservative faction to solve, he will not seek cooperation with the reformist faction. As a result, Duke Nigan's influence is not as great as before, and the leader of the conservative faction has now been replaced by Duke Lister. He rarely discussed these matters in front of his daughter, but today, partly because he was quite emotional, and partly because the topic came up, he spoke a few more sentences. In fact, politics is a process of mutual compromise. Although we have our own insistence, we often have to compromise. Experienced politicians understand this. Although they have clear political leanings, they will never refuse to cooperate with their political opponents. This time, it was Audrey's turn to be somewhat surprised. So, Hobert's insight is very brilliant. You could say that. Earl Hall smiled slightly, and the term, political correctness, is used very appropriately. He paused and then smiled again. I'm even a little curious about your conversation after that. Audrey felt a sense of pride. But as an audience, she controlled her emotions well. I asked Hobert if there was a way to solve this problem. Hobert said that one person needs to be above the two factions and mediate between them. Earl Hall immediately asked, who can bear this important responsibility? I had the same question, Audrey said. Hobert replied, the head of state. The king. No. Hall was a little disappointed with this answer. The king is naturally conservative. It was at this point that he suddenly realized something. Hobert said head of state, but not necessarily the king. Yes. Audrey glanced out the window, as if recalling something, then withdrew her gaze and said, what Hobert said afterwards, I have never heard of, and I don't know if it is feasible. He said that a healthy government should have a head of state and a prime minister. The head of state is a symbol of the country and the nation, responsible for reconciling the interests and conflicts of all parties, in making decisions at the national level. The prime minister is responsible for handling specific matters and implementing the head of state's decisions. Earl Hall leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, and quickly constructed a central government framework composed of a head of state and a prime minister in his mind. It was indeed more reasonable than the framework of a prime minister and a king. As he had just said, the king was naturally a conservative and could not mediate between the two factions at all. Therefore, the prime minister was either a conservative or an aggressive, and during the prime minister's tenure, conservative or aggressive policies would be fully implemented. If there was a head of state above the prime minister who reconciled the opinions of both sides and formed resolutions, the efficiency would be higher, and the conflicts between the two factions would be more easily resolved. But a new problem arose. Earl Hall asked, how do we decide who will be the head of state? It was obviously not appropriate to have the parliament vote, like electing a prime minister, as that would only elect another prime minister, and the conflicts between the two factions might be completely intensified in the upper structure of power. Audrey clearly showed a puzzled expression. I asked a similar question at the time, and Hobert's answer was, leave it to the people. The people. Earl Hall noticed that it was not citizens, nor the populace, but the people. I also expressed my doubts about this. Audrey smiled, but Hobert did not continue this topic. Earl Hall pinched his chin and pondered for more than 10 seconds, then suddenly asked Audrey, when Hobert was in Backland before, did you maintain good contact? Yes. Audrey said frankly, Father, you should know that Hobert is a Beander, and he occasionally organizes related tea parties, which I have always been very interested in. In fact, it was a meeting of the Justice League. The two had just discussed that the next meeting would be held at Hobert's Earl's mansion next week. That's why he answered your questions without reservation. Earl Hall smiled. Hobert is a very thoughtful young man, and I think cherishing this friendship will be of great help to you. At the same time, he realized that Hobert's remarks had already shown a political leaning towards the reformist faction. Although his influence was not great now, Earl Hall believed that such an insightful young man should be won over as soon as possible. Audrey nodded. I will, Father. Next week, Grulint and I will visit him. This would be a good way to conceal their attendance at the meeting. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert returned to his newly acquired earl's mansion. This was once the residence of a hereditary earl. Because the earl's financial situation was not good, he had to sell many family properties, which caused his land to fall below the minimum requirements for an earl, so his title was reduced to Viscount, and later to Baron. He was unable to maintain the expenses of the earl's mansion and had to sell it, eventually falling into the hands of the royal family. The king acquired such places to bestow as rewards. This earl's mansion was not abandoned. A dozen servants sent by the court were taking care of it, but there were no valuable artworks on the walls or furnishings of the earl's mansion, and the furniture was already a bit old. Also, the lawn, trees, and flowers in the yard needed to be replanted, and the pond and attic needed to be renovated. Hobert sighed inwardly, more money to spend. However, compared to the mansion bestowed in Fenaport City, this mansion was many times larger. The main building was a 3-story villa, which, in Hobert's concept, was about the size of a university teaching building. There were also other houses in the back and front yards, such as servant quarters, stables, kennels, tool sheds, and so on. The front and back yards combined were about the size of a park, with flower beds, woods, a pond, and a lawn. Hobert sighed inwardly again. Daily expenses are no small sum. Entering the main hall of the Earl's mansion, Hobert was surprised to find Mr. Doffus waiting there. He stepped forward and said, "Earl, I have come to offer myself as your butler." Hobert was quite surprised. "My father there. I have already discussed it with Duke." Doffus said, "He will continue to employ Mr. Vok, the original butler, as the butler of the Duke's mansion." Vok was Christine's previous butler in Backland and was deeply trusted by Christine and Monliza. Before Christine's treason, Vok went into hiding. It was said that after Christine returned, he found the Duke's mansion. "You are very welcome, Mr. Doffus." Hobert smiled. "It's great that you can be my butler." However, he changed the subject, "But before that, I think we should have complete mutual trust, so that our future interactions can be more harmonious." Doffus nodded. "Exactly." Because there were still court servants present, the two simply went to a reception room for their subsequent conversation. "So, Mr. Doffus," Hobert asked directly, "in my opinion, you and my father are more like friends than master and servant. How did you two meet?" "We met on the South Continent." Doffus said expressionlessly. "At first, we were enemies. During a battle, I discovered that Mr. Rex was a very admirable person. After some time, I learned that Mr. Rex was a Trendsoost, which reminded me of a prophecy in my family, so I mediated the conflict between the ruined people and the locals, and began to follow Mr. Rex." Doffus rarely spoke so much at once, but he explained this matter in great detail. "Later, even when Mr. Rex was challenging the family's curse, I still believed he would succeed. But as you know, Mr. Rex failed, and then I realized my judgment was wrong. Just as I was about to return to the South Continent, Mr. Chris suddenly reminded me, perhaps the person in the prophecy is you." Hobert was stunned. "Me? The person in the prophecy?" This indeed had a bit of a protagonist halo. "Yes, the prophecy has a clear description, a descendant of the Night Emperor." Doffus said seriously. Hobert smiled. "There are quite a few descendants of the Night Emperor." Doffus did not respond, showing that he was quite confident in his judgment. Hobert could only ask again, "Is it convenient to tell me about that prophecy? One of the future generations of the family will follow a descendant of the Night Emperor from the North Continent and restore the family's glory." Doffus did not hide anything. Hobert asked again, "Is it convenient to tell me which family you belong to?" "My surname is Egis." Hobert almost couldn't hold back. You think too highly of me. I myself only have that much fiefdom right now. Do you think we can help you restore the rule of the Underworld Emperor? That's unifying the entire South Continent. It only says to restore glory, not to restore status and the throne." Doffus had considered this point long ago. As long as the family's glory can be restored, the Egis family will not be plagued by internal strife as it is now, and the family will have hope of revitalization. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Also, thank you all for your votes. Author received nearly 700 monthly tickets yesterday alone. The double monthly ticket period has begun. Author is asking for a monthly ticket on this day symbolizing reunion, hollow down pointing triangle. Hobert remembered that the descendants of the Emperor of the Underworld seemed to be divided into many factions, among which the Royal Faction and the Artificial Death Faction were the strongest and most famous. Additionally, there seemed to be smaller factions like the Peaceful Sleep Faction and the Nether Faction. This was a typical consequence of lacking an actual leader and a spiritual leader. Just like a competent emperor, he must provide a goal that most people in the country can accept and are willing to work for, and then the prime minister, nobles, and officials all strive for this goal. This way, everyone has something to look forward to, and even if there are some conflicts, there is a relatively high tolerance for error. The situation of the Aegis family, however, clearly lacked that universally accepted goal. The nobles, prime minister, and officials all had their own ideas, and over time, factions naturally began to form. It now seems that within the Aegis family, there are still people like Dofus who hope for the family to reunite and revitalize. Hobert did not continue to inquire about the Aegis family's situation. He just smiled and said, I dare not promise you anything, because I know that prophecies, such things, might be off by just a little, yet the reality can be vastly different. Dofus nodded. I know, even if I misjudge again, I won't blame you. Hobert smiled and said, be optimistic, perhaps this time it will be right. He did not continue the topic. All right, Mr. Dofus, from now on, you are my butler. He took out all the banknotes from his wallet, about £300. First, please thank the servants sent by the royal family for me. You decide how much to give them as a gratuity. Then, start hiring servants for me. Next week I want to host a small tea party, a friendly one, nothing too grand. Please help me prepare for it. Dofus took the money and said, this money isn't enough. I've done some research recently. An earl's mansion typically needs 60 to 200 servants. However, if there are only 60 servants, people might think the earl is in financial trouble, but 200 servants would be too extravagant. So, a typical earl's mansion usually employs 120 to 150 servants. There's also the manor granted by the king, which needs at least 30 to 50 people to manage. We also need to hire an accountant and 2 cashiers to record the output of the manor and the rent or harvest that the farmers in the manor need to pay. Generally, the grapes, vegetables, cattle, and sheep in the manor are directly managed by people sent by the earl's mansion. However, the area of such a royal-granted manor must not be small, and it will have a large amount of cultivated land, which is usually very fertile. Previously, it was popular for earls to hire farmers to cultivate the land, paying them a fixed wage annually, with all produce belonging to the earl's mansion. But this quickly led to a new problem. Because of the fixed income, people lacked motivation, and the yields in the fields were even lower than ordinary land. So now it's popular for farmers to rent the earl's mansion's cultivated land, paying a certain rent annually or submitting a certain percentage of the harvest. Calculated this way, the earl's mansion's income was more than before, so this method quickly became popular in the nobles' manors. Of course I know, Hobert said with a wry smile, I'll give you another £5,000 later. Dofus hummed, I will take a portion of the money to renovate the earl's mansion. Hobert thought of the 200 extra mouths to feed every day from now on. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh, but in the end, he could only say, you decide. Thinking about the annual income of about £50,000 from Longtail Island, Hobert's mood brightened considerably. Overall, this deal was still profitable. After Dofus left to attend to matters, Hobert locked the door of the reception room, first took out £5,000 in cash from the country of disorder, and then opened the map granted by the king to check the location of Longtail Island. This island is in the eastern part of the Rosted Archipelago, not far from the eastern route of the shipping lane to the South Continent. It is about a 2.5-day voyage from Blue Mountain Island, where Byam, the capital of the Rosted Archipelago, is located. In terms of sea travel, this is not too far, nor is it remote. Hobert nodded. The location of the fief was quite good, at least not some god-forsaken place. Then he measured the area of Longtail Island, and to his surprise, the island was more than a dozen times the size of South Colson. But it could only generate £50,000 in revenue annually. Hobert immediately understood that such colonial islands are generally exploited for resources, such as minerals, timber, etc. Earning £50,000 from selling minerals is still a good income. After finishing with the map, Hobert sat in his chair, lost in thought. He planned to find an opportunity to properly inspect his territory. Industries like selling resources are too low-end, he still needs to develop manufacturing or tourism. Developing tourism there is out of the question. Traveling by boat from Backland, if no bad weather is encountered along the way, it would take at least 10 days to arrive. Most middle-class people don't have much more than 2 or 3 weeks of annual leave, so it's impossible for them to travel so far for tourism. As for developing manufacturing, it's also difficult. The products made could only be sold to the South Continent, because if they were sold back to the North Continent, adding the shipping costs would make it unprofitable. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled. He would go and see first before deciding. In the eastern part of the Sonia Sea, in a certain ruin of a divine battle, Klein left the dawn, left the protection of the brilliant starry sea, stepped onto a small boat, and found himself in the middle of the ocean. The mermaid's song drifted over, seemingly piercing directly into his spirit body, making him tingle all over and irresistibly wanting to hear more. For Klein, the intensity of the song was far from enough. His spirituality told him that he had to get a little closer, let the song be a little clearer, to meet the requirements of the ritual. He used the sailor pathway's charm to push the small boat forward. After a period of travel, the mermaid's song suddenly grew louder, as clear as if it were right next to Klein's ear. Klein was momentarily dazed, almost jumping into the sea to swim towards the source of the beautiful song. He tried his best to control himself and found many reefs ahead, with figures singing softly at the edges. These creatures had human heads, with pure yet somewhat alluring eyes and brows. Their lower bodies were large fish tails, rhythmically slapping against the reefs. Klein quickly took out the potion and drank it in one gulp amidst the singing. Suddenly, Klein found himself becoming unusually stiff, just like when he was manipulated by the sealed artifact, 2049, that strange puppet. His thoughts began to slow, and he gradually gave up the idea of regaining control of himself. At this moment, the mermaid's song came, allowing Klein to maintain his last emotions and, with the lure of the song, gradually escape the stiff and sluggish state. A few minutes later, Klein fully recovered. He first felt the usage and effects of the spiritual threads, then suddenly realized, logically, this extraordinary characteristic should also contain an extraordinary characteristic from diviner to faceless man. I was already prepared to deal with the mental pressure brought by this extraordinary characteristic, but why can't I feel their presence at all? Could it be because my acting before was too good, so I instantly digested the extra potion? Klein carefully felt his previous abilities. Aside from the enhancements brought by the promotion, there were no other improvements, which made him feel increasingly incomprehensible. Because the nobles were all in their fiefs at this time, there weren't many social balls, which gave Hobert more time to sort out his plan to return to Backland. However, South Coulson also couldn't be ignored, so Hobert rested for a morning on Sunday, and in the afternoon he used travel to arrive at Baron Felix's mansion. Furs, upon seeing Hobert, gave him a warm hug. She looked at Hobert carefully. "It's good that you're all right." "Of course I'm all right." Hobert kissed Furs's forehead. "How are things in the territory? I heard Alan say that Bishop Simpson has been keeping an eye on the people from the royal family." Furs said, "The territory's operations are all normal, and no one has been harmed." Hobert nodded. The demon hunter extraordinary characteristic he had given out earlier was still working well. The royal family's demigods can't stay here forever. On Monday, I noticed that many of the Kastcha family's demigods were killed or injured. They should be quite short on demigod-level combat power now. He said sternly, however, once the royal family recovers from this disaster, they will surely make arrangements to bypass the church and target the Jeffrey territory. That will be another crisis. Furs sighed. The people of South Coulson finally got a few good days. Hobert also smiled helplessly. It was also fortunate that he had an increasingly close relationship with the Earth Mother Church. With the Church's protection, his properties in South Coulson were secured. However, the administrative power of the South Coulson region might still have to be reclaimed by the royal family. This was also the reason Hobert returned to his territory. He planned to have Conrad quickly complete the control of the East Bank, fully incorporating it into the Jeffrey territory's rule before the royal family reacted. Hobert would then be able to basically digest the potion. At that time, he would simply hand over the administrative power to the Finapot royal family, as this was the territory of the Finapot kingdom, and the church could only protect Hobert's property. As for the group of administrative personnel that Conrad had trained, Hobert had already decided their destination. The territory granted to him by the Rune royal family was in need of a group of trustworthy people to work. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled and said, George III has granted me an island. You should have Conrad, Philip, Angus, and Helen prepare. Next Tuesday, we will visit the new territory. Furs was slightly taken aback. Are you planning to move all the people here to that island? Hobert paused. It's not impossible, but we'll have to wait until the construction here is finished. Don't worry, the industries here can definitely be preserved. This is not difficult for the Earth Mother Church to do. The Finapot royal family may rely more on the church in the next few years and will not fall out with the church over hundreds of thousands of gold leathers in property. At that time, a traveler's gate will be opened between Longtail Island and here. With Bishop Simpson's cover, it won't be a problem for as many people as needed to pass through. After finalizing the time for inspecting the new territory, Hobert also dealt with some accumulated government affairs in the territory. In the evening, he met Grov at their usual spot. Upon learning that Teuton Viscount had just begun to digest the judge potion, Hobert couldn't help but frown and say, too slow. If it were in the past, he could have prepared slowly. But now, significant changes might occur in the near future, so time must be seized. Then, Hobert asked again, did you find an opportunity to tell Teuton that he has a chance to advance to Sequence 5? I found an opportunity. Grov said, I said that someone was originally going to sell extraordinary characteristics at the auction house in Jeffrey territory, but he took the wrong path and I happened to run into him. In casual conversation, after learning that he had an arbitrator pathway extraordinary characteristic, I kept him and am now negotiating the price. Grov smiled and said, I'll find an opportunity to tell Teuton that the person unexpectedly obtained a punishment knight extraordinary characteristic by chance. I believe Teuton will have to sell everything he owns, even embezzle public funds, to buy it. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. Tell Teuton that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before the king's people arrive, if he can eliminate the Aurora Order's forces, he will have a chance to be ennobled as an earl. But before that, he must be promoted to Sequence 5 to have the strength to drive away the Aurora Order's people. He took out an extraordinary characteristic and an order crystal that he had prepared long ago. This crystal can make it difficult for people to lose control. It is a very high-level magical item. Tell Teuton that even if he hasn't fully mastered the Sequence 6 potion, he can still try to advance using this crystal. Grov took the crystal with both hands. Yes. I have been ennobled as an earl, Hobert finally said. In the new territory, I will need many trustworthy people to manage it. This sentence was telling Grov, do things well for me, and I can still give your family prosperity and honor. Returning to Baron Felix's lord's manor, Hobert first had an intimate moment with Furs, then talked about the battle that happened in Fenaport City on Sunday. Hobert told Furs more information, such as that an Angel King-level battle had once occurred there, but of course, he couldn't mention the ancient death god's corpse. Furs was so surprised that her mouth hung open for a long time. She had not expected that Hobert would encounter such a dangerous battle, but fortunately, Hobert returned safely. Then the two talked about the future of the territory. Hobert always felt it was a pity to give up the governing power here. After all, it was a territory he had built up little by little. But he couldn't not give it up. After all, he and Christine's actions caused Philip I's attempt to accommodate the uniqueness to fail, and Fernando II would not possibly allow Hobert's power to exist in the Finapot royal family. The next morning, Hobert returned to Backland. At 3 in the afternoon, he attended the Tarot Club on time. The tide-like gray fog covered Hobert's vision, and he reappeared at the Tarot Club, which resembled a giant hall, sitting at one side of the bronze long table. Everyone was slightly stunned and immediately noticed two more differences from the last gathering. First, the Emperor was not absent this time, and second, the world's demeanor seemed to have changed, no longer as lifeless as before. Hobert immediately realized, the Creator's ally, the mysterious Mr. the Fool, had finally been promoted to Sequence 5. Good afternoon, Mr. the Fool. Justice Audrey's greeting appeared as usual. This was already a fixed segment, signaling the official start of the Tarot Club. When the greeting segment ended, the Fool Klein looked at the hermit Catalia and chuckled. Tell Bernadette that she can exchange certain items for some answers. When Catalia heard this familiar name, she knew that her little schemes could not be hidden from him at all. It was clear that Mr. the Fool already knew everything. This made her feel very heavy-hearted, and an intense sense of fear arose uncontrollably. Audrey had been in a good mood these past few days, but today, Mr. the Fool's sudden reminder made her immediately realize that the name Bernadette must not be simple. Hobert, bystanders move aside, it's time for Mr. the Fool to show off. The others, for a moment, did not realize what the name Bernadette represented. Among them, the son Derek vaguely felt that the atmosphere was a bit off, so he curiously asked, Mr. the Fool, who is Bernadette? Good question. Klein praised inwardly, then answered lightly, Rosal's eldest daughter, the owner of the Dawn, and the leader of the Dawn of Elements. The name Bernadette was not a secret more than 100 years ago, and now many ordinary people know that this is the name of Emperor Rosal's eldest daughter. But most people would assume she was a historical figure, so even the hanged man Alger didn't make the connection immediately. Hearing Mr. the Fool say this, Alger was the happiest, mysterious queen. Hermit, I can confirm that you are Star Admiral Catalia. So the rumors that you broke with the mysterious queen were false. He felt the suppression he had experienced over the past 3 months suddenly disappear. Audrey, combining Mr. the Fool's reminder and the hermit's reaction, roughly understood what was happening. The mysterious queen wants to get answers from Rosal's diary. Then she realized, this means the hermit secretly revealed a little about our tarot club to the mysterious queen, through hints. Really, how could she reveal the gathering's matters to others? I didn't even tell Susie. Audrey almost forgot her image and etiquette education, puffing out her cheeks. The others also roughly understood what was going on. While Furs was worried about whether the existence of the tarot club would be leaked, she had already instantly conceived a story of espionage and counter-espionage. Emlyn watched with schadenfreude, thinking that the hermit was simply foolish. Even our blood race's progenitor treats Mr. the Fool with an equal attitude and sent me, this special envoy, to be cultivated. You, a guy who isn't even a demigod, actually want to make small moves under Mr. the Fool's gaze. Sure enough, I can't understand some of the thoughts of short-lived races. Perhaps only Derek, Hobert, and the world did not show concern. Derek was because he was in the God-forsaken land, so even if a North Continent member was exposed, he wouldn't be in too much danger. Hobert was deeply impressed by this matter and knew the subsequent plot development. As for the world, he would only have his own thoughts much later. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Catalia regained her ability to think from the emotion of fear. She turned to look at the top of the bronze long table and said, Yes, I made some errors, and I will not defend myself. Mr. the Fool, no matter how you deal with me, even if you kill me, I am willing to accept it. Alger scoffed, hypocritical, if Mr. the Fool wanted to punish you, could you even resist? Audrey discerned the implied fear in the other party from the hermit's subtle movements and tone. In her opinion, those who specifically emphasize their willingness to be executed are often very afraid of death. Furs, on the other hand, found reassurance in the Fool's calm and composed attitude, believing that the situation of the Tarot Club should not have been leaked, or that the leaked parts were insignificant. Thus, like the Moon Emlyn, she waited with some curiosity and anticipation to see what kind of punishment Mr. the Fool would mete out. Catalia saw Mr. the Fool's brief silence. She suppressed her unease, slightly raised her head, and subtly observed the existence behind the thick gray fog, trying to grasp the other party's true intentions in order to make a more prepared response and avoid making further errors that would make the situation irrecoverable. A mysterious light flickered in her black eyes, seeing through the gray fog and seeing the Fool. Suddenly, Catalia's eyes burned, and illusory blood flowed out. Evil, terrifying, and fallen roars then echoed in her ears, instantly filling her senses with extreme pain, and her body began to twitch and tremble uncontrollably. Immediately after, Cracks that revealed flesh and blood quickly appeared on her face, the back of her hands, and other exposed areas of her clothing, forming countless indescribable eyes within them. Catalya's screams echoed above the gray fog, and the other members saw the anomaly in the hermit's body. The disgusting and hideous scene scared Audrey into immediately averting her gaze. Alger, Furs, and others also lowered their heads, seemingly feeling the hermit's pain directly. Klein, behind the gray fog, sighed. The true creator's ravings are indeed effective. Although Hobert also had his head down, he was thinking at this moment, I still have the demon monarch's blessing there, but unfortunately, it doesn't have such an effect. 2 seconds later, Klein knew when to stop, letting the gray fog silently suppress the true creator's ravings and calm the hermit Catalya's anomaly. Star Admiral's trembling began to subside at a visible speed. At this moment, Alger said in a deep voice, "Do not look directly at a god." This sentence made the other members realize a fact. Although Mr. the Fool usually has no heirs, rarely speaks, and almost always grants requests, he is always a god. There is a common sense in the extraordinary world. Do not look directly at the supreme gods who are far beyond reality. Only Hobert thought to himself, the nickname, Vice Commissar, is indeed well deserved. A single sentence elevated the entire punishment process. Klein saw that today also served as a warning to the other members, and he was satisfied with this effect, so he said calmly, "That's enough." Ever since the Emperor joined the Tarot Club, the Fool had felt a lot of pressure, especially since the Emperor knew too much, which greatly reduced the Fool's sense of presence. Yet the Emperor's attitude had always been quite submissive, and Klein couldn't find a reason to reprimand him. Today, however, was a good opportunity to demonstrate the Fool's unshakable position. Hearing this, Catalya, whose spirit body had just recovered, breathed a sigh of relief. "I will remember your magnanimity." Klein, in the gray fog, nodded slightly. This matter was concluded. The hall was completely silent for more than 10 seconds before Hobert cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, I wonder if anyone has inquired about the 6-legged sprite marrow I need." Everyone's silence made Hobert can't help but frown. This is going to be interesting. The ritual is almost ready, but one auxiliary material is still missing. Hobert pinched his forehead and suddenly thought. Archibald said before that he knew the whereabouts of a 6-legged sprite, why not go hunt it? However, to hunt an extraordinary creature that already possessed a slight divinity just for an auxiliary material, that was somewhat laughable. After a few seconds, Audrey raised her hand slightly and said, "I hope to obtain a complete pituitary gland from a young mind dragon, or the spinal fluid of a black hunt giant lizard and 1 fruit from a phantasmagoric wind chime tree." By helping the psychological alchemists, she had obtained a knight's notebook from the Oathbreaker War, and she had already acquired the potion formula for sequence 6 inches hypnotist. Catalya said, "Since the 5th epoch, mind dragons have been almost extinct and are very difficult to find. I have a way to get the black hunt giant lizard's spinal fluid, but it will take 2 to 3 weeks. I will help you inquire about the phantasmagoric wind chime fruit, but I cannot guarantee any news." Alger, who was observing, suddenly felt that the development of events was different from what he had expected. The hermit, who had been reprimanded and punished by Mr. the Fool, became more deeply involved in the Tarot Club's transactions. This inexplicably gave him a strong sense of crisis again. At this moment, he wished the hermit would return to her previous state. Klein was also somewhat surprised. "I thought the hermit would be depressed for a while because of this. Is she the type who won't listen unless she's hit? Educating children really does require hitting them. The queen just wasn't hit enough. The queen's way of doing things isn't great either, and the emperor also wasn't hit enough." While complaining inwardly, Klein manipulated the world and said, "Who among you has the sequence 4 potion formula or clues for the diviner pathway?" Audrey was a little excited. After the emperor, the world is also going to advance to the demigod level. Perhaps in the near future, there will be 2 demigods among the Tarot Club members. Hobert saw that everyone was silent and said, "As far as I know, only the secret order has a relatively complete set of diviner pathway potions. The Church of the Night Goddess should also have them, but I don't know if they have the sequence 4 potion formula. You can also start with the Cheritu family and the Antigonus family, but to some extent, the Cheritu family is equivalent to the Secret Order, and in today's world, traces of Antigonus family members also seem difficult to find. This made Hobert suddenly think, my Black Hound spirit beast is still in Mist Town. Why don't you take me with you when you go to Mist Town? The world nodded and said, thank you for your reminder. He thought of Antigonus's notes. Currently, this seems to be the only way he can get the mysterious magician potion formula. After a few seconds of silence, Catalya said, I need a drop of a mythical creature's blood, no matter what mythical creature. Everyone fell silent again. Members like Furs and Emlyn felt that today's transactions seemed very far removed from them. Audrey thought to herself, I almost forgot about the hermit. As soon as she joined the Tarot Club, she was a sequence 5, and of course, she must also be preparing to advance to a demigod. Klein then manipulated the world to say, I will pay attention. Given that this was one of the hermit's rare requests, Audrey and the others also gave similar answers. Only Hobert did not make a similar promise. At this moment, his mind was wandering, thinking, with my relationship with the Earth Mother Church, theoretically, I should be able to get a drop of an angel's blood from the church. If I pray to the Black Night Goddess, I might also get a drop of an angel's blood from the sleepless pathway. There are also angels from the Rune royal family. If I can get something that Duke South Coulson values, asking for a drop of his blood is not very difficult. However, none of these bloods are the hermit's first choice. Emlyn cleared his throat and said, I hope you can help me find these original moon followers. For every valid clue, I will pay £100, and for a direct lock, £500. By making a request to the Fool, he materialized the information of 5 people, all with sequence 7 level strength. This was a competition launched by Lord Nebe of the Blood Race. Whoever hunted the most artificial vampires would receive an ancestor's ring. After everyone said they would help the moon keep an eye out, the transaction segment temporarily ended, and they entered the free exchange segment. The sun lived up to expectations and brought interesting intelligence. During this time, I followed the exploration team led by Chief to Afternoon Town. This is the only way to the Giant Court, the gate that separates myth from reality. Derek omitted less important experiences along the way and started directly from Afternoon Town, describing its gloomy and desolate appearance, and then talking about how his group discovered the underground altar. In the basement with the secret altar, he distinguished the names of Ouroboros, Medici, and Saslier, and unknowingly entered the other side of the town, seeing titles like Dark Angel, and the phrase, Rose Redemption. At this point, he once again thanked Mr. the Fool for helping him out of his predicament. Then, Derek briefly introduced how his shadow turned into a monster, and how he met a constantly repenting clergyman in a collapsing church. He knew that this confession was very crucial, so he recounted the content of the confession word for word. Almighty Lord, I confess, I tempted Saslier, and the kings frequently conspired in the Palace of Twilight. The people of this town also changed at some point. They set up secret altars, held strange rituals, and did all sorts of things you did not allow. I discovered all this, but it was already too late. Fallen, bloody, dark, rotten, slaughter, filth, and shadows had already flowed and submerged this land. A great cataclysm will begin here. A scene appeared in everyone's minds, a clergyman praying in a dilapidated temple in a gloomy environment. Just thinking about it felt terrifying. Hobert thought to himself, even if the clergyman at this moment was saying, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, it would be scary enough. No, this seems even scarier than confessing. Great cataclysm, Alger suddenly said, as if realizing this, and also as if reminding everyone. The other members were slightly stunned and all inwardly agreed with the hanged man's conjecture. We thought so too, Derek said. Of course, that was a later guess. After hearing the clergyman's prayer clearly, the chief asked 3 questions. who are the kings? What does the Great Cataclysm refer to? Who tempted Saslier? The clergyman said, the kings are Saslier, Ouroboros, Medici. At this point, a transparent flame suddenly shot up from his body, burning him into a wisp of black smoke. Only then did everyone understand that the kings referred to the angel king. After Derek finished recounting his experience, he suddenly asked the top of the bronze long table, Mr. The Fool, may I ask who tempted the dark angel, Saslier? Klein's smile behind the gray fog almost froze. It's not me. How would I know? Fortunately, when he helped Derek return to normal from his strange state earlier, he realized that the son might ask such a question, so he made some preparations in advance. He then smiled meaningfully and said, because it is a secret. Hobert was slightly stunned. You know that the Black Knight goddess is involved. That's right. In fact, the son's experience already clearly pointed to the Black Knight goddess. As a former Night Watchers, it was normal for Klein to make such an association. Alger, on the other hand, thought, what names themselves are equivalent to secrets? True gods at the sequence 0 level. Catalia also thought of the Black Knight goddess's related authority, but she was not entirely sure of her judgment, because Mr. the Fool's hint was too vague. The other Tarot Club members also fell into contemplation, but then they looked towards the Emperor. Similar things had happened more than once. The Fool gave hints, but the hints were too vague, and perhaps only the knowledgeable Emperor in the Tarot Club could interpret them. Seeing everyone look over, Hobert smiled and said, Mr. The Fool's hint is already very obvious, secret. Didn't everyone think of the mother of secrecy? That's right. What that clergyman said was the Black Knight goddess, because she herself represents secret, so in many matters that need to be kept confidential, people find it difficult to speak her name. Everyone nodded almost in unison. It's pretty much what I guessed. Only Klein behind the gray fog thought, actually, I'm not sure either, but saying so is just playing it safe. Perhaps it could be due to other reasons, but in the final analysis, it's all a secret. The son then asked, Mr. Emperor, why did the Black Knight goddess tempt Saslier? What are the angel kings plotting? Hobert thought for a moment before saying, since you have already investigated this far, the time is ripe to trade some information about the Great Cataclysm. £8,000, that's my asking price. I will use the information I know to analyze the clergyman's prayer and announce the first list of Rose Redemption members. Audrey immediately reacted, Mr. Emperor, is this part of the £20,000 information you mentioned before? Yes, Hobert said, I have already released information about the Angel King before. That was some basic information, just to help everyone understand the son's question just now. Information about the 8 Angel Kings was only basic information. Audrey immediately said, I'll pay £2,000. Everyone also joined the transaction, and soon the crowdfunding ended. Audrey paid £2,000 for this, and the son paid 8 pieces of sequence 8 level extraordinary materials, replacing £2,000. Then, Catalia and Furs each contributed £1,000, and Alger, Emlyn, and the world bore the last £2,000, each paying £700. Currently, the financial situation of the Tarot Club members is best for Audrey, Furs, and Catalia. They either have a good background, a good husband, or a high enough status, so spending £1,000 or £2,000 is not a big deal for them. Next are Klein and Alger. After Klein left the future, he had just hunted Slayer, Gilshias, the second mate on the King of the Undead's flagship, and is now very wealthy. Alger, on the other hand, spent 3 days on the island he discovered with the Emperor last week, hunting 7 extraordinary creatures successively. The extraordinary materials and spiritual materials he obtained were worth £6,000 or £7,000. Although he hasn't sold all of them yet, he believes his savings are already enough to buy a Sequence 5 formula and extraordinary characteristic. The poorest are the son and Emlyn. However, due to the special environment he is in, the son is indeed relatively poor in the God-forsaken land, but the resources he controls make him relatively wealthy in the Tarot Club. Of course, the premise is that the other party in the transaction is willing to accept extraordinary materials as payment. As for Emlyn, he is truly poor. Of course, the collectibles in his bedroom are valuable, but he would never sell them even if he were beaten to death. After the crowdfunding ended, everyone looked at the Emperor. Information at the £5,000 level was already enough to surprise them. What kind of content would £8,000 level information contain? Hobert first pondered which information should be said and which should not. Then, he slowly said, the reason this information is of extremely high value is because it is sufficiently secret, and unlike the information we traded last time about Trensust, it does not contain a large amount of my speculation. I can tell everyone very clearly that the information we are trading this time, I happen to know the truth of this matter through certain channels. However, what I need to warn everyone is that you must never spread this information in the real world, otherwise you will definitely be wiped out. Everyone suddenly understood that this information might involve some deities, and most likely, their less glorious experiences. Audrey thought to herself, is the list of Rose Redemption more secret than the Blood Emperor's assassination of Medici? Alger, on the other hand, thought, I understand. What the Emperor is referring to must be the three angel kings who later became true gods. To be precise, the churches of the three true gods will not let go of anyone who spreads this secret information. After warning everyone, Hobert said, the members of Rose Redemption, or the Black Knight Goddess and the Dark Angel, as well as the Earth Mother, the God of War, the God of the Undead, and the God of Spiritual Items, as well as the Red Angel, the Angel of Fate, the Pure White Angel, the Wisdom Angel, and the Wind Angel. The hall was silent for a full 3 seconds before Klein, behind the gray fog, closed his mouth which had opened in surprise. Holy cow, what kind of divine lineup is this? What do the members of Rose Redemption want to do? Destroy the entire universe. After her initial surprise, Audrey quickly controlled her emotions and asked, Mr. Emperor, are you referring to the Earth Mother and the War God? Although she already had the answer in her heart, she felt compelled to ask the question, as if finding an outlet to let her inner astonishment burst forth. Because the first members of the Rose Redemption were simply too astonishing. She had initially thought that the Rose Redemption would at most only have a few angel kings, but she never expected there to be 3 actual gods. Hobert understood what Audrey wanted to ask. He replied, I'm referring to the current Earth Mother and War God. Audrey then asked, I remember you said when we traded information about angel kings before, that Pure White Angel, Wisdom Angel, and Wind Angel later became the eternal blazing sun, God of knowledge and wisdom, and Storm of Lord, respectively. Hobert knew that Audrey's question was less about confirming previous information and more about adjusting her emotions. He replied, that's right. Audrey leaned back in her chair. So, all 6 gods of the 4th epoch participated in the Rose Redemption. More than that, Catalia also recovered from her shock. I also remember Mr. Emperor saying when we traded information about the ancient gods of the 2nd epoch that the god of the undead was later the Underworld Emperor. Alger chuckled. 7 true gods. Furs also joined the discussion, so the Rose Redemption was an organization that directly and deeply influenced the 4th epoch. Emlyn looked puzzled. There's no goddess of beauty Aelernia. Everyone looked at the vampire, as if asking, does a vampire absolutely have to be involved? However, the atmosphere in the hall was greatly eased by the moon's peculiar thought process. Previously, when other members received surprising information, they would only make some internal conjectures, but today was different. They had to speak their minds, because the list given by the Emperor was simply too astonishing. Before this, who could have imagined that an organization would encompass so many gods? And they never expected that the Rose Redemption, repeatedly mentioned by the Sun, possessed such terrifying power. Everyone finally understood why the Emperor had immediately warned them to keep it a secret. If information about the initial members of the Rose Redemption were to spread, they would likely face a joint extermination by 6 of the current 7 Orthodox churches. In today's North-South continent, this would be tantamount to seeking one's own death. Derek then asked, "Mr. Emperor, what were they plotting?" The other members had also calmed down and all looked at the Emperor. They seemed to have some conjectures but dared not think further. Hobert did not answer directly, but said, "Before answering this question, I need to explain something to everyone. The current Orthodox churches were actually secret organizations a long time ago. That's why the clergy, the Sun, encountered said, the people of this town have also changed at some point. They set up secret altars and hold strange rituals. To the clergy of the ancient Sun God, Afternoon Town at that time was already full of heretics, or followers of secret organizations." Klein recalled some of the content he had read when he was a Night Watchers. "I remember seeing similar information." Audrey, lacking relevant knowledge, sighed. It's hard to imagine that in the Third Epoch, believing in the Black Night Goddess was not allowed. Catalya was the first to understand the emperors meaning. "You mean that the gods who are now high and mighty were evil gods at that time?" Everyone was startled, and Klein also followed Catalya's line of thought. "Because I used to be a Night Watchers, in my concept, the 7 Orthodox gods and the Orthodox churches are symbols of order in the extraordinary world. I almost never thought that since the Orthodox churches were secret organizations, the Orthodox gods might have once been evil gods. Then their gathering together to plot seems much more reasonable." Alger, a member of the Storm Church, also immediately understood. "Evil gods. Heh, who would dare to say that the 7 gods were once evil gods now? Sure enough, in the extraordinary world, power determines everything. The gods must have been plotting something at that time, and later their plot succeeded, so the 6 gods gained their current status." Audrey felt her brain was a bit overwhelmed. Black Night Goddess, evil god, oh my god, just thinking about such an idea makes one feel it's blasphemy against the gods. Furs, on the other hand, gave a wry smile. "In the past few weeks, when I traded information with the Emperor, I no longer had the heart-pounding feeling I had when I first joined the Tarot Club. I naively thought that was because I had heard enough secrets among the gods, and no information would surprise me anymore. But the Emperor's information once again refreshed my understanding of the gods." Emlyn was still struggling. Did the Emperor make a mistake? How could such an important organization not have vampires participating? Or perhaps Goddess of Beauty Aelernia believed there was no need to participate in such an organization. Yes, that must be it. An organization that determines human destiny, we vampires don't need to participate. Why do everyone look so surprised, and even a little scared? Of course they were scared. The idea that an Orthodox god was an evil god, just thinking about it was enough to earn a trial by fire. The Sun also understood. Because they were once evil gods, that's why they plotted. It's hard to imagine that evil gods later became Orthodox gods. But the Sun also thought of something. "Mr. Emperor, those 6 angel kings were subordinates of the Almighty God. Why did they also participate in this plot?" The other members were slightly stunned. Today, their brains felt a bit overused. When encountering something completely beyond their comprehension, the relatively innocent, the Sun, was actually clearer-headed. Yes, there were also angel kings. They were not members of secret organizations at that time. And 6 of the 8 angel kings joined the Rose Redemption. Was this an organization primarily composed of evil gods? Or an organization primarily composed of angel kings? This was equivalent to an organization established by True Creator, Hidden Sage, and Original Witch, with most of the angels from the Orthodox churches also joining. That's exactly what I'm going to talk about next. Hobert smiled. Because the target of their plot was the Almighty God, also known as the Ancient Sun God. In today's Tarot Club, silence was the main tone in the hall. After falling silent again for a few seconds, the Sun stammered, Did they ultimately succeed? Hobert looked at the Sun. The answer was already obvious. Of course they succeeded, otherwise the 4th epoch would not be dominated by the 6 gods, but would still be dominated by the ancient Sun God. Or rather, there wouldn't even be a concept of the 4th epoch. As long as the ancient Sun God was there, it would always be the 3rd epoch. Only then did the others feel their brains resume functioning. All along, the concept of the Great Cataclysm was considered common knowledge in the extraordinary world. However, most people only knew about the Great Cataclysm as an event, but did not know its specific impact, only that it was a landmark event. Many Beyonders even thought that the Great Cataclysm was actually a natural disaster like a meteor fall or a major earthquake. Only Beyonders like Klein, Alger, and Catalia, who knew more secret knowledge, knew that the Great Cataclysm caused the eastern continent to disappear from human sight and that the Great Cataclysm created the God-forsaken land. They only knew that the fall of the ancient sun god led to the Great Cataclysm, but they were completely unaware of the specific process and cause. Today, they finally learned information about this process. It turns out that almost all the great figures at that time were plotting to assassinate the ancient sun god. Klein leaned back in his chair. This was something I hadn't expected before. I realized that a divine war must have erupted when the ancient sun god fell. The eastern Sonia Sea where I found the mermaids should have been the battlefield of that divine war. However, I didn't expect so many gods and angel kings to participate in the divine war. I remember that the powers of the Sun and Earth Mother, among other gods, appeared successively in the ruins of the divine war. So many years have passed, and these powers are still affecting that land. What's unexpected, though, is that it wasn't a divine war between two factions, but rather the gods against the ancient sun god. Audrey broke the silence. Mr. Emperor, why did they do that? I mean, the angel kings. The sun seemed to suddenly think of something. The Black Knight goddess seduced Saslier and formed the Rose Redemption. This must be a conspiracy of the Black Knight goddess. Derek's voice was mournful and trembling. It must be so. He could not accept the fact that the kings had betrayed the ancient sun god. Audrey wanted to defend the goddess, but before she could speak, she gave up, because she didn't know how to defend her, and she could see that the sun's emotions were very unstable right now, so it was better not to provoke him further. Don't be so agitated. Hobert comforted. I said before that the ancient sun god left some escape routes for himself. I'm not very clear about the specific details of these escape routes, but I will help you inquire. Perhaps there's still hope. After all, even the mad ancient gods of the second epoch had a chance of resurrection, let alone the ancient sun god. He said this because now was not the time to reveal the ancient sun god's specific arrangements. Derek took a deep breath, calming himself down before saying, "Thank you, Mr. Emperor. If you have any relevant information, please trade it with me immediately. If you no longer want extraordinary materials, I can try to apply for a sealed artifact for you." Hobert's words rekindled hope in Derek. If he knew where the hope for the resurrection of the Almighty God lay, he could probably apply for any sealed artifact from Silver City with that information. In that case, Derek wouldn't even care about being exposed or not. "We'll talk about that later," Hobert said sternly. I reminded you once before that the ancient sun god has indeed fallen. This is a fact you must accept." Derek's emotions were much more stable now. "I know. Then let's continue with our previous trade," Hobert said. "The purpose of the Rose Redemption's initiation is not within the scope of this trade. But I want to remind everyone that from the second epoch onwards, there was close cooperation between the Black Knight goddess and the ancient sun god. So the true situation is not that the Black Knight goddess seduced Saslier, but that they jointly initiated the Rose Redemption. I speculate that the Black Knight goddess contacted the war god, Earth Mother, god of the undead, and god of spiritual items, while Saslier contacted the other angel kings. The reason for this speculation is that at that time, the second blasphemy slate had not yet appeared, and the Black Knight goddess and the war god were not mortal enemies as they are now, nor did they have much conflict with the god of the undead. So there was no problem with her contacting these gods. Everyone fell into deep thought again. Klein realized, from the Emperor's words, the purpose of forming the Rose Redemption seems to be even more astonishing information than the organization's member list. Alger was a bit puzzled. Why weren't the Black Knight goddess and the war god mortal enemies in the third epoch? Theoretically, the concept of neighboring sequences should have existed long ago. Catalya, on the other hand, noticed, why did the Emperor mention the second blasphemy slate? Could it be that only after the second blasphemy slate appeared did the gods become mortal enemies? Audrey felt much better. I knew it, this definitely wouldn't be the Black Knight goddess's conspiracy. But it's so strange, why would they target the ancient sun god? Furs, using her habit of conceiving stories, had her own conjecture. Could it be that the ancient sun god possessed something that other gods and angel kings desperately needed or wanted to obtain? But a new problem arose. What needs would gods have? Emlyn, on the other hand, was convinced. The ancient sun god must have done something that angered everyone, otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked him so uniformly. The sun had no choice but to accept the fact that the angel king had betrayed the ancient sun god. Hobert smiled faintly and said, I wonder if any of you have noticed a problem. Why did so many gods and angel kings besiege the ancient sun god? Or rather, have you ever considered this question? Why was it a conspiracy of so many gods and angel kings? And not a premeditated plan by the angel kings, or a conspiracy between 2 or 3 gods. Today's news was too shocking, and everyone felt a bit overwhelmed. It was only when the Emperor mentioned it that the other members realized this problem. Klein, yes, now that I think about it, the reason I was surprised was precisely because the Rose Redemption had too many members and was too powerful, right? Does such a powerful force still need to conspire? As long as they agreed on how to divide the spoils, wouldn't it be enough to just act directly? The other members had similar thoughts and all looked at the Emperor, waiting for his explanation. Hobert answered his own question. This is another very crucial piece of intelligence in this transaction. After our transaction ends, we will accept Miss Justice's hypnosis, and after leaving Mr. the Fool's protection, we will forget the relevant information. Because merely knowing, even knowing partial information, beyonders below the angel level will be corrupted. Everyone was slightly startled and immediately thought of the relevant intelligence about Adam and Amen. And Klein keenly noticed that there was more to it. He manipulated the world to ask, Mr. Emperor, this intelligence seems even more dangerous than the intelligence about Adam and Amen. Of course, it's more dangerous. Hobert said seriously, if you knew a lot of detailed information about Adam, seeing you as a beyonder below a demigod, wouldn't take you too seriously. If you knew detailed information about Amen, he could only pinpoint you within a certain range. But for the intelligence I am about to disclose, no one should have any illusions. As long as they know it, they will be corrupted. And the corruption accumulated before becoming an angel cannot be removed even after becoming a god. Even before hearing the intelligence itself, everyone already had the illusion of their jaws dropping twice. Audrey, unimaginable, there is actually such dangerous knowledge in the world. Catalya couldn't help but wonder, what kind of intelligence would that be? Klein had already thought of some clues. Didn't I always suspect before that there might be a higher level of power concept above the gods? This transaction might provide the answer to that question. Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to digest, and then said, the reason why the gods and angels of the Rose Redemption had to conspire secretly is because the ancient sun god was one level stronger than ordinary gods. Klein smiled faintly. I knew it, there's another level above the gods. Alger and Catalya's thoughts were quite similar. There's another level above the gods. What would that level be? The other members, however, hadn't quite grasped it yet. What does it mean to be one level stronger than a god? Are there different levels of gods? I think everyone should have some thoughts on this. Hobert continued, it's understandable that beyonders of adjacent sequences are mortal enemies. After all, they can advance through adjacent sequences, and in each other's eyes, they are extraordinary characteristic that can be utilized. But at the level of a true god, the pinnacle of a sequence, why would they still be mortal enemies? Theoretically speaking, even if one replaced a god from an adjacent sequence to become a god, they would still be at the true god level. Furs averted her gaze. Why didn't I think of that before? The sun nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Emperor makes sense. Emlyn also nodded after a few seconds. I've had this question for a long time. Yes, for a long time. I've forgotten how long this question has existed. Hobert answered his own question. It's precisely because the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristic of adjacent sequences can make a true god stronger. That's why true gods of adjacent sequences are mortal enemies. And the ancient sun god accommodated the uniqueness and extraordinary characteristic of more than one sequence, so he was much stronger than a normal god. That's why the 3 true gods, 6 angel kings, and 2 existences at the angel king level in the Rose redemption needed to conspire. Because even 3 true gods and 8 existences close to true gods didn't have full confidence in defeating the ancient sun god. So they had to conspire, they had to find a way. Hobert decided to stop there, because this intelligence had already far exceeded the value of £8,000. Everyone seemed to have received a huge amount of information at once, and countless questions seemed to pop up in their minds, but they didn't know how to ask them. At this moment, Klein manipulated the world to ask, Mr. Emperor, please tell me which sequences, uniqueness and sequence 1 did the ancient sun god accommodate. Hobert said, I can only tell you that when he fell, he had the uniqueness of singer, sailor, secret supplicant, and reader, as well as 1 sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic from each of these 4 sequences. Additionally, I speculate that he should also have 1 sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic from the spectator sequence. Everyone was stunned. So many. Are they all adjacent sequences? Klein even thought, the ancient sun god sounds like a patchwork monster made of uniquenesses. Catalia noticed that the emperor emphasized the precondition, when he fell, meaning that before that, the ancient sun god had the uniqueness of more than just these sequences. This made her think. I remember when we discussed Adam and Amen before, we said that the ancient sun god created the 2 brothers to expel excess extraordinary characteristic. Does that mean that before, the ancient sun god also had a uniqueness of the spectator sequence? And a uniqueness of the thief sequence? Yes, Hobert said, in the second epic, the uniqueness and sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic of the spectator sequence were with the dream dragon and his son, the nightmare dragon. Later, the ancient sun god defeated the dream dragon, and he should have obtained and accommodated the uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic from the dream dragon. The nightmare dragon also fell, but the extraordinary characteristic within him always existed as a sealed artifact. So when the ancient sun god gave birth to Adam, besides giving Adam the uniqueness of the spectator sequence, he should have also given him a sequence 1 extraordinary characteristic. I speculate that the ancient sun god should have kept 1 for himself to maintain the balance of his own extraordinary characteristic. Catalia nodded, finding the emperor's analysis very reasonable. Klein immediately manipulated the world, and asked again, why did the ancient sun god have the uniqueness of thief within him? Hobert smiled and said, Mr. World, you have too many questions. According to previous custom, the world only had 1 chance to ask a question, but he had already asked twice, and this was the 3rd question. With this reminder from the world, Audrey and Alger only then remembered that Mr. the Fool's sequence was an adjacent sequence to thief, and thief seemed not to be an adjacent sequence to the extraordinary characteristic that the ancient sun god possessed. Audrey wasn't sure, but Alger was very certain about this, because he had speculated that Mr. the Fool should be a god of the diviner, or apprentice, sequence. Alger thought to himself, perhaps Mr. the Fool is also an existence, above the gods. Audrey heard Hobert's words and said, Mr. Emperor, I am willing to give my chance to ask a question too. Hobert suddenly raised his hand. No need, because I can't answer this question now, or rather, I don't know the complete answer. We can discuss this question later if there's an opportunity. This was the 2nd time Hobert had indicated that he wasn't entirely sure of the answer today. This was actually a subtext, I don't know everything. For some hidden history of the 4th epic, he could still say he saw it in family texts. If he knew all of the ancient sun god's arrangements in the 3rd epic, or the intelligence about the ancient sun god awakening from underground, that would be too terrifying. Audrey saw that Hobert seemed to be hiding something, but she only thought that this intelligence was very important and could not be traded along with the Rose Redemption intelligence. Klein also realized that the fact that the uniqueness of thief was once within the ancient sun god might involve extremely secret or high-level information. The reactions of the other members were a beat slower. It wasn't until a few of them finished discussing that they vaguely realized what they were talking about. Hobert took a deep breath and then said to the sun, "Finally, I will give you some more intelligence to help you analyze your experiences in Afternoon Town." Derek immediately sat up straight. "Thank you, Mr. Emperor." Everyone stopped their respective conjectures and looked at Hobert again. Hobert waved his hand at the sun, indicating that no thanks were needed, and then he said, "The strange state you entered should be the hidden state. Yes, this is precisely the Black Knight Goddess's related authority. As for your shadows turning into monsters, that is the related authority of the Secret Supplicant sequence. To my knowledge, demigods of the Secret Supplicant sequence have the ability to make the target's shadow come alive. I speculate that when the Black Knight Goddess and the Dark Angel Saslier secretly organized the Rose Redemption gathering in the Giant Court, they should have made some arrangements to avoid being discovered. And after thousands of years, the power from these arrangements leaked out, which led to your special experience and the shadow monsters you encountered. It's also possible that after the Great Cataclysm, those arrangements mutated, and some of your actions happened to awaken these mutated powers." Derek carefully wrote down Mr. Emperor's words and thanked him again. Then Audrey performed psychological suggestion on each member, ensuring that they would not recall information about above the gods, outside this giant hall. With the end of this transaction, the free exchange segment continued. The hall was silent for a while before Alger said, "I also heard about the major event that Miss Justice mentioned last week, which happened in Fenaport City." Audrey glanced at Hobert without a trace, then smiled. "I didn't expect this news to spread to the sea so quickly. Information at sea is not blocked." Catalia also joined the conversation, "It's just a bit delayed." She paused and then said, "Similarly, I also heard about this matter. I heard that it should have been a conflict between the Augustus family and the Cascia family. With such a big commotion in Fenaport, the Moses Ascetic Order naturally obtained some intelligence and disclosed it to some members, allowing them to gather more information. Therefore, the intelligence Catalia obtained was more advanced than what Audrey had received. It is said that a battle of angel level occurred at that time. In the end, the Augustus family seemed to have achieved victory." Alger opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He hadn't even received this level of intelligence from the church. The other members were all slightly stunned. Another angel-level battle had occurred. The last time everyone heard about a battle of this level was last year, the one that happened on the South Continent. Only Klein and Audrey knew that an angel-level battle had also occurred recently in the South Colson region of the Fenaport Kingdom. Then Audrey nodded slightly. No wonder the royal family's rewards for Hobert and his son were so generous. They must have played a huge role in this matter, allowing the Augustus family to win this battle. Furs was not surprised by this either, because Hobert had just mentioned these things to her in bed last night. Alger said at this time, "It is said that the Creator also participated in the battle at that time. In fact, he had not received any notification in this regard, but he found some clues in the Church's notification, which made him think of some previously obtained intelligence about the Creator. This was actually a guess he was relatively confident about. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't announce such an uncertain guess to everyone, but Hermit had said so much that he felt it would be somewhat unacceptable if he didn't say anything. As soon as Alger said this, everyone looked at Hanged Man, and seeing that he had only said that much, everyone then looked at Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, "That's right, the Creator not only participated in the battle but also played a decisive role." Catalia frowned. It actually escalated to a struggle at the level of above the gods. It seems this incident is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Audrey was slightly stunned. Why did I read a hint of smugness in Hobert's body language? Ah, I understand, Hobert must have prayed for the Creator's power at that time, which allowed the Augustus family to achieve victory. The information I know is indeed a bit more detailed than yours, Hobert said, because one of the creator's dependents participated in this operation. Furs nodded. Emperor and Hobert are colleagues who frequently communicate. Audrey smiled, suppressing the urge to shake her head slightly. Hobert was telling the truth. Indeed, one of the creator's dependents participated in this operation, and that dependent is you. In fact, Hobert had a strong desire to confide about this matter, because it was not suitable to discuss it in Backland right now, but having done such a big thing, not being able to talk about it was truly tormenting. So Hobert told Furs the more detailed account of this matter last night, but the matter of ancient death god's corpse could not be revealed yet. Hobert said, about a year ago, the Kastya family obtained the uniqueness of the arbitrator pathway. Just last Monday, an angel from the Kastya family hoped to accommodate this uniqueness during the Founding Day celebration. And as everyone knows, the Augustus family has the same extraordinary pathway as the Kastya family, and certainly would not sit idly by and watch such a thing happen, so a fierce battle broke out in the Alhambra Palace in Fenaport. If it weren't for a sealed artifact blocking the aftermath of this war, the entire city of Fenaport would probably have disappeared. Alger and Catalia both listened carefully to every detail. For them, this was first-hand intelligence. Emlyn and the son were purely listening for the excitement. Klein was thoughtful. The creator should be above the gods of the arbitrator or lawyer pathway. He certainly wouldn't sit idly by and watch such a thing happen. It is said that both families invited a large number of helpers. Hobert continued, the Kastya family invited an angel from the Earth Mother Church and another from the War God Church, and also 2 angels from the Forsake Empire. As for the Augustus family, they invited an angel from the former royal family of the Intis Republic, and 2 angels from the Storm Church. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Klein from Grey Fog above. I thought it was just a battle between angels from 2 families, but I didn't expect so many angels to participate. This battle has revealed the entire situation of the North Continent. Catalia had already counted in her mind. Adding the 2 angels each family possessed, a total of 11 angels participated in this battle. Before this, such a battle was simply unheard of. Oh, right, the creator also made a move, otherwise the slightly disadvantaged Augustus family would not have been able to win. Alger let out a faint bitter smile. The Storm Church actually dispatched 2 angels. They were the main force in this battle, and the intelligence I received was not even as high level as Star Admiral. Audrey also did not expect so many angels to participate in the battle. It's a miracle that Hobert survived such a war. No, he was protected by the creator, so he was relatively safe. Furs smiled slightly. I know all this. Not everyone paid so much attention to the situation in the North Continent. For example, Emlyn was a bit confused. Why did the church's angels join in the fun of a battle between 2 families? Finally, Hobert said, after the creator made a move, the battle ended. Ultimately, the Augustus family achieved a certain victory, and at the same time, the creator's goal was also achieved. The Kastya family's angel failed to accommodate the uniqueness. To the other members, this seemed like an expected outcome. After all, in their minds, the creator, like the fool, might be a newly awakened above the gods. But even if he had just awakened, he was still above the gods. With above the gods participating in the battle, there was almost no suspense. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Catalia then voluntarily shared her experience from the God War ruins last week. Northeast of the Gargas archipelago, there is a safe passage that can enter that dangerous sea area. She began by describing the abyssal rift that separated the seawater, the unwatchable sun chariot, the night that required sleep to avoid, and the sea area filled with terrifying whispers. Throughout the process, she did not mention Gehrman Sparrow once. As for other anomalies along the way, she only briefly mentioned a few, such as the sea area with residual Earth Mother aura that could make hair grow wildly. In the end, she focused on the sea surface where a huge corpse lay dormant, and the adventurer's sailboat with the blood-written words, Fountain of Youth. The Fountain of Youth was one of the 6 legends of the sea, which sparked many imaginations among everyone. Audrey was about to fantasize about her own search for the Fountain of Youth when she suddenly realized something was wrong. A person who has been attacked by a monster and is about to die would not write down treasure information. If he wanted to warn subsequent companions or relatives coming to find him, he should rather write that there is danger here, or what the source of the danger is. If he intended to tell passing ships that there was a Fountain of Youth here, then he lacked sufficient motivation to write something similar when on the verge of death. Emlyn echoed, "Yes, if it were me, I wouldn't desperately try to tell others about a treasure before dying." Klein manipulated the world, saying in a hoarse voice, "The Fountain of Youth is a scam." Hobert also echoed, "Devils love to deceive people. Perhaps it's a requirement for the advancement ritual of this pathway. If so, many Beyonders of the same pathway should have used the Fountain of Youth scam." Catalia glanced at Emperor and the world. The other members all thought that the devil Hobert mentioned was a noun or an adjective, but Catalia knew that it was also the title for Sequence 4 of the criminal pathway. After exchanging their experiences, everyone began to teach the son ancient Hermes language. Finally, Klein looked around. "Let's stop here." Everyone stood up together. "As you command." Watching the figures disappear, Klein waited a moment to complete the rituals of sacrifice and bestowal for the members. He did not immediately leave gray fog above, but instead materialized parchment and a pen, writing down a divination phrase, "My hope of advancing to Sequence 4." Putting down the pen, Klein held the parchment, leaned back in his chair, and entered a state of meditation, silently reciting the divination phrase. After 7 repetitions, he successfully entered the dream world. Due to the bonus from Source Castle, Klein quickly received some revelations: a dilapidated palace on a majestic mountain, and that leather-bound black notebook. Soon, Klein woke up from his dream and immediately interpreted it: the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains and the Antigonus family's notebook. The Hornassus Mountains are certainly off-limits, so now he can only try to get clues from the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein left gray fog above, preparing to try out his new abilities. Sonia C. On the future. At this time, there were no waves on the sea, and the flagship's sailing speed was not very fast. In the captain's cabin, Catalia stared blankly at the bookshelf in front of her for a while. Just now at the Tarot Club, the intelligence about above the gods could not be brought out of that giant hall. However, the intelligence about Rose redemption would not be affected. Unexpectedly, the history of the third epic is also so convoluted, Catalia thought. This is definitely not intelligence that Emperor could have obtained from his family. It is very likely that he got these secrets from the creator. Otherwise, he is also a Sequence 5, and today's intelligence would certainly have contaminated him. Although she couldn't recall any information related to above the gods, Catalia still remembered that the intelligence Emperor spoke of could be contaminated. She realized, the creator might also have a divine kingdom similar to gray fog above. Emperor should have obtained this intelligence under the creator's protection. And there should have been hypnosis-like processing as well. Only when inside the divine kingdom could he recall these memories. Then Catalia also realized, Emperor only knew part of the intelligence. In previous Tarot Club meetings, he almost answered every question, and even if he didn't know the specific information, he had very logical guesses. But today, he uncharacteristically said, "I don't know," twice. That's right, how could anyone know everything? Backland, 62 Queens Avenue. Hobert completed the bestowal ceremony and received £6,100 in cash. The 8 extraordinary characteristics from Little Sun would have to wait until he returned to Silver City to be paid. He put £100 into his wallet, which had been empty for several days, and then sacrificed £6,000 to the country of disorder. The £5,000 he had taken out earlier would now last for some time. Having earned so much today, Hobert was in a good mood. He asked the kitchen to add a few dishes, planning to have a small drink in the evening to relax, as he had been under constant tension for the past few days. However, in the evening, Dophis suddenly reported, "Earl Tim, the ambassador from the Feniport Kingdom, requests an audience." "What does he want?" Hobert frowned. I'm not seeing him. He was no longer the small lawyer he used to be. He could refuse to see an ambassador if he wished. Furthermore, he had just been made an earl for tricking the Fenaport royal family. Why would he meet the Fenaport kingdom's ambassador now? Even Hobert, with his thick skin, would feel awkward. After Dofus went out to decline, he returned with an envelope. This is from the ambassador for you. Hobert opened the letter and read it. It contained a single sentence. Tonight at 8 p.m., abandoned warehouse in White Orchid Town, eastern suburbs of Backland. Don't be late. The signature was, Ethel. Hobert's eyes narrowed. He looked closely, it was indeed Ethel. At this moment, the letters on the paper quickly faded, leaving only a blank white sheet. Dofus, standing nearby, asked, do I need to make any preparations? Hobert waved his hand gently, let me think. He truly couldn't understand the intention of Princess Ethel wanting to meet him. Did she still hope he would help her contend for the position of crown prince? Hobert smiled and shook his head, that would be too fanciful. Does she want me to pay for the rebuilding of Alhambra Palace? Wishful thinking. It's not impossible for me to rebuild Alhambra Palace. In the future, anyone entering the palace will have to buy tickets. I could even give Fernando II and Ethel a monthly pass. After thinking for a while, Hobert finally considered, could Ethel be looking for my help to remove the contamination from the members of the Cascia family? Last Monday, Hobert had noticed in the country of disorder that many members of the Cascia family were contaminated by the country of disorder. If left unchecked, they would lose control or die one after another within the next few weeks to 1 or 2 years. The more Hobert thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. It's hard to say about others, after all, they just finished fighting, and now they're asking their opponent for help. But Ethel could indeed do such a thing. Having guessed her intention, Hobert began to consider whether to inform the Rune royal family of this matter. Ultimately, Hobert shook his head. It wasn't because he was soft-hearted or sentimental, but because he was now an earl. Even if he captured another enemy princess, he wouldn't receive a reward that interested him much. Moreover, Hobert also hoped to maintain a state of confrontation, or rather, a balance, between the Augustus family and the Cascia family. If Philip I tried to accommodate the uniqueness, Hobert would intervene. In the future, when George III sought to advance to Black Emperor, Hobert would certainly also disrupt the situation. So, the contamination from the country of disorder might, in the coming period, cause the Cascia family to lose many middle sequence and high-level combatants, which could upset the balance between the two families. If Ethel was coming for this, Hobert was willing to help, and he could also take the opportunity to negotiate terms. So, Hobert decided to meet Ethel in the evening, but he couldn't go unprepared. Hobert returned to his study and brought 1 to 104, and 1 to 106, several order crystals, and his knife into the real world. Because of the lesson from Philip I, Hobert had not carried the order crystal and order wood with him during this period to avoid being noticed by George III. Of course, he couldn't drink alcohol at dinner. Hobert had a simple dinner, told Dofus where he was going, and then used travel to arrive at White Orchid Town in the eastern suburbs of Backland. Hobert estimated that the matter of Tim coming to see him this afternoon had already reached the ears of the royal family, and there would certainly be military intelligence Section 9 personnel staking out outside the Earl's mansion. However, their surveillance of him wouldn't be too strict. After all, everyone knew he had just tricked the Cascia family, so no one was worried he would conspire with the Fenaport ambassador. The abandoned warehouse was easy to find, as there were only 2 warehouses in the entire town. One was still in use, and the other was abandoned. Hobert observed the area around the abandoned warehouse for a long time. Seeing no ambush, he used flash to enter the warehouse. Ethel had already arrived. Today, she wore a Fenaport-style knight's uniform and was sitting on a chair in the center of the warehouse, waiting with her legs crossed. There was only Princess Ethel in the warehouse. After the two exchanged glances, Hobert pulled up a chair and sat opposite Ethel across a broken table. Ethel broke the silence. "Aren't you going to say something about what happened at Alhambra Palace?" Hobert smiled. What's there to say? Everyone served their own master. Aren't you also not as angry as you were last week? What's done is done, anger won't solve the problem. Ethel said, crossing her arms. Moreover, at that time, we were enemies, but now we are not. If Ethel had immediately become angry, hoping to gain the upper hand, Hobert would not have indulged her. He would have left immediately and rescheduled. In that case, if the other party didn't show sincerity with real money, there would be no more meetings. Hobert smiled. I am an Earl of the Rune Kingdom, and you are a princess of the Fenaport Kingdom. Although the two countries are not currently at war, our relationship is not very friendly. But you are still a dependent of the Creator, aren't you? Princess Ethel cut to the core of the issue. I imagine you wouldn't want the Kastcha family to be too weak. In fact, Hobert coming alone tonight already spoke volumes. Hobert was now certain that Ethel had come to him today to find a way to eliminate the contamination among her family members. However, he merely smiled and said nothing more. Ethel was silent for a second or two. She took a deep breath and asked, "Aren't you curious why I asked you to meet?" Her ability to discuss the matter without being servile or overbearing already showed her negotiation skills, but some things still needed to be brought up by her. Hobert also had his own objectives, so he followed the topic. I am indeed a bit curious. Last Monday, was that giant bird that determined the course of the battle an avatar of the Creator? Ethel asked. No, it merely carried some of the Creator's power. Hobert replied vaguely. Its casually revealed power contaminated many people. Ethel finally got to the point. I heard that Backland is already preparing for war with the Fenaport Kingdom. If the contamination of the Kastcha family members is ignored, once war breaks out, the Kastcha family will quickly collapse due to a lack of sufficient beyonders. The worst outcome is that the Augustus family obtains most of the Kastcha family's extraordinary characteristics. Without our constraint, the Augustus family will eventually go to war with the Bach family of the South Continent. It would be better to prevent this war at its root and let the Kastcha family continue to constrain the Augustus family. Her words seemed to be considering Hobert's perspective, without once saying, "Plea." Hobert smiled. These are not very urgent matters for us. Ethel continued, we can protect all your assets in the South Colson region. Hobert thought to himself, that's more like it. There's no such thing as helping for free. However, his conditions were not limited to these. Give me the governing rights of South Colson, and do not send anyone else to this area. Ethel, however, directly refused. We cannot allow a state within a state to appear in the Fenaport Kingdom. I'm not going to establish a country in the South Colson region. Hobert smiled. Nominally, it would still belong to the Fenaport Kingdom, but it would be akin to a fief that has been granted. Ethel said, that won't do either. Hobert simply stood up. You can go back and consider it, and then we can talk again. You must guarantee that you will not threaten the rule of the Fenaport Kingdom. The soldiers and extraordinary forces in the South Colson region will never leave that mountainous area. Ethel also stood up and said, do you have some misunderstanding? Hobert looked at Ethel. I want to use that territory to make money, not to overthrow the kingdom's rule. I will also increase investment there and continue to dredge the river, making that waterway and mountainous area more prosperous, but you can forget about taxes, they will all belong to me. Hobert said with a half smile, if we wanted to overthrow the rule of the Kastcha family, we would never choose a mountainous area as our base. Ethel considered it for a moment and then said, if a criminal escapes to South Colson, police or intelligence agency personnel can freely enter and exit to pursue them. She was afraid that it would become a den of Rune Kingdom spies. I also dislike those criminals, Hobert considered for a moment before saying, our law enforcement officers will send the criminals you need back to you. Furthermore, you must understand that I will not allow the forces of the Rune Kingdom to be stationed in my territory. As you said, I am a dependent of the Creator. Ethel nodded imperceptibly. Hobert's last sentence reassured her quite a bit, meaning that Hobert would govern the area as a dependent of the Creator, not as an Earl of the Rune Kingdom. I cannot make this decision, I need to report to Fenaport immediately. Ethel said pointedly, The South Colson region was once the territory of an earl, which fits your current title quite well. Hobert spread his hands. You yourselves abandoned your rule over that place. Ethel did not continue discussing the topic. Wait here, I'll step out for a moment and give you an answer right away. Hobert sat back in his chair, watching Princess Ethel leave the warehouse. She looked quite heroic from behind. In fact, for a princess to venture into an enemy country and negotiate with an enemy earl, especially one who gained his title by exploiting the Kastcha family, it truly showed her courage. Ethel went into a small room outside the abandoned warehouse. She knelt on one knee and reported to Philip I, who was far away in the Fenaport kingdom. She first recited the honorific name, then reported the general gist of their conversation. After repeating it 4 or 5 times, Ethel finally received Philip I's reply, "Agree to his terms." The voice suddenly appeared in her mind, and with it, a blurry figure. It was clearly Philip I. Recalling the time when the Creator had actively contacted her, her entire vision had been occupied, and she had seen a very solid figure. This made Ethel even more certain that the Creator was truly a deity. Immediately after, the figure in Ethel's mind disappeared. After waiting a while, seeing that Philip I had no other instructions, she returned to the warehouse. The king can agree to your terms, but we need to establish an observation mechanism. This was what Ethel had thought of on her way back. We will not send any administrative personnel to the South Colson region, but we must send an observation team annually to monitor whether any signs detrimental to the royal family or the entire country appear in South Colson. Hobert smiled and shook his head. Your so-called signs are too broad. If I were to purchase a batch of guns to suppress bandits, would that be considered detrimental to the royal family? Of course not. We are just conducting certain observations, so everyone can feel at ease. Hobert, however, shook his head. We might as well establish a mutual liaison agency. You can directly ask us any questions you have. We do not welcome any oversight bodies, nor will we be manipulated by your so-called evidence of ill intentions towards the royal family. Ethel nodded. All right, but members of the liaison agency can visit the South Colson region. Seeing that Hobert was about to refuse again, she said with a slight bitter smile, that is the kingdom's territory. We must send people to take a look. I promise, it's just to take a look. Not to monitor, nor to spy, just simply to observe. Seeing Ethel's persistence, Hobert could only say, all right then, but in exchange, I can auction the arbitrator sequence extraordinary characteristic at the auction center. Ethel also had to compromise, but you must send me a detailed list of the items for auction, and the royal family must be informed of the auction time. It would be fine to just spend a little more money to buy the auctioned extraordinary characteristic. Hobert extended his hand and shook Ethel's. Deal. Then Hobert said meaningfully, congratulations. The conclusion of this agreement would surely greatly increase Ethel's popularity within the Kastcha family. She would have more supporters in the struggle for the crown. What he didn't know was that even Philip I was making a final observation of Ethel, to see whether he should support her as the crown prince. Ethel, of course, understood what Hobert was saying. Thank you. Hobert withdrew his hand. I will tell you the Creator's honorific name. When you return to Fenaport City, gather all the contaminated family members, then recite the Creator's honorific name. He will uniformly remove the contamination for the members of the Kastcha family. Ethel smiled. You trust me so much. Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word and not give you the administrative power over the territory? Then a being like the giant bird will visit Fenaport City once again, Hobert replied indifferently. Hobert was not worried about this, because he knew that the Fenaport kingdom would never take such a risk. Ethel's words were merely a test. Ethel just smiled, not continuing the previous topic. If I need to find you, how should I contact you? For urgent matters, pray to the Creator. If it's not urgent, send a letter to the Lord's Manor in Jeffrey territory. Hobert currently did not intend to give her the messenger's contact information. After Ethel obtained the Creator's honorific name, she immediately used a sealed artifact to leave Bland Town. After all, This was an enemy country. Every minute she stayed increased the danger. Returning to the luxurious royal manor in the suburbs of Feniport City, Ethel immediately reported the detailed negotiation process to Philip I. At this time, Philip I was more hunched than last week, and the whooshing sound in his lungs and trachea was even louder. Many Beyonders of the Kastcha family were in a more severe condition than Philip I, already showing signs of losing control. If this continued, the situation would only get worse. Philip I finally agreed to Ethel's plan and sent her to negotiate with the Creator's favored one. That night, all contaminated family members were brought to the manor. Ethel briefly explained to everyone the role the Creator had played in the previous battle. The Creator had not appeared that day, and most Beyonders below the angel level had not felt his presence. Ethel also told everyone that she had risked traveling to Backland to contact the Creator's favored one, finding hope for removing the contamination. These family members had already contacted familiar Earth Mother bishops last week, hoping to get a way to eliminate the contamination from the Earth Mother Church. As a result, they found out that the archbishops of the church had asked the Creator to remove the contamination from their bodies. So, when everyone heard the title, the Creator, they knew they were finally saved. Amidst everyone's flattery, Ethel had an altar set up, then bowed slightly towards it and said in a devout tone, "Oh, the Creator in the Order Shadow." At this moment, Philip I also appeared in the corner of the hall, as he too had suffered very severe contamination. However, Philip I still held some reservations about the Creator. Asking the Creator for help was a last resort. It was better for the Kastcha family to start believing in an outer deity from now on than to have a large number of demigods and sequence 5 members die in a short period. Moreover, they were all contaminated, and the extraordinary characteristics in their bodies might also be contaminated. If crushing the extraordinary characteristic could not remove the contamination, that would be even more troublesome. At this moment, Philip I heard Ethel at the altar praying for the Creator's power to remove the contamination from the family members in front of the altar. He stared intently at the altar, wanting to see if the Creator was the uncertain mist. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind blew from the altar, making everyone's clothes rustle. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the air above the altar, as if sitting amidst a cluster of sharp swords. He radiated a sacred light, as if he could end all chaos, or as if he could bring about utter chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty, causing people to unconsciously lower their heads and instinctively want to submit. The Kastcha family members who were still standing immediately knelt on one knee, lowering their heads, and almost the same thought appeared in their minds: this truly is the divine pressure from a deity. Before, they had doubted the Creator's divine identity, and many had even speculated if he was some kind of wild god from the south continent or the islands of the raging sea. Now, no one dared to think in that direction anymore. Immediately after, everyone felt the cold sensation wrapped around their bodies and spiritual bodies rapidly disappear. The contamination that had plagued them for days was instantly drawn away without a trace. Philip I felt the thick phlegm in his lungs and trachea disappear. He stared at the Creator's figure. That was not the uncertain mist. According to the Night Emperor's description, the uncertain mist's true form was a ring-shaped creature. Furthermore, the feeling the Creator gave people was completely different from the uncertain mist. When the Creator's figure disappeared, Philip I finally came to his senses. The reward for removing the contamination this time truly was just the administrative power over the South Kholson region. There was no mark from an outer deity, no mental imprint. Philip I suddenly smiled. He had repeatedly weighed his options these past few days before finally making such a decision, yet his repeated deliberations had turned out to be nothing but a joke. Ethel devoutly bowed before the altar, and the ritual ended. The experience just now made her somewhat yearn. So, this is what it feels like to have the blessing of a deity. In the country of disorder, Hobert had considered detonating the contamination within the Kastcha family members, causing a large number of their middle sequence Beyonders to die, and seizing the opportunity to cripple this Beyonder family. However, if he were to do so, it would only benefit the Beander families of other North Continent countries, and with Hobert's current strength, he wouldn't gain much. Moreover, the negotiation results with Ethel would also be nullified. So Hobert merely considered it before acting to remove the contamination from those Kastja family members, including Philip I. For now, this was the best option. This made Hobert suddenly recall a saying, having a sword but not using it, and having no sword to use, are two completely different things. Withdrawing his power, Hobert returned to the real world. It was already very late today. He rested briefly, and at dawn, he used travel to go to Jeffrey territory. Furs, uncharacteristically, woke up early. Conrad, Philip, and other core members of the Lord's Manor were already waiting there. They had received notice that they would be accompanying Lord to inspect the new territory today. They already had some conjectures about what was going to happen in the future. Although somewhat reluctant, as long as Hobert gave the order, they were willing to leave the land where they were born and grew up to live in another land. After Hobert emerged from the illusory spirit world, he first smiled at everyone. The situation has changed. Alan, go prepare the ship, we are all going back to the Lord's Manor on the East Bank. Everyone was stunned. Hadn't people from the royal family moved into the Lord's Manor on the East Bank? On the Full Moon Lake West Bank, the people working in the fields all paid close attention to Hobert and his group, and several even greeted them proactively, receiving responses from Hobert and the others. Hobert looked at the thriving wheat fields and nodded in satisfaction. The fields here finally looked somewhat alive. The group took a boat back to the East Bank. All along the way, Hobert didn't say what they were going to do on the East Bank, and Conrad and the others all guessed that Hobert wanted to drive out the royal family members living in the Lord's Manor. Although they all knew that doing so was somewhat irrational, no one advised the Lord against it, because they had long wanted to do just that. From the moment they landed on the East Bank, Hobert was embraced by the people. Many people held Hobert's hand, weeping and asking Hobert not to abandon them. Hobert shouted, "Follow me. Back to the Lord's Manor." Oh. Everyone followed behind Hobert, not knowing who said it, but the Lord was going to take back the Lord's Manor. So, the farmers in the fields brought their hoes and sickles, the workers on the construction site brought their hammers and clubs, the soldiers brought their guns, and even the restaurant waitstaff in the town went to the back kitchen to find rolling pins. Everyone silently followed behind the Lord. They no longer wanted to live under the rule of bandits, nor did they want to accept the rule of the royal family. They only wanted to follow the figure in front of them. For the first time, they had the idea of choosing their own destiny. Furs, walking beside Hobert, felt the emotions converging from everyone. She sighed, "Only when you are in it do you realize that people can truly empathize with each other. It's like strands of hair gathering together, eventually becoming a thick, unbreakable rope." Simpson in the church was also alarmed. He didn't know that Hobert had already completed a transaction with the royal family. Seeing the crowd following behind Hobert, he also joined them. Arriving at the entrance of the Lord's Manor, Hobert pushed open the gate. The royal family's demigod, Buck, and several of his subordinates were standing in the front yard. Simpson immediately stepped forward. Just as everyone thought a conflict was about to erupt, Buck and the others, who had already been notified, silently walked out of the Lord's Manor. Seeing the surging crowd outside, the few of them were momentarily stunned, but soon, they avoided the populace and left via a small path through the mountains. Everyone watched them silently. If they dared to show any disrespect to the Lord, they would all rush forward to fight. After walking a few steps, Buck looked back. He saw excitement, fanaticism, and tears on the faces of the people. These were emotions he had never seen before. He believed that Hobert must have tampered with the people's minds or spiritual world. Otherwise, why would these farmers and workers dare to glare at members of the royal family? Hobert stood at the entrance of the Lord's Manor and said to everyone, "In the future, we should celebrate this day. From now on, the entire South Colson region will be encompassed under the rule of the Lord's Manor. South Colson is reborn today. You are all the creators of this new South Colson. Cheer. Be proud." Long live South Colson. While speaking, Hobert saw the sickles in the farmer's hands and the hammers in the workers' hands, contemplating whether to form some kind of emblem. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, this was not a revolution from the bottom up, but merely a transaction with the royal family. Using that emblem would be blasphemous. When Buck and the others left the Lord's manor without a word, everyone was already very excited. At this moment, their emotions were high, and they all shouted, "Long live the Lord! Long live South Colson! Long live Hobert!" At this moment, Hobert felt that most of the potion in his body had been digested. He hadn't expected that the support of the people could digest so much of the potion. But soon, Hobert understood. In my opinion, this is the support of the people, but in the eyes of Buck and others, I just established a chaotic and reactionary order. Following this line of thought, Hobert mused, actually, order and chaos really can't be completely distinguished. I feel that everyone is upholding my rule, which is a symbol of order. But no matter how strong the organization of the entire process, it was still a rebellion that occurred in the territory, because Buck had previously announced that he was the ruler here, and this action did indeed drive away the ruler here. Finally, Hobert thought to himself, in that case, I should thank this royal demigod. Furs was also extremely excited and wanted to write this scene into her book. At this moment, she could feel the people's support for her husband, which made her both excited and proud. Buck and the others, who had not gone far, heard the deafening cheers and couldn't help but look back. Seeing the cheers of the people and the uniform slogans, these beyonders felt a tremor in their hearts for a moment. After the cheers of the people subsided, Hobert announced, "Today is a holiday, but workers' wages will still be paid, and each farmer will also receive a worker's wage, though it will be distributed gradually over the next few days." Everyone cheered and returned to the town, to their respective villages, to tell their families about today's experiences and celebrate this special day with them. The servants and cooks of the Lord's manor quickly returned to their posts, and the entire Lord's manor quickly returned to normal. Hobert convened a meeting of all the key personnel in the territory in the main hall, and also invited Bishop Simpson to sit on the side and listen. It was then that Hobert announced, "I have completed negotiations with the royal family. From now on, the South Colson region will be under the rule of the Lord's manor. They will no longer interfere in any affairs of this area, and will only send people to check once a year, without any supervisory power. At that time, just organize a few people to receive them." The first to react was Simpson. "You helped them solve the pollution problem." Before Hobert could answer, he smiled again and said, "This is politics." Clearly, they were enemies yesterday, but not today. At this moment, although the others did not understand Bishop Simpson's meaning, they finally put their minds at ease and smiled. Just when the people were cheering, these officials loyal to Hobert were already contemplating how to organize the people to evacuate to Shipyard Island. They all knew that the Lord had a magical way to travel from here to an island, and many of them had even taken their families to visit the island with the loggers. Only then did everyone understand, the Lord had already completed negotiations with the royal family. "Don't be happy too soon." Hobert smiled. "I have a new fiefdom in ruin, an area more than 10 times the size of the South Colson region. That place needs a group of rulers. Conrad must be prepared to lead a team to take over the rule on time, and Corwin must handle the relevant personnel transfers. Furthermore, starting today, Jeffrey Town will be renamed Jeffrey City, and Conrad will be the first mayor. Several towns will be established on the West Bank and other places, and town governments will be set up." Next, Hobert outlined the upcoming work priorities: bandit suppression and taking over the rule of the East Bank, always ready to reclaim the lost territory on the West Bank under the control of the Aurora Order. Today's meeting was very brief, and after it adjourned, everyone went back to celebrate with their families. The reclaiming of the Lord's manor would surely spread throughout Jeffrey Town today, and everyone would be clear that the Lord had restored his rule. As for driving out the royal family's people, at worst, they would fight the army sent by the royal family later. During lunch, Hobert told Furs the general course of his negotiations with Ethel. Furs sighed, "This princess is very brave." Indeed, Hobert smiled, the Fenaport kingdom might be welcoming its first queen. He suddenly realized, did this count as him changing the historical trajectory of the Fenaport kingdom? Because if he hadn't saved Ethel before, the current Fenaport crown prince wouldn't have such a strong opponent. Hobert thought for a moment and then said, "Let's patrol the territory in a few days. Recently, there are more urgent matters waiting for me to solve." Furs had no objections. Okay. She originally loved this territory and didn't want to leave it. After lunch, Hobert had a private talk with Archibald in the study. "I remember you said you knew the whereabouts of a six-legged sprite." It had to be a private talk, because he couldn't let Furs know that he needed six-legged sprite marrow. Although he could lie and say he was looking for it for a friend, it would eventually arouse some suspicion from Furs, so it was better not to let her know at all. Archibald was slightly startled, then smiled. "Yes, on an undiscovered small island in the Fog Sea. If you need it, I can take you there." Hobert nodded. "I need one of its bones now. I wonder if I can negotiate with it to give me a piece." Archibald didn't quite understand Hobert's meaning. Is a six-legged sprite that easy to talk to? Seeing that Archibald didn't understand his humor, Hobert chuckled and said, "If it's unwilling to give, I'll just have to kill it and carve it out myself." He then said to Archibald, "I won't let you help for free. In a couple of days, I'll find you 2 more marionettes, both from the warrior or hunter pathway, but don't expect any demigod-level options." Archibald smiled. Sequence 5 or Sequence 6 is quite good. It was only now that he understood. Hobert only needed a piece of the six-legged sprite's bone, which should just be an auxiliary material, right? As a favored one of the creator, he shouldn't lack the main material. So, he was going to hunt an extraordinary creature with the main material just for an auxiliary material. Heh, how could such a thing be possible? Perhaps he merely needed to sacrifice some spiritual materials to the creator. Hobert then learned about the general situation of the uninhabited island and the habits of the six-legged sprite. Finally, he divined that the six-legged sprite was still on that island. Since there were no other matters today, the two immediately set off. Because Hobert's travel ability had limited capacity for people, he only brought Archibald and the Apostle of Desire marionette. The two transited through the Oradek archipelago in the western North Continent and arrived at the uninhabited island Archibald had mentioned. This island was not small, at least from the high mountains on the island. The coastline on the other side was not visible. Hobert also discovered that perhaps because of its distance from the north-south continent, the plants and animals here were very distinctive, looking familiar but upon closer inspection, seeming quite unfamiliar. At this point, Archibald said, "I had confirmed before that these strange-looking flora and fauna are not extraordinary creatures. I don't know why they would have undergone such mutations. Location-wise, this was an island in Oceania, as Hobert conceived it. A completely enclosed ecosystem had formed here, and the evolution of life shared similarities with the north-south continent but also had unique aspects. As Hobert possessed a complete worldview, he merely found it novel and didn't feel any incomprehension. He didn't discuss this topic, but instead asked, 'Do you have any way to find the six-legged sprite?' Archibald nodded, 'I can divine its location.' Hobert thought for a moment, 'It's best not to fight in its home territory. Based on your description, I suspect the six-legged sprite is very good at creating order advantageous to it. Ambushing it in its hiding place is not a wise choice.' He pondered slightly, took out a section of order wood, and planted it in the ground. Order. Instantly, a towering tree emanating an aura of order grew from the ground here. Archibald stared blankly at the dark, illusory-colored tree for a while. He could feel the surging power within it. What a luxurious trap. Every time Hobert used the order wood, it was during combat. This was also the first time he could carefully examine the appearance of this magical item. It was several times taller than a normal towering tree. Its thick trunk looked strong and firm, and its heavy, black leaves, distinctly different from the surrounding plants, even had a sense of sacredness in the sunlight. There was a thin layer of black mist on the treetop, making the entire tree look somewhat magical. Looking at it, Hobert felt like a child seeing his beloved toy. It took him a few seconds to come back to his senses and ask Archibald beside him, "If the six-legged sprite appears within a certain range of this tree, will you be able to detect it?" Yes, Archibald nodded. For him, this type of divination was not difficult, and the six-legged sprite did not have very strong anti-divination abilities. So, the two of them left the Order wood together and hid behind a large rock. After only 4 or 5 minutes, Archibald whispered, "It's coming, from the 11 o'clock direction, but it's very cautious and still observing from afar." Hobert grabbed Archibald and his marionette's shoulders. "We'll intercept him from the spirit world." Okay. Archibald led the way, and the three of them stepped into the spirit world together. They quickly arrived behind the six-legged sprite. Archibald said, "My spiritual premonition tells me there will be danger after we leave the spirit world, but it's within an acceptable range." Hobert sighed. "It's really convenient to have a diviner teammate in battle." The colors before them once again became illusory. As they emerged from the spirit world, they suddenly found themselves in a swamp. Hobert quickly infused his spirituality into the ocean pendant, taking Archibald and his marionette with him in a low flight. Hobert then glanced around and immediately located the six-legged sprite at the edge of the swamp. Its overall shape resembled a hippopotamus-sized praying mantis, except it had no exoskeleton and was covered in black fur. 6 legs grew beneath its flat, horizontal belly, like that of a mantis. Each leg resembled a stag's or goat's leg, with colorful patterns on the black fur, like mystical symbols. Its slender upper body stood upright, with 2 arms resembling those of a baboon. Its head didn't look large, but it was still adult-sized. Although its facial features were more animal-like, it could make human-like expressions. Hobert then saw that they were still very, very far from the Order wood. He quickly realized that his appearance in a swamp was not accidental. The six-legged sprite had deliberately lured them here. Beyonders of this level already possessed the intelligence of a normal adult. Although the sudden appearance of the Order wood had attracted its attention, it must have also wondered if it was a trap. Understanding the six-legged sprite's appearance and these thoughts happened in an instant. Suddenly, Hobert's spirituality sensed something, and he looked towards the swamp. 6 giant tentacles suddenly emerged from within. Hobert quickly dodged, but some of these tentacles pursued, while others intercepted, effectively encircling them. Hobert smiled. When he saw the six-legged sprite didn't immediately flee, he suspected there might be a problem in this swamp. Whoosh! More than 20 deep blue, sulfur-smelling fireballs suddenly appeared in midair. Although Hobert was in a state of low flight and couldn't fight, Archibald was not just a decoration. With his innate ability to manipulate flames, he particularly loved his new marionette's sulfur fireball. Under his control, a tentacle was directly smashed and severed, allowing them to fly out of the encirclement. Archibald said, "I'll deal with this monster." Hobert nodded and dropped Archibald and his marionette onto a tentacle that floated on the swamp's surface like a log. Hobert then rapidly approached the six-legged sprite using continuous flash. Having dominated this island for so long, the six-legged sprite had no intention of fleeing. It could feel that Hobert's extraordinary power had a level difference compared to its own. After Hobert used flash repeatedly, he was very close to the six-legged sprite. Just as Hobert was about to enter combat, he suddenly found his shoulders felt very heavy, and his hands and feet required more effort than before to lift. It turned out the six-legged sprite had used the previous time to change the gravity in a certain surrounding area. Fighting in such an environment should not have much impact on the six-legged sprite, but for ordinary people, it would be easy to make mistakes due to the sudden increase in gravity. For example, a raised knife that could have thrust forward a little might, due to increased gravity, fail to achieve the desired angle or force in that thrust. The six-legged sprite was not in a hurry to attack. It knew that the longer it stayed in such an environment, the more the enemy's condition would be affected. It could completely wait for the enemy to attack first, thereby gaining the initiative. However, it soon felt that the danger level of this opponent suddenly increased sharply, even making it consider fleeing at one point. Hobert unsealed the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts on him. Amplify. He amplified the gravity around the 6-legged sprite, making its 6 legs feel immense pressure. If Hobert only felt 3 times the gravity at this moment, then the 6-legged sprite felt at least 6 times the gravity. Even though Beyonder creatures were generally tough and powerful, such gravity would still cause it intense discomfort. Use. Hobert drew his knife, changing the gravity directed at him, making the direction of force go from downwards to pushing him forward. This was a use of natural rules. The 6-legged sprite suddenly showed a smile. Hobert felt the force pushing him suddenly increase, and he actually flew directly past one side of the 6-legged sprite. Because the 6-legged sprite also had the ability to amplify. It had just amplified the gravity Hobert was using. Just as he was about to crash into a large tree, Hobert rolled to escape the immense force pushing him forward. After standing steadily on the ground, the man and the monster resumed their standoff. After the initial probing, they were both considering how to adjust their tactics. After a second or two, the 6-legged sprite moved its trembling legs. It was preparing to leave this battlefield. If the opponent didn't pursue, then the battle would end here, and it wouldn't have to take any more risks. But if the opponent pursued, that would be excellent. It would quickly flee back to its lair, where there were too many arrangements highly advantageous to it. Chaos. Just as the 6-legged sprite had left the 6 times gravity location, Hobert suddenly used 1:104 to unleash a demigod-level chaos. The 6-legged sprite immediately felt that the sky was so blue today, the air so fresh, and it was a good day for a walk. Suddenly, it snapped back to its senses. The enemy, who had been some distance away, had already rushed close. Distortion. Hobert's knife strike was distorted in direction, deeply embedding itself into a tree next to the 6-legged sprite. Corrosion. The 6-legged sprite immediately looked in the direction of the order wood, its eyes filled with greed. Hobert seized this opportunity to launch a new offensive. Unfortunately, the corrosion state only lasted for less than a second. The 6-legged sprite amplified its stride, dodging Hobert's knife thrust. Charm. Hobert continued to expand his advantage. The 6-legged sprite was just about to counterattack when it suddenly felt a sharp increase in its fondness for Hobert. Hobert finally got close to the 6-legged sprite and thrust out a fierce knife strike. However, he had clearly intended to stab the 6-legged sprite's upper body, but his knife involuntarily stabbed its leg. Hobert thought his charm hadn't worked much, and it had once again distorted his intention. But after stabbing the 6-legged sprite, it clearly woke up, rolling away violently to avoid Hobert's subsequent attack. Hobert glanced at the pattern on the 6-legged sprite's leg and immediately understood that its 6 legs must inherently possess an effect similar to a magic array. Any fatal attack against the 6-legged sprite would be distorted to its legs. Arrogance. Hobert still held the initiative. The 6-legged sprite was hit again and charged towards Hobert, trying to snatch the knife from Hobert's hand. Just moments ago, during their second standoff, Hobert suddenly realized why the 6-legged sprite hadn't used chaos. With the 6-legged sprite's sequence 4.5 level chaos, it would surely hit him immediately. Recalling the situations with the ancient azure dragon beast and Archibald earlier, Hobert immediately realized that the 6-legged sprite lacked the mental and psychological attacks of the lawyer pathway. His test confirmed this. However, the 6-legged sprite possessed the powerful mental strength of the lawyer pathway, which could effectively counter mental and psychological attacks. Without that initial demigod-level chaos, Hobert's sequence 5 level chaos would also have been difficult to achieve. Although Hobert had a certain advantage, due to the 6-legged sprite's 6 legs having a distortion effect, it was difficult to severely wound the 6-legged sprite for a while. Apart from the chaos used by 104 feet, Hobert's other sequence 5 level abilities couldn't last even a second, not even enough time to amplify. The sealed artifact's ability, unlike innate skills, couldn't be used continuously. After the six-legged sprite sensed Hobert's intention, it began to fight and retreat. The chaos Hobert used could only slow down its retreat. If it were anyone else, they might have been out of options, but the unique nature of Hobert's blade allowed him to use the underworld gate when he felt the time was right. In an instant, the surrounding forest became eerie and cold. Two bronze gates with intricate patterns suddenly appeared among the trees, making them look exceptionally mysterious. Pale hands reached out from the cracks in the gates, as if trying to grasp something, and unnameable eyes peered out from the cracks, sending shivers down one's spine. At the same time, the cracks in the gates created a huge suction force, as if capable of pulling one's soul into the bronze gates. The moment the underworld gate appeared, the six-legged sprite felt a chill throughout its body, especially at the wound where the black blade had pierced it, which was bone-chillingly cold. Amplify. Hobert seized this opportunity to amplify the six-legged sprite's injuries. The six-legged sprite immediately felt its six legs disobey, and all six legs knelt simultaneously. Then it used the power of the underworld gate, turning the attack target of these bronze gates into its summoner. Hobert immediately felt his soul being dragged out of his body. Fortunately, he hadn't lost authority over the underworld gate, and immediately cancelled the summoning of the underworld gate. At this point, the six-legged sprite had shakily stood up on its uninjured legs. Distortion. Hobert's attack once again deviated from his expectation. However, this time the six-legged sprite only distorted the accuracy of Hobert's attack, causing Hobert to completely miss the target. Just as Hobert was close to it, it suddenly crouched down and punched Hobert, sending him flying. The six-legged sprite realized that it had to fight with all its might to kill this enemy in front of it, otherwise, if the underworld gate appeared again, its injuries would fully manifest, and it wouldn't be able to escape then. Hobert was about to get up when the six-legged sprite limped over, so Hobert extended a hand. Burst. The surrounding tens of meters were covered in lava, which churned and quickly formed a small volcano. The six-legged sprite immediately distorted the temperature of the lava under its feet, making the thick lava turn black, allowing it to step on it. Because of this pause, Hobert had the chance to roll in the lava, dodging the six-legged sprite's attack. For Hobert, even if the six-legged sprite wanted to fight to the death, he had a counter-strategy. Burst was most suitable for this situation. The six-legged sprite continuously distorted the temperature of the lava under its feet, trying to leave this small volcano as quickly as possible. However, the 106 feet in Hobert's hand also had the ability to control lava. He erected a lava wall in front of the six-legged sprite, constantly blocking its escape. Chaos. Hobert used chaos again, but unlike before, he didn't make the six-legged sprite fall into a state of chaos, but rather made the spirituality of the six-legged sprite's six legs fall into chaos. The patterns on its six legs immediately became blurred. When attacking the six-legged sprite again, it was indeed not affected by its six legs and could attack its upper body. The six-legged sprite realized the danger. It disregarded being scalded and directly burrowed through the lava wall Hobert had piled up. Just as it was about to leave this small volcano, the underworld gate suddenly appeared again in front of it. The surrounding temperature seemed to be violently sucked into the underworld gate, and the lava near the underworld gate suddenly hardened. The six-legged sprite was halfway through burrowing in the lava wall when it got stuck inside. In fact, with its brute strength, the hardened lava would certainly be difficult to stop its pace, but the reappearance of the underworld gate made all its strength feel drained, and its two injured legs immediately lost all power. Hobert seized the opportunity and stabbed through the six-legged sprite's chest with his blade. The monster struggled in its death throes, actually flinging Hobert away. It wanted to distort the attack target of the underworld gate again, but found that its spirituality was rapidly draining from the wound in its chest, pouring into the underworld gate like a whirlwind. Chaos. Hobert used chaos again, this time making the six-legged sprite fall into a state of chaos. Hobert quickly rushed over and finished off the monster with a single strike. The underworld gate disappeared, and Hobert sat on the ground, catching his breath. Burst, and 2 uses of the underworld gate had consumed a large amount of his spirituality. The 2 times he was sent flying, he hadn't suffered much injury, though his clothes were visibly torn. Looking at the lifeless six-legged sprite in front of him, Hobert sighed. Monsters of this level, without a demigod-level helper or a grade 1 sealed artifact, are not only difficult to kill but also prone to counter-killing. He recalled that when Klein was looking for demigod-level main materials, he seemed to have also used a grade 1 sealed artifact. After resting for a while, Hobert dragged the six-legged sprite, whose fur was largely burned off, to the shore and sacrificed it into the country of disorder. Returning to the swamp from earlier, Archibald's battle had also ended. He and his puppet stood on the corpse of a creature resembling a catfish with tentacles. The puppet, having found a wooden stick from somewhere, was paddling towards the edge of the swamp as if punting a bamboo raft. "This is an extraordinary creature," Archibald said, "but I don't know its name." Hobert asked, "Roughly what sequence?" Archibald divined for a moment, "Sequence 5. It's useless for you to keep it. Sell it to me for 4,000 gold leathers." "All right." Hobert also sacrificed this catfish to the country of disorder. Since Archibald was present, the corresponding prayer was to ask the Creator to keep it on his behalf. After collecting the spoils of war, he took Archibald and the puppet back to the Lord's Manor study. The 2 drank some tea, and Hobert instructed Archibald to focus on bandit suppression in the territory recently. He also called Seal, telling them to expand the number of soldiers directly to 1,000. They could start training first. Hobert would bring the soldiers, rifles in a few days. He also planned to buy 12 cannons and train artillerymen early. As for how to expand the barracks, where to station them, and other issues, Hobert told Archibald and Seal to discuss it themselves. After they had a preliminary plan, they were to report back to him, and then would come the allocation of funds and implementation. After this brief military meeting, Hobert returned to his room to change clothes, instructed everyone not to disturb him in the study, and then entered the country of disorder to check today's harvest. First was the six-legged sprite. Hobert extracted its brain. The brain was only the size of a fist, without any sticky feeling. Instead, it felt somewhat like crystal in his hand. The blood vessels and lines on the brain formed a pattern that, with a single glance, made one's vision feel distorted. Apart from this main material, the highest grade material on the six-legged sprite was its bone marrow. Hobert pried open its bones. He only needed to break them open, and the bone marrow would flow out on its own. The bone marrow flowed into a container and quickly turned into deep red crystals. Looking at the deep red bone marrow, Hobert sighed. Who would have thought that I would hunt a sequence 4.5 level extraordinary creature just for this little bit of stuff? In addition, the six-legged sprite's internal organs and blood were also very high-grade spiritual materials. Hobert collected them all to see if they could be used later. If not, he would sell them to Simpson. As for the tentacled catfish, Hobert cut open its belly and quickly discovered that its spleen had become an extraordinary material. Hobert took out the sealed artifact of the reader pathway. He stared at the spleen for a few seconds and actually discovered that it was one of the extraordinary materials for a secret supplicant pathway sequence 5 shepherd. Hobert smiled helplessly. Those 4,000 gold leathers might only break even, as he only intended to sell this extraordinary material to the Orthodox churches. This was different from extraordinary characteristics, and he didn't know if any church would be willing to accept it. Still collecting the spiritual materials from the monster's body, Hobert sat back down on the iron throne. He looked again at the stone platform where the fallen earl's extraordinary characteristic and 3 auxiliary materials were stored. He just needed to buy a bottle of white wine aged 10 years or more, and all the materials would be complete. However, the potion hadn't been fully digested yet, and the ritual hadn't been prepared. Hobert sighed, "This is really troublesome." Friday morning, Full Moon Lake West Bank. Dennis, waiting at the village entrance, wrapped his coat tighter. At this time in the South Colson region, before the sun had risen, it was still a bit chilly. He had been notified the day before yesterday that the Lord would come to pick him up this morning, ending his current stage of work. He glanced at the villagers standing silently behind him, who had come to see him off. Go back, everyone. The new village chief will arrive at noon. Remember to have him look at the handover materials I left. Someone simply agreed, and the village entrance fell silent again. Finally, the sound of horse neighs and hooves on the dirt road was heard. Two groups of black horses broke through the thin mist and appeared before the people. The carriage stopped steadily in front of Dennis. With the coachman's help, he placed his luggage on the luggage rack at the back. As Dennis opened the carriage door, he waved to the villagers again before entering the carriage. The residents at the village entrance still quietly watched the gradually departing carriage. Finally, someone shed tears, and someone reached out, wanting to make them stay. However, it was already too late for all of it. Freya and Serena were already seated in the carriage. Freya handed Dennis a cup of hot tea. After Dennis thanked her and took 2 sips of tea, Hobert then asked him about his thoughts on his work during this recent period. The villagers aren't as numb as they seem, Dennis smiled. They actually know very well who treats them well and who doesn't. It's just that in the past, their hearts had already died. They need time to be nurtured before they can live like normal people again. Serena laughed. Our Dennis is almost a poet. The carriage was instantly filled with laughter. Dennis began to describe his feelings in more detail. Finally, Hobert concluded, very good, all of you have performed very well. He smiled, I'm taking you to Backland to give you opportunities for further study. Freya, you are to go to the East District and become a police officer, arbitrating disputes across the entire street. Serena, you are to become the Earl's Mansion's housekeeper assistant, learning management skills. Dennis, you are to work at a law firm and become a true lawyer. The most excited of the 3 was Freya. She hadn't expected to return to Backland so soon, and even become a police officer in the East District. If it were when she had just become an arbitrator, Freya would definitely have resolved to make the most just arbitrations. However, this period of work experience had broadened her horizons and honed her abilities. At this moment, she secretly resolved to make the most suitable arbitrations. Serena asked curiously, Teacher, did you use your connections in Backland to find us these job opportunities? No, I've returned to Backland and am now an earl in the Ruined Kingdom. Hobert simply recounted what had recently happened to him. Serena exclaimed excitedly, I heard Melissa is also in Backland. We can meet often now. Dennis was simply curious and longed for this great metropolis. Hobert, however, smiled. It might be difficult to meet often, because during this time, I will teach you the acting method, so you can grow quickly. The carriage arrived at Baron Felix's mansion. Hobert had completely requisitioned it and was in the process of converting it into the town government. Starting this Wednesday, the large-scale construction on the West Bank also began, first with a series of renovation projects, and then the construction of an industrial zone in the wilderness. The 93,000 gold leathers Hobert earned from the first auction were almost spent, even with the auction house receiving payments every 10 days. However, Hobert was not flustered. After all, he had made 150,000 gold pounds in one go from his dealings with the Temperance faction. Getting out of the carriage, they arrived at the location of the 5 yellow fir trees. Hobert used travel to bring them to Backland one by one. After Doffus arranged their accommodation, Hobert called them to the hall. I'll take you to see this city. So the 4 of them got into a carriage again, though this time the carriage looked extremely luxurious, with a much more spacious interior, even a wine cabinet and a tea table in the compartment. They traveled from Queen's District, filled with aristocratic mansions, to Order Square, then to the West District, where most residents were tycoons, and the North District, home to most government departments. There was also the Hilton District, representing the financial center, and the Joe Wood District and South Bridge District, which had more middle-class residents. Even Freya, a resident of Backland, didn't realize how beautiful the city she had lived in was. Afterward, they visited the factory district and docklands, witnessing Backland's strong industrial foundation and the city's massive cargo throughput. Inside the carriage, the group laughed as they commented on the buildings outside, discussing the differences in ruin and Fenaport fashion. Their previous work experience had brought about a certain transformation in the three young men and women. They didn't know what the specific transformation was, but they felt different from before, as if they were more confident. When encountering unfamiliar things and problems, their first thought wasn't to retreat, but to seek further understanding. Around 4 in the afternoon, the carriage entered the East District, and the atmosphere immediately changed. The streets were filled with homeless people catching up on sleep before the sun set. At this time, the police were also resting, and no one was chasing them away. Some street girls were already dressed up and, seeing the luxurious carriage approaching, quickly began to flirt. There was also a group of emaciated children begging alongside the carriage. Hobert was prepared, but instead of copper pennies, he gave them many pieces of broken bread. This made the children even happier, and they grabbed the bread, dust and all, and stuffed it into their mouths. "You only see the surface, you won't feel shocked yet," Freya suddenly said. In winter, the police constantly drive these homeless people away all night long. Before, I couldn't understand why the police did that. Now I understand that on one hand, officials issued some ridiculous policies, and on the other, it was to prevent large numbers of them from freezing to death. The youngest of these street girls are only 12 or 13, and the street girls who die in corners from unclean diseases are also only 12 or 13. If they don't want to be extorted countless times every day, they have to join a gang and hand over a certain amount of their income daily, even if they have no customers. Of course, they can also ask for police protection, but besides providing free services to the police, the income they have to hand over is certainly no less than what the gangs demand. As for these children, giving them food like the teacher did is the best option, because even if you give them money, they can only hand it over to the gang. If they hide it, they'll definitely get a severe beating. But never pity them, because they are a group of thieves trained by gang members. If you're not careful, your belongings will be stolen clean by them. The begging children we saw in other districts were also sent there by gangs. It's said that some children are even crippled by gang members and sent out to beg, supposedly to get more money. Dennis and Serena's expressions changed from solemn to astonished. They had never expected such extreme wealth and poverty in this city. At this point, Freya took a deep breath. The darkness and filth hidden in these dilapidated buildings, you can learn about them if you have time. I really don't want to say any more. Hobert then continued the conversation. Some estimate Backland has 5 million people. It sounds very civilized and something to be proud of. But behind this seemingly huge metropolis, 90% of families have no savings and are on the verge of bankruptcy, and 80% of the population, which is 4 million, live in poverty. The East District and Bridge District accommodate most of the poor. These two districts alone have over 2 million people, nearly half of whom are extremely poor and struggle to make ends meet despite constant labor. And there are homeless people all over Backland, estimated to be around 200,000. Many die every day, and many new homeless people join every day. Forget about food and clothing, food is extremely scarce, and most homeless people struggle to survive for more than 3 months. Everyone quietly looked outside, gaining a new understanding of the city. Hobert suddenly changed the subject. But strangely, the entire ruined kingdom, the entire north-south continent, has a surplus of grain. The 3 students abruptly looked at Hobert, their eyes filled with shock. After working in the village, you should have some understanding of grain yields, Hobert said calmly. As long as farmers focus on their fields, the output will not only be enough for a family's food but will also have at least a 30% surplus. And in the colonies and the South Continent, those estates in tropical regions can grow 3 to 4 seasons of crops each year, so the surplus of grain is enormous. Have you ever wondered why so many people are still starving? They all fell into deep thought, but their knowledge was limited, and they couldn't figure out such a problem right away. Because of human nature and society. Hobert answered his own question. Human nature dictates that most of society's resources can only be controlled by a few people. And society, while making human efficiency higher, has always cruelly eliminated a portion of people. Seeing his students listening intently, Hobert continued, "It's undeniable that society, at its inception, brought immense convenience to humanity. It promoted communication, better integrated people's resources, and allowed humans to some extent, overcome nature and disasters. But by the time of agricultural society, arable land and water sources were limited, while the population kept increasing. Thus, conflicts between people began to intensify, and vicious competition emerged. Over the past 100 or 200 years, since the North Continent entered the Industrial Age, conflicts between people have further intensified. As society became incredibly vast and bloated, problems previously unseen and difficult to solve also emerged. For example, the wealth gap we see. This is a very insidious side of society, or rather, society itself is inherently insidious. After all, it originated from the rules of beasts and the jungle. Beneath civilization, there is an inherent savagery and chaos. Serena asked, "Teacher, are there any solutions to these problems?" "There's no way to solve them completely," Hobert said. "Because human society is developing in a direction of increasing chaos and insidiousness. To solve current problems requires a new order, and a new order will inevitably bring more problems. So, a new order is actually equivalent to new chaos. This is the essence of this world." The three students fell into deep thought. It felt as if something was blocking their chests, making them very uncomfortable. Hobert suddenly smiled. "Are you despairing just from hearing this? Society is insidious, but humans have two sides. Besides the harm caused by the wealth gap we see, we cannot deny that society also possesses a halo of humanism. Moreover, while there's no way to completely solve problems, they can be effectively alleviated. For example, the reason Backland has so many extremely poor people is largely due to the ruined government's inaction and its failure to properly redistribute resources. Once your strength improves, I will send you to the Lord's Manor's decision-making level, where you will learn about resource redistribution. In the future, we will need to work together to try and change this world, at least to ensure that hard-working people can live a life free from worries about food and clothing." Seeing the ragged people outside, the three students' mood was still heavy, but they finally saw hope. The feedback from the three young men and women made Hobert's spirituality very active. Finally, the potion was completely digested. After Hobert had Doffus buy him a bottle of aged wine older than 10 years, he began to wait for the opportune moment to complete the ritual. To avoid missing the best time, Hobert simply stayed in Jeffrey territory and postponed the Justice League meeting. When attending the new round of Tarot Club, he was also somewhat distracted and did not make any new transactions. Finally, on Wednesday of the new week, good news came from the opposite bank of Full Moon Lake. Full Moon Lake West Bank, Teuton Viscount's mansion. Teuton looked at the potion before him, then gripped the black crystal in his hand. The black crystal Grove had found was indeed very useful. As long as he held it, he could better master the extraordinary abilities of a judge. After multiple trials, Teuton decided to risk advancing because he felt immense pressure from the opposite bank. What made Teuton even more uneasy was that reports and requests for help to the royal family, which began last week, suddenly vanished as if a stone had sunk into the sea, with no response whatsoever. Only by advancing to Sequence 5 would Teuton have the confidence to continue the standoff with the other side. Teuton rechecked the potion and the locked doors and windows, recalled that there were no issues with the ritual he had prepared, and then drank the potion in one gulp. Suddenly, Teuton felt a violent impact from his physical body to his spiritual and mental bodies. There was no part of him that wasn't in pain. Especially since the Sequence 6 potion had not been completely digested, Teuton quickly came to the brink of losing control. At this moment, Teuton felt a surge of power of order descend, temporarily suppressing his loss of control. Teuton didn't think much of it, assuming the crystal in his hand was again playing a significant role. In fact, Hobert had Grov outside pray to the Creator, and he had helped Teuton in the country of disorder. The ritual Teuton had prepared, the judgment of 3 major and widely publicized cases, finally played some role. Of these 3 cases, one was the judgment of a Beander from the criminal pathway, while the other 2 cases were created and then judged by him. After repeated pulls, the surging power descended 3 times. More than an hour later, Teuton finally completed his advancement. However, his condition was very poor at this time, still hovering on the verge of losing control. The weakened Teuton sat in the chair, tightly gripping the black crystal in his hand. His spirituality told him that if he let go of the crystal, he would immediately lose control. He smiled, but the promotion was ultimately successful. He was now a Sequence 5. If the royal family knew about this, they would continue to invest in him and give him more help. Congratulations. Hobert, wearing a Fenaport-style cloak, suddenly appeared before Teuton. Teuton thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. It really was Hobert. Just as he was about to use his ability, he suddenly found the power of the black crystal in his hand rapidly disappearing. Teuton felt his own power being drained as well. Hobert extended his left hand from under his cloak. He was gripping a wooden spike, and seizing the opportunity, he rushed forward to pierce Teuton Viscount's chest, pinning him directly to the wall. Both were Sequence 5, but a Sequence 5 like Teuton, in extremely poor condition and lacking much combat experience, had no ability to resist in front of Hobert. The wooden spike was made from order wood, which could temporarily stabilize Teuton Viscount's condition, preventing him from suddenly losing control. Moreover, due to its extremely high Beander characteristic, it had a slight restraining effect on Beanders of the arbitrator pathway. In his weakened state, Teuton tried to pull out the wooden spike several times but failed. He glared at Hobert and growled, "Exile." Hobert was pushed back rapidly by the immense force of exile, crashing through the wall and being exiled directly into the courtyard. Hobert did not resist at all during the entire process, as he could feel how weak Teuton was at that moment. Hobert used flash to return to the room and calmly took out a puppet. Tap, 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 tap. The puppet's head began to sway, and it raised an arm. The stained glass of a window lost all its color, turning into an opaque gray. Behind that gray was another world, the most unknown and terrifying aspect of the mirror world. Suddenly, a shadow like a ball of twine appeared, and a flesh-colored rope with barbs extended from the glass, wrapping around Teuton Viscount's leg. The rope wanted to pull Teuton into the glass, but Teuton Viscount was firmly nailed to the wall. The 2 sides pulled at each other as if trying to tear Teuton Viscount apart. Because there was only one enemy, the puppet only raised one arm. After a few cries of pain, Teuton Viscount began to use his extraordinary power against the rope, and the pulling force significantly diminished. Seizing this opportunity, Teuton yelled at the top of his lungs, "Someone! Where are the people outside?" Grov, who was waiting outside, entered and respectfully said, "Lord." Teuton shouted, "Quickly go to the king for help. Tell him that Hobert has returned to South Colson and is attempting to assassinate a viscount." But he shouted twice, and Grov showed no reaction. It wasn't until Hobert said, "Tell everyone outside to leave this courtyard. No one is allowed to disturb us." "Yes, Lord." Grov agreed and immediately went to carry out Hobert's order. Seeing this, Teuton finally understood. Grov didn't betray you at all. That's right. Hobert extended his right hand from under his cloak. In his right hand, he held a wooden box. Hobert used the wooden box to sweep the measuring cylinder, scale, and other items Teuton had used onto the ground. He opened the wooden box, which contained a brand new set of measuring cylinders, scales, and beakers. As he laid out the tools, he said, "This was all part of my plan. I cooperated with Grov on the West Bank to gain your trust, and then take everything you have." Teuton cursed while resisting the pull of the rope. "You 2 villains, despicable scoundrels. Keep cursing." Hobert poured 70 milliliters of slightly yellowish white wine into a measuring cylinder. "No matter how viciously you curse, your property and territory will all be mine." Amidst Teuton's angry curses, Hobert used a scale to weigh out 15 grams of grey Atlanta flower powder and put it into a beaker. Then came 12 grams of six-legged sprite bone marrow that had crystallized. Immediately, a sizzle sizzle sound came from the beaker, indicating that some reactions had already occurred between the auxiliary materials. After cursing for a few moments, Teuton asked somewhat helplessly, "Why? Why are you doing this? Why else?" Hobert smiled. "Of course, to rule more territory." "No, you must have another reason." Teuton gritted his teeth and said, "With Grov as an inside man, you would have had the chance to kill me long ago and become the ruler behind the Teuton territory." Hobert smiled and glanced at Teuton Viscount. "Yes, I have other goals. I want people to see how foolish a nobleman can be. To be played in my palm and still be smug about it." This provoked another round of angry curses from Teuton. Hobert poured 20 milliliters of black mist Lord Tree sap into the beaker, and immediately, some illusory mist appeared in the beaker. Finally, Hobert took a wooden box from his pocket. When opened, it contained a piece of black crystal that seemed alive, constantly twisting. Just by looking at it, one could almost hear voices filled with a sense of fallen. This was the extraordinary characteristic of a fallen earl. When the characteristic was put into the beaker, after a wisp of black smoke, a circle of black viscous liquid that continuously flowed on its own appeared at the bottom of the beaker. By this time, Teuton Viscount's calf, entangled by the rope, had turned pitch black. Clearly, there was potent venom on those barbs. His psychological defenses had completely collapsed, and he cried, "I'll give you everything, even my title. Please, just let me go, okay?" Hobert smiled. "What else do you have? All the royal family's investments in you have been used by Grov to build an ecological park, which, with the help of the Earth Mother Church, will be open to the public in 1 or 2 months. But all the income after it opens will go to me. Here, I want to thank you for your recent tyranny, which made the people in your territory yearn for my rule. When I announced myself as the new lord of this territory, they were all very happy and greatly supported the officials I sent. To be honest, you pushed them all under my rule." Teuton Viscount froze for a full 3 or 4 seconds. Only then did he realize that he had nothing left. Hobert pointed to the puppet on the table. "The monster it summoned will strip your flesh and wear it on itself. You will forever painfully wander in the mirror world, never to return. And your children, of course, will all be killed by me. As for your women, I will continue to cherish them for you. No one will remember you." "Ah!" Teuton trembled all over, letting out a desperate and unwilling howl. Hobert seized this opportunity and drank the potion in one gulp. The potion was like a small snake, drilling into Hobert's stomach without needing to be swallowed. Hobert felt a boom in his brain, and he immediately lost all perception of his surroundings. He seemed to reappear in the Lord's manor, but in the Lord's manor, there were scantily clad maidens, mountains of gold pounds and gold leathers, and all sorts of endless delicacies. Hobert looked at all this, unmoved. Then, items from the ad era such as computers and mobile phones even appeared in the Lord's manor. Every game and every film and television work on the computer was Hobert's favorite. Every short video and every book on the phone suited Hobert's taste. All the friends on WeChat were beautiful women, and he could freely engage in some adult conversations with them. Hobert managed to avert his gaze, and then scenes of Furs, Audrey, Zio, Sharon, Helen, and others vying to serve him appeared. Hobert's will became somewhat less firm. It was as if a voice was saying, "You are already an earl, what's wrong with enjoying yourself a little?" Hobert felt that this statement seemed very reasonable. It wouldn't be too much for an earl to live a little more luxuriously, or to dance a few more times with Furs and other pretty young ladies, would it? A thought was like a wall. Once it loosened, there was a danger of collapse. Just at this moment, a desperate and unwilling wail reached Hobert's ears, causing Hobert's consciousness to jolt. That despair and unwillingness neutralized Hobert's desire tempted, soon to be immersed in enjoyment mindset. Immediately afterward, Hobert felt a strong surge of emotion impact him. That emotion was composed of fear, despair, and malicious curses, and it came from Teuton, who was in front of Hobert. This made the temptations before Hobert seem somewhat unreal. Hobert seemed to recall who Teuton was, and also recalled that he was in the process of advancing to fallen Earl. His thoughts gradually became clear. At this time, the Teuton territory's support for Hobert and their cheers for a new life were conveyed to Hobert. From the moment he received news of Teuton's impending promotion yesterday, Hobert had been preparing for it. While Teuton was struggling with the Punishment Night potion, his subordinates had already taken control of the entire Teuton territory. The new territory and the support of its people allowed Hobert to further regain his sense of self. Finally, he awoke from the potion's cleansing of his body, spirit, and mind, and his consciousness gradually regained control of his body. At this point, a layer of black mucus appeared on his skin. When Hobert had fully controlled his state, all this mucus was absorbed into Hobert's skin. Taking a deep breath, Hobert clenched his fist. The promotion was successful. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone a qualitative improvement, and the strength of his spirit and mind was completely on a different level than his previous sequence 5. Hobert looked up at Teuton, who was still hanging on the wall. This Viscount, who had made a huge contribution to Hobert's promotion, had already begun to lose control, turning into an irrational, extremely ugly monster. Hobert felt no sympathy for Teuton. He took a step forward and simply killed the opponent with a single strike, then cut the rope that was still pulling one of Teuton's legs, put away 1-102, and ended the summoning of the Mirror World creature. Then, Hobert used his own spirituality to begin sensing his newly acquired abilities. The new abilities were Amplify, Use, and Alter. Because of 1-104, Hobert was already quite familiar with the abilities of Amplify and Use. However, Hobert immediately felt that his own abilities were much easier to use than those of the sealed artifact. Not only could he amplify the effects of certain rules and abilities, but he could also amplify his own attacks. Ordinary attacks could be amplified into fatal blows at any time, and an enemy's minor injuries could easily be amplified into fatal wounds. The spiritual sensation made Hobert realize that this ability was so useful that it could amplify the air resistance in a certain area, turning the air into a restraint for the opponent. It could also amplify the negative effects of an opponent's sealed artifact. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.